Oh, hello my friends. Welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like, share and subscribe. But before we start today's video, let me tell you this beforehand. This video includes detailed romantic themes and mature storytelling. Viewer discretion is advised. If this content is not to your preference, please choose another video. Now, with that out of the way, let's get back to the story. 3 people riding on broomsticks flew across the moonlit sky with determined looks on their faces. Miles away from them, several colorful lights illuminated the heavens, as a battle between wizards and witches of 2 different factions was being waged. The 3 people knew that turning back to help their friends would only endanger the person they were trying to protect, so with heavy hearts they flew to the east in order to escape their pursuers. Half an hour later, they saw several lights in the distance and knew that they were nearing a town. After exchanging a few words with her mother and father, the young witch flying in the center of the formation descended from the sky, while her parents kept watch of their surroundings. "The time to part has come, my love," the witch said as she looked down at the basket in her arms with tears falling down her face. She held her newborn baby lovingly and kissed his forehead before landing beside a farmhouse. The young witch then walked up toward the doorway and gently placed the basket in her hands on the ground before kneeling beside it. "Please forgive me," the young witch said as she summoned a wand in her hand. "I pray that you will grow up to live a normal and happy life. Know that no matter where I am, I will always think of you and love you with all of my heart." If possible, she didn't want to do this, but in order to let her child live, she had no choice but to do the unthinkable. "Ars vim extermina," the young witch said softly, before lightly tapping the tip of her wand on the child's chest in order to destroy his magic circuits, making it impossible for him to use magic at any point in his life. A second later, a magical crest appeared where the young witch had tapped her wand, and the baby's body glowed crimson for a brief moment before fading away. Perhaps the process of having his magic circuits destroyed brought him great pain, so the baby cried his heart out, which almost broke the young witch's heart. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps headed towards the door, so she immediately mounted her broom and flew toward the roof of the farmhouse. Her baby's frantic cries of pain only grew louder, as if sensing that one of the people who love him the most left him behind. The young witch covered her lips with her left hand, as she too wept bitter tears. It was at that moment when she heard the door opening, and a shout of surprise that came from a woman reached her ears. "It's okay, little one," the middle-aged woman said softly as she picked up the basket of the crying baby in her arms. "Please don't cry." The middle-aged woman lightly rocked the basket as she searched her surroundings, hopping to see the person who left such a small and frail baby on her doorstep in the middle of the night. "A baby?" a middle-aged man asked as he walked beside his wife to look at the child that was crying sadly in her arms. Who could be so heartless as to leave a child like this? "Dear, please don't shout. You will only make the child cry louder." "Ha, fine. Let's go inside first. It's too cold here, the baby might catch a cold." As the couple entered the house, the young witch raised her wand to erase any traces of magic in the surroundings, before mounting her broom once more to join her parents in the sky. She had to leave the town as soon as possible to prevent their pursuers from discovering her tracks. The farther she was away from her child, the safer he would be. Soon, the young witch's parents flew by her side, as the 3 of them headed northwards. All 3 of them had sad expressions on their faces, because they had left one of their family members behind. Even though it wasn't an easy decision to make, they still did it in order to give the child a future. A future of living a normal life as an ordinary human. Several years later. "Come back here, you little rascal." Leaves fluttered in the air as a teenage boy with dark blue hair ran through the fields like a wild horse that had been freed from the stables. His blue eyes were filled with mirth at the prospect of foiling his grandma's plans to send him to St. Clair Academy. For Ethan, going to the academy was boring, so he decided to resist his grandma's plan to tie him up and send him there in a cardboard box. "Ethan, come back here, you dunderhead." An old, yet powerful, voice called out from behind the boy who was running for his life. "Don't let me get my hands on you, or you will regret it." Ethan chuckled internally because there was no way that his grandma would be able to catch up to him. How could an old hag, who did nothing but teach him math all day, capture a fit, healthy teenage boy like him? Out of curiosity, the smug-faced teenager turned his head to look behind him to check if his grandma was still in hot pursuit. Although he disliked the prospect of going to St. Clair Academy, he was worried that his grandma would trip and fall on the ground while running after him. As he turned his head, the first thing he saw was a flying sandal that was only a few inches away from his head. A cry of pain reverberated in the surroundings as the sandal hit its designated target in the forehead, making the teenage boy lose his balance and fall on the ground. "You silly boy, you dare to run away from me?" Ethan's grandma, Agnes, walked up to the teenager with bloodshot eyes. "You have two choices. The first one is to go to the academy obediently. The second is to go there butt naked with your hands and feet tied. There is no third choice, so you'd better choose wisely." The teenage boy propped himself up on the ground and massaged his forehead, where a red bump had started to form. "Grandma, how many times must I tell you that I don't want to go to school?" Ethan asked back with a face filled with injustice. "Besides, Timmy said that St. Clair Academy looks down on commoners like us. How can someone as handsome, charismatic, and awesome as me study in a place like that? Wouldn't that be a waste of my good looks?" Agnes' eyes twitched as she looked at her grandson. Although she agreed that her grandson was handsome, charismatic, and awesome, she still wanted him to study in the prestigious academy in order to find a suitable wife. She was getting older, but Agnes still wanted to hug her great-grandchild. For that to happen, she needed to bring Ethan to the academy in the hopes that he would be able to nab a heiress and live a happy and comfortable life. The richer, the better. Was that too much to ask? "Ethan, we've had this discussion many times already," Agnes answered. "Every year you refuse to go to school. It has already been 2 years since then. Do you really want to grow up as a good-for-nothing and play with your silly games all day?" "Yes," Ethan replied in a heartbeat. "You little piece of sh*T, Agnes roared in anger. Agnes was usually a very calm old lady, but when it came to her grandson, her temper was always short. Out of anger, she reached under her skirt and pulled out a spiked club that was over 2 meters long. Ethan shuddered when he saw his grandma pull out a 2-meter-long spiked club out of that place. His first reaction was to say, "Ewa," but he knew that now was not the time to do that. The spiked club posed a real threat to him, and if that hit his face, what would happen to his good looks? Although he found his grandma's actions unladylike, the threat of getting hit by something that long, hard, and spiky made his liver itch. "Grandma, I realized just now that as a respectable young man who had just turned 17 a month ago, I should properly study at a learning institution," Ethan said in a righteous voice, as if he was a fearless warrior that was about to fight an army that numbered in the thousands. "It is my duty, as a citizen of the realm, to study and ensure that our country will prosper for many years to come." Agnes, who was about to swat her grandson silly with the spiked club, was flabbergasted by his eloquent speech. For a brief moment, she thought that using the spiked club to discipline him was overkill. However, that thought only lasted for a brief moment. She knew how pretentious Ethan was, so she took the matter in her own hands and kicked his bum repeatedly. The sound of a pig being slaughtered reverberated inside the Gremory residence as Ethan wailed and begged his grandma to stop kicking him. The screaming only stopped several minutes later, and the residence once again returned to its peaceful state. 3 people riding on broomsticks flew across the moonlit sky with determined looks on their faces. Miles away from them, several colorful lights illuminated the heavens, as a battle between wizards and witches of 2 different factions was being waged. The 3 people knew that turning back to help their friends would only endanger the person they were trying to protect, So with heavy hearts they flew to the east, in order to escape their pursuers. Half an hour later, they saw several lights in the distance, and knew that they were nearing a town. After exchanging a few words with her mother and father, the young witch flying in the center of the formation descended from the sky, while her parents kept watch of their surroundings. "The time to part has come, my love," the witch said as she looked down at the basket in her arms with tears falling down her face. She held her newborn baby lovingly and kissed his forehead before landing beside a farmhouse. The young witch then walked up toward the doorway and gently placed the basket in her hands on the ground before kneeling beside it. "Please forgive me," the young witch said as she summoned a wand in her hand. "I pray that you will grow up to live a normal and happy life. Know that no matter where I am, I will always think of you and love you with all of my heart." If possible, she didn't want to do this, but in order to let her child live, she had no choice but to do the unthinkable. "Ars vim extermina," the young witch said softly, before lightly tapping the tip of her wand on the child's chest in order to destroy his magic circuits, making it impossible for him to use magic at any point in his life. A second later, a magical crest appeared where the young witch had tapped her wand, and the baby's body glowed crimson for a brief moment before fading away. Perhaps the process of having his magic circuits destroyed brought him great pain, so the baby cried his heart out, which almost broke the young witch's heart. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps headed towards the door, so she immediately mounted her broom and flew toward the roof of the farmhouse. Her baby's frantic cries of pain only grew louder, as if sensing that one of the people who love him the most left him behind. The young witch covered her lips with her left hand, as she too wept bitter tears. It was at that moment when she heard the door opening, and a shout of surprise that came from a woman reached her ears. "It's okay, little one," the middle-aged woman said softly as she picked up the basket of the crying baby in her arms. "Please don't cry." The middle-aged woman lightly rocked the basket as she searched her surroundings, hopping to see the person who left such a small and frail baby on her doorstep in the middle of the night. "A baby?" a middle-aged man asked as he walked beside his wife to look at the child that was crying sadly in her arms. Who could be so heartless as to leave a child like this? "Dear, please don't shout. You will only make the child cry louder." "Ha, fine. Let's go inside first. It's too cold here, the baby might catch a cold." As the couple entered the house, the young witch raised her wand to erase any traces of magic in the surroundings, before mounting her broom once more to join her parents in the sky. She had to leave the town as soon as possible to prevent their pursuers from discovering her tracks. The farther she was away from her child, the safer he would be. Soon, the young witch's parents flew by her side, as the three of them headed northwards. All three of them had sad expressions on their faces because they had left one of their family members behind. Even though it wasn't an easy decision to make, they still did it in order to give the child a future. A future of living a normal life as an ordinary human. Several years later. "Come back here, you little rascal." Leaves fluttered in the air as a teenage boy with dark blue hair ran through the fields like a wild horse that had been freed from the stables. His blue eyes were filled with mirth at the prospect of foiling his grandma's plans to send him to St. Clair Academy. For Ethan, going to the academy was boring, so he decided to resist his grandma's plan to tie him up and send him there in a cardboard box. "Ethan, come back here, you dunderhead," an old, yet powerful, voice called out from behind the boy who was running for his life. "Don't let me get my hands on you, or you will regret it." Ethan chuckled internally because there was no way that his grandma would be able to catch up to him. How could an old hag, who did nothing but teach him math all day, capture a fit, healthy teenage boy like him? Out of curiosity, the smug-faced teenager turned his head to look behind him to check if his grandma was still in hot pursuit. Although he disliked the prospect of going to St. Clair Academy, he was worried that his grandma would trip and fall on the ground while running after him. As he turned his head, the first thing he saw was a flying sandal that was only a few inches away from his head. A cry of pain reverberated in the surroundings as the sandal hit its designated target in the forehead, making the teenage boy lose his balance and fall on the ground. "You silly boy, you dare to run away from me?" Ethan's grandma, Agnes, walked up to the teenager with bloodshot eyes. "You have two choices. The first one is to go to the academy obediently. The second is to go there butt naked with your hands and feet tied. There is no third choice, so you'd better choose wisely." The teenage boy propped himself up on the ground and massaged his forehead, where a red bump had started to form. "Grandma, how many times must I tell you that I don't want to go to school?" Ethan asked back with a face filled with injustice. "Besides, Timmy said that St. Clair Academy looks down on commoners like us. How can someone as handsome, charismatic, and awesome as me study in a place like that? Wouldn't that be a waste of my good looks?" Agnes' eyes twitched as she looked at her grandson. Although she agreed that her grandson was handsome, charismatic, and awesome, she still wanted him to study in the prestigious academy in order to find a suitable wife. She was getting older, but Agnes still wanted to hug her great-grandchild. For that to happen, she needed to bring Ethan to the academy in the hopes that he would be able to nab a heiress and live a happy and comfortable life. The richer, the better. Was that too much to ask? "Ethan, we've had this discussion many times already," Agnes answered. "Every year you refuse to go to school. It has already been 2 years since then. Do you really want to grow up as a good-for-nothing and play with your silly games all day?" "Yes," Ethan replied in a heartbeat. "You little piece of sh*T, Agnes roared in anger. Agnes was usually a very calm old lady, but when it came to her grandson, her temper was always short. Out of anger, she reached under her skirt and pulled out a spiked club that was over 2 meters long. Ethan shuddered when he saw his grandma pull out a 2-meter-long spiked club out of that place. His first reaction was to say, "Ewa," but he knew that now was not the time to do that. The spiked club posed a real threat to him, and if that hit his face, what would happen to his good looks? Although he found his grandma's actions unladylike, the threat of getting hit by something that long, hard, and spiky made his liver itch. "Grandma, I realized just now that as a respectable young man who had just turned 17 a month ago, I should properly study at a learning institution," Ethan said in a righteous voice, as if he was a fearless warrior that was about to fight an army that numbered in the thousands. "It is my duty, as a citizen of the realm, to study and ensure that our country will prosper for many years to come." Agnes, who was about to swat her grandson silly with the spiked club, was flabbergasted by his eloquent speech. For a brief moment, she thought that using the spiked club to discipline him was overkill. However, that thought only lasted for a brief moment. She knew how pretentious Ethan was, so she took the matter in her own hands and kicked his bum repeatedly. The sound of a pig being slaughtered reverberated inside the Gremory residence as Ethan wailed and begged his grandma to stop kicking him. The screaming only stopped several minutes later, and the residence once again returned to its peaceful state. "This compartment sure is nice," Ethan muttered. "It almost makes me feel a little bad about ditching the academy." Naturally, the word "almost" was there, which meant that Ethan would certainly leave the academy after a few days. The train had just left the station, and the blue-haired boy had nothing to do but admire the passing scenery outside his window. Although there was a smile on his face, deep inside he was feeling anxious. This was the first time he had left his home, and he would be lying if he said that he wasn't scared of going to an unknown place filled with strangers. While Ethan was deep in thought, he heard the call of a lady asking if anyone wanted to buy some snacks from her trolley. The blue-haired boy then opened the door of his compartment to check if there was something that he could buy from the lady's trolley. "Yes, dear, did you find something to your liking?" a middle-aged lady asked with a smile. "How much do the potato chips cost?" Ethan pointed at the big pack of potato chips that was on top of the trolley. 5 coppers, the middle-aged lady replied. "How many would you lick?" The middle-aged lady's body stiffened after taking a good look at the blue-haired boy. who was still checking the snacks on her trolley. From the depths of her brown eyes, a hint of surprise and excitement could be seen. "Dear, why don't we go inside your compartment first?" the middle-aged lady proposed. "That way we won't be blocking anyone's path. What do you think?" Ethan looked at the surroundings and noticed that the lady and her trolley were indeed blocking the aisle. Because of this, he decided to invite her inside his compartment so they wouldn't bother anyone. "Of course," Ethan replied. "Please come in." The middle-aged lady smiled as she pushed her trolley inside Ethan's compartment. After taking a long and hard look at the boy, she was now certain that he was someone that wasn't supposed to be on the Brynhilder Express. "Please, take a seat," Ethan said in a very polite manner. Ethan's grandma, Agnes, trained him to be respectful to ladies, especially to the elderly. Although they weren't that rich, she made sure to teach her grandson how to be a proper gentleman. Of course, Ethan only applied the things he learned from his grandma to other ladies. Family members weren't included in the gentleman's code. "Thank you, I'll accept your offer." The middle-aged lady sat across Ethan and watched him with a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Is this your first time going to the academy?" "Yes." Ethan raised his head to make eye contact with the middle-aged lady. "My grandma wanted me to study a business-related course at the academy and bring home a beautiful noble lady as my wife." "Is that so? Your grandma must be a very wise person." The middle-aged lady chuckled. "Well, my grandma is indeed very wise, but she likes to spank me all the time. I mean, I'm already 17. It would be embarrassing if others were to know about it." The middle-aged lady arched her eyebrows. "So you say, but you're actually telling me this. Aren't you afraid that I will spread the news that you're still being spanked at your age?" Ethan chuckled before shaking his head. "I'm sure that a lady as beautiful as you wouldn't spread this news to other people." "Oh, my Tilda, so young and already a sweet talker." The middle-aged lady wasn't able to stop herself from chuckling after hearing the teenage boy's reply. "It seems that the noble ladies in the academy are in danger. A wolf in sheep's clothing is about to sneak inside their pen." Ethan didn't know why, but for some reason, he felt at ease while talking to the middle-aged lady whose calming presence reminded him of his grandma back home. Before he knew it, almost 15 minutes had passed, and the middle-aged lady finally decided that it was about time to leave. "Since it's your first time going to the academy, you can have this one for free," the middle-aged lady said as she gave Ethan the biggest pack of potato chips on her trolley. "Also, take this as a souvenir of our meeting." The middle-aged lady took out a black bracelet from her pocket and personally attached it to Ethan's wrist. "Ethan, remember this." The middle-aged lady held the blue-haired boy's hand in a gentle way. "No matter what happens, do not remove the bracelet. It is a good luck charm that will keep you safe in the academy." Ethan felt touched because, aside from his grandma, this was the first time that an older person had given him something for free. At first, he wanted to refuse, but the kind lady's words touched his heart, making it hard for him to reject her generosity. "Thank you, Auntie," Ethan replied. "If in the future our paths cross again, I will definitely return this favor." The middle-aged lady smiled. "Very well. I will keep your words close to my heart. I look forward to meeting you again in the future." After those parting words, the middle-aged lady finally left the VIP compartment and continued to make her usual rounds. She had been assigned by her superiors on the Brynhilder Express to look for those who had lost their way and ensure that all of them would be kept safe from harm. "I better tell my superiors as soon as I get off the train," the middle-aged lady muttered. "Things are going to get interesting in the academy." Ethan, who wasn't aware of the lady's other motives, was in a good mood because he got some free snacks, as well as a souvenir for free. "What a kind lady," Ethan said as he opened his bag of chips. "I wish there were more people like her in the world." At that exact moment, the train entered a tunnel. Although it was dark, Ethan didn't mind it one bit. He just ate one potato chip after another until the train finally left the tunnel. It was at that moment, when the blue-haired boy's eyes widened in shock, because the scenery he saw outside of the window looked surreal. Floating islands with flowing waterfalls appeared in his vision. It was the first time he had seen something so beautiful, and it made him wonder if he had fallen asleep when the train entered the tunnel. Suddenly, he heard a loud roar which made him shift his gaze to his left side. Ethan's jaw, and the potato chip he was about to eat, dropped when he saw a giant eye looking at him from outside his window. A few seconds later, the eye moved away, revealing a large creature with red scales and two magnificent wings on its back. The blue-haired boy had seen something similar in the fairy tale picture book that his grandma had given him while he was still young. Although he didn't know if he had fallen into some kind of daydream or not, one thing was for sure. What he was seeing right now looked so real that it would be very hard for him to know if he was really dreaming or not. With another loud and mighty roar, the dragon flapped its wings and flew westwards, leaving the Brynhilder Express and the shocked teenager behind. "Okay, Ethan, calm down," Ethan said as he lightly patted his chest. "First, let's see if I am dreaming or not." The teenage boy pinched his arm so hard that he almost cried out in pain. It was then when he confirmed that he wasn't dreaming. "There must be some logical explanation for all of this," Ethan muttered as he picked up the bag of chips that had fallen on the carpeted floor. "I mean, since I saw it, others might have seen it too, right? But why isn't anyone on the train shouting?" The blue-haired boy thought long and hard and came to a conclusion. Dragons flying near trains was a very normal thing to happen. "Maybe it's because I was raised in the countryside, so I'm not aware of something so common," Ethan muttered. "Maybe this is the norm for people in the big cities. Maybe Grandma was right. Perhaps I should see the world more so I won't remain ignorant." After finally finding an explanation that could satisfy him, the blue-haired boy once again started to eat his potato chips, while admiring the picturesque scenery outside of his window. Although he was still feeling doubtful about what he had just seen a while ago, he believed that he would better understand the situation once he arrived at the academy and learned a few things from it. "Astrius, I know that it will be difficult, but please, do your best to arrive at the academy before the Brynhilder Express does," Professor Ophelia said as she lightly patted the back of her Griffon. "My reputation and that boy's life are at stake." The Griffon gave a low shriek of acknowledgement as it flapped its mighty wings to traverse the Rostrever forest. The professor, as well as Alice, hurriedly left the station and went to the nearest magic gate in order to go to the wizard world. Fortunately, Professor Ophelia left her mount, Astrius, near the magic gate at the station. This gave them the means to immediately pursue the Brynhilder Express, which would arrive at the Brynhilder station in less than 2 hours. "Aunt, will we be able to catch up to it?" Alice asked as she held onto the professor's waist. Truth be told, she didn't really care if they caught up to the train or not. For her, what happened in the station was the blue-haired boy's fault. If he hadn't blocked her path, she wouldn't have bumped into him, and they wouldn't find themselves in the current mess they were in. "You should pray that we do, Alice," Professor Ophelia said anxiously. "If not, your father will be very displeased." The beautiful young lady, who didn't think that what happened earlier was that big of a deal, immediately shuddered after hearing her aunt's reply. Of all the people that Alice didn't want to offend or disappoint, it was none other than her father, who was the current minister of the Magic Bureau, who managed the concerns of the entire wizard world. An hour later, Astrius gave a resounding shriek, as if informing Professor Ophelia about something. Hearing her mount's report, the professor took out her wand and lightly tapped it on the monocle on her right eye. Immediately, her vision zoomed in on the distance. There, she saw the train that they were trying to catch up to, which gave the professor renewed hope. Unlike the train that was fixed to how the railway was built, a griffon could take shortcuts and soar over mountains, allowing for faster travel. Now that her target was in sight, Professor Ophelia asked her loyal mount to take the shortest route to the station where the children would disembark. As Astrius was about to give a positive reply, a mighty roar reverberated in the surroundings, which forced the Griffon to take a nosedive towards the ground. A moment later, searing hot flames flew past the place where the Griffon was flying earlier. If Astrius didn't descend right away, it might have been roasted to oblivion alongside the two witches that were mounted on his back. An adult red dragon, Alice cried out in alarm as the monstrous beast started to chase after them. Adult dragons were one of the apex predators of the wizard world, and they took great pleasure in hunting down any hippogriffs and griffons that happened to cross their way. Professor Ophelia knew that this was a matter of life and death, so she took out her wand and instructed Alice to do the same. "Repeat after me, Nubs Atrofumus, do you understand?" Professor Ophelia asked as she pointed her wand at the red dragon who was following behind their back. Alice nodded and also pointed her wand at the dragon. "At the count of 3, Professor Ophelia stated. 1, 2, 3. Nubs Atrofumus." Jet black smoke erupted from the tip of their wands, blocking the dragon's sight. The smoke then expanded in their surroundings, covering the entire forest in a cloud of black smoke. This wasn't the first time that Professor Ophelia had used this spell while traveling in the wizard world, and her mount, Astrius, already knew what to do in this situation. Using the smokescreen as cover, the Griffon flew as low as possible, nearly touching the ground in the process. It was looking for a safe place to hide in order to escape the dragon's pursuit, while the black smoke was still active. Fortunately, its keen eyesight allowed it to find a dense patch of trees in the distance, which was a perfect cover from the red dragon that was hot on its heels. A moment later, a loud roar of annoyance reverberated in the surroundings, scaring almost all of the wildlife in the forest. As all the creatures, big and small, ran to find a place to hide, Astrius landed on the ground and squeezed itself into the dense patch of trees before crouching down. Professor Ophelia covered Alice's mouth with her hand as she carefully observed their surroundings. The spell she cast was a multi-purpose spell that not only blocked one's vision, but also erased any scent in the environment. Its effect would linger for half an hour before dispersing completely, which was enough time for them to evade the dragon's sharp sense of smell. Suddenly, a black shadow passed over the trees they were hiding in. Professor Ophelia gripped her wand tightly, while her other hand remained over Alice's lips, preventing the girl from uttering a single word that might alert the dragon of their whereabouts. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Astrius gave a short shriek, telling the professor that it could no longer sense the dragon in the surroundings. "Fly low for now, Astrius, run if you have to," Professor Ophelia said as she sighed in her heart. "That dragon might still be around. It is best that we keep out of its sight for the time being." The Griffon nodded its head in understanding and began to run through the forest like a horse, while looking for a place where it could freely open its wings to fly. Professor Ophelia felt very bitter about the appearance of the red dragon because it was the worst timing ever. If the red dragon hadn't appeared, they would have definitely been able to beat the train to the station and apprehend the boy before the Magic Bureau got wind of his existence. "Everyone, we have arrived at our destination," the train conductor said as he shook a handbell in his hand. "Make sure that you don't leave any of your luggage behind you as you depart the train." "I repeat, we have arrived at our destination. Make sure that you don't leave any of your luggage behind as you depart the train. We have arrived at Brynhilder Station." Ethan opened the door of his compartment and walked down the aisle, carrying his bags. Was it supposed to be Brynhilder Station? Ethan thought. If I remember correctly, it should be Stanmore Station. From there, it would be a 5-minute walk to the gates of St. Clair Academy. The blue-haired boy still had his doubts, but since they arrived at the train's destination, he had no choice but to disembark. As soon as he left the train, he saw all the teenage boys and girls being ushered to several carriages that lined up the side of the station. "Each carriage can be shared by 4 people," the station master said as he and his subordinates helped guide the students who had arrived at the station. "First years to the left, second years to the right. Third years and above, you already know where to go. Don't tarry here and go to your own lanes." Ethan, who had been enrolled as a first year by his grandma, lined up on the left where several teenage boys and girls that were around his age had lined up as well. "Please prepare your train tickets," the station master stated. "Your carriage will be determined by your train ticket. Economy class goes to the black carriages, first class gets the purple ones, and VIP tickets get the golden carriages. Those who have VIP tickets, please come to me." Ethan looked at his ticket and saw the words VIP written in bold, gold letters on its upper left side. Seeing that his ticket was indeed a VIP ticket, the blue-haired boy walked towards the station master and presented his ticket to him. "I see, so you're one of the VIP of the first years," the station master said as he scrutinized Ethan's ticket. "Very well, come with me." All the first years who had lined up on their respective platforms gazed at Ethan with a look of jealousy and envy. VIP tickets were a form of status. They could only be obtained by people of high status in the magic world. Students who received such a ticket were those who came from highly influential families, or those who had high positions in the Magic Bureau. "He's a first year. I better form a good relationship with him later. I hope we were in the same class. If I become his friend, wouldn't that mean that I'll be able to rub shoulders with the nobility? He's quite good-looking. Is he perhaps single? Mother said that I should look for high-ranking nobles. Even if they only make me their concubine, I will be secure for life." Murmurs spread throughout the surroundings as Ethan was taken away by the station master. All of them wanted to be on good terms with the blue-haired boy, who seemed to belong to a very influential family in the magic world. However, not all of them were thinking along these lines. A young lady with light brown hair and green eyes looked at the blue-haired boy in the distance in confusion. "How can he possibly be here?" the young lady thought. "Are my eyes deceiving me? Is he perhaps a different person?" The young lady wasn't quite unsure if the blue-haired boy was someone she knew or not. "It doesn't matter." The young lady handed her ticket to the staff member in front of her. "If it is really him, we will meet at the testing site later." "Grandma, you are the best," Ethan muttered as he sat on a very comfortable couch inside the golden carriage that was assigned to him. "Man, I almost feel sorry about my plan to leave the academy after a few days." While the young man was feeling a bit guilty about what he planned to do after arriving at the academy, his carriage started to move. Ethan looked at the passing scenery, but the only thing he could see were trees on both sides of the carriage. Several other carriages were traveling down the road as well, but all of them were on the right side of the road. The golden carriage traveled on the left, free from any kind of obstruction. A few minutes later, the carriage arrived at its destination, and Ethan disembarked while admiring the academy in front of him. "It's bigger than I thought," Ethan muttered as he looked at the learning institution that he would spend some time in. Before the blue-haired boy could even wonder what to do next, a man wearing gray robes walked out of the gates and greeted him with a smile. "You must be Professor Ophelia's prized disciple," the gray-robed man said with a smile. "Come, we should head to the Plaza of Beginnings where the other first years will gather shortly. There, the appraisal stone will measure your magical power and assign which manor you will be staying in. Please come this way." Ethan nodded and followed the kind man whom he initially thought to be his tour guide. As they walked together, the gray-robed man introduced himself as Enjal Brand, a professor that taught the study of magical creatures class. Ethan had no idea what kind of subject the study of magical creatures was, so he decided to not talk about this subject, and instead asked Professor Enjal questions about Brynhildr Academy. The professor thought that this was his opportunity to form a good relationship with the handsome teenager, so he made sure to answer all of Ethan's questions with as many details as possible. The more Ethan asked, the more confused he became. Enjal told him that the Brynhildr Academy was built after the heroes defeated the Demon Lord, who once threatened the magical world. It was founded by none other than Fortis Dud, who believed that everyone had the right to study magic, even those who were born with very little magical power. Within the academy grounds, 5 manors were built, and each of them carried the will and belief of each of the 5 heroes that fought for the peace of the world. Agmunder Schwartz Manor. Svend Terra Manor. Magni Jaeger Manor. Eilefer Equus Manor. Fortis Dud Manor. Schwartz Manor was the place where wizards and witches who specialized in black magic conducted their magical experiments. Terra Manor was the place where wizards and witches who specialized in growing things, like plants, flowers, or any magic associated with nature, gathered. Jaeger Manor was the place where wizards and witches who had the ability to transform, tame, and command magical beasts were nurtured. Equus Manor was the manor that specialized in combat wizards and witches. These students not only used wands, but other magical weapons and artifacts as well. Several of their graduates often become part of the magical knights in their respective territories, as well as the magistratus who helped the magical bureau enforce the laws of the magical world to its denizens. Last but not least was the Dud Manor. This manor was often coined as the drop-out manor because those with very little to almost non-existent magic power were sent there to train. All of its residents were called Dud, and in time, this term had become a derogatory slang that was used by Edalist professors and students in the academy, who looked down on the talentless and magically crippled students who had enrolled at Brynhildr Academy. "We're here, Ethan," Professor Enjal said as they arrived at the plaza inside the academy, where several adults, wearing gray robes, standing on an elevated platform, gathered. "This is the Plaza of Beginnings, but since you are here because of a professor's recommendation, you may stand in the VIP area beside the appraisal stone. If I remember correctly, there are only 5 VIPs this year, and you are one of them. I look forward to what manor you will be placed in. By the way, I am one of the professors supervising the Jaeger Manor. If you have any questions regarding magical beasts, you can come find me anytime." The professor chuckled as he led Ethan to the VIP area before standing beside his colleagues on the elevated platform to welcome the new students of Brynhildr Academy. Several of the professors eyed the blue-haired boy with curiosity. As a first year, being able to stand in the VIP area meant that Ethan was one of the geniuses of the young generation. "Enjal, is that the student that Professor Ophelia vouched for this year?" an old wizard with a long white beard asked. "Yes, headmaster," Professor Enjal answered. "His name is Ethan." "Ethan?" The old wizard played with his beard as he gazed at the blue-haired teenager from head to foot. A few minutes later, the corner of his lips rose up into a smirk as if he found something very amusing. "Looks like this school year will be more lively than the one we had last year," the old wizard mused. "Professor Ophelia, you have brought a very interesting first year to the academy." The headmaster of Brynhildr Academy chuckled internally as he looked at the anxious-looking teenager in the distance, who had no idea what was about to happen to him next. Half an hour later, all the students of Brynhildr Academy had gathered in the Plaza of Beginnings. Standing beside Ethan were 4 more students, who were also chosen as VIP candidates, who were personally chosen by the top professors of the academy. 2 of them were boys, and 2 were girls. All of them seemed to be around 16 to 17 years of age, and all 4 of them were looking at Ethan as if trying to discern his identity. "Do you know him?" a cute-looking young lady with curly blonde hair asked the beautiful lady beside her. "I haven't seen him at any of the wizard gatherings." "No," the beautiful lady with pink hair replied. "Maybe he's one of those reclusive wizards that trains in the mountains." "I see. That explains why he didn't look familiar, but I got to say he's quite the looker." "Yes, he is." Ethan, who wasn't aware that the 2 ladies were gossiping about him, was feeling butterflies in his stomach. The last thing he wanted to do was to stand out because he planned to leave the academy after a few days. If people were paying close attention to him, wouldn't that mean that he might get in trouble if he were to leave the academy without permission? Just as the blue-haired teenager was wishing that he was back home at the farm, the headmaster of Brynhildr Academy, Reinhardt Equus, pointed his wand at his neck before clearing his throat. This sound was magnified several times, catching everyone's attention. Everyone stopped looking at the blue-haired boy and focused their attention on the headmaster of the academy, who was about to give his opening remarks. "The time has come once again for another school year to begin," Professor Reinhardt said with a smile. "Brynhildr Academy has been around for nearly 500 years and has witnessed the growth of many young wizards and witches since it was founded. I don't want to bore all of you with a lengthy speech, so I'll make it short. I welcome all of you, especially the returning students of Brynhildr Academy. May all of you have another wonderful year of learning, and may you grow to become responsible wizards and witches that will make this academy proud." Cheers rose up from the students standing in the Plaza of Beginnings as they gave their headmaster a thunderous applause. Professor Reinhardt smiled before raising his arms to continue his speech. "Joining us today are the first years, who will start their magical education within the academy's walls," Professor Reinhardt stated. "The study of magic isn't just about learning more powerful spells and concocting potions. True magic is the magic that comes from everyone's hearts, for this is the unique magic that allows you to be different from the rest. Although the study of magic branches out into different paths, all roads lead to Yggdrasil. The magic that had been given to you by the great world tree of magic on the day of your birth will one day usher in a new era of prosperity. Because of this mission, Brynhildr Academy was founded. So it's fine to fail. It is fine to make mistakes. It is fine to feel helpless. Know that this is all part of the learning process. I promise you 1 year from now, when you walk out the doors of the academy, all of you will have become a brand new and better version of yourselves." Reinhardt then raised his wand and pointed at the sky. The other professors behind him did the same. One by one, the second years, third years, fourth years also pointed their wands to the sky, as they joined the professors in signaling the start of the school year of Brynhildr Academy. "May the flames of magic burn forevermore," Professor Reinhardt shouted. "Ethan Principium! Ethan Principium!" The professors, as well as the second-year students and above, all shouted in unison. A few seconds later, a dazzling ray of light burst forth from the tips of countless wands and flew towards the sky, creating an aurora of different colors. Although everyone used the same spell, the colors of the light that came out of their wands weren't the same. Some were white, some were black, others were golden, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. However, even these colors had different shades. Some were lighter, and some were darker than most. There were even combinations of other colors, forming unique colors like pink, maroon, teal, yellow-green, and the countless other colors that made up the colors of the world. Ethan's mouth gaped open as he looked at this amazing sight that he never thought was possible. Magic, Ethan thought as his eyes widened in shock. This is magic. When he was still on the farm, he spent most of his days tending the animals. Whenever he wasn't busy, he would often read the fairy tale books that his grandpa had collected over the years. These books had introduced him to the world of wizards and witches that flew in the sky riding broomsticks, as well as shooting magic out of their wands. For the blue-haired boy, these stories weren't real, and simply a fantasy that was written to entertain people. However, right now, he was seeing this fantasy come to life. When the aurora faded, several colorful particles of lights descended upon the sky and landed like snowflakes to the students in the Plaza of Beginnings, blessing them with the beauty of magic as they embark on another school year inside Brynhildr Academy, where they would continue to learn the many ways they could improve their magic. "Everyone, we will now start the sorting of the first years," Professor Reinhardt said with a smile. "Once I call your name, please place your hand on the appraisal stone. It will tell you which manor you will be staying at. However, know this, the manor is only a place where you will spend your days to rest within the academy grounds. It is not a label that defines you for what you are. No matter how powerful or how weak your magic is, let your heart lead the way to greatness." Another round of applause reverberated in the Plaza of Beginnings. Even Ethan clapped his hands because he felt touched with the headmaster's words. However, after clapping a few times, the blue-haired boy finally realized what the nagging feeling that he had been feeling was ever since he saw the magical display. "Grandma, I think I rode the wrong train," Ethan said internally as the feeling of anxiety increased with each passing second. He never thought that a normal farm boy like him would suddenly find himself in the midst of wizards and witches, who all excelled in the power known as magic. "Now, first years, it's time for all of you to be sorted with the appraisal stone," Professor Reinhardt said. "However, before that, let me introduce to you the 5 pillars of the first years." Professor Reinhardt pointed at the 5 people who were standing at the VIP area near the appraisal stone. Every school year, the chosen professors would look for the most talented wizards and witches in the magic world that were between the ages of 15 and 17. These students would be brought to the Brynhilder Academy, and their school tuition and other school expenses would be waived by the academy. They would also receive a monthly allowance of 500 gold coins, which wasn't an exuberant amount of money, but it would allow them to live a comfortable life in the academy. The potato chips that Ethan wanted to buy were 5 coppers coins. 1 silver coin is worth 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins. "Everyone, please introduce yourselves." Professor Reinhardt smiled at the 5 teenagers who had been chosen to become the pillars of the first years. A handsome, blonde-haired boy stepped forward, making everyone look at him. "Langston Care," Langston said in an arrogant tone. "I look forward to working with all of you this year." Murmurs spread among the students as they looked at the handsome, yet arrogant teenage boy that had introduced himself. "Care, is he a member of that ducal family?" "I knew that he wasn't simple, so he has that kind of background. Lucky him." "Good looks, and born as the son of a high-ranking noble. Such a deadly combination." While everyone was talking about Langston, a beautiful lady with long pink hair also stepped forward to introduce herself. "Nicole Lestat," Nicole said with a smile. "It's a pleasure to make everyone's acquaintance." "So, her name is Nicole. What a beautiful lady." "I think I'm in love." "Dude, you fall in love with every beautiful girl you see. This is the 99th time you've said you're in love." Gathering her courage, the cute girl with curly blonde hair also stepped forward and faced everyone with an energetic smile. "My name is Lily Langley," Lily stated as she waved at the crowd. "Everyone, please look after me in the academy." "NGHHH, how cute. She looks energetic as well." "An angel has descended." "I think I'm in love." "Dude, there you go again. Can you stop?" The 4th member of the 5 pillars was a boy with dark brown hair. He gave the noisy first years a look of annoyance before adjusting the glasses on his face with his middle finger. "Kurt Hale," Kurt said simply before crossing his arms over his chest. "Well, he doesn't look bad, but he looks scary." He's okay, I guess." "For some reason, I want to punch his face." "Same bro, same." After the 4 pillars introduced themselves, all gazes landed on the handsome blue-haired boy, who had a look of resignation on his face. Knowing that he could no longer do anything, Ethan also stepped forward and introduced himself in front of everyone. "Ethan Gremory," Ethan stated. "I just turned 17 a month ago." "He's so good-looking." "He just turned 17. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." "Damn, another good-looking guy appeared. How are we singles going to survive this school year?" "I never heard of the family name Gremory before. Have you?" "Maybe he came from another continent." Everyone gave Ethan looks of curiosity, which made the butterflies in his stomach churn once more. Even so, the blue-haired teenager was able to keep a calm expression on his face, making the girls look at him favorably. "It is indeed him," a young lady with light brown hair exclaimed internally as she looked at the blue-haired boy in the distance. But what is he doing here? Grandma didn't tell me that he was also a wizard. Also, how did he become one of the pillars? Just how did this happen?" The young lady's gaze locked on Ethan's face, and looked at him with a face filled with injustice. "I'll ask him later," the young lady thought as she clenched her fists. "He has a lot of explaining to do." Professor Reinhardt clapped his hands together in order to catch everyone's attention. "Now, let the sorting begin," Professor Reinhardt said as he made a gesture for the pillars to touch the appraisal stone. "Who wants to go first?" Without even waiting for anyone to reply, Langston walked towards the white crystal that was as big as a basketball ball. This was the appraisal stone of Brynhildr Academy that had been around since the day that the academy was founded. Langston then placed his hand on top of the white crystal with a confident smile on his face. A second later, black flames rose upwards from the appraisal stone. The flames had so much intensity that those who saw it felt as if it could burn the entire plaza if left unchecked. However, contrary to the first year's expectations, the flames disappeared without a trace after 10 seconds and 2 words shining in black letters hovered in the air. Schwartz Manor. A round of applause spread in the plaza as the members of Schwartz Manor cheered for the newest member of their residence. Professor Reinhardt smiled as he nodded his head before telling Langston to step aside. "Next, please." Professor Reinhardt made a gesture, and Nicole stepped forward to continue the ceremony. As soon as her hands touched the appraisal stone, red flames shot out of it, followed by a column of water. These two elements intertwined with each other like two dragons doing a courtship dance. Everyone who saw this scene was mesmerized due to how beautiful it was. When the two dragons melded together, the words, "Equus Manor," appeared in front of everyone. "Such a promising young witch," one of the professors sighed as she clapped her hands. "She will definitely be the darling of her house." Suddenly, the cute girl, Lily, ran towards the appraisal stone and playfully touched it with her hand. An illusionary white fox with 4 tails appeared and ran in circles in the air, going higher and higher until it burst out in a shower of white sparks, falling down on everyone like snowflakes. A moment later, the words Jaeger Manor appeared, making the members of her manor cheer for her. "So troublesome," the boy with dark brown hair with spectacles muttered as he also placed his hand on the appraisal stone. Suddenly, several vines filled with thorns appeared around him and spread in the surroundings. They were like venomous snakes that were out to bite anyone that drew near them. The vines even reached the place where the first years were, which made several of them cry out in alarm. However, before the vines could even touch any of them, they all turned into green light that merged together, forming the words, Terra Manor. "It's your turn, Ethan," Professor Reinhardt said kindly as he urged the blue-haired teenager to touch the appraisal stone. "Okay," Ethan stuttered as he walked rigidly like a robot towards the appraisal stone, which made several girls giggle as they looked at the handsome teenager who was walking in a weird manner. Ethan stood in front of the appraisal stone and took a deep breath. "Here goes nothing," Ethan thought as he raised his hand. He no longer cared about anything and had thrown caution into the wind. Just as the boy was about to touch the appraisal stone, a loud shriek spread in the surroundings. "Stop!" Professor Ophelia shouted as her griffon descended from the sky. Due to the commotion, Ethan turned around to look at the person who shouted at him. However, the moment he did that, his gaze landed on the beautiful silver-haired girl who looked surprisingly familiar to him. "It's you!" Ethan almost shouted as he pointed her finger at the girl whom he had bumped into him in the station. The silver-haired lady held his gaze, and a faint trace of anger appeared on her beautiful face. Clearly, she wasn't happy about her near-death encounter that had happened a few hours ago. Right now, Alice wanted nothing more than to slap the blue-haired boy's face and make him apologize for taking her place. "It's you," Ethan shouted as he pointed at the silver-haired young lady that was mounted on top of a creature, who was half eagle, half lion. "Ah, Professor Ophelia, perfect timing," Professor Enjal said with a smile. "The candidate you chose is about to get sorted. You must be looking forward to it, right?" Professor Ophelia's body stiffened after hearing Professor Enjal's reply. She had done her best to arrive at the academy as soon as she could, and the moment she arrived at the plaza, the blue-haired boy, who had accidentally picked up her niece's train ticket, was about to place his palm on the appraisal stone. At that time, the only thought in her mind was to stop the boy at all cost, so she subconsciously shouted with all of her might. Now that she succeeded in stopping the sorting ceremony, the next thing that appeared in her head was the question. What now? I'm sorry for barging in on this special occasion in such a manner, Professor Ophelia said as soon as she regained her composure. But there is a very important matter that I need to address with that boy. Young man, come with me, please. Ethan sighed in his heart because someone had come to his rescue. However, before he could even take a step to head in Professor Ophelia's direction, an old yet firm hand rested on his shoulders, preventing him from taking a single step. Professor Ophelia, that can wait until Ethan finishes the ceremony, Professor Reinhardt replied. It is very rude to stop the school's tradition just because you say so. Headmaster, I am not stopping the tradition. I just want to have a talk with the boy, Ethan. You can talk to him after the ceremony ends. Or, is there something that you're not telling us, Professor? The headmaster of Brynhilder Academy eyed Professor Ophelia with a gaze that made the latter shiver. It was as if she was a small mouse that came face to face with a cat that was about to pounce on her if she uttered another word. Because of this, Professor Ophelia was at a loss on what to do. Seeing that her aunt couldn't do anything, Alice stepped forward to tell everyone that the boy was only an ordinary person and accidentally rode the wrong train that brought him to Brynhilder Academy. However, before she could even say anything, the tip of Professor Ophelia's wand touched her back. Silentium, Professor Ophelia said in a tone that was barely a whisper, preventing anyone from hearing her. Immediately, Alice lost her voice and was unable to say what she was going to say no matter how much she tried to speak. Dear, it's no use, Professor Ophelia whispered in Alice's ear as she motioned for her niece to stop. We can't do anything right now. Professor Ophelia lowered her head in resignation because the headmaster of Brynhilder Academy was someone that she couldn't cross no matter what. Seeing that the headmaster was adamant to let Ethan finish the ceremony, she could only accept the fact that she would be punished severely for letting an ordinary mortal enter the grounds of the Academy of Magic. Go ahead, Ethan, Professor Reinhardt said with a smile. Don't worry, all you need to do is place your hand on that appraisal stone and it will be over. But headmaster, I think it is best if I talk to Professor Ophelia. It seems that she really has something very important to tell me, Ethan replied. You can talk to her later, Professor Reinhardt stated as he pointed at the appraisal stone behind Ethan. Come now, the ceremony has already been delayed enough. There are other first years waiting for their turn. Ethan gave a sidelong glance to Professor Ophelia, but the latter had her head lowered, not making eye contact with him. Only the silver-haired beauty, who was now unable to talk, glared at him, making him subconsciously take a step back. Don't worry, Ethan, Professor Reinhardt patted the boy's shoulder. You're thinking too much. Everything is going to be fine. Before Ethan could even give a reply, the headmaster of the academy flicked his wand. A second later, Ethan's hand moved by itself and placed it on top of the appraisal stone, making the blue-haired boy scream internally. No blazing flames rose up in the air. No magical creatures appeared to dance in front of everyone. No magical lights of various colors spread in the surroundings. All that everyone could see was nothing. The professors all frowned. Some of them even squinted their eyes in order to see if there was some kind of magical effect coming out of the appraisal stone that they were just unable to see. A few seconds passed with still nothing happening. Professor Ophelia sighed in her heart as she looked at the boy who wasn't supposed to be in the academy, looking awkwardly at the stone in front of him. At that moment, the black bracelet that had been given to Ethan by the middle-aged lady, who was selling snacks in the train, vibrated. The vibration was very subtle that even Ethan wasn't able to feel it due to how anxious he was feeling. Suddenly, a faint spark appeared above the appraisal stone. The spark lasted for only 4 seconds before disappearing completely. A dud. Professor Enjao blinked in confusion. Professor Ophelia chose a dud. The sound of murmurs spread in the surroundings as Professor Reinhardt chuckled and patted Ethan's shoulder. Looks like the Dud Manor is getting a new member today, Professor Reinhardt announced. Over a dozen individuals started to clap their hands and cheer for Ethan. Clearly, they were very happy that they were going to have a new member who would share their suffering. Yes, they were the members of the Dud Manor. The manor that was designated for those who had very little to almost non-existent magic powers. Professor Ophelia, who saw this, felt as if she had been spared from being executed by the guillotine. A dud might be the lowest member of the magic society and was almost no different from ordinary humans. However, a dud is still considered half a wizard or witch, so the professor who had resigned herself to her fate felt elated. Fortunately, he is a dud. Professor Ophelia looked at the blue-haired boy who now stood stiffly beside the other 4 pillars. Thank the gods. Ethan, who stood at the same place as the other pillars of the academy, didn't share Professor Ophelia's happiness. In fact, he was feeling very awkward as he endured the gazes of the 4 people beside him, as they looked at him weirdly. Filthy dud, Langston snorted. To think you would share the same honor as me, how infuriating. Truth be told, Langston wanted to spit at the blue-haired boy, but since he was a candidate chosen by a professor, he didn't dare to do so. Although he was a member of a ducal family, inside Brynhilder Academy, he couldn't offend any professor, especially someone like Professor Ophelia, who had recently become an honorary magistratus. Now that the pillars have finished being sorted, may I ask all the first years to fall in line, Professor Reinhardt stated. All of you need to be sorted, and after that, we will begin the initiation ceremony. I look forward to everyone's performance. Ethan, who was still in a state of shock and confusion, noticed someone in the long line of first years who was staring intently at him. Ethan blinked as he looked at someone he knew very well. What is she doing here? The young lady with light brown hair noticed Ethan's gaze at her and immediately raised her clenched fist, which made the blue-haired boy subconsciously take a step back. He didn't expect that in a magic academy that was several miles away from home, he would meet up with his cousin, who often bullied him, whenever she visited their farmhouse during her summer vacations. After the first years finished getting sorted by the appraisal stone, the headmaster of Brynhilder Academy clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Now it is time for the yearly tradition of Brynhilder Academy, Professor Reinhardt with a mischievous smile on his face. Every year, around this time, the new batch of students in the academy will do the initiation ceremony after they have been sorted to their respective manors. This year's challenge was painstakingly prepared by our dark magic professors. I'm sure that all of you will have fun, so without further delay, I wish all the first years good luck in their first challenge. Professor Reinhardt then pointed his wand at the center of the Plaza of Beginnings and said, Inceptos porta Imperiam. A second later, a giant blue portal appeared, which almost made Ethan jump back in surprise. Before he could even understand what just happened, the 4 teenagers beside him, who were part of the pillars of the first year, ran towards the portal without any hesitation. The other first years did the same, which made Ethan wonder what was going on. You should get going too, Ethan, Professor Reinhardt said kindly. Great rewards will be given to the first 10 people that are able to clear this quest. What is this quest, Headmaster? Ethan inquired. Can I not take it? Professor Reinhardt chuckled after hearing Ethan's words. He then lightly tapped the blue-haired shoulder with his wand with a smile. No, everyone must go, Professor Reinhardt replied. Are you going to go by yourself, or should I help you? The blue-haired boy sighed in his heart before walking towards the portal with a look of anxiety on his face. The students in the plaza looked at him with various expressions, making him feel as if they were all making fun of him. When Ethan was only a step away from the portal, He took a deep breath before taking that last step to the unknown. As soon as he entered the portal, it disappeared, leaving the first years no way out of the challenge that was given to them as their initiation ceremony. "You're the last one to come," a beautiful woman with red hair and wearing gray clothes said as soon as Ethan appeared in front of her. "Do you have a wand with you? Or would you prefer to use a magic weapon instead? You will need it in order to clear the exams." "Wand, weapon," Ethan blinked in confusion. "What kind of exam are we doing?" The beautiful woman smiled as she gave the blue-haired boy a long and hard look. "Have you ever been to a dungeon before?" the beautiful woman asked. "Dungeon, what's that?" Ethan asked back. "I see, I understand now," the beautiful woman smirked. "Well then, choose a weapon of your choice first. After that, I will explain how you will pass this test. Make sure to choose wisely because your life depends on it." Ethan didn't like the way the beautiful professor phrased the words, "Your life depends on it." However, since her words had an effect, the blue-haired boy inspected all the weapons that were available in the room one by one. After seeing everything, he looked back helplessly at the beautiful woman and asked a question. "Do you have a pitchfork?" Ethan asked. "A pitchfork?" The beautiful woman arched an eyebrow. "Why do you need a pitchfork?" "I grew up on a farm, and it's the tool I am most familiar with." "I see. Well, if that is what you want, then I'll accommodate you." The beautiful professor smiled as she grabbed something from the air. A minute later, she was holding a round, metallic ball and handed it to the blue-haired boy, who looked at it in confusion. "This is called a molding ball," the beautiful professor explained. "It is made from magical cold iron and will transform into any shape that the user desires. This cost me 200 gold coins to make, but I'll lend it to you free of charge. Now, close your eyes and visualize a pitchfork in your head." Ethan obeyed the professor and closed his eyes. The molding ball in his hand felt cold, and yet there was a sense of familiarity in it. A moment later, the metallic ball transformed into an iron pitchfork. Ethan felt the moment the ball transformed, and when he opened his eyes, he was holding a pitchfork in his hands. Amazing," Ethan thought as he gave the pitchfork a few practice swings as he tested its weight. "It has the right length, weight, and balance. It is as if this pitchfork was perfectly made for me." Seeing how amazed the blue-haired boy was, the beautiful professor wasn't able to stop herself from giggling. "How innocent," the professor thought. "It reminded me of the time when I first discovered magic." The professor wanted to reminisce, but she knew that now wasn't the time. She then began to explain to Ethan what the test was about and made sure that the teenage boy understood every word of it. "So, I just have to find the exit in order to clear this test?" Ethan inquired. "Yes," the professor replied. "Monsters will be spawning randomly inside the dungeon, and you either run from them or fight them. The choice is yours to make. This test also has a deadline. After 2 hours, the test will end and all the students will be kicked out of the dungeon automatically. So you don't have to worry about not being able to get out if you get lost. Just do your best to survive." Ethan patted his chest after listening to the professor's words. "So, I just need to wait 2 hours, and I'll be kicked out of the dungeon, right?" "Yes," the professor replied. "But you should do your best, young one. There are some amazing prizes that we prepared this year. They are much better than that molding ball you are carrying right now. Well then, time for you to go. The clock is ticking." The beautiful professor didn't even wait for Ethan's reply and dragged him towards the only door in the room. "Good luck, I'm rooting for you." Those were the last words that the professor said before she pushed Ethan through the door, making the latter's head almost fall headfirst on the ground. As soon as he regained his balance, the blue-haired boy looked at his surroundings and came across a young lady with light brown hair who was leaning on the wall of the dungeon. "Took you long enough." The young lady walked towards Ethan with a huff. She then placed her hands on her waist as her beautiful green eyes locked onto his face, making Ethan take a subconscious step backwards. "Chloe, fancy meeting you here," Ethan stuttered. "Why didn't you tell me that you were a witch? And why didn't you tell me that you were a wizard?" Chloe asked back as she took a step forward, which made Ethan take another step backwards. If I knew that you were coming to the academy, I would have gone with you. Ethan kept on taking a step back until he felt the wall of the dungeon pressing against his back. Although he got along very well with Chloe, she was like a wild honey badger when she got angry and would not hesitate to smack anyone, including him when she felt like it. The boys in the village where he lived were all afraid of her because she would smack them silly if they teased her, or Ethan whenever they were together. However, Ethan knew that Chloe was a very kind girl. She just had this bad habit of punching people when she became embarrassed, especially because their friends called her Ethan's summer girlfriend, whenever she visited the farm during her summer break. Wait, Chloe, there is a good explanation for this, Ethan said. Actually, I got here by MPH. As soon as Ethan was going to say that he got there by accident, he suddenly found himself unable to talk. This was similar to what happened to Alice in the Plaza of Beginnings when her aunt used a silencing spell on her. Chloe, who saw that something seemed to be wrong with her cousin, lightly tapped his chest with her wand. A moment later, a faint purple glow shone on Ethan's chest, which made Chloe frown. After thinking for a few seconds, she made a gesture for the blue-haired boy to lower his head so that she could whisper something to him. Someone used a special silencing spell on you, Chloe whispered. Let's talk about it later. First, we need to find the exit of this dungeon. Although Ethan was still a bit confused, he nodded his head and agreed with Chloe's proposal. The professor earlier said that this dungeon is dangerous, Ethan said before holding Chloe's hand. Let's go and find the exit together. Okay, Chloe replied and allowed herself to be pulled by the blue-haired boy to start exploring the dungeon. Since Ethan was looking in front of them, he didn't see the faint blush that appeared on Chloe's face as they walked hand in hand in a place where the undead sought the warmth of the living. Since when did you know you were a witch? Ethan asked as he walked hand in hand with Chloe inside the dungeon. Since I was 12, Chloe replied. Do you remember that kidnapping incident a few years ago? The one when you and a few of your friends were kidnapped when you were on a field trip. Yes, that one. Chloe stopped walking, which made Ethan look at her with concern. I don't know if I was lucky or unlucky to be involved in that incident, Chloe stated as she recalled what happened in the past. One moment we were laughing together, the next we were knocked unconscious by a spell. When we regained our consciousness, we were all tied up in a warehouse with dozens of other children who were around the same age as me. We tried to scream and call for help, but for some reason, no sounds came out of our lips. All of us had been silenced, and the only thing we could do was cry. Chloe paused as she looked down on the ground under her feet, as if making sure that her hands and feet were no longer bound by ropes. A minute later, she continued her tale. While everyone, including me, were crying our hearts out, we heard loud explosions outside the warehouse. It was very chaotic back then. There was shouting, there was cursing, and there were explosions. Perhaps, due to how intense the battle was, a stray spell hit the warehouse, creating a spark that ignited a blaze. Since we were tied up, there was no place we could go. Back then, I felt so sad that I would not be able to see my parents again. I was sad because I would not be able to see you again. Chloe looked at Ethan, who was still holding her hand, and smiled faintly. It's strange. Even though I should have been worrying about myself, the only thing that was on my mind was seeing my families and your sad faces. Perhaps I was more afraid of that than dying. Chloe then sighed as she looked down on the ground. When the fire was about to engulf us all, I felt something stir inside me. The young lady then raised her wand and twirled it in front of her, creating a ball of flame, which almost made Ethan jump back in shock. The fireball then opened up like a flower in full bloom, and from inside it emerged a little golden fox that was only half a foot tall. That is when I met Khan, Chloe smiled as she lightly patted the golden fox, which seemed to enjoy being petted by her master. She saved us from the flames and gave the wizards and witches enough time to save us all. That was how I discovered I was a witch. The young lady then held Ethan's gaze as she asked him the question that was on her mind. How about you? Since when did you know you were a wizard? Chloe asked. You're even chosen as one of the pillars. Did someone vouch for you? The blue-haired boy couldn't help but scratch his head as he looked at his cousin, who was more like a childhood friend to him. It's complicated, Ethan replied. I mean, do I even count as a wizard? I'm one of those duds, right? Yes, you are a dud, but that's fine. Chloe smiled. If you weren't a dud, then we wouldn't be here together right now, so I guess it's a good thing. Ethan didn't know what Chloe was thinking, because he was busy trying to make an excuse for how he ended up in Brynhildr Academy. For some reason, something was preventing him from telling the truth, which made him frustrated. While the blue-haired boy was busy thinking of what to say next, something moved at the corner of Chloe's vision, which made the latter become pale. Watch out, Chloe shouted as she pushed Ethan towards the wall of the dungeon. Before the blue-haired boy could even process what just happened, a human-like creature with rotting flesh went past him. Agnes Fulmine, Chloe stuttered as she hastily pointed her wand at the zombie, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere to attack them. A firebolt that was as big as a tennis ball erupted from the tip of the wand and hit the ground a meter away from the zombie. Chloe's hand was shaking, so she wasn't able to aim properly. Clearly, she wasn't proficient in casting spells in order to protect herself. Fortunately, the little golden fox, Khan, was there. Chloe's guardian immediately spat a small fire bolt at the zombie, hitting its chest, making it take a step back. The smell of burnt flesh permeated in the surroundings. However, the zombie seemed oblivious to the damage it received. Instead of writhing in pain, it lunged at Chloe, making the latter scream. At that moment, a pitchfork smashed against the side of the zombie's face, severing its head completely from its body. Ethan didn't pause and followed up with another strike. This time he aimed for the zombie's chest, which sent it flying. Is it dead? Chloe asked as she grabbed onto Ethan's robe, while looking at the unmoving body on the ground. Instead of answering her, Ethan stabbed the zombie's head on the ground beside his feet with his pitchfork, making it turn into particles of green light. The body of the zombie also disappeared, which made Chloe sigh in relief. There are a lot of things we need to talk about, but let's find the exit first, Ethan said as he gazed at the dimly lit path in front of them. Stay close to me. I'll protect you. Okay, Chloe said as she removed her hands from the blue-haired boy's robe. Her heart was beating wildly inside her chest, and she didn't know if this was due to the zombie attack or because of how cool Ethan looked right now. No, it is I who should be protecting Ethan, not the other way around, Chloe thought as she lightly patted her chest in order to regain her composure. Between the two of us, he is the one who doesn't have any magic. It should be me protecting him and not the other way around. She then gripped her wand tightly, as if it was a sword, ready to strike anything that blocked their path. Perhaps, sensing that she had already recovered her calm, Ethan gave Chloe a look of assurance and told her about a strategy that they could use as they looked for the exit. The name of this golden fox of yours is Khan, right? Ethan asked. Can you ask her if she can sense the presence of nearby monsters? No need to ask her, Chloe replied. I know she can. Ethan nodded in understanding. Then in that case, tell her to inform us if there are any monsters nearby as we look for the exit. If we see a monster, we will try to avoid fighting it. If we can't avoid fighting it, you will use your fire bolt to attack it from a distance. Once it gets near us, I will intercept it. Make sure not to cast any spells when it is close, or you might accidentally hit me, okay? Understood. Chloe gave Ethan a brief nod in order to inform him that she understood the strategy very well. Good, let's go, Ethan said as he walked in front of Chloe holding the pitchfork firmly in his hand. He had often dealt with wild animals like coyotes and foxes who tried to infiltrate their farm to kill their chicken, and sheep, so he was used to fighting with a pitchfork. Also, his grandmother had taught him a form of martial arts that could be used when holding pitchforks, staff, and spears. The blue-haired boy couldn't count the number of times when he was beaten black and blue by his grandma, while being taught how to defend himself. I guess all that training paid off in the end, Ethan mused as he acted as Chloe's guard while looking for the exit of the dungeon. I just hope we find that exit soon. This place is giving me the creeps. Unknown to the blue-haired teenager, dozens of eyes were watching his every move. All of them wanted to know what the only dud to have joined this year was capable of doing. After the first years entered the initiation ceremony for the new students of Brynhildr Academy, the headmaster dismissed the students so that they could go to their respective manors. The second years, third years, and fourth years had all undergone the test in the past. However, the setting of each test changed each year. Last year, the professors of Equus Manor prepared the welcoming event for the first years. This year, the professors of Schwartz Manor, who specialized in dark magic, were responsible for testing the first years, and they created a very nasty surprise for the newcomers to their academy. Headmaster, are you sure this is fine? Professor Ophelia looked at the projection where her niece could be seen. If this goes on, no one will be able to clear this year's initiation ceremony. Maybe we should step in. Professor Reinhardt only smiled after hearing Ophelia's proposal. The professors of the dark arts are the ones responsible for this year's ceremony, Professor Reinhardt replied. Whether the first years clear the test or not is fine as well. I'm sure that they will learn a lot from this experience. Although magic can do many things, it is not omnipotent. The headmaster of the academy gave Ophelia's niece, Alice, a sidelong glance and smirked. The silver-haired lady had turned the zombies around her into crystal statues. However, she was panting so hard, and her face was very pale. Although she was a powerful witch, and should have been one of the rightful pillars of the first years, she had almost depleted the mana in her body as she fought against the zombies blocking her way. This is ridiculous, Ophelia said as she looked at the dozens of zombies that were slowly, but surely, walking towards her niece's location. A test like this is unfair. Exactly, Professor Reinhardt said as he sipped his cup of coffee. Life isn't always fair. Inside the dungeon. Ignis Fulmine, Chloe shouted as she pointed her wand at the approaching zombie. It took her 3 attempts before the monster turned into particles of light and disappeared from their sights. Ha ha ha, Chloe panted for breath as she leaned on the wall of the dungeon. Just how many must I kill before this test ends? Ethan looked at her with pity and used his handkerchief to wipe the sweat on her face. Don't use magic anymore, Ethan said. I'll handle the rest. Khan was also worried because her master's face was quite pale due to exhaustion. Because of this, she rubbed herself on Chloe's leg, as if telling her that everything was going to be fine. The blue-haired boy allowed Chloe to rest for 5 minutes before they continued to look for the exit of the dungeon. Along the way, they heard shouts, screams, as well as curses, but Ethan and Chloe didn't move towards these locations. Instead, they avoided them like a plague and would always choose a different path to travel. It was not because they didn't want to help people. It was because they only had enough strength to protect themselves and didn't have any leeway to help others, especially now that Chloe's mana was almost depleted. As they continued to traverse the dungeon, they came upon a junction where there were 3 paths to choose from. Khan, it's your time to shine. Ethan looked at the little golden fox who nodded its head in understanding. Khan looked at the right path and allowed its senses to check if there was danger ahead. She did the same for the left and middle path as well before returning to report to her master. Khan said that the left and right paths are filled with monsters, Chloe stated. The middle one also has monsters, but their numbers are fewer. She also said that she could hear the sound of something breaking in the middle path, but she is unsure of what caused it. Ethan frowned after hearing the Golden Fox's report. However, it was very obvious where Chloe and him should go, so he decided to take a chance and go to the middle path. Remember, don't use any more spells, Ethan reminded his cousin. I can take down a zombie or 2 without any problems. Chloe nodded and walked a few steps away from Ethan, who had taken a fighting stance as he walked forward. After facing off against several zombies, the blue-haired boy had generally understood their attack patterns. and was able to take the initiative to eliminate them before they could hurt him or Chloe. After walking for a few minutes, they stumbled upon several zombies who had turned into crystal statues. In the middle of this frozen zone, they saw a person lying on the ground and seemed to be unconscious. "It's her," Ethan thought as he walked towards the unconscious silver-haired beauty, whose face was now as white as snow. "I think her name is Alice." The blue-haired boy was about to shake the silver-haired beauty in order to wake her up, but Chloe intervened. "I'll do it," Chloe stated. "You watch the surroundings and make sure we don't get attacked while I try to wake her up." "Okay." Ethan thought that Chloe's words were on point because right now, he was the only one between the two of them who could fight. He wasn't aware that the real reason why Chloe volunteered to wake up Alice was because she didn't want Ethan to touch another girl, especially someone that was more beautiful than her. A few minutes later, a groan escaped the silver-haired beauty's lips before her eyes opened. "Are you all right?" Chloe asked as she looked at the pale-faced beauty. "Can you stand?" "Who are you?" Alice asked as she looked at the unfamiliar girl in front of her. Although her face was pale as well, Chloe still managed to give Alice a smile of assurance in order to calm her down. "My name is Chloe," Chloe replied, "and this boy here is my cousin Ethan." Alice's gaze landed on the blue-haired boy, who was standing a few meters away from them while keeping watch on their surroundings. "It's you," Alice said as she tried to prop herself up, but was unable to do so because she was feeling very weak. "Don't force yourself," Chloe stated as she supported Alice's body. "You are suffering from mana deficiency. You need some time to rest." After realizing her current condition, Alice closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths in order to calm herself down. A minute later, she opened her eyes once more and looked at her surroundings. The zombies that she had frozen were still there, and this gave her a sense of security. "This dungeon is filled with zombies," Alice explained. "The more zombies you kill using magic, the more they will swarm at you. It is negligible at first, but those with strong magic powers will find themselves fighting against multiple zombies at once. This is why I froze them instead of killing them. When you guys encounter zombies, it is best to run away or simply avoid them." Chloe shuddered after hearing the silver-haired beauty's explanation. Fortunately, she had only killed a few zombies, and the rest were handled by Ethan. They had also noticed that the number of zombies that attacked them seemed to increase each time Chloe killed them. However, when Ethan took over, the numbers of the zombies attacking them decreased drastically. "May I know your name?" Chloe asked the silver-haired beauty. "My name is Chloe Gremory. You can call me Chloe." "Alice," Alice replied. "Just call me Alice." Chloe nodded. "Can you stand up? I don't think that it is safe to stay in this place." Alice didn't say anything. Instead, she tried to stand up on her own, but seeing that she was unable to do it alone, Chloe offered a hand, which Alice didn't reject. "Lean on me," Chloe said. "Don't worry, my cousin is strong. He can take us to the exit on his own." Alice gave Chloe a faint smile. "Thank you." "You can thank us after we find the exit," Chloe replied before shifting her gaze to the blue-haired boy who stood a few meters away from them. "Cousin, the rest is up to you." "I'll do my best, ma'am." Ethan gave Chloe a playful salute, which made the latter smile helplessly. A few minutes later, the three teenagers began to look for the exit, while most of the first years were being eliminated by the zombies whose numbers had increased exponentially. "I think we've outdone ourselves this time," one of the professors of the dark arts smiled as she looked at the 8 remaining people inside the dungeon. "If all goes according to the plan, no one will be able to clear this year's initiation ceremony." "We can never be too sure," a professor wearing glasses said as he looked at the projection of the 5 pillars and 3 other people that remained inside the dungeon. "I'm sure that they have all realized by now that the more they've used magic, the more zombies would gather in their direction." "Indeed," another professor commented, "but I'm leaning more on the fact that they no longer have much mana remaining. Looks like even the one child prodigy who will be coming to our manor later will not be able to survive. Such a shame." The professors of Schwartz Manor gazed at the handsome blonde-haired boy with amused expressions. Currently, Langston was surrounded by 5 zombies and was panting for breath. Even so, his eyes burned with determination as he unleashed a dark fireball at the nearest zombie that approached him. The zombie was immediately annihilated, but the 4 other monsters lunged at him, leaving him no chance to break free from their grasp. A moment later, one of the zombies bit on the blonde boy's neck, making him scream in pain. His screams echoed within the dungeon, making the surviving students hear his voice. However, just like those who had been eliminated by the zombies, his screams didn't last long and stopped completely. Ethan, Chloe, and Alice, who heard Langston's dying scream, paused for a bit before continuing their journey. There were 2 ways to survive the dungeon. One was to find the exit, and the other was to survive for 2 hours. After 2 hours, those who didn't manage to find the exit would be expelled from the dungeon, signaling its end. These survivors wouldn't receive any rewards because they didn't manage to complete the task assigned to them. Looks like another one bit the dust. The professor with glasses smiled as another projection died, leaving only 4 projections. I'm surprised Mr. Dud has been able to survive this long. Well, someone lent him a pitchfork. Everyone looked at the beautiful professor, who lent Ethan the molding ball that he was now currently using as a weapon. The beautiful professor chuckled as she covered her lips. Guys, I know I'm beautiful, but even I will get embarrassed if all of you look at me like that, the beautiful professor said, making her colleagues shake their heads helplessly. It was not only the professors of Schwartz Manor who were paying close attention to the last remaining survivors. The students who had retired into their own manors were also watching the projections, and even making bets on who would manage to reach the exit before the deadline. For some reason, all of them voted for the beautiful girl with long pink hair, Nicole, who would be joining Equus Manor this year. The wand in the girl's hand had turned into a rapier, and she easily dealt with the zombies attacking her with powerful decapitating strikes that cleanly severed their heads off of their bodies. Actually, the main reason why the people in Schwartz Manor created this kind of test for the first years was to teach them the lesson that they shouldn't rely on magic for everything. They wanted the new students to realize that there might come a time when they would be forced to face situations that couldn't be resolved by magic. Truth be told, the dark arts professors had already expected that students of the Equus Manor would shine in the test they had prepared. In their eyes, only the magic knights, who both excelled in magic and martial arts, would be able to pass their test. However, there was one more person that they didn't add to the equation, and that was none other than the blue-haired boy, who was also calmly dealing with the zombies that obstructed their path in the dungeon. 15 minutes later, only 2 projections remained. One was the projection that showed Ethan, Chloe, and Alice to everyone. The other one was the projection showing the pillar of the first years of the Equus Manor, Nicole. Heh, looks like things are now going to get interesting, Professor Enjal, who belonged to the Jaeger Manor, commented with a smile. To think that all of them would reach the gate at the same time. Just like the professor said, Ethan, Chloe, Alice, and Nicole arrived at a big bronze gate at the same time. I didn't know that there will be others who will reach this place, Nicole said, as he eyed the handsome blue-haired boy with a weird expression on her face. Where did you get the pitchfork? It's a long story, Ethan replied. Is this the exit of this dungeon? Nicole nodded at first, but shook her head after a few seconds. This is indeed the exit of the dungeon, but that's only half right, Nicole explained. Have you ever been to dungeons before? Never. Is that so? How about the 2 ladies beside you? Chloe also shook her head, while Alice kept her silence. Their reply made Nicole smile before shifting her gaze back to the blue-haired boy that hadn't lowered his guard around her, which she found to her liking. As someone who has been in a dungeon before, allow me to enlighten all of you about what this door represents, Nicole stated. This is what you call the boss room. Inside this, we will be facing the leader of the zombies. He will be a lot stronger than the zombies that we have fought before. So, I have a proposal. Why don't we all team up to beat it? Chloe, who heard Nicole's offer, was about to agree to her proposal. However, before she could even voice out her acceptance, Ethan cut her off and answered Nicole before Chloe did. "We thank you for your offer, but we'll have to pass," Ethan replied. "If you wish to challenge this dungeon boss, feel free to go ahead. We will just stay here." "Oh my, are you perhaps scared of the dungeon boss?" Nicole asked. "Don't worry, I've fought a few boss monsters before. With my help, all three of you will be able to exit this dungeon in no time at all." "I'm not afraid of the boss monster," Ethan answered. "What I am more afraid of is you." Chloe was about to try to convince Ethan to reconsider, but Alice, who had been leaning on her body, covered her lips to prevent her from saying anything. Naturally, Chloe looked at the silver-haired beauty in confusion, but the latter only shook her head. "You're more afraid of me." Nicole looked at Ethan with amusement. "How can a man like you be afraid of a frail girl like me?" "A frail girl can't possibly have this kind of bloodlust," Ethan stated. "I can see in your eyes and body language that you are just barely holding yourself back from attacking us." Ethan had once helped his grandma fend off a pack of wolves that attacked their sheep during the night. He had been very scared back then, and although it didn't show on his face, he was feeling that same fear as he faced off with the beautiful lady in front of him. In Ethan's eyes, Nicole was like an alpha wolf who had found a herd of sheep that she couldn't wait to gobble up. Alice had also raised her guard upon meeting Nicole and had been holding her wand firmly, ready to strike at any time. Truth be told, Nicole wasn't really afraid of Ethan. She was afraid of Alice. Although the silver-haired beauty's face was as pale as snow, the pink-haired girl could feel that Alice might be able to land a spell on her if she worked together with the blue-haired boy who was armed with a pitchfork. "Interesting," Nicole said as she pressed her hand on the gate and pushed it open. "I guess I'll see the three of you on the other side." She gave Ethan a sidelong glance before going inside the boss room to challenge it alone. Only when the door had firmly closed did Ethan pat his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "That is one crazy girl," Ethan muttered. "She's crazier than Chloe when she's angry." "Oi, did you forget that I'm standing next to you?" Chloe lightly punched Ethan's shoulder, making the latter chuckle. They were not aware that the crazy girl that had entered the boss room on her own killed the boss monster in just 10 seconds, making her the first one to clear the initiation ceremony, which had eliminated 99% of the first years of Brynhildr Academy. When Nicole entered the gate of the boss room, several lights appeared on its surface. According to Alice, this meant that there was someone inside the dungeon room. When the lights disappeared, it meant that there was no longer anyone in the room, and anyone could enter. Just 15 seconds after Nicole entered the room, the lights on the gate disappeared, which meant that the battle had ended. This made Alice frown because, as someone who had entered a dungeon in the past, this could only mean one thing. Either the boss killed Nicole, or Nicole killed the boss. Are we really going to challenge the boss monster?" Chloe stuttered as she looked at Ethan, who had a solemn expression on his face. Ethan pondered for a while before shifting his gaze to Alice, who had a determined look on her face. Seeing that she still had some fight left in her, the blue-haired boy then glanced at his cousin and asked her a question. "Can you still use magic?" Ethan asked. Chloe didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked at the little golden fox beside her feet in askance. As if understanding what her master wanted to know, Khan barked and nodded her head. "I think I can use Fire Bolt 2 more times," Chloe replied. "More than that, I will probably suffer from mana deficiency." Ethan nodded and glanced at Alice, whom he believed is the most powerful among the three of them. "I have enough mana to cast 2 more spells, if given the opportunity. I might be able to freeze the boss monster for a short period of time," Alice stated. "But after that, I'll probably faint." "Understood." Ethan took a deep breath before looking at the gate with determination. "Let's go." The blue-haired boy pushed the door open and entered first. Chloe and Alice followed close behind him. When all three of them were inside the room, the door closed behind them. A few seconds later, torches lit up in the surroundings, and a zombie that was at least 3 times bigger than the ones that they had fought before appeared opposite them. Without even waiting for the 3 teenagers to get their bearings, the zombie charged at them like a bull. "Ignis Fulmine!" Chloe shouted, and a firebolt shot out of her wand and flew in the direction of the boss zombie, hitting its chest directly. The zombie took a step back from the impact and howled angrily. It then resumed its charge towards the young lady with light brown hair, as if enraged by her attempt to hurt it. "Imbreg Laces!" Alice chanted, and several icicles formed around her. With a flip of her wand, she made the icicles rotate before sending them flying in the direction of the boss monster. As if learning from its previous mistake, the boss dodged the first icicle, swatted the second, but got hit by the third on the shoulder, and the fourth icicle embedded itself in its leg, slowing its movements. Ethan then ran towards the monster and slashed the side of its head with his pitchfork. However, the zombie grabbed his weapon and held it firmly in its hands, stopping Ethan's attack completely. A moment later, the zombie lifted the pitchfork, along with its owner, and threw both of them away. "Ethan!" Chloe shouted as her cousin nearly smashed at the wall of the boss room. She was about to run to check his condition, but Alice grabbed onto her arm, preventing her from living. "He's fine," Alice said. "We need to deal with this monster first. Can you aim for its head?" I can't," Chloe replied. "I'm bad at aiming." While the 2 girls were talking, the zombie pulled out the icicle that was stuck on its shoulder and leg. It then sprinted towards the 2 girls, but due to the injury it received in its leg, its speed was nowhere as fast as it was earlier. "Aim properly," Alice said as she pointed her wand at the approaching monster. "If we can destroy its head, we will be able to beat it." The golden fox, Khan, jumped onto Chloe's dominant arm that was holding the wand. She then transformed into a fireball that was the size of a bowling ball that hovered at the tip of her master's wand. When the zombie was only dozens of meters away from them, Chloe cried out and unleashed her unique ability. "Vulpes Ignis!" The fireball shot out like a cannonball, ready to annihilate anything it hit. However, just as Chloe and Alice thought that they would be able to kill the boss monster, something unexpected happened. The zombie tripped, falling face first on the ground, completely evading Chloe's spell that contained all of her magical power. The young lady's face then turned extremely pale as she collapsed on the ground, panting for breath. Alice gritted her teeth as she gathered all of her mana to unleash her own unique spell. Glacis Carcerum. Just as the zombie was about to raise its body, the ground around it turned to ice, spreading up to its body, encasing it slowly in a prison of ice. Alice's face had almost lost all of its color as she channeled all of her strength to completely encase the boss monster in ice. However, she was already a spent candle. She only managed to freeze half of the monster's body before she collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The boss monster shouted in anger as it tried to break free from the ice that covered its body. Cracks soon appeared in the ice that was holding it in place, causing Chloe to despair. "It's over," Chloe muttered as she looked at the monster that was about to break free from the shackles that bound it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a flaming pitchfork slashed the side of the monster's neck, cutting halfway through its flesh. "Die!" Ethan roared as he pulled back the pitchfork and slashed the monster's neck a second time, cutting it off completely. The horrendous head rolled on the ground for a few seconds before turning into particles of light. Did we win?" Chloe asked as she looked at her cousin, who was leaning on the still flaming pitchfork in order to support his body. Before Ethan could even reply to Chloe's question, they heard the sound of someone clapping within the room. "Bravo," the beautiful professor, who gave Ethan the molding ball, said as she clapped her hand happily. "Is this the power of love and friendship? No, this is the passion of youth." The professor eyed the 3 children before giving them a nod of approval. "Congratulations," the professor said. The three of you have cleared the initiation ceremony. Now, let's go back so you can claim your wonderful prizes." Without even waiting for their reply, the professor pointed her wand at the three of them, sending them back to Brynhilder Academy, where the headmaster, Professor Reinhardt, was waiting for their return. "Well done, the four of you," Professor Reinhardt said with a smile. "Well, what do you think of the initiation ceremony, Ms. Nicole?" The beautiful lady with long pink hair gave Ethan a sidelong glance before giving her reply. "It was more fun than I expected," Nicole replied. "I've always known that the initiation ceremony would be challenging, but I never expected something like this." The professors of dark magic looked at the beautiful girl with amused expressions on their faces. "What a big fat lie. Challenging. You bulldozed your way through without even breaking a sweat. I knew we should have used adamantium golems for this quest. If only Professor Reinhardt didn't reject my proposal, no one would have managed to clear this year's ceremony. What a scary little girl. Equus Manor got a good seed this year." Professor Reinhardt then shifted his attention to Ethan, Chloe, and Alice, who only managed to defeat the boss monster by working together. The three of them were drinking potions that were concocted by the healer of the academy, allowing them to recover from their injuries, as well as replenish some of their mana. "How about you, Ethan?" Professor Reinhardt. "How was your fight with the boss monster?" "I thought I was going to die," Ethan answered in a heartbeat. "Professor, is it possible to change academies? I don't really like doing things that can potentially kill me." "Ha ha ha, good joke, Mr. Ethan," Professor Reinhardt said as he patted the young man's shoulder. "Don't worry, you will adapt to being here soon." Ethan subconsciously shuddered after hearing Professor Reinhardt's words. For some reason, he had a feeling that the headmaster had no intention of letting him leave the academy. "How about you, MS, Chloe?" Professor Reinhardt glanced at the young lady who had an anxious expression on her face. "Did you enjoy the initiation ceremony?" "Not really," Chloe replied. "I'm glad you liked it," Professor Reinhardt chuckled. "By the way, I've heard that Mr. Gremory is your cousin. Is it on the mother's side of the family?" "Yes, my grandmother and his grandmother are sisters. Family relationships are important. Please look after Mr. Gremory here in the academy." "I will." Ethan could feel his liver itch when Chloe gave him an expectant gaze. Truth be told, he wanted to leave Brynhilder Academy as soon as possible and go to the academy that his grandma wanted him to go to. He would rather socialize with beautiful noble ladies than stay in Brynhilder Academy, where everyone could kill him with a single spell, including his cousin that could shoot fire bolts from the tip of her wand. The headmaster of the academy looked at the silver-haired beauty and held her gaze for a time before speaking his thoughts out loud. "Ms. Alice, regardless of what your father's position is in the Magic Bureau, know that you will not be given any special treatment here," Professor Reinhardt stated. "I'm sure that you don't want that either, right?" Alice nodded her head in acknowledgement to Professor Reinhardt's words. The reason why she wanted to study in Brynhilder Academy was to prove to her father that she could stand on her own. "I would like it if the headmaster treated me as an ordinary student here," Alice replied. "Whatever my achievements will be in the future, I want everyone to know that I achieved them with my own two hands." "Well said, Ms. Alice. I look forward to your growth here in the academy." "Thank you, Headmaster." After talking to the 4 survivors of the initiation ceremony, Professor Reinhardt waved his wand and made several artifacts materialize in the air. "All of you may choose one of these treasures that the professors of the academy have prepared for this year's initiation ceremony," Professor Reinhardt announced. "You can go first, Ms. Nicole." The beautiful lady with long pink hair eyed the artifacts in the air for a while before pointing at the silver shield with intricate designs on its surface. "I want that shield, Headmaster." "A very excellent choice. That shield is called the Shield of Aeneas. It is a shield that is very resistant to physical and magical attacks. It was crafted by a Grandmaster blacksmith, who is also an honorary magistratus. I'm sure that he will be happy after knowing that someone as skilled as Ms. Nicole chose his creation. The silver shield flew towards Nicole and transformed into a bracelet. With this, she would be able to summon the shield anytime and anywhere with just a thought. After giving the shield to Nicole, Professor Reinhardt shifted his attention to the 3 students, who were also eyeing the floating artifacts in the room. Now then, who among you 3 wants to go first? Professor Reinhardt played with his beard. Me, Chloe raised her hand. Okay, Ms. Chloe, Professor Reinhardt winked. You go first. I want that golden goblet over there that is spewing fire. Ah, the goblet of fire. Very good choice. Since you specialize in fire magic, this artifact will aid you greatly. Congratulations, you are now its new owner. The goblet of fire flew towards the young lady with light brown hair and transformed into a golden necklace. Chloe held the necklace and eyed the small golden goblet that would glow faintly with a red color from time to time. She could feel the power of its flames resonating with her body, so she immediately summoned her wand and conjured a fire bolt. Back then, the size of her fire bolt was only that of a tennis ball. Now, it was the size of a volleyball, which made Chloe incredibly happy. It's your turn, Ethan, Professor Reinhardt said. You may choose any of these magical artifacts. You can only choose one, so choose wisely. The blue-haired boy carefully checked the artifacts one by one, until his eyes landed on a blue ring with a runic symbol on its surface. Headmaster, what is this? Ethan asked as he pointed at the blue ring in front of him. That is a storage ring, Ethan, Professor Reinhardt replied in amusement. You can store things inside it. You can even say that it is one of the basic pieces of equipment for wizards and witches. However, although many wizards and witches have storage rings, this one is a bit special. Special? Nicole eyed the blue ring with curiosity. What makes it special, Professor? Good question. Professor Reinhardt played with his beard as he looked at the floating ring. This ring is one of the creations of the founder of this academy, Fortis Dud. It has a storage space the size of the training ground of this academy. That big? Chloe's eyes widened in shock. My storage ring only has space the size of a cardboard box. The headmaster of Brynhilder Academy waved his wand and made the ring fly towards him. Truth be told, I don't know all of this ring's abilities, Professor Reinhardt stated. Not many can use this ring because Sir Fortis added a special condition to it. Only those that the ring recognizes as its master will be able to wear it. According to the records, this ring has 7 abilities. As for what the other 6 are, only those who gain its acknowledgement will be able to unlock its mysteries. Professor Reinhardt then tried to put the ring on his ring finger, but before he could do so, it flew away from him and landed on Ethan's palm. See, Professor Reinhardt shook his head helplessly. Not everyone can wear it, even I couldn't do it. Ethan gulped as he looked at the ring on the palm of his hand. As an artifact that was personally made by one of the founders of Brynhilder Academy, it would certainly not be an ordinary thing. Go on, my boy, Professor Reinhardt said. Try to wear it. Maybe, just maybe, you will inherit the legacy of one of the founders of this academy. Ethan nodded and did as he was told. He picked up the ring on his palm and slid it onto his ring finger. The ring didn't offer any resistance, and before Ethan knew it, he was wearing the ring. A few seconds later, he felt something warm on his finger, and that feeling washed over his entire body, making him groan in comfort. Wow, Chloe grabbed hold of Ethan's hand and pulled it close to her face. A perfect fit. You are amazing, Ethan. But I didn't do anything, you know. Ethan didn't know if the new heat that was spreading through his hand was the effect of the ring or just Chloe's body heat, which made him feel tingly inside. Nicole, who had been paying close attention to Ethan since earlier, narrowed her eyes. Interesting, Nicole thought. It seems that what he did earlier wasn't a fluke. Professor Ophelia, who was standing behind Alice, couldn't believe what she was seeing. All the professors of the academy had been given the chance to wear the blue ring, but none of them had been able to succeed. Right now, Ethan was technically the candidate that she had chosen to be one of the pillars of the first years. Deep in her heart, Professor Ophelia didn't know if she should rejoice about the incident that happened at the train station or not. However, one thing was for sure. Now that the Blue Ring had recognized Ethan as its master, the boy's unexpected achievement would definitely spread to all of the professors of Brynhildr Academy. "This is the place, right?" Ethan muttered as he looked at the manor in front of him. The dilapidated gate he had just entered had the words "Dud Manor" written in it, but after looking at the wooden cottage in front of him, he wondered if he was really in the right place or not. "I guess I should check it out first since I'm already here," Ethan thought as he held the door knob. The first thing he saw when he opened the door was darkness. Complete and utter darkness. That was darker than even the darkest nights. Hello," Ethan gathered his courage as he asked out loud. "Is there anyone here?" No reply came to him, which made the blue-haired boy feel as if he was staring at the void. "I guess I came to the wrong place," Ethan sighed. However, just before he could close the door and leave, several hands came out of the darkness and grabbed onto him, pulling him inside. "Nuo!" Ethan screamed out loud as he was dragged by someone, or something, into the darkness. A moment later, he heard the loud banging of the door, which made the teenage boy's face turn pale. Just as he was about to faint from fright, the lights turned on, and he found himself being showered by colorful confetti. "Welcome to Dud Manor." Several teenage boys and girls clapped their hands to welcome the newest member of their manor, who had shown great courage in the initiation ceremony. The bewildered blue-haired boy could only look at this unexpected scene with his mouth hanging open. Clearly, this welcome that had come out of nowhere almost gave him a heart attack. "Sorry if we went too far, but we just wanted to give you a proper welcome." A young man who seemed to be in his late teens approached Ethan and helped him stand up. "Does a proper welcome mean giving me a heart attack?" Ethan patted his chest as he tried to calm his wildly beating heart. "Ha ha ha," the young man with brown hair and gray eyes chuckled as he patted the newest member of their manor on the shoulder. "We're just excited because you're the only dud that applied at the academy this year. Also, you have been chosen by Professor Ophelia as one of the pillars of the first years. We saw your performance in the initiation ceremony, and I got to say, you made us all proud. Well done, mate." Ethan gave an awkward chuckle because he wasn't really the candidate that Professor Ophelia chose. It was all an accident, but before he left the headmaster's office, Professor Ophelia talked to him in private and requested that he not divulge anything that happened in the train station. The professor promised that she would talk to him tomorrow after tying up some loose ends, which made Ethan feel as if the date of his execution had finally been decided. As the blue-haired boy regained his composure, he gazed at the residents of the Dud Manor and noticed that they numbered less than 30. He didn't know if this was a small number or not, but if he remembered correctly, there were thousands of students in the Plaza of Beginnings to welcome the first years. The first years alone numbered around 500, which meant that the number of people inside the Dud Manor was pitifully low. As if sensing his confusion, the young man who seemed to be the head of the manor patted Ethan's shoulder as if giving him some kind of assurance. "Relax, I'm sure you'll fit right in," the young man stated. "By the way, my name is Henry Weiss, and I am the prefect of Dud Manor. Pleased to meet your acquaintance." Ethan replied. "Ethan Gremory." Henry shook Ethan's hand before presenting him to the other students that called the manor their home. "Everyone, please, guide Ethan and tell him everything about the academy," Henry stated. "Since there are very few of us, we must show the other manors how united we are." As if wishing for Ethan to easily be part of the group, he introduced the members of the Dud Manor one by one. "This guy's name is Noah," Henry said as he pointed at a handsome guy with short silver hair. "He doesn't speak much, but he's pretty chill. The guy beside him is Oliver, then George. This guy here is..." Henry introduced all the boys before introducing all the girls. All in all, there were 15 guys and 7 girls inside the Dud Manor. If he added himself in the group, the total number of residents in the manor was only 23, which was still a pitifully low number compared to the other manors. The Dud Manor follows the will of the founder of the academy, Henry said, as he pointed at the portrait of Fortis, Dud that hung on the wall of the common area where they were currently sitting. Fortis Dud was a devilish-looking man with light brown hair and green eyes that seemed to be filled with wisdom. A mischievous smile hung on his face as if he was in the midst of pranking someone. Although this was the first time Ethan had seen the founder of the academy, he had a feeling that if had met Fortis long ago, he would definitely get along with him just fine. Under the founder's portrait was a quote that was written in bold silver strokes. The handwriting was almost unreadable due to the way the words were written, but one could feel the passion behind the brush strokes that were used for each word. Heroes are ordinary people who make themselves extraordinary. Ethan muttered these words and felt something resonate inside his heart. It made him feel as if a small flame was ignited in his heart. A flame that would help him cope with the challenges that were waiting for him in the future. Soon, everyone in the common room was chugging mugs of fruit juice and eating the snacks that they had snuck out from the academy's kitchen. Although Ethan still didn't know if he would be staying at the academy or not when morning came, he was very happy to share this moment in the company of those that the magic world had deemed unfit to be called wizards and witches. While the residents of the Dud Manor were happily celebrating the arrival of their newest member, the same was happening in the other manors as well. Equus Manor. You were amazing, Nicole, the head prefect of Equus Manor said with a smile, as expected of the youngest daughter of the famed Staff family. You praise me too much, Arthur, Nicole replied. Compared to me, I think the blue-haired boy did better. Although he doesn't have magic powers, he was very brave. True, Arthur nodded. It's a pity that he is a dud. If he only had stronger magical powers, he might be here in Equus Manor as well. Arthur didn't really look down on those who didn't have any magical powers in their bodies. The Equus Manor was a place for fighters and knights. For him, as long as someone did his best to uphold the code of chivalry, despite the overwhelming odds stacked up against him, that person was worthy of Arthur's recognition. Thank you for the welcoming party, as well as the hospitality, but I will be taking an early rest. Nicole gave Arthur an apologetic smile. I didn't sleep a wink last night due to excitement. Now that the initiation ceremony is over, the exhaustion has finally caught up to me. Take better care of yourself, Arthur stated. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me or any of your dorm mates. All of us here can be considered your second family. Nicole nodded before taking her leave. As she made her way towards the second floor, where the individual rooms were located, several members of Equus Manor greeted her and tried to form connections with her. However, she just apologized to them and said that she was tired and wanted to rest. Because of this, everyone backed down and allowed her to get some rest. They weren't in a hurry to form connections. After all, Nicole would be staying in the manor till she graduated from the academy. A few minutes later, Nicole finally arrived at her room. As soon as she closed the door behind her, a mocking smile appeared on her lips. I expected the initiation ceremony to be more challenging, but it seems that the dark arts professors still held back in the end, Nicole muttered as she took off her robe. The sound of rustling clothes permeated the room as the beautiful lady took off all of her clothes before standing in front of the full body mirror, which reflected her naked beauty. I hope this year will be entertaining, Nicole said softly as she ran her finger over the surface of the mirror. The images of the 4 other pillars briefly appeared on its surface before stopping on the blue-haired boy, who had an awkward smile on his face. A giggle escaped Nicole's lips as she poked Ethan's nose in the mirror. Out of all the pillars of the first years, she found the powerless, yet brave teenager very pleasing to her eyes. Good morning, Ethan. Good morning, Professor Ophelia. The initiation ceremony had ended a day ago, and, as promised, Professor Ophelia came to find Ethan at Dud Manor to talk about important things. "Come," Professor Ophelia said. "We have many things to do, but we will not talk here." Ethan glanced at the Griffon, who was standing a few meters away from them. He had seen Astrius when the professor arrived at the Plaza of Beginnings, so he wasn't surprised to see him here. "Will it eat me?" Ethan asked. "Don't worry," Professor Ophelia replied with an amused smile on her face. "A spell has been placed on Astrius forbidding him to attack any student of the academy. You will be safe with him." Ethan looked at the magical beast anxiously, but the Griffon merely nudged the boy's body with the side of his beak. It was as if Astrius was urging him to hurry up and climb on its back. After sensing that the Griffon meant him no harm, the blue-haired boy became braver and finally managed to mount the magical beast without too much difficulty. Professor Ophelia sat behind him and instructed Ethan to hold the reins firmly so he wouldn't fall off once they were up in the sky. The blue-haired boy took this advice seriously and held the reins as if his life depended on it. "Fly to Limburg, Astrius," Professor Ophelia ordered, "and take your time getting there." The Griffon nodded before flapping its wings to rise up in the air. To his surprise, Ethan didn't find the act of flying high in the sky scary. In fact, he even enjoyed the feeling of the wind brushing past his face and seeing the scenery around the academy. "Good," Professor Ophelia nodded in satisfaction. "At least you don't have a fear of heights. We might make a wizard out of you yet." It took 4 hours to reach Limburg town by carriage, but if one were to fly in the air, they could reach it in less than an hour. Professor Ophelia's goal was to buy Ethan the basic tools of a wizard, which the boy didn't have in his belongings. "The name of this land is called East Shire," Professor Ophelia explained as the Griffon glided leisurely in the sky, allowing Ethan to see the beautiful scenery in the surroundings. "It is a vast expanse of land that spans for miles on end. A world hidden from the ordinarius, which is a term we use to call the normal people who didn't possess and are not aware of the existence of magic." Ethan listened seriously as the professor explained to him about this magical world, which he had accidentally stumbled upon. "To the north, which we also call Northshire, is the place where the proud dwarfs of stone haven craft magical items that circulate around this continent. To the west is Westshire, an Eden for the elves and the fairies who live alongside nature. They are magically blessed creatures that don't need to use a wand in order to cast their magic. Although some humans can do that as well, their numbers are very few when compared to the races who are magically blessed by the World Tree. For the most part, we don't have any conflicts with them. As long as you don't desecrate their home, you will get along with them just fine." Professor Ophelia smiled as if she remembered a memory from long ago. However, she set this aside in order to continue her explanation about the world that Ethan was going to be a part of. "The south is where the Beastkins rule," Professor Ophelia stated. "Although not all of them were blessed with magic, they have superhuman strength, speed, and senses that far surpass the elves and humans. They are a stubborn lot, and it will be best if you don't get into a conflict with them. You see, Beastkins like to hold on to grudges. Some of these grudges last for generations, and even if you don't know anything about what your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents did, they will remember, and they will make you pay for it." Ethan shuddered after hearing the professor's explanation. He hoped with all of his heart that his ancestors didn't have any conflicts with the Beastkins, which he might pay for even after hundreds of years had passed. "I don't have enough time to explain everything about these 4 bordering territories, so make sure to go to the library during your free time to do some research," Professor Ophelia said. "The more you know about this world, the safer you will be." "But, Professor, I just arrived in this world by accident," Ethan replied. "Can I really stay here?" Professor Ophelia didn't answer right away. It was as if she was thinking of the proper way to answer the blue-haired boy's questions. "If the appraisal stone hadn't detected any magical powers coming from you, the headmaster would have been forced to wipe your entire memory clean," Professor Ophelia stated. "You would not have forgotten your name, your family, or anything for the past 17 years of your life. Although this is a cruel thing to do, it is important to safeguard the secrets of the magical world. Of course, we would find a way to bring you back to your family using the memories that we extracted from you, but you would never get those memories back for the rest of your life. The only silver lining is that you are still alive. If you happen to go to a different magical academy by accident, they might just use your body as fertilizer to grow some mandrakes. Ethan shuddered a second time after hearing the professor's revelation. If not for the fact that the appraisal stone managed to show a spark of magical power inside him, he might have lost all of his memories by now. But you don't have to worry about that anymore, Professor Ophelia said softly. Although you have nearly no magic power in your body, a spark was seen in the appraisal stone, which saved your life. Although you are a dud, people like you are still considered to be half-wizards and half-witches in his world. Neither Ethan nor Professor Ophelia were aware that the spark that they had seen during the appraisal ceremony was caused by the black bracelet that the blue-haired boy had received from the middle-aged woman on the train that was selling snacks from her trolley. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss, and this saved Ethan from being punished by the wizards of Brynhildr Academy. Professor Ophelia continued to tell him more about the wizard world until they arrived at the town of Limburg, where Ethan would acquire the magical tools he would need in order to properly study in Brynhildr Academy. First of all, we need to get you a raven, Professor Ophelia said as she walked side by side with the blue-haired boy, who was busy looking at his surroundings like the country bumpkin that he was. A raven? Ethan asked. A raven as in a bird raven. Yes, Professor Ophelia. Although common people use these telephones that were invented not long ago, wizards and witches still use ravens to deliver messages to people in the magic world. You will be staying in the academy for a time, so it will be useful if you use a raven to send letters to your family. Ethan nodded his head in understanding. When his grandma forced him to go to a normal academy in order to study, he planned to leave after a few days of his arrival. But now he couldn't leave because there was a chance that the professors of the academy would make their move and hunt him down, involving his grandparents in the situation he was involved in. This was something that Ethan didn't want to happen, so he decided to stay in the academy for the time being and better understand the mysteries of the magical world. Are all ravens the same? Ethan asked with curiosity. I mean, in my eyes, all of them look the same. Black birds that my grandma said were the messengers of death and misfortune. The corner of Professor Ophelia's lips rose as he listened to Ethan's words. Well, your grandma is half right, Professor Ophelia replied. In some cultures, they are seen as harbingers of misfortune, but to some, seeing a raven brings good fortune. They are very loyal and intelligent creatures. We have a saying here in the magical world that a raven knows how to hold a grudge, so you better treat them well. We had an incident where a student mistreated a raven, and the bird decided to fight back by telling its kind to attack that student on sight. Well, they didn't really hurt the child, but he found himself constantly on the lookout for bird droppings every time he found himself in an open field. Very ugly business, I tell you, especially since the academy has thousands of ravens in its aviary. The blue-haired boy gulped after hearing this story. It was at that moment when he vowed to treat his raven well, so that he wouldn't find poop on his head every time he left Dud Manor. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a large manor where countless ravens could be seen circling in the sky, and countless more were perched on its windowsills and rooftops. Some of these ravens were sleeping, while some were curiously watching the passers-by, as if they found entertainment in watching people walk past their manor. Professor Ophelia ignored the countless stares and walked towards the door with steady steps. Ethan, on the other hand, was close behind the professor, doing his best to not stare at the black birds who were staring back at him. Ah, Ophelia, to think that I would see you so soon after you purchased a raven for your niece, a middle-aged man said with a smile as soon as Ophelia and Ethan entered the manor. What can I do for you on this ominous day? Don't say the word ominous, Mr. Robert, Professor Ophelia replied. When you use the word ominous, the day really becomes ominous. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Ophelia. The ravens tell me that the one that will suffer an ominous day is not you, but the boy beside you. Oh, that's good then. I thought you were talking about me. Ethan blinked in confusion as he heard the exchange between the two adults. If his understanding was correct, the middle-aged man said that today was going to be an ominous day for him. Have we met somewhere before, child? Robert asked as he eyed Ethan from head to toe. For some reason, I feel like I've met you in the past. Sorry, sir, Ethan answered. I'm very certain that this is our first meeting. I grew up on a farm, you see, and this is the first time I've been away from home. Interesting. Robert rubbed his chin as he continued to stare at the boy in front of him. The Raven Master was the type of person who had a very good memory and was very sensitive when detecting the presence of a person. Even though it was faint, Ethan's aura felt familiar to him, which made him wonder where he had seen him in the past. Well, it's not important, Robert thought. I've seen countless people in the past, so I might have mistaken him for someone that looked like him. Robert then glanced at Professor Ophelia to talk business. Since you are here, that means you need a raven, yes? Robert smiled. Indeed, Mr. Roberts. Professor Ophelia rested her hand on Ethan's shoulders in order to introduce him formally. This boy here is Ethan Gremory. We are here today to get him a raven. Robert gave Ethan a devilish smile as if very eager to conduct business with him. You came to the right place. Aside from ravens, I don't have anything else to trade. Come here, my boy. It is best if we look for a raven that is willing to become your messenger and guide in the magical world. Robert tapped his wand on the wall, and a door magically appeared on it. With a slight push from Professor Ophelia, Ethan entered the door and found himself in what seemed to be a rainforest where ravens lived in peace. I formally welcome you to Robert's aviary, Robert said with pride. Serving the magical community since 1449. Now, wear this leather gauntlet and try to call out to the ravens here. This gauntlet shares your senses and thoughts with the ravens, allowing them to better understand you. They are very smart creatures, and once you resonate with one of them, they will perch on your gauntlet, which means that they recognize you as someone worthy of their services. I told you earlier that ravens serve as guides as well. In time, you will understand what I'm talking about. For now, just focus on finding your lifelong friend. Ethan nodded and wore the gauntlet on his hand. As soon as he did, he felt as if he was connected to countless living things whose beating hearts synchronized with his own. At first, Ethan could only hear buzzing sounds inside his head. But as time went on, these buzzing sounds slowly turned into words. Mr. Roberts, I think there is some kind of trouble. Ethan glanced behind him to tell the owner of the aviary that something seems to be wrong. However, the middle-aged man was nowhere to be found. You won't find him anywhere, you know. The old man has a sick hobby, always doing this to his customers. Yes, he should be reported to the Magical Bureau. Silly, if we do that, who's going to take care of the shop? Right, this is what they call capitalism. Well, I guess we just have to let him go then. Agreed. I second this notion. I third it. Everyone, we shouldn't talk all at once. Just look at the poor boy, he looks like he is about to pee himself. Ethan vehemently shook his head and refuted the assumption of one of the voices that was talking in his head. I'm not about to pee myself, Ethan stated. Who are you guys? Why are you all talking in my head? Calm down, little boy, one of the voices replied. There's still an hour before lunch, so we'll make this quick. You are here to be interviewed, and whether one of us recognizes you will depend on your answer. Who wants to ask the first question? Me, listen boy, what are your future plans? A snarky voice asked. Lunch, Ethan replied. I'm a bit hungry. The owner of the voice scoffed. No, silly, something long-term. Dinner then, Ethan answered with a matter-of-fact tone that made the owner of the voice almost choke in anger. This boy is dumb. I'm not interested in being his partner, the owner of the snarky voice complained. That's fine. Who wants to ask the next question? Well, the moment he entered, I felt as if we shared a bond, a calm-sounding voice commented. How about I ask him a question? Sure, go ahead. There was a slight pause, as if the owner of the calm-sounding voice was thinking of a good question to ask Ethan. What makes more noise than 50 crows sitting on 50 fence posts? The owner of the calm-sounding voice asked. My grandma when she's angry, Ethan answered in a heartbeat. Okay, I'll accept that answer. Old people are indeed loud, the owner of the calm voice commented. Next question, what is blue and sounds like a parrot? Ethan pondered for a bit before giving his answer. A blue parrot, Ethan replied. Acceptable answer as well, the owner of the calm voice chuckled. Okay, last question. What is the answer to this math problem? 383x, 983 plus 234, x 2343 divided by 243, 62. 1 plus 2, 6 equals. Ethan looked blankly in space, because this was the hardest question that the voices had ever asked him. Finally, after 3 minutes, the blue-haired boy finally managed to squeeze an answer with great uncertainty. 4,674,135.94. Ethan blinked. Yep, this person is dumb, the owner of the calm voice sighed. Not interested in making him my partner. The one acting as mediator sighed, as well before asking for someone else to ask questions. Who wants to ask question next? Suddenly, a high-pitched whistling noise spread in the forest. Although faint, Ethan also heard the flapping of wings, which made him look at his right side. There, he saw something that made him wonder if he was just seeing things. A white raven glided in his direction before nimbly landing on the leather gauntlet in his hand. The blue-haired boy stared at it, and the raven stared back at him with an amused expression on its intelligent eyes. Bloody hell, Ethan muttered. Grandma wouldn't believe me if I told her I saw a white raven. I came here to personally ask you one question, the white raven said in an amused tone. Tell me, if you were given the choice to have one magic, and only one, what kind of magic would you like to have? Ethan closed his eyes as he pondered long and hard to answer this question. After being in Brynhildr Academy, he had been exposed to magic, and for him, it is both a scary and wonderful thing. Truth be told, he envied his cousin, Chloe, because she could shoot fire bolts with her wand. He also envied Alice because she was able to shoot icicles and turn monsters into ice statues. The irony of this was that the question that the white raven asked him was the same question he had asked himself ever since he discovered that magic was real. If he could only choose one magic in the world, what kind of magic would he like to have? I'm a very fickle person and very greedy as well, Ethan stated after he finished pondering the answer to this question. When I first saw my cousin, Chloe, summon a fire bolt, I thought, I wish I can do that as well. Then, after seeing more kinds of magic, I thought that I wanted to have those as well. So, if I can only have one magic in the world, I wish to have the magic that can copy the magic of others. That way, I will be able to use many kinds of magic. A faint whistle escaped the white raven's beak, which made the blue-haired boy wonder if he gave the right answer. Although he knew that his answer was quite ambitious, that was what he genuinely felt after accidentally becoming part of the magic world. You are indeed very greedy, the white raven replied, and pretty ambitious as well. However, what you wish for is something you already possess. You just don't know how to make it happen. I already possess it. Yes, I can see unlimited potential in you. This is why I've decided to become your guide. The white raven bowed its head, and a white glowing ball of light emerged from its body. A moment later, this ball of light slowly flew towards Ethan's chest, burrowing itself inside his body. For a brief moment, the blue-haired boy saw a vision of him flying in the sky, gliding in the air, and seeing the world from above. However, it didn't take long before he realized that the visions he was seeing were not his own, but the white raven. It was as if the latter had shared his wisdom with him, allowing him to better understand the world he was currently in. The contract has been established, the white raven said. Ethan, I will allow you to bestow a name upon me. Please choose a good name because names have power. Depending on my name, I may or may not be able to perform certain tasks that are deemed impossible by many. So make sure to give me a good name. Ethan lightly brushed the white raven's back, feeling the smoothness of its feathers under his touch. Dantalion, Ethan said softly. From now on, your name will be Dantalion. So it shall be, Dantalion replied. From this moment onwards, I am Dantalion, your guide, your friend, your ally, and your messenger. I look forward to seeing your growth, Ethan. Thank you, Dantalion, Ethan smiled. Guide me well. From high in the sky, a certain middle-aged man looked at this scene with a satisfied smile on his face. To think that someone without any magic in his body has been able to make a pact with the leader of the unkindness, Robert smirked. I can vaguely sense the stirring of a storm in Eastshire. I wonder, will this boy be at the center of it all? Robert didn't know the answer to this question. However, he was fine with that. He was the Raven Master, and whatever his wards could see, he saw them as well. But, with the restrictions placed over him, the only thing he could do was watch and never touch. For that was the role he, and the other Roberts, who came before him, played in Eastshire. They are silent watchers of the magical world, unable to do anything except record the unseen history of wizards and witches and their struggles that were slowly pushing his beloved world to ruin. Now that you got your raven, we are now going to get you a broom, Professor Ophelia stated. But I have to say, I never thought that I'd see a white raven in Mr. Roberts' aviary. Is this the first time a white raven has been sold in his shop? Ethan asked. He was feeling a bit smug because he was recognized by a raven that wasn't normally seen in the wild. Well, I can certainly say that you're not the first, Professor Ophelia smirked. There was once a great wizard, or should I say half-wizard, that owned a white raven in the past. Ethan became curious after the professor mentioned that the first one to have a white raven was a half-wizard. Oh, who is that person? Ethan asked. Fortis Dud, Professor Ophelia replied in a heartbeat, one of the founders of Brynhildr Academy. The blue-haired boy's eyes widened in shock after hearing the professor's reply. Don't gawk there, silly boy. Professor Ophelia flicked Ethan's forehead with her fingers, making the latter yelp in pain. We're here. Now just pick a broomstick and we can get your wand. Ethan rubbed his forehead as he followed the professor inside the shop. The first thing he saw were several broomsticks lined up on shelves, which went all the way up to the ceiling and to the back of the shop. Just as he was about to grab a random one from one of the shelves, the clerk of the shop greeted them with a smile. Welcome to Brooms for All Seasons. A lady who seemed to be in her early 30s greeted Professor Ophelia and Ethan with a smile. What kind of broom are you looking for? We have brooms for long-distance flight, brooms for kids that have safety mechanisms installed, brooms for leisure flying, and all-purpose brooms that fly and can be used for cleaning as well. Give me an all-purpose broom, please, Ethan replied. Certainly. The clerk took a broom from the shelf and presented it to the blue-haired boy. This is called Cumulus 2000. It can fly up to 100 kph and is very efficient in sweeping trash, including people. The clerk gave Ethan a playful wink, which made the blue-haired boy chuckle. You said that this can fly, right? Ethan asked. How do brooms fly? Oh, a first-timer. The clerk nodded in understanding. Very well. This is also a perfect opportunity to test the product and see if it's working. The clerk placed the broom on top of a table before walking away from it. You see, all brooms are unique and they require a certain password to activate their flight mechanism, the clerk explained. Of course, in order to activate it, the wizard's magic power is required. Right now, the default password for this model is Cumulus. As soon as the clerk said the password, the broom rose up from the table and flew towards her. It stopped a meter away from her and lowered itself a meter above the ground to allow the clerk to sit on top of it. The clerk, however, didn't sit and simply picked it up and placed it back on top of the table. Now, you try. The clerk made a gesture for Ethan to call for the broom, using the password that she had used earlier. "Cumulus," Ethan said as he looked expectantly at the broom on top of the table. A second passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened. "Cumulus," the clerk stated, and immediately the broom flew in her direction. Professor Ophelia, who was standing beside Ethan's side. She had already expected something like this to happen, so she decided to tell the confused-looking clerk about Ethan's difficulties. "He is a dud," Professor Ophelia stated. "His magic power is not the best, even among his peers." "Ah," the clerk nodded in understanding before giving the handsome boy a pitiful gaze. "I'm sorry, but only those that can wield magic can ride broomsticks." Ethan sighed in his heart, because he thought that he would be able to fly in the sky with a broomstick like in the fairy tale that he had read in the past. However, after finding out that he couldn't ride it because of his inability to use magic, he was truly disappointed. Seeing Ethan's disappointed look, Professor Ophelia decided to leave the shop with him. But before he could do that, the door behind them opened and an old man wearing glasses entered with an excited look on his face. "I did it, Anna," the old man said in excitement. "I finally did it. Behold the wind dancer." The old man opened the wooden box in his hand that was nearly 2 meters long. Inside it, a broom made from an unknown type of wood could be seen. The handle had a dark brown shade, while the bristles of the broom were pure black. Unlike the Cumulus 2000, the handle of the wind dancer was thicker, and looked like it was a weapon that can be used to whack people until their faces turn black and blue. "Have you really finished it, Mr. Carwell?" the clerk Anna asked. "Does it even fly?" "Of course it can fly," Mr. Carwell replied. "Heck, even a dud can fly in this thing. It runs on mana cores, the first of its kind. Although buying mana cores to maintain its flying mechanism might get costly in the long run, it is still an all-purpose broomstick that can be used even if you don't have magic. I've gone to great lengths in order to make this broomstick." "How much?" Professor Ophelia, who was listening at the side, approached the excited old man and interrupted his explanation. "Excuse me," Mr. Carwell asked back. "This is the first of its kind. I've only tested it a few times, so I can't sell it to anyone unless I'm sure that it is safe to use." "Pardon my rudeness." Professor Ophelia gave the old man an apologetic look before introducing herself. "My name is Ophelia Quinn, and I am a professor in Brynhilder Academy. This boy here is Ethan Gremory. We have come here today to purchase a broom. However, he is unable to make it fly because he is a dud." The countenance of the old man immediately changed as he looked at the blue-haired boy that was looking at the broomstick on the table. "A dud, you say?" Mr. Carwell took out his wand and lightly tapped Ethan's chest with it. A moment later, he looked at the tip of his wand as if making sure of something. "Are you sure he is a dud and not an ordinarius?" Mr. Carwell frowned. "I don't sense any magical power coming from him." "He is a dud," Professor Ophelia insisted. "The appraisal stone in the academy proved it." Mr. Carwell gave Ethan an appraising look. "I see." Professor Ophelia, who had already broken the ice, decided to press on while the iron was still hot and made her voice heard. "You said earlier that even duds can use this broom, right, Professor Ophelia? If that's the case, how about you let him buy it? If he can really make it fly, then it means that what you declared earlier is true." Mr. Carwell broke out from his daze after hearing Professor Ophelia's words. For a brief moment, he considered it, but half a minute later he shook his head firmly. "Like I said, this product hasn't been fully tested yet," Mr. Carwell explained. "I cannot in good conscience sell a product that hasn't passed my safety regulations. It's not about my reputation that is at stake here, but the life of a teenage boy. I will not be able to sleep peacefully at night knowing that an accident might occur any time while he is using my creation." Mr. Carwell's voice was firm, making Professor Ophelia nod her head in defeat. Just as she was about to drag Ethan out of the shop, so the boy wouldn't get disappointed any further, the old man said something that made her stop in her tracks. "While I may not be able to sell it now, that doesn't mean that I can't sell it in the future," Mr. Carwell stated. After I finish testing it for safety, I will contact you, Professor Ophelia. The old man's gaze softened as he shifted his attention to Ethan. The reason why I made the wind dancer is to allow those who have given up on flying in the sky, because they possess no magical powers, to once again gain hope, Mr. Carwell said softly. The wind dancer is the first of its kind, so its success will pave the way for these dreams to become a reality. The old man then walked towards Ethan and patted his shoulder. Give me a month at the earliest and 2 at the longest, Mr. Carwell declared. I will fine-tune this broomstick and send it to you, Ethan. I look forward to seeing you soar in the sky and become the beacon for those who have given up their hope of ever flying in the sky. The old man's words were filled with determination, which carried a promise. His passionate words touched Ethan's heart, and he thanked Mr. Carwell for giving him the opportunity to test his newest creation. After rekindling his hope, Ethan left the brooms for all seasons with a spring in his step. Now that the issue with the broomstick was over, there was only one thing left to do, and that was to buy a wand, which was something that every wizard and witch must possess. Ever since Ethan arrived in the magical world, he wondered if having a wand would be able to let him use magic. However, as he and Professor Ophelia walked towards the magic wand store, the professor told him that wands were similar to flying broomsticks. Even if you had a magical wand in your possession, if you didn't have an ounce of magical power, you would never be able to cast spells. This dampened Ethan's mood, and he no longer felt excited about acquiring a wand. However, since they were already there, Professor Ophelia was determined to get him one. Right now, Ethan was technically her chosen candidate. Because of this, she needed to at least give him the proper tools in order for him to properly study in Brynhildr Academy. Truth be told, even the professor didn't know if what she was doing was right. However, she believed that, even if Ethan couldn't really use magic for the duration of his stay in Brynhildr Academy, there would be no harm as long as he tried his best to learn magic. Everyone in the magic world knew that the magic of duds was unreliable at best, and non-existent at worst. However, since the appraisal stone had detected a trace of magic, even though it barely existed, it still allowed the blue-haired boy to stay in Brynhildr Academy to study magic. Don't be so down, Ethan, Professor Ophelia. Have you forgotten? Fortis Dud is just like you. He was called a talentless and magicless wizard in the past. However, he was still one of the heroes of the continent that defeated the demon lord. You may not be able to surpass his glory, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't distinguish yourself from the rest of the wizards and witches in Brynhildr Academy. Ethan reluctantly nodded his head as he walked beside the professor. A few minutes later, they arrived at a store that was called Sanders. Sanders, makers of wands since 300 BC, Ethan blinked. Is this some kind of advertising campaign just to get customers? Of course not, silly boy, Professor Ophelia. Sanders has been on this continent for a very long time. This is just one of their branches in Eastshire. Did the existence of wizards and witches start during that time? They have existed for far longer than that. Magic has been around since time immemorial. The long-lived elves were the first one to harness its power because they are the guardians of the world tree, Yggdrasil. The other races slowly learned through trial and error. As for humans, although we are a short-lived race, we are more numerous and like innovation the most. The concept of using wands to channel magical powers from our body and amplify them was our creation. Of course, there are also wizards and witches who channel the magical powers around them to use as their own and cast magic in that manner. Ethan, who was listening seriously to the professor's explanation, suddenly had a brilliant idea. Professor, can I also channel the power in my surroundings and use it as my own to cast my magic? It is possible. This information gave Ethan hope that he would still have a way to use magic, even if he didn't possess any magical powers inside his body. Ah, good morning, customers. An old man with glasses greeted Professor Ophelia and Ethan as soon as they entered the door. What may I do for you today? Mr. Mason, we need a wand for this boy, Professor Ophelia said. Can you give him a recommendation? The old man adjusted his glasses and smiled. My, if it is Professor Magnolia, Mr. Mason smiled. How is everyone in the academy? It's Ophelia, Mr. Mason, Professor Ophelia corrected. Yes, I heard you the first time, Camellia. Mr. Mason made a gesture for his two guests to come closer. A wand recommendation for this boy, you say? Mr. Mason eyed the blue-haired boy for half a minute before taking out a wooden box behind him. Your name is Ethan Gremory, right? Mr. Mason asked. 17 years old and currently staying in Dud Manor. How? Ethan looked at the old man with a dumbfounded look on his face. He couldn't believe that the same person who kept getting Professor Ophelia's name wrong was able to know his full name, age, as well as the manner he was staying in the academy with just a glance. How isn't important, Mr. Mason replied, as he took the lid off the box and presented its contents to the blue-haired boy who was looking back at him in disbelief. What is important is that you give this wand a wave. The old man handed a gray wand to Ethan and took a step back. Go on, try it, Mr. Mason urged. The blue-haired boy stared at the wand in his hand and pointed it at the wooden target practice at the corner of the store with great expectations. Ignis Fulmine, Ethan shouted. This was the spell that Chloe used inside the dungeon, allowing her to hurl fire bolts at the zombies that attacked them. Ethan had wished he could do the same, so the first spell he tried to cast was his cousin's fire bolt spell. A few seconds of awkward silence passed by before Mr. Mason cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Some people have specific elemental affinities, Mr. Mason explained. For example, even if someone has strong magical powers, but their affinity lies in ice magic, they will not be able to cast fire magic. Of course, there are exceptions. There are several individuals who have multiple affinities allowing them to use 2 to 3, sometimes even more, elements. However, it seems that you're not one of them, Mr. Gremory. What you need to do is cast a universal spell that anyone can use. Now, say the words, Lux Eterna. Ethan took a deep breath before raising his wand high up in the air. Lux Eterna. Another awkward silence passed before Mr. Mason took the wand out of the blue-haired boy's hand and returned it inside the box. Maybe some other wands will do. Mr. Mason returned the wooden box to its rightful place as he rummaged through the other shelves of his shop. A minute later, he returned with another wooden box in his hands and presented it to Ethan. Okay, try this one, Mr. Mason stated. Ethan nodded and once again raised the wand high up in the air and shouted the magical words that would bring light to the world. Lux Eterna. A few seconds later, Ethan returned the wand to Mr. Mason with a face filled with disappointment. Forget it, Professor, Ethan sighed. Just get me a mass-produced wand. Spending gold on an expensive wand is just a waste of money. Mr. Mason shook his head helplessly before lightly tapping the boy's head with the wooden box in his hand, making the latter cry out in pain. Boy, are you making fun of me? Mr. Mason asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. We don't make mass-produced wands in this shop. Every wand in this shop is tailored to perfection. You see, it's not the person who chooses the wand. It's the wand that chooses the person. We just haven't found the right wand for you. Ethan chuckled before shaking his head. Mr. Mason, for example, I'm just an ordinary person who happened to fancy myself into buying a wand in your shop. Then, as the good man that you are, you tried to help me find a wand that will suit me. However, since I have no magic power whatsoever, even if you allowed me to test every single wand in this shop, it would be useless. I have no magic power, therefore I can't use my gouch. While Ethan was talking, a wooden box that was on a shelf above his head mysteriously fell, stopping the blue-haired boy's pitiful monologue. Mr. Mason hurriedly picked up the wooden box to see if the wand inside it was damaged. However, after seeing its model, a thought came into his head. I wonder, Mr. Mason thought as he stared at the black wand inside the box, completely ignoring the blue-haired boy who now had a bump on his head. A minute later, The old man turned to look at the teary-eyed boy, who was being treated with a magical potion by Professor Ophelia. "Ethan, hold this wand," Mr. Mason said. "I told you already, Mr. Mason," Ethan replied as he reached out his hand to hold the wand presented to him. "It's Uzel." As soon as he touched the handle of the wand, something unbelievable happened. He found himself standing on what seems to be a clear, blue sea that spanned for miles on end. A moment later, he heard a playful giggle behind his back, which made him slowly turn his head to see where it came from. The moment he laid his eyes on her, the blue-haired boy stood frozen in place due to the sheer beauty of the lady that was smiling back at him. She had deep blue hair, and her upper half was bare for him to see. However, something else caught his attention. Instead of legs, he saw what seemed to be a rainbow-colored fishtail from her waist down. Seeing his reaction, the mermaid giggled before opening her arms wide as if to welcome Ethan with a big hug. For some reason, his body moved on his own and floated in the air. A moment later, the blue-haired boy found himself being hugged by the beautiful mermaid. "Finally, I am now a part of your world," the beautiful mermaid whispered in Ethan's ears. The mermaid then cupped Ethan's face and kissed his lips, making him taste something sweet like honey. A few seconds later, that beautiful blue world disappeared, along with the mermaid who had stolen his first kiss. Ethan found himself back inside the wand shop. Mr. Mason and Professor Ophelia were looking at him in a weird manner. "Well, I know that the wand in your hands is a work of art, so it is perfectly normal for you to kiss it," Mr. Mason chuckled. "I assume that you find this wand to your liking, Ethan." "We'll be taking this wand, Mr. Mason," Professor Ophelia said in a voice filled with amusement. "But can you tell me what the core ingredient used to create this wand is?" Mr. Mason nodded as he looked at the wand in Ethan's hand, who was currently blushing due to embarrassment. "The core of this wand is made from a rainbow scale of the mermaid princess," Mr. Mason replied. "It is one of a kind, and no other wand here in my store, nor any of the wands in the other branches of Sanders, that is like it." After hearing Mr. Mason's explanation, Ethan stared at his wand with a flushed face. For some reason, the sweetness of his first kiss still lingered in his lips, just like the memory of the mermaid princess that was still fresh in his mind. After they finished their shopping trip, Professor Ophelia and Ethan flew back to Brynhilder Academy to rest. There was still a week before classes formally started. During this period, the first years could familiarize themselves with the academy, as well as get a better understanding of the magical courses through their seniors. As soon as Ethan returned to the academy, the first thing he did was go to his room to take a nap. However, after an hour, he was awakened by the light poking he was feeling on his nose and cheeks. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was his cousin, Chloe, who was just about to poke his nose for the umpteenth time. "What are you doing?" Ethan asked. "And why are you here? Don't you belong to the Jaeger Manor?" "I am just testing if you are a light sleeper or not," Chloe stuttered. "Also, anyone can visit the other manors as long as they've gained the permission of a tenth of their members, or get direct permission from the prefect of the manor. Your prefect, Sir Henry, is a good person. He allowed me to enter without too much fuss." Ethan lightly rubbed his face before propping himself up into a seated position. The number of people inside the Dud Manor was only 23 people. All Chloe needed was to gain the approval of 3 people, and she would be allowed to enter the manor without any problems. However, since she got the approval of Henry, she was able to bypass this rule easily. "Why did they let you enter?" Ethan asked. "Did you tell them that I am your cousin?" Chloe shook her head. "I don't need to tell them anything because they already knew about that. During the initiation ceremony, all the pillars were being monitored, and whatever they did in the dungeon was projected to the entire academy. When I knocked on the door of the manor, your prefect, Sir Henry, recognized me and invited me in." Ethan sighed. However, after thinking about the matter carefully, he noticed one little problem with Chloe's story. "I understand why you are able to enter the manor," Ethan said. "But how are you able to enter my room?" Because you didn't lock your door, silly, Chloe replied in a teasing tone. Otherwise, how could I enter so easily? These doors are protected by magic. Even if someone were to use an unlocking spell, they would not be able to open it from the outside. Only the headmaster of the academy, as well as the prefect of the manor, can forcefully open the door using their authority. Ethan scratched his head because he couldn't remember if he locked the door or not. After he returned to the manor, he was dead tired, so he slept as soon as entered the room. Okay, now that I answered your questions, time to give it to me, Chloe said with a smile. Give what? Ethan asked. Your spare key. And why must I give you my spare key? So I can visit you anytime. Huh? The blue-haired boy looked at his pretty cousin as if she was out of her mind. He couldn't understand why Chloe was asking for his spare key that would allow her to enter his room at any given time. Wait a minute. Ethan lightly patted his cheeks to shake off the remnants of his drowsiness. Isn't there something wrong with this? A girl coming to a guy's room anytime. You're asking for trouble, little lady. What's the problem? Chloe arched an eyebrow. We are cousins. Not blood-related cousins. And your point? Chloe crossed her arms over her chest as she eyed the blue-haired boy in disdain. It's not like I'm asking for your room key to spend the night with you or anything, Chloe stated. Don't get the wrong idea, okay? Also, if you don't give me your spare key, I'll write a letter to Grandma Agnes and tell her that you bullied me. Here is the key. Ethan took the key from inside his pocket and handed it directly to Chloe. For some reason, his grandma had always spoiled Chloe and would often side with her in everything. There was even a time when he accidentally heard his grandma talking to Chloe's mother that he and the young lady, to whom he had just given the key to his room, should get married when Ethan turned 18. Chloe was a year younger than him and had just turned 16 this year. She was indeed very pretty, and Ethan had no doubt that in a year or two, his cousin would bloom like a beautiful flower that would attract dozens of bees. The young lady with long, light brown hair deftly hid the spare key inside her pockets and flashed her cousin a sweet smile, which made Ethan feel as if he was about to be eaten up while he was sleeping. I was unable to ask this before due to the circumstances that you were in, but how did you meet Professor Ophelia? Chloe asked. Why did she choose you to become a pillar? Ethan gave Chloe a solemn gaze as he debated whether he should tell his cousin the truth or not. Right now, he was clueless about a lot of things, so having someone to help keep him safe and look after him was a good thing. Listen, Chloe, there's something I have to tell you, Ethan said. However, I want you to promise me that you will not tell this to anyone, including Grandma, okay? Ethan trusts Chloe just as much as he trusted his grandparents. She had been his confidant over the past few years, and she had never revealed his secrets to anyone. Okay, Chloe nodded. She could tell that the blue-haired boy wanted to confide in her, so she decided to listen and keep his secret like she always did. You see, it all started when Grandma took me to the train station, Ethan stated. The moment he started talking, Ethan felt as if the frustration that he had been holding back for a long time finally broke free from the shackles that held it back. Chloe's face changed from amazement to shock to anxiety as she listened to her cousin's story. When it all ended, a pin-drop silence descended inside Ethan's room as he and his cousin remained silent. This silence was finally broken when Chloe reached out to hold the blue-haired boy's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. I'll keep this a secret for you, Chloe stated. However, I don't think you need to worry about anything. The appraisal stone has classified you as a dud, so you can stay here in the academy without fear. Although the circumstances of you being here was a complete accident, it doesn't change the fact that you're now a member of the Dud Manor. You belong in this world now. Chloe's words and touch made Ethan feel warm in his heart, which slightly eased the worries that he had pushed to the back of his mind. Thank you, Chloe, Ethan replied. I'm glad that you're here with me in the academy. The young lady smiled. Don't worry, I will look after you. Have you ever thought about who you are going to team up with in our practical tests? Practical test? Ethan asked back. What's that? Let's just take the initiation ceremony as an example, Chloe replied. That is an example of a practical test. If you're not confident in taking these tests solo, you can team up with other people. But we are in different manners. Is that even possible? Yes, the Academy even promotes cross-manner interactions. For example, the Terra Manor is a place that specializes in nature magic. Most of their members have no fighting abilities and can only help heal others. Because of this, they needed to team up with manors that specialize in offensive magic during practical exams. Only the true powerful students like Nicole, who fought the boss alone, can go solo. The magic of duds is unreliable at best, so they join other groups in order to get a free ride in these types of tests. The more Ethan listened to Chloe's explanation, the more he understood that he truly needed her help. Half an hour later, the two decided to become partners and challenge practical tests together, which made Chloe incredibly happy. For her, spending time with Ethan was always a good thing. Now that he was in the same academy as her, she decided to make sure to keep watch on the handsome blue-haired boy so that he wouldn't be snatched away by the other talented witches in Brynhildr Academy. In Brynhildr Academy, practical tests were just as important as daily lessons. They were needed to prepare the students for field missions that the Academy would assign from time to time. Usually, first years only did these missions once a month, and always under the supervision of an upperclassman. These missions were meant to test how capable the young wizards and witches were, and their merits and rewards would be based on their performance. Listen closely, okay? The prefect of Dud Manor, Henry, tapped the blackboard with his wand. Since you're just a first year, you'll probably start doing field missions in the next 2 months. Before that, I will explain the basics to you. Ethan nodded his head as he listened seriously to Henry's explanation. There are several types of divisions when it comes to field missions, Henry continued his explanation. The first type is what we call solo or soloists. These wizards and witches are able to complete missions on their own and are highly regarded by the Academy. That girl, Nicole Lestat, is probably aiming to become a soloist. I was very impressed by her performance. When the initiation ceremony started, all the pillars that were chosen by the professors were observed by everyone through special projections that acted like TVS. Everyone saw how Nicole defeated the zombies effortlessly, as well as one-shotted the boss monster, whom Ethan's group had trouble with. Soloists who can complete missions alone are given the highest merit points, as well as rewards. Henry continued his explanation. Merit points can be used to purchase special items that are exclusive to the Academy. Of course, there are also manor-exclusive items that you can purchase using merit points as well. Our manor's exclusive utility belt is a hot seller, and many students purchase one of them before or after completing their first mission. Henry smiled as he pointed at the utility belt that had many pockets on his waist. As a member of the Dud Manor, you will get one for free. But for now, let me continue my explanation. Henry picked up the chalk and started writing on the blackboard, creating a pyramid system that explained the hierarchy of the different divisions. The one on top is the solo, or soloists, Henry stated. The one below them are the duos. Just like the name implies, this division is composed of 2 people. Usually, one of them will always be an offensive type, and one a defensive or healer type. Of course, there are also instances when both duos specialize in offense, thereby clearing the mission faster. Henry paused for a bit before pointing at the next division. For duos, the rewards will be split into 2, Henry explained. Any rewards they gain will be shared equally between the 2 people. Merit points will be shared that way as well. This is why people who are able to solo missions go alone, because they don't have to split the rewards with anyone else. Also, the merit points and the rewards they receive are doubled. These people are what we call VIP, because everyone wants to become their customers. Ethan nodded. This was quite easy to understand. If soloists didn't get some extra benefits from completing a mission alone, then there was no point to go solo. The next is trio, Henry stated. Similar to duo, the rewards will be divided into 3 parts. However, trios are more balanced because this allows them to have more flexibility. There can be 2 fighters and 1 healer type in the party, giving them higher survivability. Henry kept on writing on the blackboard, while Ethan simply looked. He had no need to take down notes because his memory was very good. Although he didn't have an eidetic memory, photographic memory, his ability to remember things was just as good. The final one is quattro. Henry encircled the word quattro on the blackboard. Most missions, especially the hard ones, are done by quattros. On rare occasions, 2 quattros would merge, forming an octo. This is the highest number of members that is allowed at any given time in a single team. Right now, you and your cousin have formed a duo. But in the future, don't hesitate to recruit more people if you think that you and Chloe will not be able to handle it on your own. It is better to ask for help than fail miserably, or worse, die because of pride and stupidity. Ethan, although first years don't go on dangerous missions, there's always a chance that things can get out of control. If that happens, what you need to do is run. The prefect of the Dud Manor looked at the blue-haired boy with a solemn gaze. Clearly, Henry was doing his best to inform their newest member about the reality of the practical exams. "Sir Henry, I have a question," Ethan asked. "When we get merit points, does that mean we can trade with anyone? Can I also sell something for merit points?" "Don't add sir and just call me Henry," Henry replied. "And yes, you can trade with anyone in the academy for merit points. This works both ways. You can be the buyer or you can be the seller. Whatever works is fine, as long as you don't break the rules of the academy." Ethan nodded in understanding. He was very curious about what kinds of items he could buy with merit points, so he asked his prefect, and the latter was more than willing to answer his questions. 3 hours later, Ethan met Chloe at the Plaza of Beginnings. Both of them were going to explore the academy together in order to familiarize themselves with all of its landmarks. However, just as the two were about to start their adventure, a beautiful young lady with long pink hair called out to them. "Are the 2 of you planning to explore the academy?" Nicole asked with a smile. "What a coincidence, I was planning to do that as well. How about we all go together?" Ethan and Chloe exchanged a glance. The blue-haired boy just shrugged while his cousin pondered a bit. In the end, both agreed that having Nicole accompany them wasn't a bad thing. Also, it would be best to have a reliable person in their group, just in case they got lost or something. The 3 then first headed east to check the library of the academy, because Ethan wanted to borrow a book about the history of the magical world. This way, he would better understand the history of the wizards and witches, whom he had thought were only the stuff of myths and legends. Wow. This was the first time that Ethan had seen a library as big as the library in the academy. But he wasn't actually amazed at the size of the library, but the books inside the library. The books were actually flying and acting like birds. The students that were in the library would just raise their wands high in the air, and the books that they wanted would fly to them automatically. "You ain't seen nothing yet, Ethan." Nicole smirked as she raised her own wand and waved it in the air. A moment later, dozens of books flew in her direction and merged together, forming a projection similar to a 98-inch flat-screen TV. The projection showed the Easter region and all the landmarks and popular attractions in it. The beautiful lady with long pink hair then pointed at Brynhildr Academy, zooming in on its location. "Tada!" Nicole made a gesture as she presented the complete map of Brynhildr Academy with all the landmarks available. "Isn't it great?" The pink-haired lady then tapped the location of the Great Eagle Forest, which was the forest on the outskirts of the academy grounds that many wild beasts call their home. Several of the creatures that lived inside the forest appeared in the projection, making Ethan and Chloe look at it with wonder. "Lovely," Chloe commented, "but why is there no sound?" She had noticed that although the pictures were showing animals as they moved in the wild, she wasn't able to hear their roars, growls, shrieks, and chirping. "That's because this is the library," Nicole said as she pressed a finger over her lip. "All the books are in silent mode. If you want to hear the sounds, you can just turn it on using magic. But do it inside your room and not in the library, okay? Nicole winked at Ethan, which made the blue-haired boy sigh internally. Unfortunately, I can't use this method because I can't use magic, Ethan thought. But it's good to know that I don't need to spend a lot of time looking for books. I can just ask the librarian to call them for me. Several minutes later, the three teenagers continued their exploration. After going to the library, they went to the gardens of the academy where the flowers were in full bloom all year round. Several little fairies that had butterfly wings were taking care of the flowers, which made Chloe's eyes sparkle. These fairies were only a hand tall, and their beautiful appearances could easily captivate those who saw them. Fairies, this is the first time I've seen fairies, Chloe said in awe as she approached one of the fairies that was sitting on top of a red rose. You're so pretty. And you look ugly, the fairy replied. Stupid B***TCH. Excuse me. Chloe blinked because she thought that she had just had a hallucination after talking to the fairy. Wow, you're so pretty, the fairy said with a smile. Do you have candies? Sorry, I don't have candies with me. Then what are you doing here? Scram ugly. The fairy then blew something on the palm of her hand, creating a pollen cloud that hit Chloe's face, making her sneeze repeatedly. Ha ha ha, serves you right. The naughty fairy laughed as she flew around Chloe, hurling insults at her. When you want to talk to fairies, you must give us something sweet. Otherwise, you are in for a nasty treat. Chloe was very tempted to shoot a fire bolt at the fairy for playing a prank on her. But before she could do that, Ethan made his move and called out to the naughty, red-haired fairy who was about to cast another sneezing spell on Chloe. I have candies with me, Ethan said as he presented several candies wrapped in colorful wrappers on his hand. Take as many as you like. Wow, thank you. The fairy immediately took one of the candies, which was nearly half her size. I like you. What's your name, handsome? Ethan. Nice to meet you, Ethan. My name is Ruby. Can I share the rest of the candies to my friends? Ethan nodded with a smile. Of course. Lily gave the blue-haired boy a very sweet smile before facing the garden. Girls, we have some candies here, Ruby shouted. Come and get it before it's gone. Dozens of fairies stopped what they were doing and immediately flew towards the blue-haired boy like a swarm of bees. You have candies. Got any chocolates? I don't like sour candies. I only eat sweet ones. Can I have two? The candies in Ethan's hands immediately disappeared, so he had no choice but to take out more candies from his storage ring. The storage ring that he received as a prize didn't require any magic to activate. According to the headmaster, Professor Reinhardt, the gem embedded on its center was made from the highest-grade beast core that was taken from the heart of a blue dragon. This meant that it had enough magical power to light up the entire academy for 50 years, and would still have power to spare. When all the fairies had a candy each, they all said their thanks and returned to their duty of maintaining the garden. However, before they left, all of them said that Ethan could come and visit them anytime, on the condition that he would bring them something sweet to eat. I'll never look at fairies the same way again, Chloe muttered. They're nasty little buggers. Nicole giggled after hearing Chloe's words. Fairies are natural pranksters, Nicole commented. It is very rare for them to get along with other races. They also have a peculiar ability to know which people are good or bad. They especially hate those who are mean to little children and will not hesitate to use their own magic to punish them if need be. They also like to hold grudges and will often call for backup to get revenge on those who wronged them. There is even a saying in the magical world, you are better off offending a dwarf than offending a fairy. Nicole then glanced at the blue-haired boy, who was walking by her side with a smile. The fairies wouldn't have approached you if you were a bad person, Ethan, Nicole stated. It seems that you got the fairies' stamp of approval. Chloe pouted. Does that mean that I'm a bad person because the fairy attacked me? Of course not, Nicole giggled. If you were really a bad person, that fairy would not have used a sneezing spell on you. They would have immediately unleashed wind blades that can easily cut a bamboo tree in half. Unlike us, they don't need to use wands to cast magic. They can do it just by thinking or waving their hands. After leaving the gardens, the three continued to explore the academy until they arrived at the training grounds where wizards and witches practiced their offensive magic on test dummies. There was also an arena on the far right side of the training ground, which Nicole explained to be the place where magical duels took place. Currently, there was a crowd gathering at the arena, which meant that a magical duel was taking place. It seems that Langston is up to his old tricks again, Nicole frowned after seeing the handsome wizard with short blonde hair and blue eyes standing in the arena. Now, just who is his opponent this time? Nicole shifted her gaze to a lady with long red hair, who had a scowl on her face. He's facing off against Garnet. The corner of Nicole's lips rose up to a smile because she recognized who the red-haired lady was. Looks like we're about to see something fun. Look closely, Ethan, Chloe. This is a fight that you should pay close attention to. Nicole had heard stories of the second-year student from the Equus Manor, who specialized in fire magic. Her control over her unique ability was so good that she was given the moniker Scarlet Witch by everyone in the academy due to how reactive her magic and her temper were. Ethan had never seen a magical duel before, so she listened to Nicole's advice and paid attention to the two combatants that were about to hurl spells at each other. Unknown to the students, two professors were paying attention to the duel that was about to happen. One of them was the beautiful professor that gave Ethan the molding ball that he used during the initiation ceremony. The other was a professor wearing knightly clothes, who oversaw everything that was happening in the training grounds. "Who do you think will win?" the beautiful professor asked. "I have no clue," the knightly professor replied. "All I know is that this is the first duel that has happened inside the academy since the new school term began. This year's first years are a rowdy lot." The beautiful professor laughed because she agreed with her acquaintance's reply. She had indeed seen some promising first years, and one of them was paying close attention to the match that was about to start. "I've heard that the Scarlet Witch was one of the pillars of last year's first years," Nicole said, as he gave Ethan a sidelong glance. "She must be good to have been personally chosen by a professor of the academy." The blue-haired boy pretended that he didn't hear Nicole's statement and simply focused his attention on the two duelists in the center of the arena. "Isn't that first year one of the pillars? I believe his name is Langston Care. Isn't that the noble family that holds great influence over the other nobles in Eastshire? Indeed, it seems that he challenged one of the pillars last year in order to redeem himself from failing the initiation ceremony. What a feisty kid. Just because he is handsome and his family is of noble standing, he thinks he can do anything he wants here in the academy. Is that jealousy I hear? I'm sure that if you had his qualifications, you'd probably do the same." Ethan listened to the chatter in his surroundings and understood a bit of what was happening. It seemed that Langston had taken the initiative to offend the Scarlet Witch, Garnet, forcing her to challenge Langston in a duel. "Are duels here very common?" Ethan asked Nicole, who seemed to be very knowledgeable about the rules of the academy. "Yes," Nicole replied in a heartbeat. Since using magic to attack someone in the academy is against the rules, they needed to find a proper avenue to settle disputes. Of course, the victor isn't always the one who was in the right. Having duels in the arena gives people the chance to duke it out with each other, without fearing punishment from the academy. "What happens to the loser of the duel?" Chloe inquired. Nicole didn't answer right away. Instead, she narrowed her eyes to look at the two combatants in the arena. "It really depends on the contract they made before starting this duel," Nicole replied. "Usually, a professor mediates and acts as the referee of the match. Since the one that was offended is Garnet, she'll probably ask Langston for some kind of compensation if he loses." "And what if she is the one that loses?" Ethan asked. "I don't know," Nicole replied. "But in cases like this, it is the offender that will be the one compensating instead of the offended." Ethan rubbed his chin as he pondered Langston's motive for offending the second-year witch, who was known to have a quick temper. Is it really just because he wants to get some fame? Ethan thought. Being able to defeat a second year, who is also a pillar, would definitely show everyone that he is an exceptional wizard. But does it really have to be this way? What Ethan and the others didn't know was that Garnet was the daughter of a baron. Langston belonged to the Kerr family, a ducal family, and Garnet's family, the Estrias, was a member of an opposing faction. Naturally, Langston wanted to humiliate the second-year witch, as well as send a message to the children of the nobility in the academy that if they didn't align themselves with his faction, they were his enemies. This was very common in the magical world, because nobles prided themselves in being exceptional wizards and witches, which often led to conflicts with other nobles. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman riding on a flying broom descended into the center of the arena. She was none other than Professor Ophelia. "I will be the referee of this duel," she declared. "The match will end if someone surrenders, loses consciousness, or is unable to continue the match. The safety mechanism of the arena is now activated. As long as it is active, neither of you will die. Anyone who is about to receive a deadly blow will be automatically kicked out of the arena. Are both of you ready?" Langston nodded, before looking at his opponent with a mocking smile. "I've always wanted to see how strong the previous pillars of the first years were," Langston said, as he pointed his wand at the red-headed lady in front of him. "Scarlet Witch. Is it? After this match, you'll just be called Scarlet B*TCH. Mr. Kerr, inappropriate words are not allowed here in the academy," Professor Ophelia stated. "Watch your words, or I will be forced to take disciplinary actions." "Understood, Professor," Langston replied with a cheeky smile. Garnet, whose patience had reached her limit, had also taken out her wand and pointed it at the ground in front of her. Seeing that both duelists were ready to fight, Professor Ophelia declared the start of the match. "Start the duel," Professor Ophelia declared. As soon as she gave the signal to attack, Langston immediately cast his magic with the intention to end the match as soon as possible. Tenebris fama anguis. Dark flames surged out in front of him, creating a fiery snake that lunged at Garnet with its jaws wide open. The Scarlet Witch wasn't fazed by Langston's first attack and simply slashed her wand sideways, using it like a sword. Immediately, a blade made of flames sliced the black snake in half, dispersing it completely. "Chantless," Nicole arched an eyebrow. "It seems that being a pillar of the previous year wasn't just for show." Langston, whose spell had failed, raised his wand above his head and unleashed his second offensive spell. Flamma Verberare. Several dark fireballs materialized in the air and shot towards the Scarlet Witch like cannonballs, making the spectators gasp in shock. He certainly has high magic power, I'll give him that. Although his control needs some work, this kind of output is enough to destroy a car. The Scarlet Witch is in trouble now. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Garnet slashed the fireballs with her wand, cutting them in half while they were still in midair, dispersing them completely. "Are you done?" Garnet asked as her red eyes glowed faintly. As expected of a Kerr, all talk and no bite. Langston gritted his teeth, as gathered all of his magical power at the tip of his wand, and unleashed his strongest attack. "Try to slice this," Langston roared. "Magna Fragger." A giant fireball that was nearly 2 meters big materialized in front of the blonde boy, who believed that his superior magic could overcome every hurdle in his path. Since the magic of the arena was activated, preventing anyone from dying, he decided to go all out and use his strongest skill to devastate his opponent. For the first time since the match started, Garnet pointed her wand towards Langston and unleashed her own spell. "Ignis Averser," Garnet chanted. Immediately, a crimson fireball erupted from the tip of her wand and shot towards the giant black fireball that was headed in her direction. Compared to the 2-meter-tall fireball that Langston had cast, the crimson fireball that Garnet had unleashed was only the size of a basketball ball. Those who were watching had already deemed that the one who would win the battle was Langston. But as soon as the two fireballs collided, all of their assumptions were proven wrong. For a brief moment, the giant black fireball absorbed the basketball-sized crimson fireball in its body. However, 2 seconds later, the giant fireball exploded, shocking everyone. But it didn't end there. The crimson fireball remained intact and continued its trajectory towards the arrogant blonde boy who thought that he already had this duel in the bag. A scream of disbelief and anger escaped Langston's lips before he was ejected from the arena, preventing the crimson fireball from burning him to a crisp. "Winner, Garnet Istria," Professor Ophelia declared before shifting her gaze towards the blonde teenager who was glaring hatefully at the red-headed witch who stood in the arena. "Mr. Kerr, I hope that you will follow the agreement written on the contract. Failure to do so will result in your immediate expulsion from the academy. Do I make myself clear?" Langston gritted his teeth, but he had no choice but to nod his head. He was the one that provoked Garnet first, so the academy wouldn't sit idly if he didn't honor the details of the duel's contract. Although the Kerr family was an influential ducal family in the magical world, they didn't dare offend the backers of Brynhildr Academy, who could easily make them regret ever sending their son to study there. "Amazing," Ethan thought as he gazed at the Scarlet Witch, who had easily defeated Langston, whom many believed would be the winner of the match. "She's so strong." As if sensing his gaze, Garnet glanced in Ethan's direction and gave the blue-haired boy a curt nod before leaving the arena. Chloe, who noticed that Ethan was staring hard at the departing Scarlet Witch, pinched his waist, making the latter cry out in pain and shock. "What do you think you're doing?" Ethan asked as he rubbed his poor waist, which had suffered an injustice. "You had a stupid look on your face, so I thought that someone cast a befuddle spell on you," Chloe replied with a smile. "It seems that it was a false alarm." Ethan wanted to flick Chloe's forehead so badly as a way to return her favor. However, after remembering that the pretty lady with light brown hair was like a honey badger when provoked, he decided that it wasn't worth it getting beaten up for something so stupid. Besides, Chloe could cast fire bolts, while he couldn't cast anything. Right now, he was at a great disadvantage, so he decided to be the bigger man and set aside his grudge for the time being. "One day, I'll get back at you, and it won't end with just pinching your waist," Ethan said, disgruntled. "Oh, then what else are you planning to pinch?" Nicole asked in a teasing tone. "You're not planning to pinch those kinds of places, right?" Ethan and Chloe blinked at the same time, because they didn't know what Nicole was talking about. Seeing that her joke wasn't understood by the two teenagers, Nicole simply shook her head and smiled. "It seems that these two are either ignorant or innocent," Nicole thought. "I guess I'll hold back on teasing them for now." The pink-haired beauty then shifted her attention on the handsome blonde boy who had stormed off in the distance, because of the embarrassment of losing in front of so many people. Truly a pity, Nicole mused. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. As one of the pillars of the first years of the current school year, Nicole thought that she wouldn't feel bored with people in the same age group as her. But after seeing Langston's lackluster performance, she hoped that there was someone among the first years who could give her a duel that she would never forget. Inside the great dining hall, Ethan was eating alongside the members of his manor. Since their number was smaller compared to the other manors, they had a table reserved for themselves that sat up to 30 people. The other manors, of course, had their own section, where they ate. However, on this particular day, there were 2 extra people sitting at the Dud Manor's table, which made their members look at them with curiosity. "What are the 2 of you doing here?" Ethan asked Chloe and Nicole, who sat beside him. "Don't you girls have your own table over there?" "The food served to everyone is the same," Chloe replied. "It doesn't matter if I eat there or I eat here. The taste will not change." "She's right, you know," Nicole supported Chloe's statement. "Also, this place is a lot quieter compared to the other factions. Over there, it's like constantly hearing a buzzing in your ears while everyone eats and talks at the same time. This is heaven compared to that place." Ethan then glanced at his head prefect, Henry, and the latter just nodded his head. "We don't mind if the two of you stay here," Henry stated, "just as long as you don't disturb anyone else." "Thank you, Senior Henry," Chloe replied with a smile. "Much thanks, Senior," Nicole winked. True to their word, Chloe and Nicole just ate and only started to chat with Ethan after they finished eating. "There are 2 more days before classes start," Nicole said. "Have you picked the courses that you're going to take, Ethan?" The blue-haired boy nodded as he shared with them his daily schedule. Martial arts training and the study of magical creatures in the morning," Nicole muttered as she read Ethan's daily schedule. "History of magic, spell casting classes, and flora and fauna of the magic world in the afternoon. Wow, you got all the basics covered. I'm quite impressed." "We share the same schedule for study of magical creatures and spell casting classes," Chloe sighed. "I didn't get martial arts training, history of magic, and flora and fauna classes. My other courses are advanced spell control, beast bond mastery, and potion making." "Well, I also have martial arts training and the study of magical creatures. And magic night training classes in the morning," Nicole commented. "In the afternoons, I have spell casting classes and advanced spell control." Ethan was quite happy that they all had similar classes together. He didn't know how his academy would turn out once classes officially started, but he was really looking forward to the possibility of learning how to use magic. He didn't set his expectations too high because what happened in the flying broom shop still made him feel anxious. Also, he had tried to cast magic using the wand that had recognized him in secret, but the results were quite disappointing. The blue-haired boy wasn't able to create even a small spark, and the vision of the mermaid he saw back then never appeared again. It was as if everything that happened was just a daydream, making him almost lose heart in his current situation. In the end, Ethan made a decision. He would stay in Brynhildr Academy for a year, and if things didn't turn out well for him, he would not continue through his 2nd year and just go to a normal academy instead. Since he was a dud, he wouldn't be missed, and the professors in the academy wouldn't find his decision an impulsive one. In fact, some of them even supported this change in pace, because duds that studied in Brynhildr Academy often felt depressed due to their peers being able to use magic, while they could only watch from the side. "It's fine to dream," Ethan thought as he walked back to his manor while being accompanied by Chloe. "But I don't want to chase an impossible dream." Truth be told, it was hard to not feel envious of his cousin, who could use magic whenever she wished. They had also decided to become a duo during practical tests. His role would be to act as the close combat fighter, while Chloe dealt with magical bombardments. "Hey, Chloe, does your family have the lineage of wizards and witches?" Ethan asked. According to the book he read in the library, most wizards and witches inherit their magical powers from their parents. Of course, there were exceptions, when a wizard or witch was born from completely normal parents who didn't have a drop of magic in their blood. "Yes, it runs on my mother's side of the family," Chloe replied. "Have you not wondered why our surnames are Gremory instead of our father's name? It's because the women born from the Gremory family will always carry their surname to their own children, regardless of the surname of their husband." Ethan stopped in his tracks after hearing Chloe's explanation. He had indeed wondered why his grandma still had the surname Gremory, even though she was married to his grandpa. However, he didn't expect that their family name had such a rich and magical history. "Is your mother a witch?" Ethan asked. "Is grandma a witch too?" Chloe firmly shook her head. "My mother, my grandma, and your grandma are both normal people. Even if you are born into a wizard and or witch family, that doesn't guarantee that you'll be born with magical powers. Of course, since they are part of the Gremory family, they know a thing or two about the magical world. So it will be best if you write Grandma Agnes a letter and tell her the truth. Maybe she can even answer some questions that I can't answer due to my lack of experience." Ethan had been putting off writing a letter to his grandma because he was having a hard time deciding what he was going to write in his letter. After Chloe's shocking revelation, He was finally able to piece together the unbelievable things that his grandma had done over the years, like pull a spiked club out from under her skirt, which Ethan had long thought to be an impossible act. I guess I really need to write a letter to Grandma, Ethan thought. I also don't want her to worry about me so much. The blue-haired boy was raised with love and care by his adoptive family. They had always been honest with him, and although it was a difficult choice, they told him the truth that he was adopted when he was 13 years old. Ethan had already had his suspicions in the past, so their revelation about being adopted didn't come as a big shock to him. But this time, it was different. He had accidentally stumbled into a magical world of wizards and witches, and he found this world scary and fascinating at the same time. Since his grandma's family had a magical background, it would make sense that he could confide the fears he was feeling in his heart to her. "Have you received any news from Ethan?" Ethan's grandpa, Benjamin, asked. "No," his wife, Agnes, replied. "He should be busy chasing after the skirts of noble ladies like I told him he should be doing. Both of us are not getting any younger. I'd like to at least hold my great-grandson before I kick the bucket." Benjamin shook his head helplessly before opening the newspaper on his lap. "I already taught him all of my moves," Benjamin stated. "As long as he uses them, he will definitely bring a nice lady home in no time at all. By the way, I thought you were rooting for Chloe. Did you change your mind?" Agnes, who was busy knitting a scarf, paused for a bit and glanced at her husband. "Well, I'm still rooting for them, but Chloe has gone to you-know-where," Agnes replied. "She might find someone outstanding in the academy, just like any young lady her age would. Also, she and Ethan don't belong in the same world. I don't want to have false hope." Benjamin sighed after hearing the worries of his wife. Before marrying her, Agnes told him what her family circumstances were like. At first, Benjamin didn't believe it, but after seeing Agnes pull out things out of thin air using her storage ring, he had no choice but to believe that she was telling him the truth. Even so, that didn't change the way Benjamin felt about her, and the two of them had been happily married ever since. Although their one and only son had left to who knows where in search of someone important to him, he would still visit them from time to make sure that they knew that he was still alive. Because of their son's absence, they had poured all of their love into Ethan, who grew up as a healthy and lively boy, who could run for miles without even breaking a sweat. Suddenly, a white raven flew inside their home through the window and landed on top of their table. Agnes and Benjamin both exchanged a glance before the old lady hurriedly stood up from her chair to untie the long, cylindrical black case that hung around the raven's neck, which bore the messages from wizards and witches. Even though she was surprised to see the white raven, she was more concerned about the message that it carried to her. Benjamin also stood up and stood beside his wife to peek at the handwritten message in her hands. "Dear Grandpa and Grandma, I'm sorry for writing this late, but there was a good explanation for this. You see, I accidentally rode the wrong train and ended up in Brynhildr Academy." Agnes almost dropped the letter in her hands after reading the familiar name of the academy her sisters had gone to when she was young. Benjamin, who also knew of the existence of the academy, couldn't help but gasp in shock after realizing that his grandson had somehow found himself on a train headed for the magical academy that Agnes had talked about a few years ago. After getting past their initial shock, the two continued to read the letter to get the latest news of their grandson, whom they hadn't seen for nearly a week. The train ride was an eye-opening experience because I saw a dragon fly past our train. I thought I was just seeing things, but when I arrived at the academy, I saw more unbelievable things, which made me realize that magic was real. To my surprise, the appraisal stone that determined which manor a student would belong to found an inside-wincy spark of magic in my body. Because of this, I was sent to the Dud Manor, allowing me to stay here at Brynhildr Academy to study magic. Frankly, I don't have very high expectations because the more I stay here, the more I feel that I don't belong here. However, I met someone here that I didn't expect to see, and that was none other than Chloe. Because of her, I was able to find out that Grandma's side of the family has the lineage of wizards and witches. Although I don't know what the future holds, I've decided to stay here in Brynhildr Academy for a year. If things didn't really work out, I'll follow Grandma's advice and go to an ordinary academy to study. I hope that both of you are safe. I'll write letters on a regular basis and update you on what I'm doing here in the academy. Yours truly, Ethan. Agnes slowly sat down on a chair, supported by her husband. She reread Ethan's letter one more time to confirm that she had read it properly. Benjamin fetched a bowl of water and a piece of bread to give to the raven, who had traveled a long way in order to deliver their grandson's message to them. I can't believe it, Agnes said softly. Our Ethan is a dud, and he is now studying in Brynhildr Academy to learn magic. The old lady then shifted his attention to the white raven, who was busy pecking the bread that was given to it. Is he really doing well in the academy? Agnes asked the white raven, who immediately stopped pecking the bread. It bowed its head twice towards Agnes, telling her that the blue-haired boy was doing fine. What is the name he bestowed upon you? Agnes asked. She was familiar that the ravens of the magical world weren't ordinary creatures because they held a bit of power themselves. Dentalion. That was the name that Agnes heard inside her head before the raven returned to peck the bread that was already half-eaten. Make yourself at home, Dantalion, Agnes said as she stood up to look for a piece of paper and a quill to write a reply letter to her grandson. There were many things she wanted to ask that she needed to put on paper. She understood that a magical academy was very different from an ordinary one. And she needed to give Ethan some pointers on what to do and what not to do when it came to dealing with senior and adult wizards and witches. While this was happening, the blue-haired boy was inside his room and reading all the books he had borrowed from the academy's library. There was only one day left before classes started, and he wanted to cram as much knowledge inside his head as possible to better understand the magical world that he was currently living in. Finally, Ethan said as he fixed his uniform in front of the mirror, today is the day. The long week was finally over, and classes had officially begun. Everyone in Dud Manor had told Ethan everything he needed to know, and he was very thankful for their guidance. After leaving his room, the blue-haired boy had breakfast with the others from the manor, before going to the training grounds of the academy for his first class of the day, which was martial arts training. When he arrived, he found at least 100 people, whom he believed were first years just like him. As he was about to look for a place to stand, she found a familiar pink-haired lady waving her hands at him. Over here, Ethan. Nicole waved her hand at the blue-haired boy, which made everyone around her look in Ethan's direction. Isn't that the Dud Pillar? Well, his performance wasn't half bad during the initiation ceremony. Well, most duds always attend the martial arts training lessons because their magic sucks really bad. More murmurs spread through the surrounding area as Ethan walked towards Nicole, whom everyone recognized as one of the strongest first years of the current school year. You're so popular, Nicole said in a teasing tone. See, everyone is talking about you. The pink-haired beauty then made a gesture with her hands, hinting at the people behind her. You're quite fearless, Nicole, Ethan commented. Aren't you afraid that these people will hold grudges against you? Well, they are free to do that, Nicole replied. But I don't mind, they don't matter. The pillar that managed to beat the initiation ceremony alone had been the talk of everyone, including the second, third, and fourth years. Although the ceremony was meant to welcome the first years of the academy, it was also a test to see the cream of the crop, and Nicole stood out beautifully among her peers. I wish I was as confident as her, Ethan thought. The blue-haired boy had been trained by his grandpa how to use the spear, but since his grandma didn't want him to use an actual weapon in his training, the one he always used was a pitchfork. Because of this, his mastery of the pitchforks had reached unprecedented heights. However, anyone who looked at him would just call him a country bumpkin because his weapon of choice was a farmer's tool. The beautiful professor who had lent him the molding ball that could transform into any weapon he desired, had come to talk to him last night. She said that, after careful consideration, she decided to give him the artifact as commemoration for clearing the initiation ceremony. This news made Ethan very happy because he no longer needed to buy a weapon for his martial arts classes. Although there were blunt weapons that were readily available to be used by anyone, the blue-haired boy much preferred the molding ball because the weapon it transformed into had the perfect weight, balance, and length. The beautiful professor said that the weapons were made from magical cold iron, which was said to repel evil spirits, fairies, and other supernatural creatures. Just as Ethan was wondering when their professor would arrive, he faintly heard the flapping of wings in the distance. Nicole also heard it and glanced in the direction where it was coming from. Suddenly, a loud screech spread in the surroundings, catching everyone's attention. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." A young man, who seemed to be in his early 20s with dark blonde hair and gray eyes, shouted while riding a hippogriff. The magical creature, which was much smaller than a griffon, landed on the training grounds with a flare, sending gusts of winds flying in every direction. The hippogriff had the front half of an eagle and the hind half of a horse. According to one of the books that Ethan had borrowed from the library, this magical beast was a favorite companion of magic knights, who could wield both weapons and magic. "My name is Lionel," Lionel introduced himself with a curt nod. "Feel free to call me Sir Lionel, for I am a knight that has sworn to protect Brynhildr Academy from anyone, or anything, that poses a threat to its safety. Although being called Professor Lionel is also good, I still prefer to be called Sir Lionel, so let's leave it at that." The knightly professor then urged his mount to walk slowly towards the students who were eyeing him with awe and wonder. Even Nicole, who prided herself as an aspiring magical knight, couldn't help but smile after sensing how strong Sir Lionel was. "Since today is the first day of class, let's start with a very easy lesson," Sir Lionel stated. "Do all of you see those yellow flags over there?" The knightly professor pointed to the east, and everyone gazed in the direction where he was pointing at. "I don't see any yellow flags," a brown-haired teenager with freckles on his face said with a frown. "Do you guys see any?" "No." "Maybe Sir Lionel made a mistake. There's nothing there but trees." "Maybe he is just teasing us." "Maybe you are right." "Ha ha ha, Sir Lionel sure knows how to tease his students." Just as everyone thought that the knightly professor was just pranking them, a lady with long black hair took out her wand and drew a circle in front of her face. "Lunge aspect 2. Immediately, the circle in front of her glowed faintly. At that moment, the scenery in front of her eyes zoomed into the distance, allowing her to see up to 10 miles in front of her. Although it was faint, she could now see at least a dozen yellow flags fluttering in the breeze, proving that Sir Lionel wasn't lying to them. "I think the flags are located at least 12 miles from here," the black-haired teenage girl said. 12 miles? Are we supposed to run 12 miles? How about we just ride our broomsticks? We can get there faster if we do that." "I'll just summon my magical beast. As long as I ride on its back, it will only take me half an hour to reach those flags. I can also enhance my body constitution and use a spell that allows me to run faster." All the students were now discussing with their peers the fastest way to reach the yellow flags in the distance. For them, this was a playful way to start the first day of class, and they very much enjoyed the challenge. "Sorry to disappoint all of you, but no one is allowed to ride any flying brooms, ride any magical beasts, use any spells, artifacts, or any other means that would allow you to travel magically," Sir Lionel said with a smile. "All of you will just run. Anyone caught cheating will be automatically disqualified from this practical lesson. Those who manage to get one of the flags before class ends will get 200 merit points. So, start running before time is up, okay?" As soon as the first years heard that they were not allowed to use magic, artifacts, and magical beasts to help them reach their destination, they immediately started to complain that this was unfair. However, Sir Lionel only chuckled and told them, "Well, life is never fair. If you have a problem, you can just skip today's class if you want. However, anyone who will skip class will be penalized 50 merit points, bringing your total merit points into the negatives. I'm sure that none of you want to have negative points on the very first day of class, right? The students went into an uproar and cursed the knightly professor, but Sir Lionel just shrugged off their complaints. While this was happening, Nicole glanced at Ethan and gave the blue-haired boy a cheeky grin. "Well, are you going to run?" Nicole asked. "I might not be confident in using magic, but I am confident in my stamina," Ethan replied. "Running is one of my specialties." Nicole arched an eyebrow after hearing Ethan's confident reply. "Then how about we bet with each other?" Nicole asked. "The loser will give the winner 20 merit points. How does that sound?" "Deal," Ethan nodded. The two held each other's gaze for half a minute before kicking off into a sprint, which caught everyone by surprise. Soon, the other students reluctantly followed behind, leaving the knightly professor with an amused smile on his face. "Finally," Ethan said as he fixed his uniform in front of the mirror, "today is the day." The long week was finally over, and classes had officially begun. Everyone in Dud Manor had told Ethan everything he needed to know, and he was very thankful for their guidance. After leaving his room, the young man had breakfast with the others from the manor before going to the training grounds of the academy for his first class of the day, which was martial arts training. When he arrived, he found at least 100 people, whom he believed were first years just like him. As he was about to look for a place to stand, she found a familiar pink-haired lady waving her hands at him. "Over here," waved her hand at the handsome teenager, which made everyone around her look in direction. "Isn't that the Dud Pillar?" Well, his performance wasn't half bad during the initiation ceremony. Well, most Duds always attend the martial arts training lessons because their magic sucks really bad. More murmurs spread through the surrounding area as walked towards, whom everyone recognized as one of the strongest first years of the current school year. "You're so popular," said in a teasing tone. "See, everyone is talking about you." The pink-haired beauty then made a gesture with her hands, hinting at the people behind her. "You're quite fearless," commented. "Aren't you afraid that these people will hold grudges against you?" "Well, they are free to do that," replied. "But I don't mind, they don't matter." The pillar that managed to beat the initiation ceremony alone had been the talk of everyone, including the second, third, and fourth years. Although the ceremony was meant to welcome the first years of the academy, it was also a test to see the cream of the crop and stood out beautifully among her peers. "I wish I was as confident as her," thought. Had been trained by his grandpa how to use the spear, but since his grandma didn't want him to use an actual weapon in his training, the one he always used was a pitchfork. Because of this, his mastery of the pitchforks had reached unprecedented heights. However, anyone who looked at him would just call him a country bumpkin because his weapon of choice was a farmer's tool. The beautiful professor who had lent him the ball that could transform into any weapon he desired had come to talk to him last night. She said that after careful consideration, she decided to give him the artifact as commemoration for clearing the initiation ceremony. This news made very happy because he no longer needed to buy a weapon for his martial arts classes. Although there were blunt weapons that were readily available to be used by anyone, the young man much preferred the ball because the weapon it transformed into had the perfect weight, balance, and length. The beautiful professor said that the weapons were made from magical cold iron, which was said to repel evil spirits, fairies, and other supernatural creatures. Just as was wondering when their professor would arrive, he faintly heard the flapping of wings in the distance. Also heard it and glanced in the direction where it was coming from. Suddenly, a loud screech spread in the surroundings, catching everyone's attention. "Good morning, ladies and—" A young man, who seemed to be in his early 20s, with hair and gray eyes shouted, while riding a hippogriff. The magical creature, which was much smaller than landed on the training grounds with a flare, sending gusts of winds flying in every direction. The hippogriff had the front half of an eagle and the hind half of a horse. According to one of the books that had borrowed from the library, this magical beast was a favorite companion of magic knights, who could wield both weapons and magic. "My name is Lionel," Lionel introduced himself with a curt nod. "Feel free to call me Sir Lionel, for I am a knight that has sworn to protect Academy from anyone, or anything, that poses a threat to its safety. Although being called Professor Lionel is also good, I still prefer to be called Sir Lionel, so let's leave it at that." The knightly professor then urged his mount to walk slowly towards the students who were eyeing him with awe and wonder. Even, who prided herself as an aspiring magical knight, couldn't help but smile after sensing how strong Sir Lionel was. "Since today is the first day of class, let's start with a very easy lesson," Sir Lionel stated. "Do all of you see those yellow flags over there?" The knightly professor pointed to the east, and everyone gazed in the direction where he was pointing at. "I don't see any yellow flags," a brown-haired teenager with freckles on his face said with a frown. "Do you guys see any?" "No." "Maybe Sir Lionel made a mistake. There's nothing there but trees." "Maybe he is just teasing us." "Maybe you are right. Sir Lionel sure knows how to tease his students." Just as everyone thought that the knightly professor was just pranking them, a lady with long black hair took out her wand and drew a circle in front of her face. "Lunge." Immediately, the circle in front of her glowed faintly. At that moment, the scenery in front of her eyes zoomed into the distance, allowing her to see up to 10 miles in front of her. Although it was faint, she could now see at least a dozen yellow flags fluttering in the breeze, proving that Sir Lionel wasn't lying to them. "I think the flags are located at least 12 miles from here," the black-haired teenage girl said. 12 miles? Are we supposed to run 12 miles? How about we just ride our broomsticks? We can get there faster if we do that." "I'll just summon my magical beast. As long as I ride on its back, it will only take me half an hour to reach those flags. I can also enhance my body constitution and use a spell that allows me to run faster." All the students were now discussing with their peers the fastest way to reach the yellow flags in the distance. For them, this was a playful way to start the first day of class, and they very much enjoyed the challenge. "Sorry to disappoint all of you, but no one is allowed to ride any flying brooms, ride any magical beasts, use any spells, artifacts, or any other means that would allow you to travel magically," Sir Lionel said with a smile. "All of you will just run. Anyone caught cheating will be automatically disqualified from this practical lesson. Those who manage to get one of the flags before class ends will get 200 merit points. So, start running before time is up, okay?" As soon as the first years heard that they were not allowed to use magic, artifacts, and magical beasts to help them reach their destination, they immediately started to complain that this was unfair. However, Sir Lionel only chuckled and told them, "Well, life is never fair. If you have a problem, you can just skip today's class if you want. However, anyone who will skip class will be penalized 50 merit points, bringing your total merit points into the negatives. I'm sure that none of you want to have negative points on the very first day of class, right?" The students went into an uproar and cursed the knightly professor, but Sir Lionel just shrugged off their complaints. While this was happening, glanced at, and gave the handsome teenager a cheeky grin. "Well, are you going to run?" asked. "If you don't hurry, you might not reach the finish line." "I might not be confident in using magic, but I am confident in my stamina," replied. "Running is one of my specialties. How can I possibly not reach those flags?" Arched an eyebrow after hearing confident reply. "Then how about we bet with each other?" asked. "The loser will give the winner 20 merit points. How does that sound?" "Deal," nodded. The two held each other's gaze for half a minute before kicking off into a sprint, which caught everyone by surprise. Soon, the other students reluctantly followed behind, leaving the knightly professor with an amused smile on his face. I was truly speechless as she watched the handsome young man running ahead of her. When declared that he was confident in his stamina, the pink-haired beauty only thought that he was just joking. However, after nearly 20 minutes of running, she understood that words weren't a lie. His stamina was truly outstanding. He's not even sweating, thought as she tried her best to maintain her running speed. Just what kind of environment did this guy grow up in? Was confident in both her physical and magical abilities because she had been trained by her family to be a magical knight. The family was a knight family, and all of them were blessed with great magical powers. Because of this, it was very natural for them to transition into being magical knights, who sometimes helped the deal with monster outbreaks, as well as hunt rogue wizards and witches, who committed crimes using their magic. Was their pride. And they expected a lot from her. Because of this, she strived to be the best in everything, allowing her to be hailed as a genius in their family. This can't go on, Nicole thought. I refuse to lose to Ethan. Nicole then glanced behind her, checking to see if any of the first years had managed to catch up to them. However, with the exception of the first years from the Equus Manor, the other students, who were not physically fit, lagged far behind. It was at that moment when Nicole thought of something good. The pink-haired beauty took out her wand and waved it behind her. Aqua Carcerum. A moment later, cries of shock and disbelief spread in the surroundings as the two teenage boys, who were a dozen of meters behind Nicole, were trapped in a cage made of water. Nicole, we're from the same manor, one of the teenage boys shouted. Why are you doing this? For fun, Nicole replied with a devilish smile on her face. Just running is a bit boring. Although we can't use our magic to help us reach our destination, Sir Lionel didn't say we couldn't use it to hinder the competition, right? Nicole waved at the two imprisoned boys before running away, making the two glare at her. Damn it, she's too evil. Mama was right. All roses have thorns. The more beautiful they are, the pricklier they get. At that moment, the two imprisoned boys saw the other first years catching up to them and decided to take them down with them. Impediendum. Ilaquir. One of the spells hit a chubby boy, paralyzing him and making him fall to the ground. The other spell created several vines that rose up from the ground, which wrapped themselves around a girl, binding her in place. Shouts of anger, curses, and indignation were heard as the other first years all took out their wands and hurled spells at each other. Of course, none of them were offensive spells that were meant to harm people. The only spells that they used were to immobilize, block, or prevent others from advancing forward. Ha ha ha, Sir Lionel laughed. Now this is more like it. That girl really knows how to spice things up. Truth be told, this running exercise was not only meant to test the stamina of the students. It was a test on their ability to take advantage of the rules that he had set in place. Just as Nicole suspected, their practical test didn't prevent them from using magic in order to delay others from reaching their destination. They were, after all, wizards and witches, so using magic was always an option. Still, I'd better keep a lookout on the students to make sure they don't use magic to hurt each other, Sir Lionel thought. Come, wind dancer. A shriek answered the knightly professor's call, and a hawk landed on his gloved hand. Follow the two who are in the lead and keep an eye on them, Sir Lionel ordered. Report everything to me later. If you notice the girl using magic to increase her speed, let me know at once. The hawk nodded before opening its wings to fly up to the sky. The knightly professor then shifted his attention on the brawl that was happening below him and smiled. Ha, this is the passion of youth, Sir Lionel muttered. But this might not bode well for that young lady from the Estaf family. The school term has just started, and she's made enemies in her own manor. I wonder how this will affect her in the long run. Rivalries between members of the same manor was a very normal occurrence. However, there were times when someone made more enemies than they could count, which caused them to be alienated by their own manor. There was a saying in Brynhildr Academy that your manor is your greatest ally. So when this ally turns against you, it will also become your greatest enemy. This made the lives of those students, who had been abandoned by their own manor, have a very stressful academy life. Some of these students were left with no other choice than to leave the academy, and go to other wizarding schools to start over again. As the brawl behind her intensified, the smile she had on her face earlier disappeared. She had only stopped for a few minutes to deal with the two wizards that were about to catch up to her from behind, but in that span of time, Ethan had already lengthened the gap between them, making the pink-haired beauty unable to see where he was. How can this be? Nicole thought as she once again increased her pace. He shouldn't have been able to go so far in that short period of time. I knew it. I should have eliminated him first. What Nicole didn't know was that Ethan had this uncanny sixth sense that tells him when someone wanted to do bad things to him. In the beginning, he tried not to increase his speed too much and allow Nicole to keep up with him. However, when the pink-haired beauty suddenly stopped to cast spells on the two teenage boys behind her, Ethan knew that things were starting to not look good. Because of this, he immediately sprinted like there was no tomorrow, increasing the gap between him and Nicole. The young man knew that the farther he was from the pink-haired beauty, the better. Because of that, he threw caution to the wind and ran like a mad lad. No matter what happened, he wouldn't allow the evil witch to catch up to him. They were running in a forest, so it was hard for Nicole to see him, but Ethan was, at the very least, a kilometer ahead of her already. "Ha, you," Nicole panted while using one of the yellow flags in order to support her body. "You're a very good runner." "I am confident in my stamina," Ethan replied. "Running has almost been an everyday part of my life." "You run every day?" "Yes, that is the only way that I can avoid getting hit by Grandma's sandals." The pink-haired beauty had run as fast as she could, but she had been unable to keep up with Ethan, whose stamina was greater than hers. The young man, on the other hand, still looked fine, despite the fact that he had run at full speed in order to lengthen the gap between him and the crazy girl, who had planned to hunt him down. "Congratulations, the two of you," Sir Lionel said, as soon as his hippogriff landed a few meters away from the two teenagers. "Only the two of you managed to clear my task before class ended. As promised, both of you will get 200 merit points each." The knightly professor took out his wand and pointed it at Ethan's and Nicole's badges that had been pinned on their robes. The badges glowed, briefly indicating that the transfer had been successful, making the handsome teenager smile happily. Nicole then lightly tapped the badge on her uniform before pointing her wand at Ethan, transferring their wager of 20 merit points. "Next time, I will win," Nicole said before raising her hand to summon her flying broom. "See you in the next class, Ethan." Without another word, the pink-haired beauty flew towards the academy in order to get to her next class. "Well then, Ethan, do you want to hitch a ride?" Sir Lionel asked. "I know that you duds don't do well with flying brooms, so for your safety I'll take you back to the academy." "Thank you, Sir Lionel," Ethan replied. "It is as you say, I suck at using flying brooms." The knightly professor chuckled and helped the young man mount his hippogriff. A minute later, they were both flying in the sky, headed to the academy so that Ethan could go to his next class as well. "You know, I had a friend once," Sir Lionel said. "He was a dud just like you. The man had the heart of a lion, the shaft of a horse, and the legs of a cheetah. Although he wasn't proficient with magic, he became an elite adventurer. Unfortunately, he took an arrow to the knee and was forced to look after his kids back home while his wife went dragon slaying. Even so, he's lived a good life. So, when there comes a time when you feel that you are lacking because everyone around you can use magic, remember that even wizards and witches can't do everything." Today's trial was a way to teach them that they shouldn't over-rely on their magic powers. Because if they were put in a situation where they were unable to use magic, the only things they have left to rely on are their physical ability and wits. So, hang in there, okay? Show these wizards and witches that even a dud can amount to something. Ethan felt something warm spread inside his chest, because this was the first time that someone had subtly told him that even a dud like him can do something amazing in a magic academy filled with talented wizards and witches. A few minutes later, Sir Lionel ordered his hippogriff to land at the outskirts of the Great Eagle Forest, where Ethan's class would be starting. "Well then, I'm off," Sir Lionel said with a smile. "Don't let a giant eagle eat you for lunch, okay?" The knightly professor laughed as his mount soared towards the sky to return to the training grounds. Such a good-natured professor, Ethan thought. I wish all the professors were like him. Just as the young man was deep in his thoughts, he heard a familiar voice calling him from above. "You're earlier than I expected," Chloe said, as her flying broom descended towards her handsome cousin who had arrived before her. Although this wasn't the first time Ethan had seen a flying broom, seeing Chloe sitting on top of it looked surreal. "How was your first class?" Ethan asked. "If I remember correctly, it was potion making, right?" "Yes," Chloe replied. "It wasn't that bad. The moaning mandragora was weird, though." Moaning what?" "Moaning mandragora. Wizards and witches use them to create stamina potions and aphrodisiacs." Chloe's face suddenly turned beet red after realizing what she had just said. We made stamina potions today," Chloe explained with a flushed face. "Professor Magnolia said that it is still too early for us to make aphrodisiacs, so we will just focus on making stamina and minor health potions this week." Sounds fun," Ethan replied. He didn't take the potion-making class because he wasn't that good at memorizing things. Also, he didn't have the patience to mix things together to try to create potions. The two of them made small talk until they arrived at the clearing inside the forest, where the other students were waiting for class to start. "Nicole!" Chloe waved at the pink-haired girl who waved back at her with a smile. However, her gaze became cold when it landed on the blue-haired boy standing beside Chloe. The young lady with light brown hair didn't notice the change in Nicole's gaze. She was busy dragging Ethan towards the pink-haired beauty, who had a sweet, yet deadly smile plastered on her face. Ethan did his best to not look at Nicole's smile and simply sat beside Chloe while waiting for their professor to arrive. He knew that she was still upset with him, so he decided to let her be for the time being. Not far from them, the other first years from Equus Manor gave Nicole sidelong glances. None of them had forgotten what she had done a few hours ago. Each manor had an unwritten rule that all members must do their best to help each other. Nicole broke that unwritten rule, and because of this, they planned to get back at her when the right opportunity presented itself. In the magic world, there are certain things you must pay attention to whenever you are out doing fieldwork, the magical beast professor, Professor Enjal, said. Sometimes, the most dangerous creatures are not the dragons, griffons, giant eagles, giant spiders, and other ferocious creatures that make your heart beat wildly inside your chest. No, the most dangerous creatures are the creatures that you never thought would harm you. Today, we will talk about fairies. Ruby, if you please. A beautiful fairy with red hair suddenly flew down from the tree, flapping her beautiful butterfly wings. She then hovered beside Professor Enjal and looked at the students with a smile. "It's that rude fairy," Chloe muttered. "What is she doing here?" "Maybe she's here for some candies," Ethan smiled. Ruby and him had become good friends. Ethan would often visit the garden bringing candies to her, as well as her friends, which they enjoyed very much. Now, if you see a fairy for the first time, you might think that they're pretty harmless, Professor Enjal said. However, they can be very nasty creatures even if you don't provoke them. "How rude," Ruby replied as he flew in front of the professor's face. "You invited me here because you said that you will give me and my friends something sweet. I didn't know that you brought me here to badmouth fairies." Without warning, Ruby slapped the professor's nose, making Professor Enjal cry out in pain. This scene made the students laugh. Even Chloe, who hated Ruby, couldn't help but giggle after seeing this scene. As you can see, fairies are quick to anger. Professor Enjal continued his explanation after rubbing his nose. It doesn't take much before they start attacking, and believe me when I say that they're more dangerous than fighting a swarm of bees. HMPH, I shouldn't have come here. Ruby crossed her arms over her chest. I'll tell the ravens to poop on your head whenever they see you on the academy grounds. Professor Enjal pretended that he didn't hear Ruby's threats and proceeded to tell his class how to deal with fairies. Although these creatures are tricksters and easy to provoke, they are also easy to please, Professor Enjal explained as he took out a small pouch of candy from his pocket and offered it to Ruby. The fairy immediately took one of the candies from the pouch and started eating happily. Some experts in the magical beast profession say that fairies can tell if a person is evil or not, Professor Enjal explained. But this myth has been debunked and isn't true. As long as you have no ill intentions towards them, the fairies will at most play pranks on you. However, if you wish to harm them, then they will group up and attack you with magical spells. Make no mistake, fairies are also powerful magical creatures. They are known to cast strong spells up to the 6th circle, allowing them to seriously injure wizards, witches, as well as other magical beasts that wish to hurt them. He's right, you know, Ruby, who had just finished eating a candy, said with a smug look on her face. If you don't want to get hurt, offer us sweets. We like candies and chocolates, but we are fond of honey as well. Make sure to visit us in the gardens to give your offerings. Chloe rolled her eyes at the annoying fairy with whom she didn't see eye to eye. She'd rather give Ruby a fire bolt than give her a candy that would make her happy. There is also something you need to know about fairies, and that is that they can increase their sizes to match the height of teenage girls, Professor Enjal stated. Of course, they rarely do this. Since you're already here, Ruby, why don't you explain to us why you fairies transform into teenage girls? Isn't it common sense to temporarily turn into a human to buy sweets at those candy stores using the money we stole from people? Ruby blinked in confusion. Oh, I don't steal money from people. I just accept what they give me. It's what you call a donation, right? Yes, people donate to us, and we use the money to buy stuff. I'm sure that only applies to the fairies inside the academy, Professor Enjal. Wild fairies don't have a concept of money. Those country bumpkins don't do that. Ruby smirked before snatching the candy pouch from the professor's hands. Well, it's their loss. The fairies here in Brynhildr Academy live good lives. Although I haven't ventured outside of the academy and the Great Eagle Forest, I'm pretty sure that any fairy would wish to live in this place. There are just so many tasty treats. Well then, got to go. See you guys in the gardens. Lily waved her hand before flying away with the candy pouch following behind her. She had sprinkled fairy dust on it, allowing it to follow her wherever she went. Since the subject of their lesson had left, Professor Enjal then went to explain where fairies were usually found in the wild, and ways to effectively communicate with them without being attacked. Overall, the discussion was fun, and most of the students, including Ethan, found Professor Enjal's teaching quite easy to follow. On Wednesday, we are going to discuss another creature who is just as notorious as the trickster fairies, Professor Enjal announced. Unfortunately, they are not easy to befriend, but if you happen to find them, the experience would definitely be worth it. I'm talking about the little green men that we refer to in the magical world as leprechauns. If you are lucky, they might even give you a pot of gold. Professor Enjal ended his class, giving everyone something to look forward to the next time they met. Ethan, who had no more classes that morning, headed to the dining area with Chloe and Nicole. Along the way, they met one of the pillars of the first years, Lily Langley, who had a frown on her face. However, when she saw Ethan and Nicole, the frown disappeared and was instantly replaced by a smile. Nicole, Ethan, do the two of you have partners for the practical tests? Lily Langley. I know it's still a bit early, but I'm looking for partners for the upcoming trials. How about the two of you join my team and we'll form a trio? Chloe, who had been sidelined, pursed her lips together. She had already asked Ethan to become her partner, becoming a duo with her. But Chloe was worried that the pretty blonde girl would find a way to convince Ethan to join her and break up the foundation that Ethan's cousin and childhood friend had worked hard to achieve. Team up with you? Nicole looked at Lily from head to foot, then back again. Are you sure? From what I can see, you're strong enough on your own. Ha ha ha, I wish that was true, Nicole, Lily giggled. Everyone knows that you're the strongest of the pillars for this school year. Heth, Tilda, you're playing the pig so you can eat the tiger, Nicole replied. You're scarier than you look. You even purposely failed the initiation ceremony so that others would overlook you among the pillars. Lily shook her head helplessly before shifting her gaze to Ethan and grabbing his hand. Nicole is talking nonsense, Lily said. I'm not as strong as she says I am. Although I admit that I'm not as weak as I look, she's praising me too much. How about it, Ethan? Want to team up with me? We can become the best duo in the arcade, AC. Chloe pried Lily's hands off Ethan and pulled the blue-haired boy behind her back. Ethan and I are already partners, Chloe stated. It will only be the two of us as a duo. Lily looked at Chloe from head to foot, similar to what Nicole did to her a while ago. Well, I did hear that the two of you are cousins. It is really a shame. I believe that Ethan and I would have been a wonderful pair, isn't that right, Ethan? Lily gave Ethan a wink, which made the latter blush. This reaction made Chloe pinch his waist, making the blue-haired boy cry out in pain. Nicole and Lily both giggled after seeing this scene, but decided to not say anything. How about it, Nicole? Lily, who could no longer make Ethan a partner, shifted her attention back to the pink-haired beauty, who was labeled as the strongest first year. We will definitely be the best team ever. Your offer is tempting, but I have to pass, Nicole replied. I prefer to go solo. Such a shame. All the strong and good-looking people are taken, Lily sighed exaggeratedly before walking away. However, after taking just a few steps, she turned around and winked at the three teenagers and gave her parting words. If the two of you change your mind, you know where to find me, Lily said. I don't care how many people are in my team, the more the merrier. Having said what she wanted to say, Lily finally left. The two of you should be careful around her, Nicole stated. I wasn't lying when I said that Lily is strong. She's strong enough to go solo, but it seems that she is determined to play the damsel in distress. Take whatever she says with a grain of salt, and never, ever trust her to guard your back. You might just find yourself getting stabbed before you know it. Ethan and Chloe both nodded their heads. The blue-haired boy had plenty of experience fighting against wild animals who tried to attack their goats and sheeps. Although Lily was cute, Ethan could sense a feral side to her that was similar to a panther that would ambush you when you least expected it. After arriving at the dining area, Nicole and Chloe once again sat at the table reserved for the members of the Dud Manor. This earned her a few stares from the Equus Manor's dining area, causing the other first years to start whispering to each other. Are you sure about this? Ethan asked the pink-haired beauty in a hushed tone. You'll get alienated by your own manor if you continue to act like this. Oh, I'm sure of it, Nicole replied. Besides, I don't need them. If they really escalate this issue, I'll just go to the headmaster and have him sort it out. Wow, Chloe commented. Is this how a genius from a noble knight family acts? You're really full of yourself. Lions don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. I feel sorry for the first years of Equus Manor. Chloe no longer bothered Nicole and started to eat. It was perfectly fine for her to stay in the Dud Manor's dining area because the entire school now knew that she and Ethan were cousins. Because of this, no one found fault with her actions and even thought that she was actually a very kind and caring person. Taking care of a dud was not an easy task, and some of Chloe's manor members even told her that she could count on them if she and Ethan ever needed help clearing their practical exams, which were often called trials or missions. What do you think the first practical test will be? Ethan asked. Will it be as hard as the initiation ceremony? I hope not, Chloe shuddered after remembering the hardships she encountered fighting the zombies that actively pursued those who use magic inside the dungeon. We're still first years, so they wouldn't let us do something too dangerous, Nicole replied. But there is a chance that we will act as support to the second years in their practical exams. I heard that it is a very common occurrence here in Brynhildr Academy. You're quite knowledgeable, Nicole, Henry, the prefect of Dud Manor, commented. It is as you said. Usually, first years only do minor quests, like going to places and delivering stuff. Of course, there will also be times when you will be commissioned to help the second years with their own missions, giving you bonus merit points once it is successfully completed. Henry then glanced in Ethan's direction and grinned. Actually, it is best that you form good connections with the other manners, Henry advised. If you do, they can take you on their missions and allow you to earn easy merit points by simply accompanying them. Of course, not everyone wants a dud in their party unless they are there to carry stuff. I've had my share of those experiences as well, but the thing is, if you are able to get along well with the other manners, many opportunities will open up for you. The other senior students of Dud Manor nodded their heads in agreement. Some of them even actively told Ethan whom to talk to if he ever needed the kind of help that a manor specialized in. For example, when he needed healing or needed some antidote to counter poisons, he could go to their friends in Terra Manor, where the best healers in the academy could be found. The talk went on until lunch ended, allowing Ethan to learn many things. He was quite thankful because his seniors were very kind and helped him learn a thing or two about getting along with the other manners in the academy. A few minutes later, the three headed to their next class, which was the spell casting classes. It taught the basic theories, principles, and actual practice of spell casting. Although most wizard families taught their children a variety of spells as they grew up, the spell casting classes aimed to strengthen everyone's basic understanding of magic. Perhaps this was the class that Ethan was looking forward to the most. As someone who was dying to learn how to use magic, this was a lesson that he didn't want to miss out on no matter what. All wizards and witches are born with their own origin magic, the beautiful professor, who had given Ethan the molding ball during initiation ceremony, said with a smile. I will not go as far as to say that all origin magic is unique in every person, because history has proven that there are some people who have had similar origin magic in the past. Her name was Professor Violet, and he was Ethan's, Chloe's, and Nicole's teacher in their spell-casting classes. So tell me, what measures how strong a person's magic is? Professor Violet asked as she gazed at her class, looking for someone to answer her question. The appraisal stone, a chubby teenager replied. Back in the ceremony, the appraisal stone reacted strongly to the pillars with the exception of Ethan Gremory. I think it is safe to say that it is a good tool to measure magic, right, Professor? Professor Violet smiled. Well, you're half right. The appraisal stone has the ability to measure a person's current magical power. The pillars have stronger magical powers than most because they had been trained by their families from an early age. Of course, there are exceptions when someone, who hadn't been trained in the past, can make the appraisal stone react strongly, similar to what happened with the pillars. However, this is not the answer I am looking for. Anyone else have an answer? What measures how strong a person's magic is? Since someone had already answered first, the class was emboldened and immediately gave their own answers. The quality of their magic. The ability to cast strong spells. If they are able to solo missions. If they have many lovers, their magic is strong. All the students gave an answer. Some held logic in them, while some didn't. They were just going with the flow, and Professor Violet allowed them to say whatever they wanted. Anyone else? Professor Violet asked. How about you, Mr. Gremory? You still haven't given your answer yet. Ethan, who had now become the focus of attention, stood up and said his answer. Magic is the power that lies within a person's heart, Ethan replied. The bigger a person's heart is, the stronger their magic is. There was a brief silence before everyone, with the exception of Chloe, Nicole, and Lily, who was also in the same class, laughed after hearing Ethan's reply. Did you hear that? He said magic comes from the heart. Ha ha ha. The bigger the heart, the stronger the magic is. Bro, tell me, is my heart big? Your heart is big as your belly. This means your magic is strong as well. Ha ha ha. As expected of someone who can't even do magic properly, he is able to say a bunch of nonsense. The handsome blonde, Langston, sneered. Magic comes from the heart. If that is true, then everyone can learn magic. Ethan, who had been laughed at by others, felt his cheeks burning, so he decided to sit down and lower his head. Deep inside, he was feeling very embarrassed for the answer he had given. For some reason, he remembered the time when he was listening to his grandma's story about wizards and witches, and she told him in passing that a person's magic came from their heart. "All right, that's enough." Professor Violet clapped her hands to quiet the rowdy students. However, none of them were paying attention to her, so she decided to take out her wand and lightly tapped her neck with it. Silence. The next time Professor Violet opened her mouth, a deafening roar escaped her lips, making everyone cover their ears, with the exception of Ethan, Chloe, Nicole, and Lily. Professor Violet's shout had scared her students silly, making them all quiet down. "Your answer is correct, Mr. Gremory," Professor Violet said, shocking the students who had made fun of Ethan earlier. "The strength of one's magic depends on how strong the conviction in their heart is. Like I mentioned earlier, the appraisal stone is a good tool to measure how strong a person's current magic is. However, even that strong magic can weaken once they feel fear in their hearts. The moment they lose hope, the moment they succumb to negative thoughts, their magic will weaken, regardless of how powerful a wizard or witch is." Professor Violet then drew a heart symbol on the blackboard and lightly tapped it with her wand. "Always protect your heart," Professor Violet stated, "because it is in your darkest moments that cracks appear in it, allowing negative emotions to break past your defenses and weaken your resolve, which will then weaken your magical power. There might come a time when you face helpless situations when you are doing your missions. If you let yourselves be swept away by negative emotions, the power behind your magic will lose its strength." Professor Violet then wrote the name of a spell on the blackboard before facing her students with a smile. "Now then, since you already understand how magic works, allow me to teach you the first spell that you will need in order to survive in the world." Professor Violet raised her wand above her head. "I'm sure that the majority of you already know this because it is the most basic of all basic spells. However, make no mistake, even the simplest of magic can save your life when used at the right moment. Now, repeat after me. Lux Eterna." An orb of light appeared above Professor Violet's head, giving off a radiance that made Ethan feel as if something warm was spreading inside his heart. A Lux Eterna. All the students said the spell that Professor Violet taught them, and before long, the entire room was filled with soft light. It wasn't enough to blind anyone, but it was enough to illuminate the entire room, casting dark shadows on the floor. "When there is light, dark will also be there," Professor Violet explained as she pointed at her feet, where her shadow could be seen. "That's why we should always be vigilant, because there is darkness in every person's heart. Sometimes this power can be harnessed to do great things. But no matter how miraculous or how powerful you become with this power, never, ever let it consume you. Because when that happens, you are no longer a person. You will become a devil whose sole purpose in life is to extinguish the light of others in order to temporarily regain what you have lost in the darkness." The professor then taught the students how to freely control the orb of light that hovered in the air, creating a fun activity for everyone. However, amidst the smiling faces, a blue-haired boy sighed in his heart. He had already set his expectations very low, but every time he saw someone use magic, that faint hope in his heart would flutter every now and then, only leaving him to be disappointed once again. Ethan's expression didn't escape Professor Violet's gaze, but she didn't do anything about it. This was the fate of all duds, and they had to find a way to overcome this obstacle before they could have a fulfilling academy life and be able to more fully explore the world where magic ran wild and free. Lux Eterna. It had been 2 days since Ethan had started his classes. Whenever there was an opportunity, the blue-haired boy would practice magic. Of course, all of his attempts failed, failing to create even the tiniest spark of magic. "Maybe I should just stop and accept it," Ethan sighed. While he was feeling depressed, he heard a knocking sound on the window of his room. There, he saw a white raven, pecking the window, alerting his master that he had finished his delivery. "Welcome back, Dantalion," Ethan said as soon as he opened the window to allow the white raven to enter his room. "Can I have some water?" Dantalion said to Ethan through telepathy. I was chased by an eagle on the way back here. I would have arrived earlier if not for that. The blue-haired boy picked up the pitcher of water on the table and poured it on a bowl, presenting it to his trusted companion, whom he asked to deliver a message to his grandma back home. Ethan also took some cookies from his jar and offered it to Dantalion, who looked very tired from his flight back home. I guess delivering letters also poses some serious danger for you guys, Ethan commented. I'm glad you are able to escape that eagle. It's part of our occupational hazard, Dantalion replied after drinking some water. If I was an ordinary raven, I would have become its lunch. By the way, your grandma sent you a letter. Read it first, then we'll talk later. Ethan nodded and carefully took the metallic tube off Dantalion's clawed foot, which contained his grandma's reply letter. After he had completed his mission, the white raven immediately started to eat the cookies that were placed on top of the table. Ethan, on the other hand, sat on a chair to read his grandma's message. To my dunderhead grandson. Ethan, you fool. How could you possibly ride the wrong train? You are only asked to ride a damn train, and you can't even do it right. The blue-haired boy stopped reading and glanced at the ceiling of his room. His grandma's opening words hit him really hard, forcing him to try to regain his composure first before he continued reading his grandma's letter. A few minutes later, Ethan turned his eyes back to the letter, and this time he planned to finish it until the end. Even now, I find it hard to believe that you were able to enroll at one of the most prestigious magic academy in Eastshire. Since it has come to this, I will tell you the things you have to know while staying there. Our family, the Gremarys, has a lineage of wizards and witches. However, being in a wizard family didn't guarantee that their offspring will have magic as well. I don't know if me and my sisters were unlucky, but none of us were born with an affinity to magic. It was my two older brothers who had become full-fledged wizards, continuing the family's legacy. Because of this, the things I knew about the magic world were very little because my parents didn't want to involve those without the gift of magic in the affairs of wizards and witches. According to your letter, the appraisal stone declared that you were a dud. I know about this stone because my brothers once told me that they were placed in the Equus and Terra manors when they enrolled in Brynhildr Academy. Ethan, being a dud is no different from being an ordinary person who doesn't have magic. You told me that you plan to stay there for a year, and if that was your wish, I will respect it. However, I can tell you now that it will be a very painful experience. When I was growing up, I felt incredibly jealous of my brothers, who were able to fly in the sky on their booms and cast magic with their wands. The envy and jealousy I felt back then was so bad that my parents were forced to send me to the countryside so that I wouldn't be in an environment that would trigger my inferiority. This was where I met your grandpa, and since then, I've only heard minor news about the magical world. Perhaps right now you are feeling the same feelings I felt back then. Envy, jealousy, and depression. If you really can't take it any longer, you can return even if a year hasn't passed. Remember this, my boy. In a world of diarrhea and constipation, it's okay to be a normal piece of *T sometimes. The only reason why I am not opposing your decision is because Chloe is there. With her around, I am sure that you will be in good hands. The magical world had many noble beauties. Although you are a dud, your looks are not half bad. Although we were not blood-related, you inherited all of my good points. I'm fine with you bringing a lady from a magical family. Just make sure that they will become good wives in the future. By the way, my sister and I had a nice and long talk about you and Chloe. She said that if you were unable to find a rich, noble girl to marry, how about you marry her daughter instead? Both of you had our seal of approval, so the wedding ceremony can be held once she, or both of you, graduate from the academy. I also informed my brothers about you, and I believe that they will contact you sometime in the future. Although I don't know if being in contact with the magic world is a good or bad thing, what is done, and we can only wait until you decide to return home. Make sure to write us letters on a regular basis, and always eat on time. Always wishing for your happiness. Grandma and Grandpa. Ethan read the letter 2 more times before folding the parchment in his hands. You know me well, Grandma, Ethan muttered as he carefully stored the letter inside his cabinet. Being here in the academy is quite depressing. Dantalion, who heard Ethan's words, eyed his master. He was the blue-haired boy's guide in the magical world, and he knew more than anyone how much his master wanted to use magic. Just as the White Raven was about to tell Ethan something, they heard a loud knock on the door of the room. Who is it? Ethan asked as he moved towards the door. It's me, Henry, the prefect of Dud Manor replied. It's not good to coop yourself up in your room, Ethan. Come with me, I will show you something nice. The blue-haired boy glanced at his White Raven, and the latter nodded his head. I'll rest for a while, Dantalion stated. We can talk when you get back. Ethan gave the raven a brief nod before opening the door. He didn't know where the manor prefect planned to take him, but he was willing to leave his room to have a change of pace. Dantalion watched his master leave the room before he sat on top of the table and closed his eyes to rest. There is no magic when no one no longer believes, Dantalion said softly. The stronger your heart is, the stronger your magic will become. What most wizards and witches didn't know was that their ravens could draw power from their masters. While it was true that Ethan didn't have any magical powers right now, Dantalion knew with every fiber of his being that all his master needed was an opportunity to allow magic to seep inside the magical circuit in his heart, which had been destroyed a few days after he was born. Ethan, I'll ask you straight, are you perhaps feeling depressed? Henry asked with a smile. Currently, Ethan was seated in the conference room of the Dud Manor, with a few of its residents in attendance. Yes, Ethan replied. It's hard being different. Henry and the rest of the members of Dud Manor nodded their heads in understanding. They had been paying close attention to Ethan for the past few days and knew that he was feeling the same feeling they had in the past. What you're feeling right now is very normal, Henry said. I won't tell you to ignore this feeling because as you spend your time here in the academy, this feeling will only grow stronger with each passing day. Seeing your classmates use magic when you're magicless is the worst thing ever. However, you shouldn't fret too much because the Dud Manor is here for a reason. Behold, our first-year handy-dandy artifact set. Henry placed several things on top of the table and gave Ethan a mischievous smile. The first thing he picked up was a white pearl and placed it on the palm of his hand. Watch closely, Ethan, Henry said, as he presented the white pearl to the young man, who was wondering what his head prefect was trying to do. Lux Eterna. Immediately, the white pearl lit up and slowly rose upwards until it hovered above Henry's head, illuminating his surroundings. This is a consumable item that can be bought using 1 gold coin or 10 merit points in Terra Manor, Henry explained. Now, you might ask, since wizards can use magic, what's the point of using these consumable items? Well, the answer is really simple. There are times when even wizards and witches run out of magic power. When that happens, they rely on these items in order to cast the basic spells, especially when they are out on a mission. This white pearl's light can last up to 2 hours, and you can use it sparingly if you like, just like a light bulb that you can switch on and off. Pretty nice, right? Although it's a bit costly, having it around will make you feel that you are casting magic yourself. Henry then waved his hand, and the white pearl flew towards the handsome teenager, circling around him like a firefly before landing back in Henry's palm. The next item on the agenda is this magic water flask, Henry said, as he presented a cup-sized water container. Contrary to how it looks, this thing can actually store up to 20 gallons of water. Wizards and witches that are doing field missions always carry 1 or 2 of these things. This cost 5 gold coins or 50 merit points. You can get it from the Equus Manor. After placing the water flask on the table, Henry picked up a red wand and held it up for Ethan to see. This is what we call a fire stick, Henry explained before pointing it in a direction. A moment later, A thin flame shot out from the tip of the fire stick, similar to that of a flamethrower. Ethan's eyes widened in shock, because this was the first time he saw something that could actually shoot out flames like magic. "This one costs around 10 gold coins, or 100 merit points," Henry stated. "As you may already know, not all wizards are blessed with fire magic, so having this around can easily help you light a campfire. It is also a consumable item. If you use it sparingly, it is possible to make it last for 3 to 4 months. If you use it all the time, it can only last 1 to 3 weeks. Still, it's a good item that every wizard and witch should have." Henry showed Ethan a few more items, making the young man look at them as if they were priceless treasures. His expression made everyone in the Dud Manor smile, because they had the exact same reaction when these items were first introduced to them. "Although these things are at most cheap tricks and imitations, for us duds they are a godsend," Henry said softly. "So, as your prefect, I am giving all of these to you free of charge. Put them to good use and use them however you see fit." Ethan, who had been gifted all of these wonderful items, looked at his head prefect and wondered if he was an angel in disguise. "Thank you, Henry," Ethan replied. "I will treasure them." "Remember this, Ethan," Henry patted the young man's shoulder with a smile. "It is only during the darkest of nights do we see the brightest stars. There are many other cool things being sold by the students in this academy. Some of them want to earn some money, while others prefer merit points. If you don't find anything good being sold at the other manors, you can head over to the Magical Trinket Clubhouse. That is the place where creative wizards and witches gather. In fact, one of our companions here is the vice president of that very same club." Henry pointed at an angelic-looking beauty with short, pinkish-red hair that was almost maroon in color. She was considered the flower of Dud Manor, and she was only older than Ethan by a few months. Her name was Luna. According to Henry, Luna wasn't technically a dud. Her magic was very strong. It was so strong that she could fight a quattro of wizards and witches on her own. However, there was one problem. She could only use her magic on the days of the full moon. Aside from those days, she was just like a normal person, unable to wield magic. Because of this, the professors decided to put her in Dud Manor as a special case. "Luna, can you help Ethan get acquainted with your club members?" Henry asked. "Also, if you don't mind, can you please give him some discounts on your latest products?" Luna blinked, once then twice, before the complexion of her face slowly became beet red. "Yeah, I forgot. She's actually a shy person around new people." Henry scratched his head. "It can't be helped. The two of you should get better acquainted so you won't be too embarrassed to talk to each other. After all, we are in the same manor, so you will see each other more often than not." Luna shyly nodded before giving Ethan a sidelong glance. After seeing that the blue-haired boy was looking at her, she immediately lowered her head and looked at her lap, not daring to meet Ethan's gaze. "Jay, just what is this adorable creature?" Ethan couldn't help but feel that he wanted to protect the shy girl, who was making him feel overprotective. "Is this part of her magic as well? I'm pretty sure that today is not the full moon." Henry, who saw Ethan's reaction, chuckled before whispering something in the handsome young man's ear. "She will no longer feel shy around you when the two of you get acquainted," Henry whispered. "Just be careful, though. She has a lot of fans in the academy who are determined to protect her smile. If they see you as a threat, they might eliminate you." Ethan felt his heart shudder after hearing Henry's warning. But after thinking about it, it all makes sense because Luna looked like a very delicate girl that anyone would want to protect. Truth be told, he wanted to get close to the shy angelic lady, who could probably melt the heart of others if she smiled. However, after hearing Henry's warning, he decided to not get too close to her in fear that he would be attacked by the young ladies' fans club, who were overprotective of the Dud Manor's little flower. Luna was indeed a beauty. Her angelic features had made every member, including the ladies of Dud Manor, want to spoil and protect her at all cost. Although she wasn't necessarily a dud, her unique magical ability was something that could only be used on the days of the full moon. Because of this, The headmaster of the academy, Professor Reinhardt, decided to place her in Dud Manor, where she felt welcomed by everyone there. Now, this same angelic beauty was taking Ethan to their clubhouse that specialized in creating magical items that could be bought by using gold coins or merit points. After coming to the realization that he didn't need to think so hard about how to use magic, the young boy decided to use whatever means he could in order to enjoy his academy life. As one of the pillars of the first years, he received a monthly allowance of 500 gold coins. If his grandma knew that her grandson was receiving so much money, she would definitely ask Ethan to send her half of it for safekeeping. This money had been given to Ethan personally by Professor Reinhardt, so he had some funds to splurge on the gadgets that the Magical Trinket Club was selling. Even though I can't use magic, I can still use magical items, Ethan thought. That in itself is a good thing. Although it's not my own magic, it is still magic. Ethan couldn't count the number of times when he wished he could cast a simple spell like Lux Eterna. Fortunately, the White Pearl was able to solve this issue. In fact, Ethan was so happy after receiving the White Pearl from Henry that he almost used up its magic. The good news was that this was a normal consumable item. This meant that he could buy as many as he wanted from the Terra Manor after he finished visiting Luna's clubhouse. I checked the calendar and found out that the full moon will happen in 2 weeks, Ethan said. I don't know what moon magic is like. Can you show it to me in 2 weeks' time? You want to see moon magic? Luna asked back. I can't. You can. This is the first time someone has taken the initiative to ask me what moon magic is like. Ethan smiled, because he was now finally able to find a topic that could make the shy lady talk. As you know, my magic is nearly non-existent, Ethan stated. Because of this, I am very fascinated by the magic of others. According to Professor Violet, all wizards and witches are born with their own origin magic. I am very curious about what your origin magic is like. I see, Luna lowered her head. Although she tried to hide it, the handsome young man was able to see the tinge of red creeping up her cheeks, which made her look more endearing in his eyes. This adorable creature must be protected at all cost, Ethan thought. He didn't know if Luna was subconsciously releasing some kind of pheromone, but whatever she was releasing, it was enough to make Ethan feel overprotective of her. 10 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the Magical Trinket Clubhouse, where a crowd of wizard and witches was busy buying the items that they had for sale. Just as Ethan was about to fall in line, Luna grabbed hold of his arm and shook her head. You don't need to line up, Luna said in a volume that only he could hear. We don't sell all our stocks in the front store, so you don't need to go there. I will take you through the back door. Ethan could have hugged Luna then and there, but knowing how shy she was with strangers, he simply placed his hands behind his back and followed her. True to her word, Luna took him to the back door of the clubhouse, away from the eyes of the teenage boys and girls who were still lining up outside the front of the store. Naturally, there were people who noticed Luna's and Ethan's figures, but after recognizing who they were, they didn't call out to them and simply stayed in line, waiting for their turn. Come with me, Luna said, as he guided her new friend to the maze of the clubhouse. There was a special magic placed in the interior of the club, which made it impossible for non-club members to navigate their way around it. This was made to prevent theft and deter anyone who wanted to get the blueprints of the items that were made by their club members. 5 minutes later, Luna opened a door where she was immediately welcomed by a lady with long red hair, wearing glasses. You're finally here, Luna, the lady said, and it seems that you've brought a friend, or is he perhaps your boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend, Luna immediately reddened. We live in the same manor. His name is Ethan. Oh, don't worry, little Luna. I know very well who he is. The lady gave Luna a hug. He is one of the pillars of the first years, the newest member of the Dud Manor, Ethan Gremory. He's quite famous in the academy, you know. Ethan, who heard that he was famous, immediately straightened his posture and acted like a refined, elegant, and charismatic young man, which made the red-haired lady giggle. You're more handsome up close, the lady said with a smile. How about it? Our little Luna is still single. She's also from a good family. You won't lose out if you make her your girlfriend. So what do you think, mister? Pillar, do you want to sweep her off of her feet? Ethan was very tempted to say yes, but because he knew that it would trouble Luna, he simply smiled and nodded his head. I'm sure that any teenage boy in the academy would want Luna to be his lover, Ethan stated. If someone dares to call her ugly, the entire Dud Manor would be out for blood. Including you, the red-haired lady asked in a teasing tone. Ethan nodded. Yes, including me. I'd definitely smack anyone who dared to call Luna ugly. The blue-haired boy and the red-haired girl then both glanced at the shy, young lady, whose entire face was now beet red due to Ethan's words, which she hadn't heard before in her life. So you're here to buy magical items, the president of the Magical Trinket Club, Cassandra, said with a smile. As a dud, you and our club will certainly have more collaborations in the future, so how about you do us a favor? In return, I will give you a discount. What do you say? Let me hear the favor first, Ethan replied. Sorry, but my grandma told me that if someone asks me for a favor, I should ask them what it is, so that there will be no misunderstanding. Your grandma is very wise. She's also an expert in throwing flip-flops. She never misses her targets. Cassandra giggled after hearing Ethan's witty comment. Truth be told, she already had her eyes on the magicless pillar of Dud Manor, but she didn't have any idea how to form a connection with him. Fortunately, Luna and Ethan were living on the same manor, and the former had already brought the young man to their club, which made things easier for Cassandra. As you already know, we are a magical club that creates different kinds of magical tools. Originally, our founder only planned on creating magical trinkets and accessories. However, as the years went by, we decided to expand our product line and create some tools that are useful for everyday life. However, we have one problem. We usually don't have enough time or manpower to fully test our new products. Usually, the members of the Dud Manor help us out because they are in great need of such items. In fact, your head prefect, Sir Henry, is one of our VIP customers. Alas, he can only stay in the academy one more year, so we need a new guinea pie. Someone new who could help test our creations for years to come. You will only find benefits in this collaboration. How about it? Ethan's interest was piqued by Cassandra's proposal. As someone who wasn't able to wield magical powers, having discounts, as well as being able to beta test the Magical Trinket Club's new inventions was quite appealing to him. Deal, Ethan replied. I am willing to test your new gadgets for you. Great, Cassandra clapped her hands happily. Since that is the case, I will ask Luna to bring you some of the some of the products that are still undergoing fine-tuning. Luna, can you take the you-know-whats from the warehouse? I'm sure that this handsome boy here will be very happy to test them out. President, are you talking about the dangerous stuff that we labeled as not safe to sell to the students of the academy? Ara, what are you talking about, Luna? Cassandra said while adjusting her glasses. Those are just products that require fine-tuning. After we know what makes them after we know what makes them not work properly, we can work on them and start selling them like hot cakes. I see, Luna stuttered, feeling intimidated by Cassandra's smiling face, which often scared the people who come to their club to make fun of their inventions. Without another word, the angelic young lady went to their warehouse to bring the items that her president had asked for, leaving the young man and the red-haired sadistic lady alone together. Please, don't bully Luna so much, Miss Cassandra, Ethan said, after making sure that his new friend was no longer around. She's not good with that sort of thing. Have you joined the We Love Luna fans club? Cassandra covered her lips and chuckled. You're being overprotective of her, just like the other members of Dud Manor. Don't worry, I understand that feeling. I love Luna too, but this and that are different. I'm more interested in you right now. The red-haired lady took a step forward and used her finger to raise Ethan's chin, making him look straight into her eyes. Strange, although I don't really sense any magical powers in you, I feel something that attracts me to you, Cassandra said softly. Don't misunderstand. I'm feeling attracted to you not because you are handsome, but something else. I just can't put my finger on it. Hey, can I touch you for a bit? Maybe I'll understand this feeling I'm getting through body contact. I don't mind, Ethan replied, as long as you don't touch any inappropriate places. Worry not, I'm not that bold of a girl, Cassandra smirked. But if it's you, I wouldn't mind experimenting a bit. The red-haired lady with glasses then released her hold of Ethan before walking around him in circles. She then started to lightly pat his arms, his chest, his back, and his shoulders, as if confirming something. Ethan, you already know about Luna's magic rite, Cassandra asked, after having her fill of touching Ethan's body. The young man nodded. His head prefect had already told him about Luna's magic power, but didn't explain fully what she was capable of. The only thing he knew was that Luna could use her magic only on the days of the full moon. Moon magic is an ancient kind of magic, Cassandra explained. It also has the ability of bringing out the potential in people. Although you are a dud, it is very possible that Luna can awaken any dormant magical power inside of you, even for a brief moment. Who knows? Maybe you will be able to use a little bit of magic after she has used her magic on you. Also, I heard something interesting. The yearly exhibition matches of the different manors will start in 2 weeks. This is more like a casual thing, rather than a true competition. However, it doesn't change the fact that it is an event that everyone is looking forward to. Ethan blinked in confusion. He was still a first year and didn't know much about the events of the academy. Because of this, she asked Cassandra to explain what the exhibition match was about, which the red-haired lady was more than happy to explain to Ethan, whom she found to be quite an interesting person. The exhibition match, better known as the Clash of Manors, is an annual event held during the first quarter of the school year, Cassandra explained. Each manor will send one representative for their first years, second years, third years, and fourth years. They will fight a round-robin match, and the winners of the exhibition match will receive 20,000 merit points each. 20,000 merit points? Ethan was shocked after hearing Cassandra's explanation. Currently, he only had 220 merit points, and he already thought that it was already a lot. Yes, each member will get 20,000 merit points, Cassandra shrugged. But this is just an opening ceremony to motivate the first years to be diligent in their studies. At the end of the year, a grand battle between the manors will take place, and the winners will receive 200,000 merit points each. Now, that is what I call a grand prize. 200,000. Ethan was at a loss of words. His concept of money right now was blurred. After getting settled into the academy, he received an allowance of 500 gold coins a month. Since he thought that this was too much money, he decided to give half of it to his grandma, so she could use it to fix their house, the other farm structures and equipment, which were in need of constant maintenance. Basically, as long as one had merit points, they wouldn't need to spend anything else inside the academy aside from that. Poor wizards and witches also used merit points as currency in the academy, allowing them to have a little leeway with their finances. In general, copper, silver, and gold coins were only used when one left the academy grounds. Wait, earlier you said that each manor will send one representative for each school year to participate in the exhibition match, right? Ethan asked. Right, Cassandra winked at the handsome teenager. That also means that you, Ethan, are the only candidate that your manor can send as their representative for the first years. Now, I have some good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Ethan nodded. The bad news first. Cassandra giggled, because she had already expected this answer from the young man, who was 2 years younger than her. The bad news is that it is almost guaranteed that the ones you will be facing in the first-year bracket are the pillars of the academy, Cassandra replied. Langston Kerr, Lily Langley, Kurt Hale, and last but not the least, Nicole Estat, whom everyone thinks is the strongest first year in the academy. Your chances of beating them are very slim. However, the good news is that the magical tools and artifacts that are manufactured within the academy can be used in these matches. With our club backing you up, your chances at victory are no longer 0. Isn't that great? You really hit the jackpot when you agreed to cooperate with me. Also, there is one more thing. Luna being the representative of the second years for the Dud Manor is nearly set in stone. Although she's just a normal girl on the days without the full moon, her knowledge in using our magical items is second to none. It will be best if you ask her for pointers. Cassandra, then, glanced on the door and placed a finger over her lips. A few seconds later, Luna returned carrying a wooden box, which she had taken from their club's warehouse. "President, I got them all," Luna reported. "But I'm really not sure if we should let Ethan use them." "It's fine, Luna," Cassandra assured her vice president. "You know what they say, no risk, no gains. I'm sure that Ethan understands this as well, right, Ethan?" "Yes, Miss Cassandra," Ethan replied. "Just call me Cassandra. We are now business partners, so dropping the miss is the right thing to do. I'll also just call you Ethan." "Very well, Cassandra. I look forward to our collaboration." The red-haired lady then took the wooden box from Luna's hands and passed it to the young man, moving her head close to him. "Don't forget what I told you earlier," Cassandra whispered. "Luna might be able to help you awaken your magic. Make sure to ask her for help on the next full moon." "Understood," Ethan whispered back. "I'll ask for her help when that time comes." Luna, who didn't hear what the two were whispering about, pouted. Although she was quite happy that Ethan was getting along with her club's president, she felt that the two of them were planning something behind her back, and it made her feel uncomfortable. "I'd better ask Ethan later what he and the president talked about while I was away," Luna thought. "I just hope that the president didn't tell him about my embarrassing moments." Cassandra then left Luna to explain the details of the magical tools that they had deemed not safe to use by the students of the academy. Although she was a shy girl, Luna still did as she was told and explained the uses of each magical tool in great detail. She also came clean and made sure to tell Ethan why these products were stored in the warehouse instead of being sold in their shop. Only when the young man assured her that he understood the danger of using the tools given to him by Cassandra did the angelic lady finally felt relieved. "Call me when you are going to experiment with them," Luna stated. "That way, if something happens to you, I will be able to call for help right away." "Got it, and thank you," Ethan replied. "I'll do my best to use moderation when experimenting with them." Half an hour later, the two left through the back door of the clubhouse and headed back to Dud Manor, which was a good thing since there were many wizards and witches at the front entrance, who might be part of Luna's fans club. Ethan had received many magical artifacts from Cassandra, and he planned to master their uses before the first exhibition match between the different manors began. Although his chances of winning against the true prodigies of the first years, whom he had accidentally become a part of, was slim, he had no intention of surrendering without a fight. Chloe watched as Ethan practiced using a grappling hook that he had acquired from Luna's club. The shy girl with short, reddish-pink hair was also watching the young man as he swung the grappling hook around like a sling before throwing it towards the tree branch in the distance. Ethan's aim was good, and the grappling hook properly coiled itself around the tree branch until it secured itself in a firm hold. Giving the grappling hook a tug, Ethan confirmed that it was very stable and safe to use. "Fellies," Ethan said as he held the rope that bound the grappling hook tight. A moment later, he found himself being pulled towards the grappling hook as the length of the rope decreased. The teenage boy then tugged on the grappling hook a second time, making it detach from the tree branch. Suddenly, the second spell that was imbued in the grappling hook activated, creating an invisible platform under Ethan's feet, allowing him to hover in the air for a brief moment, giving him enough time to step towards the tree branch safely. If the second spell can remain active for at least 5 to 10 seconds, this grappling hook will be safer to use, Ethan muttered as he looked at the magical tool in his hand. "But overall, it is a good item. Since I no longer need to pull myself up, it saves a lot of time because the trigger spell does it automatically." After testing nearly 30 magical tools, only a fifth of them were barely usable. Ethan had even suffered minor injuries because some of them were truly faulty. Luna wasn't joking when she said that some of them were really dangerous, but overall, the experience taught Ethan many things. He even thought that, although the other magical tools were faulty, he could find a good use for them if the right circumstances presented themselves. Still, Ethan wrote down some notes, giving suggestions about how to make the other gadgets safer, and passed this to Luna, who was very happy to have Ethan's personal opinion. Unlike him, most wizards and witches weren't that athletic, with the exception of those that were training to become magical knights and battle mages. They had tried to ask for volunteers to test their products in the past, but after these volunteers were injured, the headmaster told Cassandra that any dangerous inventions must pass safety regulatory measures before they could be sold in their club's store. Right now, they were in dire need of a guinea pig to test their inventions, and Ethan was the perfect person for the job. "Thank you for your hard work, Ethan," Luna said as he handed the young man a face towel so that he could wipe the sweat off his face. "Thank you as well, Luna," Ethan replied. "I'll write a report about the grappling hook that you can send to Cassandra later. Even extending the floating spell for a second or two will greatly improve its effectiveness." "Understood," Luna smiled. "I'll hand your report to the president." Chloe, who was watching this interaction between her cousin and the angelic beauty, pouted. "It hasn't even been a month, and you're already attracting the bees," Chloe thought grumpily. Maybe him studying here in the academy isn't a good thing after all. Chloe couldn't help but feel that Ethan was good at getting close to the beautiful ladies in the academy. Nicole and Luna. These were the two ladies that Chloe felt to be the closest to Ethan aside from her. Both were beautiful in their own right, and any boy would definitely jump at the opportunity to become their lover. "Fortunately, I already asked him to become my partner for the practical exams and missions," Chloe thought. "Nicole is too proud to form a team with anyone, so she is bound to go solo. As for Luna, she has had a team since her first-year days, so I'm also safe in that department." The angelic lady was already a second year and had formed many connections with other people. Because of this, Luna didn't lack friends who could help her clear hard missions when they let her tag along with them. Just as Chloe was about to walk up to the two teenagers who were exchanging views about the ways the magical grappling hook could be modified, the head prefect of Dud Manor appeared. "Ethan, I was looking for you," Henry said with a smile. "Since you are still new to the academy, I'm sure that you don't know about the upcoming exhibition matches between the different manors." "Actually, I already know about it, head prefect," Ethan replied. "The president of the Magical Trinket Club told me yesterday." Although Henry had insisted that Ethan just called him Henry, the young man found this disrespectful and reverted to calling him head prefect instead. Seeing that Ethan had no intention of changing his mind, Henry no longer insisted and allowed the newest member of their manor to refer to him in any way that he liked. "Oh, that makes this simple then," Henry said. 2 weeks from now, the exhibition match will start. Since you are the only first year in our residence, that automatically makes you our candidate for the first-year division. Luna, it seems that they are moving the battle near the day of the full moon, so there's a possibility that you will be able to participate. However, I'm not raising my hopes up. Last year, they were very curious about what you could do, and the professors decided to start the match on the day of the full moon. We all know what happened next." Henry gave Luna a smirk, which made the shy girl turn beet red due to embarrassment. "Ah, before I forget, there is one more thing that I need to tell you," Henry stated. "Your opponents will probably be the other pillars of the first years. Know that our chances of winning the exhibition match are very low, so don't feel bad if you lose your match, okay?" Ethan nodded because he had already come to terms with this fact. There was really a huge gap between an ordinary person and someone who could use magic. As long as you don't set your expectations too high, you can accept your loss with grace. Just as Henry was about to leave, the handsome guy with short silver hair, Noah, who was a second year like Luna, arrived at the training grounds of the Dud Manor with some interesting news. Did you hear the latest news? Noah asked as soon as he saw everyone in the training grounds. It seems that the representative for the Equus Manor is being contested. Nicole Lestat has been challenged by Alice Quinn. The two of them will battle it out for the position of the candidate who will represent the first-year division of the Equus Manor. According to my friends, the two of them will fight in the arena 2 hours from now. We should all watch it, especially you, Ethan. You will be facing one of them, so knowing what they are capable of will certainly be helpful to your preparation. Ethan frowned after hearing Noah's words. Truth be told, he was still feeling guilty because he had accidentally taken the ticket that belonged to Alice, which allowed him to enroll in the academy. Aside from Professor Ophelia and Alice, no one else knew that the silver-haired lady, who wielded the power of ice, should be one of the pillars of the first years instead of Ethan. But since the incident happened, this secret had remained hidden, forcing Alice to keep her silence as well. However, the silver-haired beauty had her pride as well. So, when their head prefect announced that Nicole would represent the first years of the Equus Manor in the exhibition match, she immediately issued a challenge to Nicole, which caused an uproar in Equus Manor. Originally, the head prefect of the manor, Arthur, wouldn't have agreed for the duel. However, there had been a growing rift between Nicole and the other first years, making them side with Alice, which forced Arthur to accept the duel. "Are you going to watch?" Chloe asked as she crossed her arms over her chest. "Yes," Ethan nodded. "Both of them are tough opponents, and I want to know which one of them is stronger." Ethan had not seen Alice's and Nicole's full powers, so he thought that this was a perfect opportunity to see how powerful the two witches were. Luna, who had been silent until now, lightly pulled on Ethan's robe, catching his attention. "Who do you think will win?" Luna asked. Ethan pondered for a bit before giving an answer. "It will be a tough fight, but I'm leaning more towards Nicole on this one," Ethan replied. Chloe arched an eyebrow. "Your reason?" "Because she's a friend," Ethan replied. "Shouldn't we support our friends?" Chloe had no words to refute Ethan's words, so she decided to just reluctantly nod her head. In the end, the one who decided who would win was not them, or any of the spectators that would go to the arena. Only one could represent the first years of Equus Manor, and that position would be reserved for whoever won the match between the two beautiful and talented witches. Nearly 2 hours later, the arena was jam-packed with people who wanted to see the duel between Nicole and Alice. Although Alice had been the more Loki between the two, that didn't change the fact that she was one of the witches who had managed to survive the initiation ceremony. Also, the first years of Equus Manor were now on her side due to what Nicole did several days ago, when she attacked the members of her own manor in the race to get to the yellow flags. Ethan, Chloe, Luna, and Henry, who had managed to secure a good spot near the arena, all waited for the two combatants to arrive. Several teachers were also present, including Professor Ophelia, Professor Violet, and the knightly Professor, Lionel. "Bets are up," a third year from the Terra Manor shouted. "Place your bets here. The battle will start soon, so place your bets while you still can. Maximum bet is 50 merit points per person." Several students, who managed to earn merit points in their lessons, decided to take the chance and joined the betting game. Ethan, who was very frugal with his own merit points, didn't like gambling in the first place, so he decided to just watch the battle. The teachers didn't mind letting the students have a bit of fun, so they turned a blind eye to the small-time gamblers, who were just trying to earn more merit points, while taking advantage of the situation. "Professor Lionel, it seems that the unity of Equus Manor has some cracks in it," Professor Violet said in a teasing tone. "As one of its guardians, what is your opinion about this duel?" Professor Lionel chuckled, before answering the beautiful professor's question. "Professor Violet, rivalries are important for growth," Professor Lionel replied. "Equus Manor grooms talented magical knights and battle mages, so having some scuffles between its members is a very natural thing. It is part of human nature to always follow the strong. Right now, the pecking order among the first years is being determined, So this match will be a very wonderful lesson for everyone. Professor Violet nodded her head before shifting her gaze to the silver-haired professor beside her. What do you think, Professor Ophelia? Professor Violet asked. Do you think your niece will win? I'm a bit biased when it comes to this match, Professor Violet, Professor Ophelia answered. I am always on Alice's side, regardless of who she is fighting against. As for whether she will win or not, I don't know. The Astaff family is well known for their military might. Even if my niece is gifted with strong magical powers, her opponent simply has more battle experience, which could decide the outcome of the match. Professor Violet smiled, because this was indeed the truth. In the magical world, the Astaff family had carved their mark in Eastshire, making them one of the most influential families that had ties to the Magistratus, which served as the army and main strike force of the Magical Bureau. They also had a good relationship with the majority of the magical knight orders across the continent, making the Astaff family's prestige match that of a dukedom. Whoever wins this match today is almost guaranteed to become the champion of the first-year division in the exhibition match, Professor Lionel commented. Is what I'd like to say, but this year, we have 2 dark horses that might give us a surprise. Professor Violet and Professor Ophelia both nodded their heads in agreement. Lily Langley, Professor Violet said softly. That girl hides quite deep. This is why I dislike cute types. They won't die even if you kill them with flames. Indeed, Professor Ophelia replied. She's definitely the most dangerous witch among the first years right now. Professor Lionel smiled, because he agreed with the 2 other professors wholeheartedly. As for the last dark horse, you're talking about him, right? Professor Violet narrowed her eyes as she locked her gaze on Ethan, who was watching from the stands nearest the arena. What makes you think that he is a dark horse? Men's intuition, Professor Lionel replied in a casual manner. Also, I like to side with the underdogs. Don't we all? Professor Violet sighed. I even gave him my molding ball, which I received that same day. If not for the fact that Professor Reinhardt promised to give me a better one, I would have definitely asked Ethan to give it back to me. The 3 professors continued their idle talk for 5 more minutes before the people in the arena started cheering. Here they are, Henry said with a smile, the main stars of today's battle. Nicole walked confidently up the arena amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd. A smile was plastered on her face, and yet one could tell that she was very eager to start the match as soon as possible. On the side of the arena opposite hers, Alice walked up with a calm expression on her face. She had been labeled the cold beauty by the teenage boys of the first years, and many found her cold attitude very appealing and attractive. The daughter of the Quinn family versus the daughter of the Astaff family, Professor Reinhardt muttered as he watched what was happening in the arena through the round mirror in his office. It seems that this year will not be as calm as the last. There are too many talented students popping out of the woodwork. What do you think, Professor Enjal? Will we have our hands full this year? The professor that once escorted Ethan to the Plaza of Beginnings grinned. This year is going to be an exciting year for us, Headmaster, Professor Enjal replied. We might even get a shot at the inter-school battles in the 3rd quarter of this year. Professor Reinhardt nodded, but didn't comment any further on the topic. Any news about the Beastmen of the North? Professor Reinhardt asked. There have been reports that they are getting restless. We might need to send some of our elites to handle the situation soon. Don't worry, Professor Enjarl replied. I already sent my men to investigate it. Is that so? Professor Reinhardt placed his hands behind his back as he gave Professor Enjal a sidelong glance. Just make sure that none of our students get involved in the crossfire, especially the first years. They're still not ready. As you wish, Headmaster, Professor Enjal bowed respectfully. I'll try to settle it before the first batch of missions are posted in the guild hall. The headmaster of Brynhilder Academy nodded. While he was confident that he could protect his students while they were within the walls of the academy, he also knew that he couldn't keep them all inside of it forever. Sooner or later, they had to go out to spread their wings and fly. For that was the only way to train the elites that would help protect the uneasy peace that all the different factions were trying their hardest to maintain. I think the last time we talked to each other was during the initiation ceremony, right? Nicole asked as she looked at the silver-haired beauty that challenged her to a duel. So before we start, I just want to ask you one thing. Are you serious about this? Alice didn't answer right away. Instead, she took out her wand and pointed it at the person whom she considered to be her greatest rival. You will know how serious I am when we start our battle, Alice replied. Wow, Nicole smirked as she summoned a magical rapier. Scary Tilda. The two teenage girls stared at each other while waiting for the referee that will officiate their match. Duels were not allowed to happen unless there was someone among the staff of the academy that would oversee these battles. Anyone who broke this rule would receive punishment and will be penalized through gold and merit points. It's good to see that you two are eager to battle. A middle-aged man with gray hair appeared at the center of the arena with his arms behind his back. I will be the referee of this match. Are both of you ready? Ethan, who was not familiar with the middle-aged professor, asked Chloe, who was seated on his right side. Who's that? I don't know, Chloe replied. I don't know a lot of professors here in the academy. I'm just a first year like you. Just as Ethan was about to ask Luna, who was seated on his left side, the head prefect of Dud Manor, Henry tapped him from behind. That's Professor Barrett, Henry stated. He is one of the resident magistratus of the academy and teaches defense against the arcane arts. He was a very powerful wizard, and my dad said that he used to be the top magistratus when he was still on active duty. Magistratus was the title given to powerful wizards who helped the Magical Bureau enforce the laws of the magical world on its denizens. It could be said that they were the best combat wizards and witches that could fight multiple enemies at once. This title was not given lightly, and only those who truly possessed the strength to back up this title would be awarded its honors. After knowing who the middle-aged professor was, the young man once again focused his attention on the two teenage girls in the arena, who were ready to start their duel. If I deem that there is no point in continuing this match, I will step in to end it, Professor Barrett declared. Even though the magical wards have been activated, which will ensure that none of you will die in this duel, do your best to avoid purposely killing your opponent. This is a duel, not a death match. I want to see the behavior that is expected from the students of Brynhildr Academy. Alice and Nicole both nodded their heads, acknowledging Professor Barrett's words. The ex-magistratus nodded back and raised his hand. Let the match begin. The moment Professor Barrett announced the start of the battle, Alice immediately swung her wand, creating countless icicles around her. Glacies Imbrem, Alice chanted, and the dozens of icicles around her all shot towards Nicole, who was standing with a confident smile on her face. Ignis Muris, Nicole sneered, and a wall of fire appeared in front of her, evaporating the icicles that Alice had sent in her direction. The pink-haired beauty's wand was actually the handle of her rapier, magnifying its abilities considerably. The Astaf family was a family of magical knights. Because of this, all of their equipment were tailor-made to allow them to fight to their fullest. They both have good control, Professor Barrett thought as he watched the battle from the side. Both of them are trying to make their opponents show more of their fighting styles before they start to fight seriously. Alice pulled back the arm that was holding her wand before stomping her left foot on the ground. Glacies Clavi, Alice stated. Immediately after the silver-haired beauty cast her spell, Nicole jumped backwards and used a levitation spell to float upwards. At that exact moment, 2-meter icicle spikes jutted out of the ground where the pink-haired beauty had been standing mere seconds before. If Nicole had been a bit slower, she might have been impaled by Alice's precision strikes that made even Professor Barrett nod his head in appreciation. Ignis Indicibus. This time, Nicole's decided to counterattack to stop Alice's momentum. Dozens of golf-sized fireballs shot out of the tip of her rapier, making it look like a machine gun unleashing a barrage of flaming bullets at her target. When they were going through the initiation ceremony, Nicole had already considered Alice a threat. The pink-haired beauty had very strong senses. These senses of her allowed her to tell who were the most powerful wizards and witches in her surroundings. If Alice had not been with Ethan and Chloe in the initiation ceremony, Nicole would have definitely attacked them, eliminating them then and there. Her goal had been to be the only first year to clear the special trial that had become a tradition of Brynhildr Academy. The only reason why she didn't do that was because Alice was with them. Although the silver-haired beauty had an indifferent look, which made her like an ice queen, her strong magic power was the real deal. Alice stood her ground as she faced the barrage of fire bullets headed in her direction. A moment later, a 2-meter-thick ice wall rose in front of her, shielding her from the fire bullet barrage. White smoke started to envelop the surroundings as the ice wall withstood the attack. The silver-haired beauty was defending and using her magic to cast a white icy mist in the surroundings, blocking everyone's vision. She had no intention of showing her trump cards where everyone could see, so she planned to create an environment that would allow her to fight to her fullest potential. What she didn't know was that Nicole could have blown away the white mists that she was using to cover the battlefield. However, since the pink-haired lady also didn't want to show anyone her true strength, she allowed Alice to do what she wanted, while preparing an attack that would take her opponent completely by surprise. "I hope that this will be fun," Nicole mused. "Let's see what you can do, Alice." Ethan and the others, who were looking at the arena, frowned when the white mist had become thick enough, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening inside. The dueling arena had this invisible shield that prevented any stray magic from hitting the spectators. This same shield was preventing the white mist from leaving the arena, blocking everyone's vision. Nicole stood on the right side of the arena with her rapier pointed on the ground. Her left hand was on her waist as she waited for Alice to finish the smoke screen that she was making. 5 minutes later, the silver-haired beauty's cold voice reached her ears, making the pink-haired beauty smile. "Now we fight for real," Alice declared. The mist was so thick that it was impossible to see anything beyond a meter, but that didn't pose a problem to Nicole, who had been trained by her family to face many dangerous situations. "I asked you this earlier, and I'll ask you again," Nicole stated. "Are you serious about this? Do you really want to become the representative for the exhibition match of the first year?" This time, Alice replied, making her intentions known. "Yes." "Very well. May the person whose will is stronger win." Nicole then took a fighting stance, with the blade of the rapier mere inches away from her eyes, as she cast a spell that would allow her to pinpoint Alice's location within the dense white mist. Calar Visionis. The pink-haired beauty's eyes glowed faintly as she activated her heat vision spell. As someone who wielded the powers of fire and water, Nicole could use these two elements to her advantage. Within the white mists, she saw a person giving off heat from their body. However, she didn't attack this person. Due to the height and size of the body, Nicole assumed that this person was none other than the referee to their battle, Professor Barrett. She then turned around, scanning her surroundings, looking for any traces of Alice. But to her surprise, she didn't see any other heat signals in the surroundings, allowing her to pinpoint her opponent's location. Suddenly, Nicole's sixth sense gave her a warning, but it was too late. A 2-meter-tall ice ball suddenly materialized in front of her, sending her flying backwards. The pink-haired beauty managed to regain her balance midair and landed while skidding across the ground. If not for the fact that she had been able to summon her round shield subconsciously, she might have received a serious injury from the sneak attack that came out of nowhere. "My left arm still feels numb," Nicole thought as she raised the round shield in front of her in a defensive stance. "This girl is really dangerous. I might have no choice but to use that." At that moment, a faint sound reached Nicole's ears. The first thing she did was to crouch on the ground and use the shield to cover her body, just in time to block countless icicles that rained down on her from within the white mists. While the spectators outside the arena weren't able to see anything, they could hear tinkling sounds, like the sound of coins being shaken on a glass cup. "I can't see anything," Chloe complained. "This mist is in the way." "Yes," Ethan agreed. He really wanted to see the two witches fighting each other, because it might give him an insight on how to defeat them, if they were to face him in the exhibition match. Although he knew that his chances were slim, he still believed that if an opportunity presented itself, he would be able to snatch a win from them. Right now, Alice is forcing Nicole to fight defensively, Luna, who was seated beside Ethan, commented. "You can see them?" Ethan asked the angelic beauty beside him, which made the latter shake her head. "I can vaguely sense the flow of magic in the arena," Luna replied, as she pointed at a location within the mist. "Someone is using offensive spells in that direction." Luna then pointed to the far right corner of the arena before continuing her explanation. "The spells are hitting something in that direction, which is creating the tinkling sounds that we are hearing," Luna explained. "Since the magic being used is ice magic, I am assuming that it is Alice who has the upper hand right now. But what?" Ethan inquired. "Nicole seems to be casting some magic, and I can feel it getting stronger with each passing second," Luna answered with uncertainty. "If I have to make a guess, it is a spell that deals magical damage to a large area, or it can also be a..." Luna wasn't able to finish her words because a loud screech reverberated inside the arena. Although the white mist was blocking their view, they were able to see something red and fast moving within the mist. Not long after, sounds of explosions and hissing sounds spread in the surroundings as Alice found herself facing a 4-meter-long fire snake that Nicole had summoned to hunt her down. "Found you," Nicole smirked as she pointed her rapier in the direction where her fire snake was currently at. Magna Fragger. A great fireball that was as big as a wrecking ball shot out from the tip of her rapier and flew straight towards her target. Nicole planned to finish the battle as soon as possible because she didn't want her opponent to know anything more about her trump cards. However, just as she fired the great fireball, she felt something cold pressing against the back of her neck, making her body stiffen. "I win," Alice said in an icy tone. Nicole, who thought that she had pinpointed her opponent's location, was caught completely by surprise, unable to react to the silver-haired beauty's declaration. "How?" Nicole asked in disbelief. "I didn't even sense you coming at me from behind." "Do you really think I will answer that question?" Alice replied with the same icy tone. The white mist slowly dispersed in the surroundings, allowing the spectators to see what was happening in the arena. Soon, loud cheers erupted the moment they saw Alice pressing an icy dagger against the back of Nicole's neck. "Alice. Alice. Alice." The first years of the Equus Manor started shouting Alice's name, making it resound in the surroundings. Clearly, they were very happy with this result because they found Nicole to be too arrogant as of late. "Winner, Alice Quinn," Professor Barrett declared, confirming Alice was the victor of the match. As soon as her victory was announced, the silver-haired beauty dispersed the ice dagger in her hand and walked away without even turning back. Nicole, who had been left in the arena, watched Alice's back until she disappeared in the distance. If one were to look closely, the corner of her lips was raised ever so slightly, hiding a smile from the crowd. "I didn't know that the Asta family trained their daughters to become actresses," Professor Barrett said as he appeared beside the pink-haired beauty, having used a magic similar to teleportation magic. "When the headmaster told me that there were many interesting first years this year, I didn't believe him at first, but seeing the two of you fight, I guess he was telling the truth." Professor Barrett gave Nicole a curt nod before disappearing from the arena. His job was finished, so he had no intention of staying any longer. As Nicole started to leave the arena, she glanced in Ethan's direction and gave the blue-haired boy a wink. Ethan was surprised because he could vaguely sense that Nicole was in a good mood. Also, he noticed that the pink-haired beauty didn't have the expression or stance of someone who had just lost an important duel in her life. So, why are you here again? Chloe asked the pink-haired beauty who was eating dinner at the Dud Manor's exclusive table in the dining hall. This question coming from you is very funny, Nicole replied. What are you doing here at the Dud Manor table? I asked first. My answer is the same as yours. Chloe vehemently shook her head. Impossible. The reason why I am here is because he. The young lady with light brown hair forcefully covered her lips with her hand, preventing her from saying the rest of her explanation. How could she possibly say that the reason why she was eating with the members of the Dud Manor was because Ethan was there? Nicole giggled as she watched Chloe's face turn beet red due to embarrassment. Although you might think otherwise, my reason is the same as yours, Chloe, Nicole winked. Also, now is not a good time to eat at the Equus Manor's table. I don't want to rain on everyone's parade. The pink-haired beauty smirked because the first years in Equus Manor was celebrating her defeat in Alice's hands. All of them had been irked on how arrogant Nicole had been acting, so they were quite happy that she had been taught a lesson by one of their own members. You're an interesting lady, Mrs. Sta, Henry stated. Thank you, Sir Henry, Nicole replied. Is it possible if I stay in the Dud Manor for a few days? You need to ask the headmaster's permission for that, Henry smiled. If he agrees, you'll probably be the first non-Dud that was allowed to stay in our manor. Nicole giggled before shaking her head. The headmaster will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. I'm sure that he won't break tradition just for my sake, but it's okay for me to stay here to dine with everyone, right? Of course, Henry replied. As long as you don't cause trouble for us, you are welcome to join us every time. That goes the same for you, Chloe. Thank you, Sir Henry, Chloe said in a respectful tone. I am always grateful for Dud Manor's goodwill. I will do my best to not break your trust in me. Well said, Henry nodded his head before shifting his gaze to wink at Ethan. It must be hard being popular. The young man smiled bitterly at the head prefect's comment. Currently, Chloe was seated on his right side, while Nicole was seated on his left. Luna sat directly opposite him, and the shy young lady had an amused smile on his face as she looked at the two girls beside Ethan. Clearly, she found the teenage boy's current predicament quite funny. By the way, Ethan, I know this is quite sudden, but you are required to participate in a field mission 3 days from now, Henry stated. Although I said field mission, it is just the annual camping trip of the Dud Manor. Don't worry, we will stay in the area controlled by the Academy in Great Eagle Forest. It is a generally safe place to camp, and the other manors use it occasionally also. A camping trip. Ethan's interest was piqued. It has been years since we last went on a camping trip, right, Chloe? Indeed, Chloe replied. It has been 3 or 4 years since Grandpa and Grandma took us camping. The young lady with light brown hair had very fond memories of their camping trip, because she and Ethan would often go catch fish for a barbecue. Although they didn't always catch a lot, they would still get at least 2 to 3 fishes every time they went to the river, making their trip worth it. Part of her wished that she could go with Ethan, but since this was an annual tradition of the Dud Manor, she didn't go out of her way to ask if she could tag along. Fortunately, Henry was good at reading the moods of people, so he decided to extend an invitation to Ethan's cousin to make the camping trip more lively. Do you want to come with us, Chloe? Henry asked. I'll make an exception just for you. Can I really go? Chloe didn't expect that she would get a chance to go on a camping trip with Ethan, so she would definitely go if it was possible. She hadn't had the chance to visit Ethan on the farm last summer because she was busy preparing for her enrollment in Brynhildr Academy. A witch, who was part of the Gremory family who had tested her ability to use magic, took her back to their ancestral lands to train her how to use her magic power. Of course, you can come, Henry nodded. You don't have to worry about getting permission from your head prefect. I'll convince her to let you come with us. Thank you very much, Sir Henry. Chloe was very happy to be able to join Ethan on a camping trip, just like old times. Nicole, who felt a bit left out, was about to ask Henry if she could come as well. But before she could even ask, the head prefect of Dud Manor looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry, but I can't let others join our camping trip, Henry stated. Chloe is Ethan's relative, so she is an exception. As much as I want to take you with us, I have already extended my authority when it comes to letting an outsider join our trip. Nicole sighed, but still nodded her head in understanding. Perhaps next time we can go on a camping trip with just the two of us, Ethan, Nicole said in a teasing tone. Let's ditch the others and have fun. I'll teach you about self-defense and ways to counter wizards and witches. How about it? Oh, no, you don't. Chloe was quick to reject Nicole's proposal, because there was simply no way that she would allow the blue-haired boy to spend some time alone with the dangerous vixen, whose true motives were unknown. She knew that Nicole didn't like Ethan like a lover did, which made her feel that the pink-haired beauty had some kind of hidden agenda when it came to trying to get close to her cousin. Because of this, Chloe was very wary about letting Nicole get some time alone with Ethan, because she didn't know if the pink-haired beauty would make him drink some suspicious potion that might make him her slave for life. This mother hen is being overprotective of her egg, Nicole mused. Well, I guess I'll back off for now. I need to stay away from the limelight in order to do what I want to do in the academy. The pink-haired beauty knew that she had attracted the attention of many people after soloing the initiation ceremony. Because of this, she had been finding ways to change people's impression of her. It just so happened that Alice decided to challenge her, which Nicole thought was the perfect opportunity to execute her plan. Standing out was good, but standing out too much was a bad thing. Now that she was no longer that strongest first year, she would be able to shift all the unwanted attention onto others, while she performed the special mission that her family had asked her to do. 3 days later, the members of the Dud Manor all geared up as they hiked towards the location of their camping trip. Classes had just ended, and they planned to travel for a few hours until they reached their destination. The classes in Brynhildr Academy are only held on weekdays. On the weekends, the students were free to do whatever they wanted. They could even visit the nearby town to buy supplies if they wanted to, as long as they asked permission from their head prefects. Since the next day was Saturday, the members of Dud Manor could stay until Sunday afternoon at their designated campsite. As they made their way towards Great Eagle Forest, they noticed several people flying overhead with their broomsticks, waving at them as they flew past the members of Dud Manor. How nice it would be if we could just fly, Ethan muttered as he looked at the students with envy. Flying is good as long as you don't have a fear of heights, Noah, the handsome guy with short silver hair, commented. I have a fear of heights, so even if I had magic, I'd probably faint if I were to fly on a broom. By the way, Noah, it seems that several others are headed in the same direction as we are, Ethan stated. Are they also going camping? Perhaps, Noah replied. Since classes have ended, the students want to relax and unwind. It is very common for groups from different manors to go on a camping trip in Great Eagle Forest. Since Ethan was the newest member of Dud Manor, he made it a point to get along with its members. Fortunately for him, they also wanted to get along with him, so all of the boys hit it off, instantly becoming like brothers in arms. The girls, like Luna, were also kind to him, making him feel like he was a part of their family. Because of this, having a camping trip with all of them made Ethan so excited that he was unable to sleep the night before. Chloe, who tagged along in their trip, walked beside the blue-haired boy who was carrying her backpack inside his storage ring. The same could be said for the rest of the members of Dud Manor. None of them were carrying anything, with the exception of Henry and the other senior members. They were wearing the uniforms often worn by students that were about to go on a mission outside the academy. These uniforms were like lightweight armor that protected its wearer from stab wounds and blunt attacks from knives and bats, and other similar weapons. Of course, once the force of the blow reached a certain threshold, the protective clothes would be damaged, lowering its defensive abilities. The academy did their best to ensure that their students would return safely from their mission, which was why they didn't skimp out on the materials of these robes, saving the lives of countless students. After 2 hours of walking, They finally arrived at a clearing inside the forest, where several tents had already been set up in various locations. Ethan thought that they had finally arrived at their location, so he decided to take Chloe's backpack out of his storage ring, but was stopped by Noah before he could do so. "This is not the place that we'll be camping tonight," Noah said. "It is still an hour away from here, so don't bring anything out yet." Ethan nodded his head in understanding and simply followed behind the others, who seemed to already know where they were going. The people in the campsite glanced in the direction of the members of Dud Manor and started whispering to each other. Everywhere in the academy, there were places reserved for the members of the different manors. This included the manors themselves, the tables in the dining hall, as well as several other facilities in the academy. Ethan didn't know that there was not a place for the Dud Manor to camp in the clearing that they were currently in. Because of this, the previous members decided to look for their own campsite, which they could call their own. The problem was that, in their search for this place, they had no choice but to venture deeper inside Great Eagle Forest, where many wild magical creatures could be found. Half an hour after leaving the clearing, a loud roar reached Ethan's and Chloe's ears, making them almost jump in fright. In front of their group's formation, a 4-meter-long dire bear charged in their direction with the intention of attacking them. Henry and the rest of the senior members of Dud Manor looked at this creature with calm expressions on their faces. "George," Henry said. "On it," George replied before taking a black ball from the utility belt that hung around his waist. The third year of Dud Manor then threw the black ball towards the dire bear like a baseball, hitting the magical creature's face, dead center. Immediately, the black ball exploded, creating a black mist, which made the dire bear roar in pain. A moment later, George's best friend, Oliver, took a silver shield from his storage ring and charged at the large bear, which had reared back on its hind legs, while swiping left and right to disperse the black mist that surrounded it. A metallic ring resounded in the surroundings as Oliver slammed the silver shield into the dire bear's family jewels, making the fierce creature fall down on the ground, writhing in pain. Ethan and Noah couldn't help but wince after seeing the dire bear's dire situation. Even the young man thought that this was too much, but before he could say anything, Henry's voice reached his ears. "The Great Eagle Forest is a place filled with dangerous creatures," Henry stated. "It follows the law of the jungle. Although being merciful is nice and good, not all magical beasts follow this rule. Because of this, we have to teach them the hard way that there are things that they can and cannot do, especially when facing the students of Brynhildr Academy." After finishing his explanation, Henry approached the dire bear, who was still writhing on the ground, and kicked its jaw without any mercy, making the giant bear stop moving completely. "Is it dead?" Chloe asked. "No," Noah replied, "but it will be unconscious for a while." After dealing with the bear, the group continued their hike. Ethan understood why their seniors were wearing their full battle regalia now. It was their way of ensuring their safety. The annual trip of the Dud Manor inside the Great Eagle Forest was not just a simple camping trip. It was to teach their newest members, especially the first years, that even though they were magically crippled individuals, they still had the power to protect themselves against fierce magical beasts who would attack anyone in sight, regardless of whether they knew how to wield magic or not. "Luna, did you also go on this annual camping trip of Dud Manor a year ago?" Ethan asked. Luna nodded her head. "Yes, last year was an eye-opening experience. The previous head prefect could smash a dire wolf's head like a watermelon with a single punch. It was the first time I saw someone use might over magic, and it was truly an unbelievable sight." The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after hearing Luna's explanation. He thought that the members of Dud Manor could not protect themselves without magic, but it seems that his assumption was completely wrong. As if proving this fact, he heard several wolf howls in the distance, which made the third and fourth years take a defensive formation, surrounding Ethan and the second years of their manor, placing them at the center of the formation where they were protected. Take a good look, Ethan, Chloe, Noah said. You will be taking on missions in the future, so pay close attention to how two teams of Quattros work together. When doing missions for the Academy, people could choose to go solo, or team up with others forming a duo, trio, or quattro. The highest number of people that a team could have was 8 people octo, which was composed of 2 quattros. Suddenly, dire wolves that were bigger than normal wolves leapt out of the shadows and attacked the 3rd years and 4th years, who were keeping their younger members safe. Ethan had also taken out his molding ball and transferred it into a pitchfork, while Chloe had already summoned her fire fox, Khan, ready to fight at a moment's notice. However, to their surprise, the seniors made short work of the dire wolves by kicking, stabbing, smashing, punching, and slashing them with the magical weapons in their possession. The battle only took 1 minute before the surviving dire wolves deemed that enough was enough and retreated. Out of the 24 dire wolves that attacked them, 8 were lying on the ground, dead, which almost made Chloe puke. Noah, Luna, check for beast cores, Henry ordered. We'll keep watch just in case the bastards come back. The 2 second years nodded their heads and took out small daggers from their storage ring. The first thing they did was stab the head of the dire wolves, checking if they had any beast cores inside their body. Ethan noticed that Luna's and Noah's movements were quick and on point, as if they had done this countless times in the past. After checking the 8 dead dire wolves, Luna and Noah handed 4 beast cores to their head prefect. Take 1 each, the both of you, Henry said, as he handed 1 beast core to Luna and 1 to Noah. Ethan, Chloe, you take these 2 cores as well. You can exchange them for merit points at the exchange center, or you can exchange it for gold. If you want to, you can also keep it as a souvenir of our first camping trip together. Henry grinned, making him look 2 years younger than his current age. What about the dire wolves' bodies? Ethan asked. Will we just leave them here? We have limited space in our storage rings, Henry replied. But if you want them, you can get them. I'm sure that you can get a good price for their furs, as well as other monster parts. You can choose to sell them at the Academy, or you can go to Limeberg town. Although the trip takes half an hour on a flying broomstick, they can purchase the dire wolves for a higher price compared to the Academy. What you do with them is up to you. Thank you, head prefect, Ethan said with a smile. He then placed the dead dire wolves inside his ring, which had a storage space that was as big as the Academy's training grounds. After making sure that the dire wolves had really gone away, the group continued their journey at a leisurely pace. Luna and Noah even told Ethan and Chloe many things about the magical creatures that lived in Great Eagle Forest, giving the 2 first years a better understanding of what kind of beasts they might face as they head deeper inside the enchanted forest. Since this is the Great Eagle Forest, do they have giant eagles here? Ethan asked. Yes, Luna replied. They are the apex predators of this place, but you don't have to worry about them attacking you. The giant eagles and Brynhilder Academy have some sort of pact with each other, which prevents both sides from antagonizing each other. There was even a time when the giant eagles extended their help to the Academy when demons tried to invade Eastshire. Oh, and we're here. Ethan and Chloe looked at the thick wall of trees in front of them and wondered what Luna meant when she said, "We're here." However, it didn't take long before the answer presented itself to the 2 first years, whose mouths hung open due to shock and disbelief. The thick trees in front of them started to move. Ah, Henry, one of the giant trees bent its body to look closely at the head prefect of Dud Manor. Is it that time of the year already? Yes, Mr. Oak, Henry replied. It's that time of year again. The giant oak tree nodded as he walked to the side, creating a path for the teenagers to pass through. The other trees did the same, causing Ethan and Chloe to look at them in wonder. Treants, Chloe stuttered. I've only read about them in books. This is the first time I'm seeing the real thing. There's a first time for everything, young lady, one of the treants replied as it lowered its body to take a good look at Chloe. The frightened girl hurriedly hid behind Ethan's back, which made Henry and the other seniors of Dud Manor chuckle. "This girl is a witch," the treant replied. "Is she really a member of Dud Manor?" Henry shook his head. "She's a special guest that came to experience our annual camping trip." "I see." The treant slowly nodded its head before standing up tall. "Be careful, Bigfoot is active right now. If you need assistance, just shout." The treants then closed their eyes one by one, until they once again looked like normal trees. If Ethan and Chloe hadn't experienced talking to them firsthand, both of them might have thought that what they saw was just a figment of their imagination. "Let's go," Henry stated. "The camping area is just a 10-minute walk from here. You can rest when we get there." True to his word, they did reach a clearing with a small brook flowing merrily a short distance away. Ethan and Chloe felt so tired that they just sat down on the logs, which were purposely placed near a makeshift campfire. Henry then took out a couple of bags from his storage ring and tossed them on the ground. A moment later, these bags inflated themselves and turned into tents that were big enough to accommodate 8 people each. "Magic sure is convenient, right, Chloe?" Ethan asked as he looked at the tents that only took a few seconds to form. "Yes," Chloe replied. "It is a wonderful thing." Truth be told, Ethan was itching to ask Henry how many merit points he needed to exchange for one of those tents. If he could get one, it would definitely make his life easier because he would no longer need to set it up manually. After a short rest, everyone gathered at the campfire, while Henry and the other seniors cooked their dinner. Looking at this scene, Ethan was certain that he would enjoy a relaxing camping trip with everyone. What the young man didn't know was that somewhere in the enchanted forest, a pair of light brown eyes was watching them from a great distance. Beside the creature was the dead body of a panther, which it had been feasting on for a while. A moment later, a throaty laugh escaped the creature's lips as he tore off the leg of the panther that it had just killed, sating its hunger. Seeing that several humans had entered its territory, the giant creature thought of a nice way to give them all a camping trip that they would never forget. The faint crackling sounds of the campfire could be heard within the camp, while the members of Dud Manor waited for their dinner to cook. High above their heads, countless stars twinkled in the darkness, making Ethan sigh in wonder. "No matter where we are, the stars remain the same," Ethan muttered. "Well, at least in some places, the stars are the same," Henry commented as he stirred the embers, making sure that their food wouldn't be burned with too much heat. "There are places in Eastshire where you won't see the stars. Only dark clouds hang in the sky, and the atmosphere is always gloomy. Fortunately, since all of you are first years, you will not be sent to the desolate lands to do your missions. Only second years and above are allowed to go there." Henry then shifted his gaze to Luna, who was looking back at him with a serious expression on her face. "Luna, since you are a second year, it is inevitable that you will go there," Henry stated. "So, before you accept any missions regarding the desolate lands, make sure to arm yourself to the teeth." Luna nodded. "Yes, head prefect." Chloe, who had been silent the whole time, frowned and shared what she knew about the desolate lands to Ethan. "According to the book I've read, the desolate lands is one of the places where the battle between the demons are fiercest. Countless lives have been lost in that place, and because of it, the land has been tainted, spawning monsters who often raid the villages and towns in the surrounding regions." "You're right," Henry replied. "And because of this, the Academy regularly sends people there to decrease the monster population in order to prevent stronger variants from appearing. The weakest monster there is probably the boss monster ghoul that you have faced in the initiation ceremony. The deeper you head inside the desolate lands, the stronger the monsters become." Henry then took the pot out of the fire and placed it to the side. "Let's eat first," Henry proposed. "I will tell you about the things that you should know as first years in the academy. Truth be told, all the head prefects of each manor will take their newest members on trips like this in order to share this information with them." No one had any objections to their head prefect's proposal, because all of them were truly hungry. The hike to reach their campsite wasn't an easy one, and although the third and fourth years were the ones who fought against the beasts that attacked them along the way, the tension was enough to make Ethan and Chloe feel exhausted. First and foremost, there are many types of magical monsters in the world, Henry explained as he poured some stew in a wooden bowl and passed it to Ethan. The boss monster you fought belongs to the undead category, and they are weak against fire and light magic. Usually, wizards and witches fight these monsters by taking advantage of their weaknesses whenever they fight against them. Of course, some wizards simply use their superior magic to overcome everything. It's the same for other monsters. Dire bears are inherently stronger, but dire wolves are faster. Also, the wolves are a bigger threat because they usually move in packs, overwhelming their enemies through sheer numbers. You'll learn more about this in your study of magical creatures classes. After Henry had finished giving everyone their share of stew, he poured himself a bowl and began to eat. Noah, who had finished eating his food halfway, decided to continue where their head prefect left off, to give Ethan a better understanding of the different monsters that he might face in his missions. Just like head prefect said earlier, as long as we know how to effectively use the monster's weakness against them, we can repel their attacks or subdue them completely, Noah stated. But if we can run or hide, it is preferable to just do so. Since we duds can't rely on our magic powers, avoidance is our top priority, especially when we are facing strong monsters that have certain immunities to magic. In the upcoming missions, the first years are only allowed to enter an area with very weak monsters. This is also true for dungeons. Don't worry, when you are first given missions, you will be accompanied by a senior. This task usually falls to second years or third years that specialize in offensive magic to ensure the safety of the group. They will be acting as your supervisors and will only give you tips for how to handle certain situations. Rest assured, if things really get dangerous, they will step up to handle the situation. Ethan nodded as he continued to eat the delicious stew that Henry had cooked. Although he had eaten his grandma's cooking, which he considered very delicious, the taste of the meat he was eating was richer and the vegetables tastier. When they finished eating, the third years shared their experiences of the missions that they had undertaken in the past. As people who couldn't depend on their magic even if their lives were at stake, they had developed certain strategies to deal with different situations. The knowledge they imparted was quite interesting, and Ethan took it all to heart. Henry joined and told Ethan which of the monsters were pacifists, and those that he should avoid at all cost. Earlier, Mr. Oak, the Treant, told us that Bigfoot is currently active, Henry said, with a serious expression on his face. The true overlords of the Great Eagle Forest are the giant eagles. Very few magical creatures in Easter can contend with them. However, there is one other monster here in the forest that is just as strong, and maybe even stronger than the giant eagles. The Academy and the creatures of the forest refer to him as Bigfoot. There have been sightings of him in the past, and he is considered a very strong magical creature. Henry paused for a bit to allow Ethan and Chloe to digest his words before continuing his explanation. The Academy hasn't given any missions to subjugate him because he hasn't attacked any students from the Academy, Henry stated. But there were some close calls. If you see a monster that resembles a giant gorilla that is around 4 meters tall, you should hide or run away from it as fast as you can. Although it hasn't killed anyone from the Academy yet, that doesn't mean that it will not kill anyone. Remember, at the end of the day, this is a magical beast, a very intelligent beast that can be considered an apex predator of this forest. One wrong move and you might end up as its lunch if you're not careful. Just as Ethan and Chloe were about to nod their heads in understanding, an amused voice reached everyone's ears. He's right, you know. Ethan's body uncontrollably shuddered because the voice he heard was coming directly behind him. The blue-haired boy slowly turned his head to the side, with his heart wildly beating inside his chest. The first thing he saw was a body covered in white hair that faintly glistened due to the light of the campfire. Ethan gulped before raising his head to look up at the creature, whose sinister smile made Chloe, who was seated beside him, faint from fright. Henry, as well as the other third years and fourth years, were about to stand up and fight, but they hesitated when they saw the talking white-haired gorilla give them a teasing smile. It was as if it was telling them that it could snap Ethan's neck before they could even make a move against him. "Calm down, humans. I didn't come here to eat any of you for dinner," the 4-meter-tall, white-haired gorilla said. "Although I am very tempted, I just finished eating when you entered my domain. I also don't kill anyone unless there's a good reason." As if making his point, the gorilla rested his giant hand on Ethan's shoulder, making the young man's body stiffen. "Don't be so scared," the white gorilla chuckled. "Here, you can have this as a souvenir." The gorilla nonchalantly handed a bone that was still covered in blood to Ethan, which made the latter feel as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. "Thanks for the gift, but I don't need it," Ethan replied, using all the willpower he could muster. "Don't be shy," the white gorilla insisted with a smile. "If you don't accept it, I'll break your arm." The gorilla's devilish smile made Ethan realize that it wasn't joking. Because of this, his fear of having his arm broken overshadowed his fear of taking the still bloodied bone from the gorilla's hand. "Thank you for the gift." "You're welcome." The white-haired gorilla then sat beside Ethan on the log he was sitting on. The teenage boy thought that the log would be crushed due to the gorilla's weight. But to his surprise, it remained intact and supported the 4-meter-tall magical creature, whose mannerism was both feral and human-like at the same time. "Well then, since all of us are now acquainted, why don't we introduce ourselves to each other?" the white gorilla proposed. "You humans call me Bigfoot, and I am slightly offended by it. It is as if you are implying that my foot is really big when it's just normal. Still, I don't like people calling my name in a casual manner, so I would appreciate it if you people don't spread my name outside this forest." The white gorilla eyed everyone in order to make them understand how serious it was. "For the duration of your stay here, and whenever you see me here in the forest, you may refer to me as Coco. That is what your headmaster calls me." Henry nodded his head in acknowledgement of the white gorilla's name. He didn't mind calling it Loco, Coco, or Poco, as long as it didn't hurt the members of his manor. Although the magical creature in front of him looked calm, friendly, and very eloquent with its choice of words, the head prefect of Dud Manor knew that a sentient magical creature was more dangerous than a normal magical creature that couldn't talk. "This is not the first time I have seen wizards and witches entering this deep into the forest," Coco stated. "Most of them come here to collect herbs and other magical ingredients, but all of them are adults, or as you call them, the professors of the academy. We mostly tolerate each other and not interfere with each other's business. However, you young ones are very rude, very noisy, and very annoying. There has been more than one occasion when I was tempted to break a few necks. All of you are lucky that your headmaster always gives me offerings to ensure that I won't specifically target you students. Even so, make no mistake, the moment you provoke me, I will not hesitate to end your lives. That being said, I find you people different from those wizards and witches. Aside from that little girl who lost consciousness, all of you hold very little to no magical powers at all. Are you sure all of you are wizards and witches?" Ethan, who remembered his unconscious cousin, picked her body up from the ground and supported her to sit on the log. He then rested her head on his chest, while his right arm wrapped around her waist, supporting her body. "I don't know if you have heard this term before, but we are duds," Henry explained as he looked at Ethan and the unconscious Chloe before shifting his gaze to the white gorilla. "We are part of the magical world, but we possess little to no magic at all." "Interesting," Coco rubbed his chin. "I am not familiar with the term since I mostly live here inside the forest. You humans sure like to put labels on everything." The head prefect of Dud Manor could only smile bitterly after hearing the white gorilla's comments. He had been called a dud since he was 10 years old, and now he was already used to it. The white gorilla then lowered his gaze to look at the blue-haired boy who was seated beside him. A playful smile hung on Coco's lips as he decided to tell everyone something he found quite amusing. "Out of all of you here, this boy here is the most delicious," Coco commented as he lightly patted Ethan's back, making the other feel as if all of his bones were breaking with each pat the white-haired gorilla gave. "Too bad that Reinhardt fellow and I get along pretty well. If not." Coco didn't continue what he was about to say and left his words hanging. However, Ethan, as well as everyone who were looking at the magical creature, understood what the latter was implying, and it wasn't joking in the slightest. Suddenly, Luna did the unthinkable, which made the white-haired gorilla look at her with great interest. "Why is he the most delicious here?" Luna asked. "Do magical creatures have a way of determining which creatures taste delicious or not?" "Good question, young lady," Coco replied. "And the answer is, not all magical creatures have this ability. Only those that have a keen sense of smell, taste, touch, and vision can determine which humans are more delicious than others. If I am going to be completely honest, you are the second most delicious person here." Similar to Ethan, Luna was giving off a peculiar smell that was quite enticing to magical creatures like him. Those with strong magical powers were a delicacy to magical creatures like them. "I regret making a promise to that Reinhardt fellow now," Coco thought as he held back the strong urge to eat Ethan and Luna then and there. "Fortunately, I ate that panther before coming here to meet them. Otherwise, I might have lost control and gobbled them up before I got hold of my senses." The white-haired gorilla sighed in his heart because he was unable to eat the two delicacies that were currently in the same place as him. "The most delicious meat you can eat in this forest is that of the enchanted deer," Coco said with a smile. "However, they run very fast. I have only eaten them once, and the one I killed was already injured. If you get the opportunity in the future, you should try it yourself." Ethan could only smile stiffly before nodding his head. Deep inside, he wished that Coco would leave already. Ever since the white-haired gorilla said that he was delicious, Coco started to talk about the magical beasts in the forest that he thought tasted good. The young man could tell that the gorilla was really tempted to eat him, and if possible, he wanted to be as far away from Coco as possible. Chloe, whose head was resting on his shoulder, had woken up a few minutes ago. But after seeing the white-haired gorilla sitting beside them, she fainted again, making Coco laugh out loud. All of a sudden, Luna, who was seated opposite Ethan, asked a question that made Coco frown. "Have you faced a strong monster that even you can't defeat in this forest with the exception of the giant eagles?" Luna asked. Every member of the Dud Manor was very amazed at the angelic beauty because her shyness, when talking to humans, was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps because Coco is a magical creature, Luna doesn't feel any embarrassment when it came to asking him questions. "Well, it's not like I'm invincible," Coco replied with a smile. "In this forest, because we don't add the giant eagles to the equation, there are two others who I will have a hard time fighting against. One of them is located deep in the heart of this forest. We call her Broodmother, and she is a giant black spider. She only hunts at the center and rarely goes to the outskirts. If you happen to face her by accident, you only have two choices. The first one is to become her meal, and the second one is to crack a joke. For some reason, she has a funny bone, despite not having one because of her race. If you are able to make her laugh, the chances of her sparing your life will rise drastically. Professor Reinhardt and her are bosom buddies because the headmaster is a joker." Coco chuckled before continuing his explanation. "As for the second one, you can find him at the northern edge of this forest," Coco stated. "While you still have a chance of surviving Broodmother, your chances of surviving this one is 0. It is one of those creatures that you never want to meet if possible. Even I don't even want to have anything to do with that thing. The only reason why it still hadn't made its way to the academy is due to the barrier that the professors of Brynhilder Academy placed in the north, specifically to contain it." Coco's expression became solemn, which proved how dangerous this creature was. "It goes by the name Wendigo," Coco stated before spitting on the ground as if he had said something disgusting. "It brings out your greatest fears, breaking your mind before it slowly consumes your body and soul. Only when its victims have fallen into utter and complete despair will it begin to feast on them, making them scream until they breathe their last. Getting killed by me is comparably more merciful than dying at the hands of a Wendigo. Coco became silent for a bit, and only the faint crackling sounds of the campfire reverberated in the surroundings, making Ethan feel as if his ears were ringing due to white-haired gorilla's silence. "I will go now," Coco declared before it stood up on his haunches. "You can enjoy your stay in my domain. However, the next time you visit me, don't come empty-handed. Make sure to bring me gifts. Food is fine. Although I like to eat my meat raw, those cooked meals that you humans enjoy are good as well." Coco then glanced at Luna and Ethan before walking away from the camp. Although he had already eaten, he felt like eating once again because his hunger was rekindled due to the delicious humans that he was not allowed to eat. After taking a few steps, Coco turned his head to look at Ethan with an amused smile on his face. "You can tell that girl that she can stop pretending to be unconscious." Coco smirked as he used his chin to point at Chloe, who was resting her head on Ethan's shoulder. An amused chuckle escaped his lips before he walked away without another word. Everyone watched him go with steady gazes. Only when the white-haired gorilla could no longer be seen did everyone, including Luna, breathe a collective sigh of relief. "It's fine," Ethan said as he lightly patted Chloe's head. "He's gone now." Chloe, who was pretending to still be unconscious, opened her eyes and pulled back from Ethan's embrace. Her face was beet red due to embarrassment after being called out by the white-haired gorilla. Truth be told, she did faint twice, and only woke up as Coco was giving his explanation about the two most dangerous monsters in the Great Eagle Forest. She only pretended to be still unconscious because she was really afraid of the white-haired gorilla, and Ethan's embrace made her feel safe and warm. "When was the last time we hugged like that? I stopped visiting him when I started my magical training," Chloe thought as she tried to recall her childhood memories. "I wish it had lasted longer." After that nerve-wracking incident with Coco, everyone decided to rest early with the 3rd and 4th years swapping for the night watch. They had to protect their juniors at all cost. Although the white-haired gorilla had given them permission to stay in his domain, that didn't change the fact that they were in a very dangerous place. Wild beasts were everywhere, and if they didn't have someone to keep watch, there was a high chance that all of them would get attacked in their sleep, which was something that they didn't want to experience. Especially after meeting the white-haired gorilla, whose intelligent eyes hid the nefarious thoughts in his mind. The next day, the members of Dud Manor went fishing. This was one of the few recreational activities that they could do at their camp, which was very close to a brook. To everyone's surprise, Ethan and Chloe were the two people that caught a lot more than the others. Of course, this contributed to their many years of experience in fishing whenever they went out camping with the young man's grandfather every summer. As they busied themselves with cleaning the fishes and putting them on skewers to be barbecued, they talked about the latest news in the magical world. No one mentioned Coco's arrival at their camp last night because they were afraid that the white-haired gorilla was within the vicinity and was silently listening to their chat. "The Asta family is composed of many talented magic knights," Noah stated. "If I remember correctly, Nicole's father was also a very famous magistratus when he was still on active duty. I'm sure he is very proud to have a daughter as talented as Nicole," Ethan commented. "True, but did you know that Nicole is actually the 4th daughter of her father?" Noah smirked. "Her father has 2 wives, which were said to be his sweethearts when he was still studying here in Brynhilder Academy." 2 wives," Ethan blinked in confusion. "He has more than one." "That's the privilege of nobles and those with great influence and popularity," Noah replied. "I know a duke who actually has 3 wives. Right now, he is living his life to the fullest surrounded by his grandchildren." Chloe, who was listening to Noah's words, glanced at her cousin and frowned. "Since you are not a noble, not influential, and not popular, it is best that you don't follow in their footsteps," Chloe stated. If you want to have a lover, you must make sure that she is kind, understanding, loyal, and specializes in fire magic. Why fire magic to be exact? Ethan asked out of curiosity. So she can cook for you anytime, and make sure you're warm and happy. Then, do you know any witches who specialize in fire magic? How about you introduce them to me? I think someone who knows moon magic is good as well, Luna interjected. They can do a lot of things that other branches of magic cannot do. Chloe glanced at the angelic lady with reddish-pink hair with a smile. Although she was smiling, deep inside she felt alarmed because her handsome cousin was starting to attract the bees in the surroundings. If you know someone with moon magic, make sure to introduce them to me, Luna. Ethan grinned. I'm sure that we will get along quite well. Henry and the older guys in the camp gave Ethan a thumbs up in their hearts. They could tell that Ethan was just playing along, but he was doing it so smoothly, which was something they couldn't do so easily. This was especially true when interacting with two beautiful witches, just like Chloe and Luna. This guy is a menace to the girls in the academy. Chloe, Luna, and the girls of Dud Manor thought at the same time. Ethan was very friendly, warm, and quite good-looking, which was something that almost all witches looked for in a husband in the academy. If not for the fact that Ethan was a dud, there would be more witches paying attention to him. In the magical world, the strength of one's magic was important. Because of this, some powerful families usually promoted arranged marriages between their families to ensure that their offspring would become powerful wizards and witches when they were born. Simply put, magical power came first and looked second when it came to finding a good husband or wife in the magical world. Okay, guys, listen up, Henry said, catching everyone's attention. I just received word from another head prefect that the results of the professors' meeting have ended. According to her, the headmaster and the professors have agreed on 3 things. The first one was that the exhibition match between manors will be moved 3 months from now. According to my informant, there were some issues that needed to be ironed out, like the prizes that will be awarded to the winners. The second thing that they agreed upon is the start of the practical tests, where you can take missions that can be completed outside the academy to earn merit points. The mission hall will open a month from now, so you better prepare yourselves for it. As for the last announcement, Henry gave everyone a serious gaze before saying the last part of the announcement. The Cheshire cat has been sighted on the academy grounds, Henry stated. The expressions of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years became just as serious as Henry's when they heard his announcement. Only Ethan and Chloe were clueless about what the Cheshire cat symbolized, which made Henry sigh. Since the 2 of you just arrived at the academy, I will tell you the details of the Cheshire cat, Henry said. The Cheshire cat is a chubby black cat with purple eyes. It can appear and disappear out of thin air, and if it doesn't want to be found, no one in the academy can find it. Even the headmaster and the other professors are unable to capture it, and even if they did, no cage, be it physical or magical, could actually detain it. It's one of the 7 mysteries of the academy. This chubby black cat can also talk, which makes it a very intelligent creature. However, there has been more than one occasion when the Cheshire cat has caused trouble for wizards and witches by telling them to do things, or sending them on a wild goose chase, accomplishing nothing in the end. Luna, who was seated beside Ethan, lightly cleared her throat before speaking her mind. Although Chessie is a trickster and likes to play pranks on people, there are also occasions when it helps people in need. It also likes to give quests or trials to people, which doesn't necessarily end in a wild goose chase. There had been a handful of people that managed to get powerful magical artifacts after accepting its missions. Ethan glanced at the angelic beauty and asked her the question that popped inside his head. Have you met the Cheshire cat? Ethan asked. You seem to know a lot about it. Luna nodded. Last year, it suddenly appeared in front of me and said that if I go to this place, I would meet the person I wanted to meet the most. I did as it told me and actually met. The angelic beauty managed to stop herself in time before divulging who she met after listening to the Cheshire Cat's words. Still, make no mistake, Luna continued her explanation after regaining her composure. After that one incident, Chessie asked me to do some quests, which didn't end well. There is a saying in the academy that you can only trust 1 out of 10 words that the chubby black cat tells you. It is a prankster at heart, and tells more lies than it speaks the truth. So, you better not take everything it says seriously. Henry nodded. This is why if it ever appears in front of you, don't trust it completely. Some believed that it is a powerful demon trapped in a cat's body. The academy only tolerates its existence because no student had suffered any grievous injuries from its pranks. Ethan and Chloe frowned after learning more about the mischievous, chubby black cat of Brynhilder Academy. The more they heard about it, the more they felt that meeting the cat named Chessie would do them more harm than good. After having a fun-filled bonding moment in the camp, the members of Dud Manor returned to the academy at around noon. They planned to have dinner in the academy, so they left right after lunch and took the long hike back home. Unlike their journey to the camp, the return trip was smooth, and they didn't encounter any wild beasts who wanted to take their chances to eat the wizards and witches, whom they considered to be delicacies. Overall, they enjoyed the trip despite the fact that they had a scare their first night, when Coco arrived. Chloe, on her part, enjoyed the Dud Manor's company. Of course, Ethan and Henry advised her to spend some time with her own manor mates as well, so she wouldn't get alienated like Nicole had been. Ethan's cousin was part of the Jaeger Manor, the manor that specialized in training wizards and witches who had the power to tame, transform, summon, and command magical beasts. Although Chloe was a fire mage, she could also summon the fire fox, Khan, similar to a familiar that greatly boosted her magical prowess. I will go with my manor mates when they decide to go camping as well, Chloe said as she walked side by side with Ethan. I wonder what their camping trip will be like. Ethan smiled after hearing the light brown-haired beauty's words. He was confident that his cousin would be surrounded by many friends because she was a very friendly, loyal, and passionate person. Just make sure that you study up on your magical arts as well, Ethan commented. Remember, the two of us are partners, and I'll be relying on you when we do our missions. That's right, we are partners, Chloe smiled. Don't worry, I won't let you down. She then placed her hands behind her back and hummed a tune. Clearly, she was in a good mood and her mannerisms showed it. Luna, who was also walking beside Ethan, decided to tell him about something important in regards to the Cheshire cat, whom she called Chessie. I didn't mention it before, but whatever happens, you shouldn't be rude to Chessie, Luna stated. Also, don't play a prank on it, although it likes to prank people. It doesn't like to be on the receiving end of a prank. Also, never ever take the initiative to attack it. It is a demon cat that can turn invisible and is thought to even have the ability to pass through walls. Offending it will definitely make your life in the academy difficult. Noah, who was walking behind the three of them, joined the conversation. There was an incident in the past where some students tried to capture it as a way of showing how capable they were, Noah said. One of them shot a fireball at it, only to have his own spell reflected back to him, giving him serious injuries. The headmaster of the academy had a nice long talk with the Cheshire cat in his office in order to prevent the incident from escalating. Since then, the headmaster had decreed that no one is allowed to attack Chessie, and the Cheshire cat in turn promised that it wouldn't take revenge on the offenders that attacked it first. Henry, who was leading the group, mentioned something that he and the other head prefects had noticed about the Cheshire cat. Chessie is not always in the academy, Henry explained. It will stay in the academy for half a year, usually during the start of the school year. After that, it will disappear and not show itself again until the next school term. After doing some research, we found out that after half a year, it goes to Southshire and mingle with the Beastkin for the rest of the year. Some even say that the Cheshire cat is a spy for the Beastkin, telling them everything that has been happening inside Brynhilder Academy over the course of the first half of the year. Of course, this is just a conspiracy theory, and no one knows whether it is true or not. Ethan pondered as he and his group hiked back to the academy. He was thinking about what he would do if he came face to face with Chessie. Naturally, he didn't plan on being rude to it. On the contrary, he planned to befriend it. However, he was also wary of its notoriety. If the black, chubby cat really liked to play tricks and prank people, wouldn't he suffer if he trusted it so easily? While thinking about his possible future interaction with the famous prankster, their group finally arrived at the camping area where the other students of the academy had stayed over the weekend. Seeing their group, some of the wizards and witches greeted them, especially those that got along well with the members of Dud Manor. Henry, who was leading the group, finally relaxed because he knew that they were in a safe area where a barrier was erected, preventing monsters from attacking the camp. "Head Prefect, how about I take it from here?" George said with a devilish smile on his face before using his thumb to point behind him. Ethan and Chloe followed the direction where George's thumb was pointing and saw a beautiful blonde lady, who seemed to be in her early 20s and looking at Henry with a sweet smile on her face. "Thank you, George," Henry grinned. "Please take them back to the Dud Manor." "You can count on me." George patted his chest with confidence before taking the lead, guiding everyone back to their manor. Henry, on the other hand, walked towards the blonde beauty and held her hand. Together, they went into a big tent that bore the insignia of the Terra Manor, which belonged to its head prefect. "Who's that?" Ethan asked. "She's such a beautiful lady. Is she perhaps the head prefect's girlfriend?" "You're only half right," George replied. "That beautiful lady is the head prefect of Terra Manor, and she goes by the name Irene. She is Henry's fiancée." "How lovely," Chloe commented. "Two head prefects as lovers. They're like a match made in heaven." George chuckled after hearing Chloe's words. He didn't tell anyone that the match made in heaven that they were thinking about was actually a complicated relationship. Irene's father was against marrying his daughter to a dud, which caused all sorts of trouble for Henry. However, Irene's mother supported her daughter's love and gave the two of them their blessings. Although, whether the two of them would really marry in the future or not, one thing was certain. Both of them loved each other, and George, as well as the rest of Dud Manor, hoped that at least one of them would find happiness in a world that looked down on those who didn't possess strong magical powers. When they entered the academy grounds, Chloe parted ways with the members of Dud Manor and returned to her own manor. Tomorrow was another school day, and she wanted to prepare in order to start the week off right. Ethan and the others also returned to their rooms to rest. Going on a camping trip from time to time was good, but they still missed the soft and comfortable beds that were waiting for them back to their own rooms. Ethan had just closed the door behind him when he noticed something lying on top of his bed and licking its paw. It was a black, chubby cat who momentarily stopped licking its paw and locked its purple eyes on the young man that had entered the room. The two stared at each other for nearly half a minute before Ethan opened the door behind him and went back outside. Although he had already decided to befriend the Cheshire cat if ever he saw it, he was unable to carry it out. The reason? The devilish smirk that appeared on the black, chubby cat's face made him feel like a mouse, staring at its natural predator. It felt very uncomfortable and made him feel uneasy. Because of this, Ethan didn't hesitate and chose to escape instead of talking to it. He then headed towards Luna's room in a hurry to inform her that the notorious cat that they had just been talking about a short time ago was actually inside his room, making him feel as if his life was in danger. "Chessie is in your room?" Luna asked the handsome young man, who looked as if he had just seen Coco for the second time in his life. "Are you sure it's Chessie?" "Yes," Ethan replied. "It's a black, chubby cat and it's lying on top of my bed. If I remember correctly, Sir Henry said that no one can enter the rooms inside the manor unless they are the owner of the room or they have a key to open it. The locks are protected by magic, and unless a strong offensive spell is used, the door will not open no matter what." Luna nodded because this was indeed the case. Wizards and witches value their privacy, so no one would be able to enter their rooms unless they allowed the person to do so. "Okay, I'll go with you to your room," Luna stated. If it's really Chessie, then we can ask it why it is inside your room. Ethan felt relieved because someone was going with him to confront the notorious chubby black cat of the academy. He really had a feeling that he was in danger after the Cheshire cat looked at him with a devilish smile on its feline face. 5 minutes later, "It's really you, Chessie," Luna said as soon as she entered Ethan's room. "Long time no see." "Oh, is that you, Luna?" Chessie stopped licking its paws and glanced at the angelic beauty with a smile. "It has been a while since I last saw you, but you've grown prettier since then. Do you and, who still send letters to each other?" "Yes, thank you for helping me that one time." "No problem. Helping people is my favorite pastime." Luna then sat on the bed and casually picked up the Cheshire cat before putting it on her lap. She then began to pet it, making Chessie purr. Ethan watched this with amazement and thought that Luna was a very brave person to actually treat the Cheshire cat like a regular pet cat. 2 minutes later, Chessie had a satisfied look on its face and glanced at the blue-haired boy who was watching him with a curious gaze. "Are you the owner of this room?" Chessie asked. "What's your name?" Ethan replied. "Ethan Gremory, nice to meet you." "Gremory, those bunch are part of the crazy group," Chessie stated with amusement. "I can't believe that the room I decided to rest in belonged to one of their family members. Well, you know what they say, beggars can't be choosy. Sorry for barging in your room without permission. For some reason, I felt that this room was the most comfortable place to rest here inside Dud Manor." Ethan didn't know if he should thank the Cheshire cat or feel scared because the chubby black cat liked his room. Although he really wanted to talk to Chessie, he still felt uneasy about being in the same room as it. "Is that the only reason you came into his room, Chessie?" Luna inquired. "You almost scared Ethan to death, you know." Chessie chuckled after hearing Luna's words. It had just returned to Brynhildr Academy, and it was flattered that its name was already well known to all the first years of the current school year. "While it is true that I came here to rest, I also became curious about who the owner of the room was. This is why I decided to wait for their return, and fortunately, I didn't have to wait long to meet its current occupant, Ethan Gremory. It seems that this year is going to be fun." The Cheshire cat once again gave Ethan a devilish smile, making the latter subconsciously shudder. It was as if Chessie could look straight into his soul, prying out all his secrets and leaving nothing uncovered. "I'm hurt," Chessie said after a while. "Do I look that scary? You're looking at me as if I was a chimera that is about to eat you whole. Rest assured, young Ethan, I mean you no harm, at least not now." "Chessie, please stop teasing him." Luna lightly rubbed the Cheshire cat's cheeks, making the latter close its eyes in satisfaction. "You're not going to hurt anyone this year, right?" "Well, it depends on my mood." "There you go again." Luna shook her head helplessly before continuing to pet the chubby black cat, who seemed to be very fond of the angelic beauty's petting. "So, what is your relationship with him, Luna?" Chessie asked after a minute had passed. "Is he perhaps your boyfriend?" "And no," Luna stuttered. "We're just good friends. Ethan is a kind and caring person, but we're not in any relationship, at least not yet." Luna said the last phrase in a very low volume, so Ethan was unable to hear it clearly. However, the Cheshire cat grinned because it clearly heard Luna's words. "I see, so that's how it is," Chessie said with a smile. "Just good friends, got it." The Cheshire cat then gave Ethan a mischievous smile before standing up from Luna's lap and doing a simple stretch. A second later, it disappeared from where it stood, reappearing on top of the table in the center of the room. "Since this is our first meeting, introductions are important," Chessie said. "I am the Cheshire cat. I go by many names, but I find the nickname that Luna gave me to be my favorite. Listen well, young Ethan. I give you permission to call me Chessie, and I will call you Ethan. What do you think?" "In that case, I'll just call you Chessie as well." Ethan gathered all of his courage as he replied to the Cheshire cat's proposal. "Very good." The Cheshire cat nodded its head in satisfaction. "Since you're here in the Dud Manor, you're probably a dud. However, What if I tell you that there is a way for you to use magic? What are you willing to pay in order to know this information? Ethan blinked, once then twice, after hearing Chessie's words. Is there really a way for me to use magic? Ethan asked. If you're just making fun of me, please don't do that. I don't want to have false hope. False hope? Chessie narrowed its eyes. Although I can't say that I am 100% certain that the method that I will tell you will work, I can at least say that it is worth a try. After all, you won't lose anything by listening to my advice, right? The Cheshire Cat's words were as smooth as silk and as sweet as honey. It made Ethan wonder if the chubby black cat was actually a devil in disguise. Someone who had the ability to grant his wish, in exchange for something that he held sacred in his heart. Ever since Ethan had been enrolled in Brynhildr Magic Academy, he longed to be able to use magic as well. He didn't want anything grand, or to become as powerful as the true pillars of the first years, who were hailed as geniuses. All he wanted was to be able to use magic, no matter how insignificant it was. Was that too much to ask? This was why the Cheshire Cat's words managed to sway his heart, prompting him to ask how he would be able to make his dream come true. Then, what should I do in order to use magic? Ethan asked. Before we go to that part, let me ask you a question first, Chessie replied. What can you sacrifice in order for you to use magic? I don't like to sacrifice anything. Silly boy, don't you know that popular saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained? Since I am giving you the opportunity to learn magic, you need to give me an equivalent exchange. The blue-haired boy felt stumped as he thought about the things that he could sacrifice for magic. After thinking long and hard, Ethan realized that there were very few precious things in his life that he possessed. His family's love, Chloe's company, and being a student of Brynhildr Academy. For Ethan, these were the three precious things he possessed that he wouldn't give away even if it meant that he would lose the chance to learn magic. Chessie, don't bully Ethan, okay? Luna said softly. You already know that duds can be desperate when it comes to learning magic, and you still tease him in this manner. How about instead of sacrifice, you ask him for a favor instead? A favor? The Cheshire Cat pondered. Well, now that you put it this way, a favor isn't necessarily a bad thing. Very well. If you want to know how to use magic, I will ask a favor from you. Ethan sighed in relief, internally, after the Cheshire Cat changed his mind. He then gave Luna a glance of gratitude, making the angelic beauty smile at him. What favor do you want from me? Ethan asked. How about you give me your firstborn? The Cheshire Cat asked back. That's not a favor. You're asking for a sacrifice, Luna commented from the side. Chessie clicked its tongue because it thought that the handsome young man would agree to its exchange. However, since Luna was there, it then decided to think of a favor that it could ask Ethan in exchange for the information that would allow him to use magic. Okay, then how about this? Chessie said after a few minutes had passed. When there comes a time that my life is in danger, I will need you to save me. Of course, I won't ask for anything unreasonable like risking your life in order to fight a dragon or anything. However, you must do everything in your power to save me, even if it fails. If you can promise me this, I will tell you how you will be able to use magic. Ethan pondered a bit before nodding his head. Understood. If there is something that I can do to save your life, I will definitely do it. Great, now we have a deal, Chessie smiled. But verbal promises are no good. You must write our agreement in a piece of magic paper and create a blood oath. Then and only then will this deal come to pass. As if waiting for that moment, Luna procured a magic scroll from her storage bag and handed it to Ethan. Chessie didn't look surprised after seeing the magic scroll in Luna's hand. In fact, it was expecting her to have it. This was one of the reasons why the Cheshire Cat agreed to the angelic beauty's proposal to accept a favor, rather than demanding that Ethan sacrifice something. In the past, the chubby black cat and Luna had a similar agreement, and their contract was made with a blood oath. What should I write on it? Ethan asked as he spread the scroll on top of the table and dipped his writing quill in ink. Just keep it simple, Luna commented. Write something like, I, Ethan Gremery, do hereby swear to help save the Cheshire cat if its life comes to be in danger to the best of my ability. In exchange, the Cheshire cat will teach me how to be able to use magic. Is that good, Chessie? The Cheshire cat nodded. Well, it's a bit rough on the edges, but it will work. I'm fine with this agreement. Ethan wrote what Luna had said word by word. He then gave it a second read-through before handing it to the Cheshire cat so that it could read its contents. Has anyone told you that your handwriting sucks? Chessie asked before shaking its head. You should practice more in your calligraphy classes. Ethan could feel his cheeks burning, due to embarrassment because of the chubby black cat's words. Calligraphy was indeed not his strong point, and the same could be said for his drawing abilities. At most, Ethan could only do stick drawings, which was something that he wasn't proud of. Luna giggled after seeing that Ethan's face had turned beet red. This was the first time she saw Ethan look this embarrassed, and for some reason, it tickled her heart knowing that the handsome teenager had shown her something that he rarely showed to others. Chessie heaved a long and deep sigh before raising its right paw. It then started to chant something. After it finished its incantation, a small drop of blood appeared on its paw. It then pressed its paw firmly on the magic scroll, leaving its footprint. The mark that the Cheshire cat had left glowed briefly for a few seconds before turning crimson, leaving a red mark on the magic scroll's surface. Your turn, Chessie stated. Just prick your thumb with a needle or something to draw blood, then you leave your fingerprint behind. Ethan nodded and did as he was told. A few seconds after he put his thumbprint on the magic scroll, the latter rose in the air before shrinking and forming into 2 drops of blood. One of the drops of blood flew to Ethan's chest, while the other flew to the Cheshire cat's chest. For a brief second, Ethan felt as if cold water had been poured over his head, washing through his entire body. It felt so refreshing and magical at the same time, making him wonder if this was the effect of the blood oath. The oath has been sealed, Chessie announced. Now it's time for me to tell you how you can awaken the magic power inside your body. Of course, there is a chance that this won't work because you are a dud. But like I said earlier, we won't know until we try. Ah, I forgot to mention this, but you need someone's approval first to make this awakening ceremony work. I didn't do it on purpose. I simply forgot to tell you because of how horrible your penmanship is. The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after hearing the Cheshire cat's lame excuse. Clearly, the chubby black cat did it on purpose, making Ethan feel as if he had been tricked. I need someone's approval first, Ethan asked back. I need someone to give me approval so I can use magic. No need to ask twice, are you dumb? Chessie replied. Don't worry, I know that person well, and knowing her tendencies, there is a high chance that she will approve of helping you. So who is that person? Ethan inquired. Her, Chessie answered as it used its chin to point in Luna's direction. Ethan glanced at the angelic beauty, who looked back at him in confusion. Me, Luna asked. What do you mean, Chessie? It's a bit complicated, but all you need to do is cast a certain spell on the night of the full moon, Chessie stated. This spell will draw out any kind of magic power that is lying dormant within a person. Of course, this won't always work. You can even say that the ancient wizards and witches used this method in order to find magically endowed people during their time. This ceremony is also very common among small magical communities, who are looking for people with potential to use magic within the ordinarius. Luna was genuinely surprised by Chessie's explanation. She didn't know that there was a method to awaken the dormant magical power of a person who possessed the gift of magic. If such a miraculous spell exists, why doesn't everyone use it? Luna asked. My dear, if it was that easy, everyone including their mother, father, grandma, and grandpa would be tested for magical power. Chessie shook its head. Only a dozen or so people within each generation had this ability. Only those who possessed moon magic, star magic, sun magic, and divine magic are able to use this spell. I have a feeling that, when you graduate from Brynhildr Academy, the Magical Bureau will approach you and ask for your help in this regard. The only reason why they aren't doing this now is because your own power still hasn't fully awakened. The Cheshire cat smirked as it glanced at the angelic beauty, who seemed to be overwhelmed by the flood of information that she learned just now. A few minutes later, Luna finally managed to regain her composure and asked Chessie a question. "You just said that my power still hadn't fully awakened," Luna stated. "Even so, can I still draw out the power lying dormant inside Ethan's body?" "It won't hurt anyone if you try," Chessie replied. "Also, like I said earlier, even if you manage to awaken his power, he would only be able to use it for a short period of time. Perhaps it will last for only a half a day. He'll be lucky if he can use it for an entire day." Luna glanced at Ethan and saw the handsome teenager looking back at her with a hopeful gaze. His gaze was enough to convey the raw emotions that he was feeling at the moment, needing no words to be spoken between them. "I will do my best, Ethan," Luna replied. "If I am able to help you use magic, I will definitely do everything in my power to help." "Thank you, Luna," Ethan said with gratitude. "I will remember this favor for the rest of my life." The Cheshire cat chuckled before licking its paw. When it saw Ethan, the chubby black cat felt something familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. It was as if it had met Ethan before, but it was certain that this was the first time he had seen the blue-haired teenager. "Maybe I'm just overthinking things," Chessie thought as he gave the handsome teenager a sidelong glance. "Still, why does he seem familiar?" The Cheshire cat had met many wizards, witches, and magical creatures in its life. It also had an eidetic memory, allowing it to recall anything it had seen, heard, tasted, and felt in the past with high precision. Clearly, if it had really seen Ethan in the past, it would recall this memory right away. The fact that it couldn't put its paw on the nagging thought at the back of its head proved that it had no memory of Ethan whatsoever. But the feeling of familiarity wouldn't go away no matter how much it tried to deny it. "Okay, settle down," the Cheshire cat said. "I might not be here during the day of the full moon, so I will pass the spell to you, Luna. However, remember this. No matter what happens, do not let other people know that you learned this spell. This spell is only known by those old farts at the Magic Bureau and the high-ranking magistratus. Letting them discover this secret will put you at great risk. If you don't want to become a tool who has lost its freedom, make sure to keep your lips shut tight. That includes you as well, boy." The Cheshire cat narrowed its feline eyes at the handsome teenager. Although it liked to play pranks on people, it didn't want Luna to get hurt. After all, she was one of the few people in the academy that truly cared for it. "I promise I won't tell anyone," Ethan replied before shifting his gaze at the angelic beauty, who might be able to help him make his dreams come true. "We can create a blood oath if you want to, Luna." Luna firmly shook her head. "I trust you, Ethan. I believe that you will not do anything to harm me." "I won't. I know. This is why we don't need a blood oath between us." Luna then walked towards Chessie, who was on top of the table, and lowered her head. This was not the first time that the Cheshire cat had passed a spell to her, so she already knew what to do. Chessie smiled before raising its paw and lightly pressed it over Luna's forehead. The two stayed in this position for nearly half a minute before the chubby black cat lowered its paw and nodded its head in satisfaction. "It is done," Chessie stated. "Just wait until the night of the full moon in order to do this. Also, remember this. A phenomenon might happen when you activate this spell, which might attract others' attention. If you are going to do this ceremony, make sure to do it in a place where no one can see it. Doing it inside the Dud Manor is no good, because these walls are protected by magical enchantments. If something unexpected happens, it might trigger its defensive abilities and things will get messy after that. The secret hideout that I told you about, Luna, will do well for this task. It is a good distance away from the academy and is relatively safe. No one will find you guys there." Luna nodded. She often visited the secret hideout that Chessie was talking about whenever she wanted to practice her moon magic, away from the eyes of others. Now that its role was done, Chessie bid goodbye to the two teenagers and vanished without a trace. It still had plenty of people to visit inside the academy. People that loved and hated it for the things it had done in the past, and the things that it would do in the future. Since the next full moon would happen in 2 weeks' time, Ethan and Luna decided to keep what they talked about with the Cheshire Cat a secret from everyone else. Part of this was due to keeping the spell that Luna had learned a secret, and to prevent the appearance of those who would wish to use her as a convenient tool for evil purposes. Still, I can't believe I will have the chance to use magic after 2 weeks, Ethan muttered as he looked at the ceiling of his room. I don't want to raise my expectations, but being here in the academy just makes me wish that I can be like them as well. What Ethan wanted was to be able to use magic, just like the regular students whom he interacted with every day. Whenever they were doing lessons, it was very hard for him to not feel jealous and envious of his classmates who were able to use magic anytime they wanted. There was only one exception. They were not allowed to use magic in the academy to hurt other students. Doing this would get them punished, and if the offense was serious enough, they would be expelled, regardless of what kind of family background they had. While thinking of these thoughts, Ethan fell asleep. After the adrenaline rush of meeting Chessie ended, the blue-haired boy felt as if all the tension in his body had disappeared, leaving him drained of strength. The next time Ethan opened his eyes, he found himself standing on what seemed to be an extremely small island that was only 5 meters wide. Calling it a small island was already pushing it, but for the time being, the blue-haired boy didn't seem to mind because his gaze was locked in on a beautiful lady, who was looking at him with a sweet smile on her face. "You are," Ethan muttered as he gazed at the same person whom he saw when he was choosing his wand for the first time. "You're that mermaid from back then." The mermaid, who was sitting on what seemed to be a small throne floating on the water's surface, nodded her head. "Yes," the mermaid replied. "May I know your name?" Ethan asked as he gazed at her beauty, which made him unable to look at anything else. "Soon," the mermaid answered with the same sweet smile on her face. "You will know it soon." After the mermaid gave her reply, the world became blurry, and once again, the blue-haired boy's consciousness fell into deep sleep. This time, he had a dreamless sleep and slept like a log. Somewhere in Brynhildr Academy. "I guess I shouldn't send the first years to Southshire for now," Professor Reinhardt said, while looking at the map of the continent that was spread on top of his table. "The Beastkins have been becoming more and more restless as of late," Cheshire commented before licking its paw. "It will be dangerous for mere first years to traverse their territory, especially those that are not combat-oriented. Although the possibility of them getting attacked is low, the possibility still exists. The Beast King is already old and bedridden. All those who have ambition are now eyeing his position, waiting for the right time to bare their fangs and become the next king." Professor Reinhardt sighed. "How long do you think before a bloody fight for the throne will start in Southshire?" Chessie didn't answer right away, as if pondering the answer to this question. A few minutes later, it eyed the map on top of the table before stating its opinion. "Truth be told, it can happen any time," Chessie replied. "It can happen today, tomorrow, next week, or next month. With how high the tension in Southshire is right now, all it needs is just one spark, and a bloody battle for the throne will immediately begin. Perhaps the only reason why this is still not happening is the fact that those who wish to rule over their kind are all powerful individuals. They are keeping each other in check, but if the balance tips in their favor, I'm pretty sure that they will not hesitate and make their move. That is the nature of Beastkins, so if you value your students, only allow 3rd and 4th years to go do missions in their domain. 2nd years and below are just helpless ducklings in front of them." Professor Reinhardt nodded his head in understanding. "I'll talk to the professors later and ask the mission hall supervisor to be strict when giving missions to the students, especially missions that will be conducted in Southshire." You do that." "Thank you as always, Chessie. Your report regarding the Southshire is a lifesaver." The Cheshire Cat gave the headmaster a mischievous smile. "No need to thank me. After all, this is business. I expect you to give me the compensation that I deserve before this week is over." "Naturally," Professor Reinhardt replied. I will leave it in the same place as always." "Good." The Cheshire cat was about to go when it suddenly remembered something important. "You know someone with the name of Ethan Gremory, right? The first year in Dud Manor. Have you met him already?" Professor Reinhardt had a surprised expression on his face because he didn't expect that the notorious cat would meet with one of the pillars of the first years in the current school year. "Since you know him, let me ask you a question," Chessie smirked. "Why is he still in the academy?" "What are you talking about?" "Cuckoo, so you plan to play dumb, eh? Fine. I won't pry because you are the headmaster of the academy. If you allow him to be here, then it means that it is fine for him to be here. However, you are taking a big gamble in letting him stay here. If the Magic Bureau or the Magistratus got wind of this incident, you might find yourself in a very uncomfortable position." This time, it was Professor Reinhardt's turn to smile mischievously. "Again, what are you talking about, Chessie?" Professor Reinhardt asked. His eyes were filled with amusement as he looked at the chubby black cat, who held powers that even he couldn't fathom. Chessie shook his head helplessly and decided to drop the subject. His encounter with Ethan was purely by accident, but after seeing him, he knew then and there that the blue-haired boy was someone who wasn't supposed to be in the academy. For his presence might lead to consequences that even Professor Reinhardt didn't expect from the blue-haired boy, who just wanted to learn how to use magic. "Since all of you will be taking your first practical trials in a few weeks, I have decided to impart to you a simple and effective spell that will help you in more ways than one," Professor Lionel said as he gazed at the first years inside the training ground. "Those who are aiming to become magic knights may already know this spell," Professor Lionel added. "But for those who don't know, today is your lucky day." The knightly professor then took out his magic sword and held it in front of him. Amplifico. Professor Lionel's body briefly glowed before he gave everyone a calm gaze. Amplifico is the name of the spell that boosts your strength, stamina, flexibility, as well as overall body performance, Professor Lionel explained. However, it doesn't increase your mana capacity or the strength of your spell. It is more of a physical boost than a magical one. But remember this, just saying the name of the spell won't trigger its effects. You need to have a clear picture of what you want to have happen inside your head. If you only think of increasing your speed, only your speed will increase. If you just want to be stronger, only your physical strength will increase. In order to maximize this spell, you need to envision yourself to become strong in all aspects. Strength, speed, flexibility, stamina. Of course, this spell can also enhance your thinking capacity, allowing you to multitask. But don't worry about multitasking for now because this is an advanced ability. Professor Lionel then waved his hand, and dozens of straw dummies appeared in front of him. "Now, let's see how much potential you can squeeze out from your bodies," Professor Lionel grinned. "All of you will punch one of these straw dolls, and the strength of your attack will be displayed from 1 to 1,000. This will give you an idea of how much your physical abilities are boosted with the help of the spell Amplifico. Now, let's start." One by one, the first years all punched the straw dolls, getting various results. To everyone's surprise, the one that got the highest score in the test was Ethan, who was very accustomed to physical labor since he helped his grandparents on their farm. The straw doll had calculated that his punching power was at 230, while the next strongest was only at 150, which was done by Nicole. Although she didn't originally apply for the martial arts training classes, Chloe decided to add the course to her schedule so that she could spend more time with Ethan during the weekdays. Also, she wanted to know a bit of self-defense because she understood that even though Ethan would be her partner during their missions, having no means to defend herself aside from magic was a lesson she learned during the initiation ceremony. Chloe's punch was at around 80, which made the young lady very disappointed. When everyone had their turn, Professor Lionel asked everyone to use the spell Amplifico and punch the straw doll again. This time, Nicole's result jumped to 400, while Chloe's punch rose to 250. Ethan had also used the spell and punched the doll one more time. However, His new record was only 240, which was 10 points lower than Chloe's. "Well, don't feel bad about it," Professor Lionel commented. "Clearly, the spell didn't activate. If it did, you'd have at least doubled the score." Chloe, who had beaten Ethan in the exam, had a smug look on her face. "Ha ha ha, it looks like I'm stronger than you now," Chloe said as he made a gesture to jab at Ethan, making the latter smile bitterly. Yes, you're very strong," Ethan sighed in his heart. "It's good to know that my partner in the practical exam is this strong. I feel a lot safer now." Chloe nodded. "Don't worry, just leave everything to me. I'll finish our mission in a flash." The young lady suddenly felt that she could do anything with her newfound strength. However, just as everyone was feeling pleased with their results, Professor Lionel cleared his throat, catching everyone's attention. "Do all of you remember the initiation ceremony?" Professor Lionel asked. "The zombie, that is the boss of that dungeon, has a striking power of 500. Take note that these test dummies are only for beginners. There are more advanced straw dolls that could measure up to 100,000 points, which are used by the magical knights, as well as battle mages to test their physical prowess. So, if you think that you are already strong enough to punch any monster that you see, think again. That monster's physical power might be greater than yours, which might lead to an early death if you are not careful." Professor Lionel wanted everyone to survive their upcoming trials, so he shared this basic body-strengthening spell to them. As the martial arts instructor of the first years, it was his duty to ensure that they at least knew how to boost their physical abilities, which would help them finish their missions. Every year, there were many first years that returned to the academy with serious injuries because they had overestimated themselves. Although magic was a very powerful tool, it was not absolute. There were many monsters that have immunities to certain spells and elements. If the student happened to specialize in one of the spells that had no effect on monsters, their chances of beating them nearly dropped down to 0. This was why the martial arts training classes were given to the first years, so that they could better prepare themselves for unexpected surprises. "I have good news for all of you. After our many days of training, I have finally decided to take the next step of your martial arts training," Professor Lionel declared. "Tomorrow, the martial hall will open. There are countless martial arts and self-defense techniques that can be found there. You are free to choose one martial arts technique that you can practice at your leisure. If the technique that you chose didn't seem to fit your style, you can swap it for any other form of martial arts." At that moment, Ethan raised his hand in order to ask a question. "Go on, Ethan," Professor Lionel nodded. "Professor, is there a way to find the right martial arts for us?" Ethan asked. "Like the method of finding the right wand for wizards and witches." Professor Lionel smirked after hearing Ethan's question. "Good question," Professor Lionel replied. "Just like how wizards and witches find the right wand for them, the same can be said for martial arts. Those who have graduated from the academy have even combined several martial arts together, forming their own style, which matches their preference. Unlike finding wands, there will be no wand master to teach you how to find what fits your style the most. But you can tell the martial director what kind of weapons you like to use, or if you are looking for a particular martial arts. He will help you find those scrolls inside the martial hall. Just remember this. Avoid becoming a jack of all trades. While having multiple fighting styles is good, don't try to learn all of them. This will only diminish your fighting prowess, especially those who are aiming to become magical knights. As for those who don't want to be magical knights and battle mages, I propose that you look for the self-defense techniques in the martial hall. Creating barriers and binding spells are also the tried and tested methods to fight against people in close quarters. To those who have already formed teams, it is also a good idea to synchronize your techniques with each other. Only those who prefer to go solo don't need to have matching martial techniques that will empower all of its members. Professor Lionel then summoned more straw dolls, giving one to each student to practice on. "For the duration of our class, I want you all to practice using the spell Amplifico," Professor Lionel stated. The 3 who have the highest results will get 100 merit points each, so do your best, everyone. After hearing the generous rewards of 100 merit points, the first years once again shifted their attention to mastering the spell that boosts their overall physical performance. Ethan looked at his straw doll with a resigned look on his face and punched it repeatedly. Since he still couldn't use magic at this point in time, he vented his frustration on the punching bag in front of him. Although his punches got stronger with each strike, he was still 5th to the last student, who had the lowest results when the class ended. "Don't feel so down, Ethan," Chloe said, as she tried to keep the smug smile on her face from appearing. Although she didn't want to make fun of the handsome, blue-haired teenager, she couldn't stop herself from feeling happy because she managed to beat him in the class rankings during their exercises. "Don't hold yourself back," Ethan replied. "I can see the corners of your lips twitching from trying to hold back the smile on your face." As if the dam had broken, a giggle escaped Chloe's lips, which made Ethan roll his eyes at her. "I'm sorry," Chloe apologized with a smile. "I just can't stop myself, okay?" Another sigh escaped Ethan's lips as they walked towards their next class, which was the study of magical creatures. He might be in a bad mood, but Ethan always looked forward to Professor Enjal's class. The blue-haired boy was quite interested in the discussion about the different magical creatures, as well as their different characteristics. Perhaps this all started when he first saw a dragon on the train ride towards Brynhildr Academy. Back then, he thought that he was just daydreaming. But after realizing that everything was real, he found himself alone and lost in a world where wizards, witches, elves, dwarves, beastkins, and other magical creatures existed. "Good morning, everyone," Professor Enjal greeted everyone as soon as he arrived at the clearing near the Great Eagle Forest. "Today, I have a special guest for all of you. Well then, without further delay, allow me to introduce to you our special guest. Make way for Tyr, the satyr." As soon as Professor Enjal made his introduction, the sound of a lyre playing spread in the surroundings. A moment later, a half-goat, half-human creature appeared from the forest and gave everyone a respectful bow. The satyr looked like a teenage boy, and he was quite good-looking. If not for the fact that he had 2 goat horns protruding from his head, and his lower half was that of a goat, he would definitely be very popular with the ladies in the academy. "The name is Tyr," Tyr introduced himself, "and I am one of the satyrs of Great Eagle Forest. It's a pleasure to meet everyone, especially the beautiful ladies here today." The satyr gave the ladies a sweet smile, which made them giggle. "As you can see, these folks are very good at sweet-talking the ladies," Professor Enjal. "Also, girls, make sure to stay away from satyrs if you are exploring the wilderness alone. They are well known for seducing ladies and getting under their skirts." "You make it sound like we are womanizers," Tyr replied with a helpless tone. "But I can't refute these words, for they are very true. If I find myself in the company of a lady, I am afraid that I will do my best to woo her. As for what happens next, that would depend on the lady's wishes." Tyr didn't shy away from the truth, for this was their way of life. There had been many instances where satyrs had seduced women, and even men, and almost everyone in the magical world knew that their libido was always high. Satyresses, the lady version of the satyrs, would also not hesitate to woo any men whom they found in the wild. However, they were extremely rare to find. Some magical beast researchers even said that one satyress is born 1 out of hundreds of thousands of satyrs, making them the flower among the thorns of the satyr race. Of course, even though they had a bad reputation, those who had interacted with satyrs for a long time knew that these creatures were really passionate about their way of life. As long as someone was not swayed by the satyr's sweet words and gentle touch, they would be fine being in their company. So I will tell everyone here, especially the ladies, how to protect yourselves from these womanizers, Professor Enjal. "Excuse me, can you not call us womanizers?" Tyr commented. "I prefer the term affectionate individuals." "Ooh, fine." Professor Enjal scratched his head before shifting his attention back to his students. "First and foremost, satyrs are often found in forests and other kinds of woodlands. Of course, some of them also like to travel and even go to human cities to get to know our way of life. Professor Enjal then began to explain a satyr's strengths and weaknesses. Satyrs' main weakness is their uncontrollable lust on certain days of the month, Professor Enjal. Their usual partners are the dryads and the nymphs of the forest, but if there are any other demi-human females around, they will certainly take their chances and pounce on them without a second thought. Because of this, a barrier is placed upon the academy to protect the students from any unexpected situations. The good news was that ever since the satyrs moved into the Great Eagle Forest, no accidents have occurred between them and the ladies of the academy. Tyr nodded his head, as if to affirm this information. My ancestors and the founder of this academy, Fortis Dud, had an agreement that we were allowed to stay here, for as long as we don't extend our affection to the beautiful ladies of the academy, Tyr said with a slightly disappointed tone. However, if any of you ladies want some good company, feel free to find me in the eastern regions of the Great Eagle Forest. That is where our home is located. Don't worry. You will be safe in our company as long as you don't stay overnight. If you do that, it would mean that you are consenting to be with us and to share a night to remember. The handsome satyr winked at the ladies, earning him a round of smiles and giggles from them. The boys, on the other hand, didn't feel offended or disgusted by the satyr's openness to court the ladies of their class. In fact, they found it quite refreshing that Tyr was telling them their way of life. Satyrs use weapons like short bows and short swords. Professor Enjal continued his explanation. Do not be deceived by Tyr's calm and gentle nature. Satyrs are very agile, especially inside the forest. They can move very quickly and attack you in your blind spot if you engage them in combat. Those horns on his head are also not for show. If given the opportunity, he will ram them into your bodies to deal a deadly blow that would give you serious injuries. They also kick real hard, strong enough to break bones. Likewise, if you use a binding spell on their legs, they won't be able to do anything, which would make it easy for you to attack them. However, you must hit them first. If not, your chances of defeating them are nil. Tyr nodded his head. We also have another weakness, and that is none other than being weak to the ladies. We can kill men without batting an eye, but we would do our best not to harm women, for we treat them as precious things. This is why most magical beast poachers, who capture magical creatures, especially satyrs, are all women. The class continued on a happy note, and Tyr answered everyone's questions. Of course, some of the boys asked him some indecent inquiries, which made the ladies look at those people with contempt. To his credit, Tyr just laughed these indecent questions off, and even said that he would leave the answer to everyone's imagination. Who learned a great deal about satyrs on that day vowed to himself that if he and ever met a satyr in the wild, he would definitely drag his cousin away before the lustful creatures could even think of seducing her with their sweet words and passionate promises of pleasure. The next day, and went to the martial hall, planned to look for magical defensive arts that would teach her how to create barriers in order to deal with unexpected surprises on their mission. On the other hand, browse the different martial skills for polearms, spears, and even quarterstaff weapons. Now, let's see what kind of martial arts suits me, thought as he eyed the map of the training hall to find the location of the techniques that he was looking for. Since the only tool that he considered to be a weapon in his life was a pitchfork, planned to check out weapons that had similar styles to it. The martial hall only allowed a student to take one martial scroll at a time, so just took one of the most popular spear techniques available, which was called the Rising Dragon. This technique sounds powerful, mused. I wonder if it is easy to use. The martial scrolls had a special feature, and all you needed to do was to say the name of the martial art technique, and the scroll would activate. However, it was advised that you activate it somewhere private, because you would be dazed for a few minutes after you used it. The reason for this was due to the fact the magic scroll would allow the user to see someone using the technique step by step, showing them how to execute it properly. Depending on the user's preference, They could even conduct a mock battle in a holographic world, with the person that was teaching them how to use the technique. This was a very efficient way of getting personal with the technique itself. However, there was a catch. The scroll's effect would only last for an hour at most, meaning you could only train in the holographic world for an hour and would need to continue the rest of the training on your own. The scrolls could also only be used once a day, so although it was quite efficient, it was also severely lacking in many places. Even so, wanted to be useful when he went to do their mission, so he took his learning seriously. The first skill of the Rising Dragon is the Rising Thrust, a man with short brown hair said as he demonstrated how to thrust the spear properly. Putting your weight behind the thrust gives it more power, allowing it to pierce through unprotected flesh with ease. Almost all spear techniques start with this step, because its main advantage is its long reach. Only if you become proficient with the Rising Thrust will we proceed to the next step. The man with short brown hair demonstrated the thrusting motion several times and followed his every move. In the holographic world, was also holding a spear, which allowed him to practice as much as he wanted. Truth be told, the martial scroll's main purpose was to embed the technique in the person's mind, allowing them to master the technique over time. This learning style was similar to muscle memory. The more you do something, the more proficient you become in doing it, until it becomes second nature to you. This looks simple enough, muttered as he began to imitate the spear thrust that the instructor was showing him. However, the more he did it, the more he felt as if something was out of place. The blue-haired boy pondered for a bit and looked at the spear in his hand. A moment later, the spear became a pitchfork, making him nod his head in approval. I still feel comfortable using a pitchfork, mused, as he tried to execute the technique using the pitchfork in his hand, found himself remembering the time when he and his grandma defended their sheep from the wolves who raided their farm one night. That night was a night he wouldn't forget because his grandma was like a demon who brandished her spiked club as if she was a goddess of war. Every time she swung her spiked bat, a wolf would be sent flying, while yelping in pain. When the wolves tried to surround her, his grandma executed a flurry of blows that protected her entire body, hitting even the wolf who tried to attack her on her blind spot. Roll back, then, was to guard the rear and defend against the wolves, who managed to get past his grandma's defenses. Of course, the blue-haired boy was able to have a bit of the action, but the most he did was fight against a wolf, which he had a hard time beating on his own. After that night raid, his grandma taught him how to use the pitchfork, which allowed him to improve by leaps and bounds. Now, he was using that same pitchfork to master a skill that was meant for a spear, which he found funny. Although it is a bit rough on the edges, you still got the basics of the Rising Thrust right, the man with short brown hair said. Now, we will move to the Rising Swipe. The man then demonstrated by making an upward swing with the spear, creating a swooshing sound. Found this technique to be quite interesting because it looked like you were using the spear to dig something out of the ground before swiftly raising it upwards like an uppercut. But instead of using one's fist, one would use the spear to strike upwards. Most of the time, you won't be using this skill, the man said. However, it is still useful in some situations, so learning how to use it well can catch your opponent by surprise. Actually, this is very useful, replied. This is just like scooping hay at the farm. Of course, the projection didn't reply because its script was limited. It could only teach the people how to use the technique and answer very limited questions, which the makers of the martial scroll had anticipated to be asked by those who were learning the technique. An hour later, was able to spar against his holographic trainer using the two techniques that he learned. However, the result was a one-sided beating, which made his heart ache. In order to make the fight as realistic as possible, the blue-haired teenager chose to feel 50% of the pain that was inflicted to him by the attack, which made him feel like dying. Even so, he was quite happy that he actually got some hands-on training, even if it was just in a holographic world. When his 1-hour session had ended, went to the training ground of the Dud Manor and practiced what he learned using the ball that was gifted to him by Professor Violet. Due to how focused he was on his training, he didn't notice that Luna was watching him from the entrance of the training hall with a serious expression on her face. Can I really awaken his magic a few days from now? Luna thought. I hope that isn't playing a prank on me like last time. As a member of Dud Manor and friend, the angelic beauty truly wished that she could help the blue-haired boy realize his dream. Unfortunately, she wouldn't know if the spell that the cat thought of would work until the day of the full moon, which was the only time of the month when Luna could use her power to the fullest. The days flew by, and before knew it, there was only one day before the night of the full moon. He had spent most of his time practicing the rising dragon martial technique, and he had made great progress in it. Although he was still far from being an expert warrior, he was now proficient with 6 out of the 10 basic stances of the martial arts that he chose. This made him feel that he was making great progress, which motivated him to do better. Sweat poured from every pore of Ethan's body as he continuously swung the pitchfork in his hands. He had been spending a lot of time inside the training grounds of the Dud Manor, where its members could exclusively train after their classes ended. Chloe was quite unhappy about this because she was unable to spend much time with Ethan like she used to. However, she understood that whenever her cousin was focusing on something, he would give it everything he got until he was satisfied with the results. Since Ethan was doing his best to train, Chloe didn't slack off on her training either. It was not only the two of them who had been doing their best to train. After the martial hall had been opened, all the first years had suddenly entered a training phase in preparation for their first practical tests that would start in less than 3 weeks. The mission hall would open at that time, and it was also the students' main source of merit points, which they would receive upon completing the missions that they had accepted. "Good work, Ethan," Luna said as she handed the handsome teenager a towel and a flask of water. Ethan had just finished his cool-down routine after an intense practice, which left his clothes drenched in sweat. "Thank you, Luna," Ethan replied as he gratefully accepted the towel and the flask that was given to him. Luna eyed the blue-haired boy with a smile as he wiped the sweat off his face. "Tomorrow is the day of the full moon," Luna stated. "After dinner, we will head to the place where I secretly view the stars when I am alone. It is not that far from the academy, and it is in a very secluded spot. Even if the ceremony were to create fluctuations of magic power, we will be outside anyone's perception, at least. I hope that we will be." Ethan nodded. He had been waiting for the night of the full moon ever since he met the Cheshire cat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the blue-haired boy wished every night that the next day would be the night of the full moon. Now that the possibility of using magic was just a sleep away, the handsome teenager simply focused his attention onto his training, to take his mind off things. "By the way, Luna, I don't see you preparing for the practical tests," Ethan commented. "Are you that confident of your chances of clearing the missions?" Luna smiled after hearing Ethan's question, since she couldn't use any magic aside from the days of the full moon. "I am part of an octo party," Luna replied. "My team is a pretty balanced team, and although I feel guilty about this, all I need to do is follow them whenever we go out on missions. The most I do for them is prepare tea and help with the cooking." For some reason, they were fine with it. I have been with them for the past year, and by now, we have grown so close to each other that looking for another party is difficult. Ethan nodded his head in understanding. If Luna was in his party, he would also do his best to not let her be in any danger. She was that kind of girl. The girl that you would want to protect with your life. "Since tomorrow will be the night of the full moon, can you tell me more about moon magic?" "Of course, but before that, you should take a shower and change your clothes first. It will be best to talk about this when you're not drenched in sweat." The blue-haired teenager blushed because he had completely forgotten that he had just finished his training. After bidding his goodbye to Luna, Ethan hurriedly went back to his room to shower and choose some comfortable clothes to wear. Half an hour later, the two of them met in the small garden outside of the Dud Manor, where several benches were placed. Some people think that the full moon lasts for only a day, Luna said as she looked up at the moon in the sky. But truth be told, the so-called full moon only lasts for an instant. Luna then raised her right hand towards the sky, as if to hold the moon in her hand. Moon magic isn't magic that only lasts for a day, Luna continued her explanation. As long as the moon is in the sky, moon magic can be used. Even now, the power of the moon courses inside my body. It was at that moment when a sad smile appeared on Luna's face, which made Ethan wonder if there was a deeper story behind her being unable to use her magic to the fullest. You may not know of this, but wizards and witches have these so-called magic circuits that are inside our body, Luna stated. If a part of it is broken, the flow of magic power in the body can experience many difficulties. You see, my magic circuit has a flaw. The angelic beauty then placed her hand over her chest, near her heart. This flaw is located at the very center where all of my magic power flows, which is near my heart, Luna said. Because of this, the mana leaks out of my body, making me unable to harness it and use it as magic power. Only on the days of the full moon, when my entire body is brimming with magic power, does this hole become obsolete. To give you an example, let's say that a jug of water has a big hole in its bottom, making any kind of water that you put inside it leak rapidly, unable to be used. However, if what you are pouring into that jug of water is the entire ocean, even if the jug is leaking, there is an infinite supply that can still be used. That is what my body is like. After hearing Luna's explanation, the blue-haired teenager felt a pang of heartache for the angelic beauty, who seemed to have long accepted her fate. Perhaps, seeing his sad expression, Luna giggled and told him that everything was fine. Like I said earlier, although the full moon only lasts for an instant, I am able to use magic for up to 3 days, Luna commented. Why? Because here on Earth, we can see the full moon for up to 3 days. Is moon magic powerful? Ethan asked out of curiosity. Very powerful, Luna replied in a firm tone filled with confidence. You could even say that if all the pillars of the first years fought me on the day of the full moon, they would not be able to win against me even if they all cooperated with each other. Ethan didn't know if he should believe Luna or not, but since she sounded very confident about it, he decided to ask her for a favor. Can you show me the full extent of your power tomorrow? Ethan asked. I want to see how strong your magic truly is. Luna pondered for a bit before nodding her head. It won't hurt even if I show it to you. Truth be told, Luna was also looking forward to showing Ethan her true power. For some reason, she wanted to show him what she could really do. This was the first time she felt this way, and even she didn't understand why she was feeling this way. Because both of them were looking at the sky, Ethan wasn't able to see the faint flush that had appeared on Luna's face, which raised her charm considerably. If only Luna's party members could see her right now, all of them would definitely tie up Ethan and roast him over an open fire. They were the hardcore members of Luna's fans club, and any guy who tried to get close to their angel would become their public enemy number 1. The next day, Ethan was feeling more excited and more tired than normal. After watching the moonlit sky with Luna several hours ago, the Ethan had been unable to sleep until dawn. You look different today, Ethan, Chloe said. I'm sure that today isn't your birthday, so why do you have that cheeky smile plastered on your face? Cheeky smile? Ethan asked back as he touched the corner of his lips. Chloe sighed and made a circular motion with her wand. Magici speculum. A magical mirror appeared in front of Ethan, which reflected his face. A single glance was enough to tell him that Chloe was right. There was indeed a cheeky smile plastered on his face. I don't see it as a bad thing, Chloe stated. In fact, I like it when you smile. I just want to know if something special happened today which makes you happy. Well, nothing special has happened yet, Ethan replied. But maybe something special will happen later. Oh, what will happen later? No comment. Chloe pouted and lightly pounded Ethan's shoulder, because the handsome teenager was keeping a secret from her. Ethan and Luna would be doing a secret ceremony that night, so he couldn't tell anyone about it. Not even Chloe. It was not because Ethan didn't trust her. On the contrary, Ethan trusted Chloe very much. This was why he had explained what happened to him before coming to Brynhildr Academy to his cousin. The matter with Luna was a sensitive issue. For the angelic beauty's safety, the blue-haired teenager knew that the less people that knew about it, the better. "So, are you going to train again after classes end like usual?" Chloe asked. Ethan nodded. "Yes, we only have a few more weeks before our practical test starts, and I don't want to be extra baggage for you." "You know that's not true. I wouldn't have gotten far if you weren't with me during the initiation ceremony." "Now that you mention it, you're right." "See." Chloe smiled sweetly, which made Ethan blush. Since they were kids, they really got along with each other. Although there were differences between their personalities, the two of them could depend on each other when they needed it the most. While the two of them were walking down the hallway of the academy, they saw one of the pillars of the first years, Langston, and his entourage walking on the opposite side, and headed in their direction. "Well, look what we have here," Langston said in a teasing tone. "If it isn't the filthy dud and his sidekick." His entourage laughed as if they found the handsome blonde boy's words funny. "Well, look what we have here," Ethan replied in his own teasing tone. "If it isn't the pillar who didn't even pass the initiation ceremony and even lost the very first ever recorded duel of this school year. You filthy casual." Chloe covered her lips and chuckled after hearing Ethan's snarky reply. Although she didn't understand what a filthy casual was, it had a nice ring to it that made her laugh. "You..." Langston narrowed his gaze as he looked at the blue-haired teenager who looked at him arrogantly. "You what?" Ethan asked. "Filthy casual." The two of them were the pillars of the first years, and seeing them in a confrontation made the people in the hallway look at them with curiosity. Langston had gained a following because of his family's background, and due to him being one of the pillars, his popularity had risen considerably. However, this popularity had taken a toll after he had lost to his duel with the Scarlet Witch, whom he challenged in order to boost his popularity a few weeks ago. Just as the two sides were about to start a ruckus, Professor Violet appeared with an annoyed look on her face. "Why are you kids loitering here in the hallway?" Professor Violet asked. "Classes are about to start. Are you all playing truant?" After seeing the professor appear, all the students scattered like wild ducks that had heard a gunshot. Even Langston, who came from a high-ranking noble family, didn't dare cross a professor of the academy, especially one of the professors that belonged to his own manor. "This is not over," Langston declared before leaving along with his entourage, who all glared at Ethan as they walked past him. When only 3 people were left in the hallway, including Professor Violet, the blue-haired boy finally relaxed a bit and gave the professor a respectful bow. "Sorry and thank you, Professor Violet," Ethan said. "I don't know what might have happened if you didn't arrive to settle this matter." Professor Violet sighed before lightly rubbing her forehead. "I know that Langston came from a noble family, so it is normal for him to look down on duds who don't possess much magical powers in their body. You see, there was a proposal a few years ago that the Dud Manor should be closed down to prevent the academy from being contaminated by parasites, who can't even use magic properly." Ethan smiled after hearing the professor's whines. "Let me guess, it is Langston's family who is behind the proposal." "Right," Professor Violet nodded. Surprisingly, there were other noble families who supported this petition. However, Professor Reinhardt rejected their proposal, saying that Brynhildr Academy was founded by Fortis Dud, and because of this, the Dud Manor could not be closed down. The Magical Bureau as well as the Magistratus stepped in as well, siding with Professor Reinhardt, forcing the noble factions who wanted a Dudless Magic Academy to shut their traps. With the two powerful organizations backing up the headmaster, there was simply no way that their petition could go through. Ethan could only shake his head, because this was something that was out of his control. "For now, stay away from Langston," Professor Violet stated. Although he doesn't show it, his defeat against the Scarlet Witch had taken a toll on his ego. "Professor, aren't you one of the guardians of Schwartz Manor?" Chloe asked. "Aren't you supposed to be on Langston's side?" Professor Violet eyed the young lady with an amused look on his face. "Being in the same manor doesn't mean that I have to turn a blind eye on bad behavior. Our reputations as wizards and witches who practice black magic are bad enough, so I can't help but step up when I see an injustice happening in front of me." Professor Violet then flicked Ethan's forehead, making the latter yelp in pain. "Remember this, Ethan," Professor Violet said. "Wizards and witches look up to those with strong magical powers. Sooner or later, you will face people that are several times meaner than Langston. All duds will always face discrimination. That is just the way things are. You should ask your head prefect, Henry, how to handle these kinds of situations. He has spent 4 years in the academy. He will be able to share his experiences with you. Now, enough talk. Classes are about to start." Ethan and Chloe no longer tarried and left in a hurry to go to their next class. When the two could no longer be seen, Professor Violet stared at the ground beside the wall and snorted. "I thought you didn't like drama, Chessie," Professor Violet commented. "Why are you here?" "I still don't know how you are able to see me, even though no one should be able to do it unless I showed myself." Chessie appeared out of nowhere and looked up at the only person in the academy that could see through his invisibility magic. Professor Violet shrugged. "I can faintly feel your mark on Ethan. Just what kind of trouble are you stirring up this year?" "How rude," Chessie replied. "I'm not stirring up trouble, I'm just helping people." "Tell that to the magistratus and see if they will believe you." "Why would I waste my time talking with those stuck-up people?" The Cheshire cat snorted before turning invisible again. It had been passing through the hallway and saw the commotion, which was why it came to see what was happening. Professor Violet, of course, didn't know about this. For her, the Cheshire cat was a walking time bomb that might explode at any moment. Although it had already had an agreement with Professor Reinhardt, the beautiful professor still believed that Chessie always had a purpose for visiting the academy every year. As for what that purpose was, no one, except the Cheshire cat, knew what it truly wanted in Brynhildr Academy. Ethan wasn't able to focus on his classes all day long because he was thinking about where and when he and Luna would perform the ceremony to awaken his magic power. For him, this was the most important day of his life, ever since he stepped foot inside Brynhildr Academy. Because of this, he had been nagged a bit by his professors because he noticed that his mind was wandering during classes, to the chagrin of his classmates. Finally, when the bell rang, signaling the end of the classes, Ethan felt as if he was about to enter the gates of heaven. After saying his goodbye to Chloe, Ethan hastily returned to the Dud Manor in order to train his martial arts to help him calm down. The ceremony wouldn't be happening until 8 in the evening, because Luna said that she had some work to do in the Magical Trinket Club. 2 hours later, Henry reminded Ethan that it was time for dinner, so the handsome teenager returned to his room to take a shower and went to the grand dining hall of the academy to eat alongside his friends. "I'm very happy to see that you are being serious about your training, Ethan," Henry said. "However, you shouldn't forget to eat." "I'm sorry, head prefect," Ethan replied. "I'm just looking forward to this weekend." "Are you going somewhere?" A mail arrived this morning from the owner of Brooms for All Seasons. He said that I should come over to see their latest product. Ethan felt that today was a very good day. Not only would he get the chance to awaken his magic, the owner of the magical broomstick shop, Mr. Carwell sent him a letter asking him to see him during the weekend. According to the old man, he had tested the Wind Dancer and deemed it to be safe to use even for duds. Of course, in order to test this fully, he needed Ethan's assistance to fine-tune the flying broomstick that even duds could use. Henry blinked in confusion after hearing the handsome teenager's reply. "Ethan, duds can't ride flying broomsticks," Henry said in a serious tone. "Even if you manage to get one to fly, there is a possibility that you might crash later because our magic powers are unstable." "I understand, head prefect," Ethan replied. I'll still go and check out what Mr. Carwell wants me to see. I won't raise my expectations. Henry nodded, as long as you understand. Duds didn't really ride broomsticks, because there had been several accidents that had happened in the past due to their unstable magic power. Because of this, Professor was forced to make a decree saying that all duds weren't allowed to ride on broomsticks without someone supervising them. This was to ensure that there wouldn't be any accidents, especially in the academy where duds were being oppressed by some of the noble factions who wanted them out for good. Are you going alone? You want me to come with you? Asked. I'm free tomorrow. Why not? Smiled. We have been in the academy for a few weeks, so going out once in a while is good as well. Nodded her head, but deep inside she was also very happy. Although didn't think much about it, for this was similar to going out on a date, which she hadn't experienced in the past. However, her happiness was short-lived because someone didn't know how to read the mood, or was perhaps doing this on purpose to rain on her parade. I'm also free tomorrow, said. Mind if I tag along? The more the merrier, replied without even batting an eye. It is nice to spend some time with. The blue-haired boy cried out in pain after pinched his waist and gave it a twist. W, what's wrong with you? Asked as he looked at his cousin with a face filled with injustice. Ignored him and focused her attention on eating. She bit on it angrily as if the food was her mortal enemy, making giggle. Sighed in his heart because he didn't think that would react in that manner. Although he admits that he might have been too casual in agreeing to proposal, he thought that would be fine with it, since she and could be considered friends. As was about to continue eating, Luna entered the dining hall with an exhausted look on her face. Club activities? Asked as soon as the angelic beauty sat in front of him. Luna nodded. Every time I am able to use magic, the president asks me to help recharge the magic batteries of our club. Although I don't mind doing it, being drained of your magical power for more than an hour can be taxing on one's mental health. I'm sorry to hear that. Here, have some lemonade. Poured a glass of lemon juice for Luna, which the latter accepted gratefully. After drinking the entire cup in one go, the flower of the dud manor started to fill her plate with food, and ate without speaking a word. Seeing that Luna didn't intend to talk right now, also focused on eating. An hour later, the handsome teenager and the angelic beauty walked back to the dud manor together. Luna was a bit tired from her club activities, so she planned to take a shower and take a short nap in order to regain her strength. If I don't wake up at 8 in the evening, just knock on the door in order to wake me up, Luna said before yawning. And what if you don't wake up? Asked in a teasing tone. Luna smiled. Don't worry. I will also set an alarm clock and put it near my bed. I know how important this day is to you. You might now know about it, but I am also looking forward to seeing you use magic as well. Felt touched after hearing Luna's words, and promised to wake her up if she overslept past their meeting time. The two weren't aware that on top of the dud manor, the cat was observing them from a distance. It's too bad I have to go somewhere tonight, thought. I won't be able to see the outcome of the ceremony. The chubby cat stretched a bit before once again turning invisible. Professor had asked him to investigate something, and since they had an agreement, had no choice but to wander deep inside the great eagle forest and see if the Wendigo of the North had managed to find a way to bypass the barrier that was keeping it in place. At exactly 8 in the evening, knocked on Luna's door in order to wake her up. Fortunately, she was already awake and opened the door with a more relaxed expression than what she had more than an hour ago. Let's go, Luna said with a smile. Nodded and followed her outside of the dud manor. The angelic beauty had already told him that they would be going to one of the places she visited whenever she wanted to be alone. A place that would allow her to see the moonlit sky and use her magic freely without fearing being discovered by others. Walking to that place will take a long time, Luna stated, so let's just fly there. Without even waiting for it to reply, the young lady took out her wand and pointed it at. A moment later, the teenage boy started to float, which almost made him panic. The angelic beauty didn't say the name of a spell and seemed to have cast the spell using incantation. Many wizards and witches could do it, but only those that had mastered the ways of magic could do such a thing. This was also true for wizards who could cast magic without their wands. They were individuals that could harness the magic inside and outside their body and use it as they pleased. "Relax and take a deep breath," Luna said. "You will be fine." Took a few deep breaths in order to calm himself. After he regained his composure, he started to experiment a bit and swam in the air, making Luna giggle. "Well, that is certainly one way of doing it," Luna commented before she, too, rose up in the air and flew alongside. "Do you like to swim?" Luna asked. "Sometimes," replied. "When it is too hot, I often go to the river near our home and swim. How about you? Do you know how to swim?" "A little bit," Luna answered. "At the very least, I won't drown. Now follow me." Luna flew eastwards, soaring several meters above the ground. Who had gotten the hang of flying followed behind her. Nearly 15 minutes later, the two landed on a small island in the center of a lake. "I didn't know that this place existed," said as he landed. "Not bad for a secret hideout." Luna nodded her head because she felt the same way. When the cat told her that there was a lake located at the back of the academy that not many people visited, she thought that was just playing a prank on her. But after seeing it for herself, Luna would often go on the island on the nights of the full moon and practice her magic to her heart's content. "Luna, you didn't say the name of the spell earlier. Can you do magic?" Finally remembered what happened earlier, so he decided to ask the angelic beauty how she was able to do it. "Yes," Luna answered. "After understanding the key element of the magic, anyone is able to cast them without speaking the spell's name. It is similar to breathing. You don't say breathe and just do it normally." "Can you show me more of your moon magic?" "Of course." Luna slowly raised her wand high, as if she was about to conduct an orchestra, to create the most beautiful music in the world. Without warning, Luna made a slashing gesture of her wand, and a blade of light appeared, moving in the direction that she had slashed at. This blade of light then transformed into a silver phoenix that circled around the island. Next, Luna spun around, as if she was dancing, and a silver dragon rose up above her head, emitting a soundless roar that made shudder. With another wave of her hand, a silver tiger appeared. Lastly, she made a sweeping gesture to her right side, and a silver turtle appeared. These four creatures then circled around the air, before flying towards Luna and... "Go!" Luna grinned as she flicked her wand, sending flying in the direction of the four silver beasts that were at least 8 meters long. The young man wasn't even able to shout in surprise before he landed on the back of the silver dragon, who circled around the island. Luna stood at the back of the phoenix and looked at the handsome teenager with a fearless smile on her face. This look of hers was quite different from the shy and reserved girl that he often saw back in the academy. Perhaps this is what the true Luna is like, thought as he admired the angelic beauty who was now able to wield her magic to the fullest. "Moon magic is half illusion and half creation," Luna replied. "It can create many things that may look real, but in reality are not. However, that dragon that you are riding on can easily kill a dire bear if I commanded it, which makes it real at the same time. It also affects other things like high tide and low tide. To a certain extent, I can also control gravity, and last but not the least, I can also ask nocturnal creatures, who rely on the moon, to assist me if need be. There was even a werewolf that helped me when I got kidnapped in the past. He said that he heard my call for help, so it came to my rescue. That was 10 years ago, and if I hadn't been saved that time, I don't know where I would be right now." Luna had a nostalgic expression on her face as she remembered that one fateful encounter in the past. A few minutes later, she showed Ethan many other spells that she could cast, changing Ethan's impression of her. When both had their fill of magic, they once again landed on the ground in order to perform the ceremony that Chessie shared with him. "Ethan, there is no guarantee that this awakening ceremony will work. Luna said in order to prevent Ethan from raising his expectations too much. Also, even if it succeeds, you can only use this magic for a short period of time. Consider yourself lucky if you are able to use magic for an entire day. I understand, Ethan nodded. Even if it's for a short while, I want to experience what it is like to use magic. As someone who could only use her magic for up to 3 days every month, Luna truly understood what Ethan wanted to say. Very well, let's begin, Luna said. Please stand perfectly still while I create the magical runes that will awaken your magic power. No matter what happens, do not make unnecessary movements, okay? Ethan gave the angelic beauty a thumbs up to tell her that he understood. Now that a chance had presented itself for him to use magic, he would not be so stupid as to sabotage the wish that he had been hopping for ever since he arrived in the academy. Luna began chanting, and symbolic runes started to dance around Ethan like moths being attracted to the light. These runes made the blue-haired boy feel a tingling sensation in his heart. This feeling slowly spread to the rest of his body, like cold water making him shudder subconsciously. Slowly, but surely, he became aware of a faint sensation of something rising up to his chest. And along with it, the thing that had been sleeping for the past 17 years of his life started to stir and awaken from its slumber. A moment later, Ethan fell into a trance. He was no longer hearing Luna's words, or even feeling the tingling sensation that was spreading inside his body like electricity. He just stood there, like a statue, and waited for his magic to awaken. A magic that only belonged to him. Luna continued her chant, and more runes danced around Ethan. Some of them even went inside his body, as if they were being absorbed by something. The Cheshire cat had mentioned that this might happen, so Luna didn't think much of it. 10 minutes later, Ethan started to pant for breath. He was still in a trance, but his body was reacting subconsciously to the runes that were circling around him. Luna, who saw this, became a bit worried. However, she couldn't stop the ceremony midway because it might create a backlash that would hurt her, and Ethan as well. 5 more minutes passed, and Ethan was already crouching on the ground on bended knee. He was still clutching his chest, and his breathing was now very ragged. After saying the last part of the chant, a red rune appeared above Ethan's head and slowly descended until it melded with his body. Time seemed to stop, as Luna watched with anxiety as Ethan ceased all movements. One by one, the runes that were still circling around Ethan's body also moved to merge with his body. Only when the last rune was gone did Luna hurriedly move to check Ethan's condition. "Ethan, are you all right?" Luna asked worriedly as she crouched down and gently rubbed Ethan's back, as if helping him recover his senses. For a while, Ethan didn't show any reaction. It was only after an entire minute had passed did he slowly raise his head to look at the angelic beauty beside him. Crimson eyes that glowed faintly met the angelic beauty's gaze, making her body stiffen. A moment later, Ethan slowly stood up, and even helped Luna to stand as well. The two then gazed at each other for nearly half a minute before Ethan's arms slowly wrapped around Luna's body, pulling her closer to him. Luna found herself unable to resist Ethan's gesture and simply gazed into his eyes, which seemed to hold an infinite amount of magic power that made her heart skip a beat. The handsome young man then lowered his head and pressed his lips over Luna's own lips, which were very soft and filled with promise. After she was kissed by Ethan, Luna regained a bit of her sanity and tried to push him away. However, a part of her wanted to remain in his embrace, which made her unable to muster any strength to genuinely break free from his hold. Soon, Luna no longer thought of resisting and surrendered to Ethan's soft, yet gentle kisses that made her innocent heart beat wildly inside her chest. As the moon hung over the moonlit sky, 2 people kissed on the small island located in the middle of the lake. Although the night was cold, a certain kind of warmth kept it at bay, and only the sound of soft kissing echoed silently, creating faint ripples of magic in the surroundings. When the rays of sunshine passed through Ethan's window, the teenage boy slowly opened his eyes. He was still half asleep as he looked around his surroundings. It took him a moment to figure out where he was. Stifling a yawn, he walked towards the table where a jug of water and a bowl was placed in order to wash his face. After a few more splashes, he became more awake and tried to recall what happened a few hours ago. The last thing he remembered was standing in place as Luna started the ceremony. That was as far as his memory went, and that was all that he could recall clearly. He also had no recollection of how he returned to his room. He simply assumed that Luna brought him back after he passed out during the ceremony that they had done in secret. I had a nice dream, Ethan thought as he vaguely remembered brief flashes of him kissing Luna's lips. In that dream, he kissed Luna many times, and she also kissed him back in return. Ethan knew that this was impossible to happen in real life because Luna was a shy person at heart. She only opened up to him since they were in the same manor, and he helped her test the latest creations of her club. For some reason, my body feels very light, Ethan mused as he did a bit of stretching to get his blood pumping. It feels as if I'm full of energy. Ethan then suddenly had a thought, so he took out his wand from his storage ring and pointed it in front of him. Lux Eterna. He had used this spell many times in the past, but it was all for naught. Since he wasn't expecting any results, Ethan chanted this spell in a carefree manner. However, what happened next nearly made him drop his wand in shock. A small white orb of light, the size of a small marble, hovered in front of him. Although its light wasn't that intense, it still gave enough light to make Ethan pinch himself in order to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. It hurts, Ethan muttered as realization finally dawned on him. It hurts. Ethan nearly laughed out loud after confirming that he wasn't dreaming. He then tried to cast Lux Eterna again, and every time he did it, a small orb of light appeared, making him feel giddy. Soon, Ethan's room was filled with balls of light that gently floated in the air, giving off light, similar to that of fireflies. The ceremony worked. Ethan made a fist pump out of happiness. I can now use magic. I need to look for Luna and thank her. Without even changing out of his pajamas, Ethan decided to look for the angelic beauty and tell her the good news. However, he had just opened the door when he saw Henry, who had a solemn expression on his face. Ethan, you have to come with me, Henry said. Chloe has challenged Langston in a duel. From what I heard, Langston was insulting you in public and Chloe overheard it. Because of this, she became enraged and challenged Langston in a duel to shut him up. Hurry, you need to go to the training area and stop her from going through with the duel. The earlier happiness that Ethan felt after awakening his magic disappeared and was replaced with anxiety. He knew how powerful Langston was, and even though Chloe was a decent witch, her chances of winning against one of the pillars of the first years was very slim. Without even bothering to change his clothes, Ethan sprinted out of the Dud Manor and ran towards the training area where a dueling arena was located. No matter what happened, he had to stop his cousin from fighting against Langston. There was no way that she would win against him. If anything bad happened to her because of him, Ethan wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Chloe was very dear to him, and the mere thought of her getting hit by one of Langston's black fireballs was enough for him to feel as if his heart was being squeezed inside his chest. Luna, who had also just woken up, saw Ethan running past her in the hallway, followed by their head prefect. Just a glance was enough to tell her that something was wrong, so she hurriedly followed behind them to understand what could have happened to make Ethan look as if he was about to murder somebody. That girl is challenging Langston, a pretty girl that belonged to Langston's entourage said in disdain. She must be out of her mind. This is what happens when you spend a lot of time with a dud, a skinny teenager commented. You become as stupid as them. How true. My father even supported that proposal to not allow any dud to study in the academy. If they weren't here, this academy would be a lot better. Seeing them in the dining hall makes me lose my appetite. The mere presence of these defects is enough to make my stomach churn. Ha ha ha, this will be a fun show to watch. Maybe after this, that sorry excuse for a pillar will leave the academy for good. The students talked among themselves as they watched the young beauty with long brown hair face off against the handsome blonde boy, who was one of the pillars of the first years. Even though she knew that her opponent's magical power was stronger than hers, Chloe looked at him with a fearless gaze. If not for the fact that the referee of the match wasn't present, she would have started throwing fire bolts at him to wipe the smug smile on his face. "Fighting against a nobody like you hurts my pride as a pillar of this academy," Langston said with a smile. "How about we make a bet? If I win, you ditch that dud and become one of my followers. I promise that I will take good care of you." "Keep dreaming," Chloe sneered. "I'd rather smash my head on a wall than become one of your idiotic followers." "Hey, who are you calling idiots?" The pretty girl, who said that Chloe was out of her mind, shouted. "Mind your manners, you half-baked witch." "Even your language is crude," the skinny teenager commented. "Is this what you learned from that dud? Clearly, he is a bad influence." "That's right. Langston, beat her up and make her understand what real magic is." "Beat her. Beat her. Beat her." Langston's group started to cheer, making the handsome blonde chuckle. "What's wrong? Are you afraid that you're going to lose?" Langston asked in contempt. "If you are just going to waste my time, let's stop this duel. I don't get anything from beating up lowly witches like you." "HMPH, running away," Chloe replied. "Go ahead and run. I love the expression you made when the Scarlet Witch beat the crap out of you." Langston narrowed his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the young lady in front of him. His defeat against the Scarlet Witch was one of the stains on his academy life. If possible, he wanted to remove this stain permanently. However, after his duel with the second year, he understood that he still needed to learn to control his magic better before asking her for a rematch. "I changed my mind," Langston stated as he commented in a chilling tone. "We no longer have to make any bets. After this duel is over, I will make you wish you never stepped foot in this academy in your lifetime." Chloe snorted because she was someone that was not easily swayed. Ethan was her cousin, childhood friend, and confidant. If someone were to ridicule him in front of her, she would definitely not stand idle and allow them to trample on one of the few people she cared about in her life. Just as the spectators were getting rowdy, a beautiful professor with purple hair landed on the stage. "I will be the referee of this match," Professor Violet stated. "If I see that there is no longer a need to continue the battle, I will stop it right away. Are both of you ready?" "I was born ready," Langston replied as he took out his wand and took a fighting stance. "We'll see if you're just all talk or not," Chloe sneered as she also took a fighting stance. After going to the martial hall and taking up one of the defense-oriented magical techniques, Chloe gained a bit of confidence in her ability to protect herself. Although she acknowledged that Langston had the advantage, all she needed to do was cast defensive spells and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, just as Professor Violet was about to signal the start of the match, a loud shout reverberated in the training area, making her pause. "What?" Ethan, who was still in his pajamas, burst inside the training area and ran straight towards the arena. "I don't approve of this match," Ethan shouted as he stood between Chloe and Langston. He then glared at the handsome blonde, whom he wanted to slap very badly due to how angry he was right now. "Ah, so the clown has arrived," Langston snorted. "It seems to me that you were having a nice dream not long ago. You should have stayed in bed and waited for the news of your cousin's defeat by my hands." "Are you even a man?" Ethan asked in contempt. "You are always fighting against girls. Tell me, are girls the only ones you can fight? Oh, I almost forgot. You were beaten black and blue by a girl in your last match. Are you here to seek redemption? In my eyes, all I see is someone who lacks the balls to fight a real man." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the spectators, making everyone turn their eyes on her. "Go, Ethan," Nicole shouted. "You tell that pompous prick that he should fight against someone his own size. But then again, maybe even that part is small compared to the average man. Maybe this is why he is always challenging girls." It took a while for Ethan, Langston, and the boys in the group to understand what Nicole had just said. However, when they did understand, some of the guys, including the blue-haired boy, weren't able to stop themselves from laughing, making Langston's face turn red from anger. Using this opportunity, Ethan turned around to look at his cousin, who didn't expect that he could come in his pajamas in order to stop her duel with Langston. "I've heard the reason why you challenged him," Ethan said softly. "Thank you, but you don't have to do this for me." "That bastard is bad-mouthing you in public," Chloe pouted. "How do you expect me to turn a blind eye on such a thing?" "I know," Ethan commented. "If someone were to do that to you as well, I'd definitely start throwing punches and shut them up." After hearing Ethan's words, Chloe felt as if challenging Langston in a duel was worth it. Just as she was about to say something nice to the handsome teenager in front of her, Langston's voice reached both of their ears. "Since you're already here, why don't the two of us duel instead?" Langston asked with an evil smile on his face. "Or do you want to hide behind a girl all your life?" "He's just provoking you, Ethan." Chloe grabbed hold of her cousin's arm. "I'll fight him in your stead. Don't worry, I'm confident that, even if I can't beat him, he won't be able to beat me as well." "What's this, trying to make a girl fight for you?" Langston jeered. "Are you even a man? This is why I tell everyone that you're a loser and a disgrace in the academy. Someone like you isn't deserving to be a pillar of the first years. It's time to set things right. Let's duel with our position as pillars on the line." Professor Violet frowned after hearing Langston's declaration. A duel between pillars was quite common. However, a duel using their position as pillars was quite rare. In short, whoever loses the duel would lose their qualifications to be a pillar, and the benefits they enjoyed on a monthly basis would be handed to the victor of the duel. Just as Chloe was about to convince Ethan to ignore Langston's challenge, Ethan found himself in a world where the sea extended as far as his eyes could see. There, he saw a beautiful lady whom he had seen in the past, and this time, she was looking at him with a face filled with anticipation. "Accept the duel," the mermaid princess said. "You may not be able to beat him tomorrow or the next day or the day after that, but if you fight him today, there is a possibility that you will win." The mermaid princess smiled at Ethan, as if encouraging him to take a leap of faith. "Although it will be difficult, there are times when we need to fight in order to protect those that we hold sacred," the princess mermaid stated. "Even if the chances of winning seem non-existent, one must stand up for one's belief and believe the power of magic that lies in your heart, the magic you share and draw out from the people who care for you." The mermaid then gave Ethan a nod of assurance, telling him that she would be with him all the way. In just a blink of an eye, the blue world disappeared, and Ethan once again found himself in arena, looking at the handsome blonde boy who was looking down on all duds like him. "Very well, I accept your duel," Ethan said with firm determination. "We will fight with our titles of pillars on the line." Chloe, Professor Violet, as well as the spectators, were shocked after hearing Ethan's declaration. All of them knew that there was simply no chance for a dud like him to beat Langston in a magical duel. But among the spectators, there were two people who were very eager to see the outcome of the match. One was Nicole, who encouraged Ethan earlier, and the other was Lily Langley. The cute blonde girl whom Nicole had said was someone that even she would have a hard time defeating in a duel. "Are you sure about this, Ethan?" Professor Violet asked. "Staking your position as pillar for this duel is not compulsory. You can refuse if you want to." "It's fine, Professor," Ethan replied. "There are times when people need to stand their ground, even if the stakes are not in their favor." Langston, who heard Ethan's reply, simply sneered. For him, fighting against a dud was such a trivial matter. The only reason why he asked to put their titles as pillars on the line was because he found the handsome young man to be an annoyance. "I will ask you one last time," Professor Violet stated. "Are you sure about this?" Ethan nodded. "I'm sure of it, Professor." Professor Violet sighed before crossing her arms over her chest to ponder a bit. She knew that Ethan was just going along with his emotions, and there was no stopping him at this point. Even so, she was still worried, so she decided to make an announcement. Since this isn't an ordinary duel, I will consult the headmaster and get his approval, Professor Violet. All of you will return here after an hour. By then, the headmaster will have made his decision. Also, Ethan, use that time to change into the academy's uniform. Although I admit you're quite good looking, I don't advise fighting in a magical duel wearing only pajamas. Professor Violet's side remark was met with laughter and cheers from the spectators. All of them were wondering why Ethan had come to the training grounds in his pajamas. Okay, Professor, Ethan replied. Let's go, Chloe. Without even waiting for Chloe's reply, he held her hand and walked down from the arena. He planned to return to the Dud Manor with her, so that both of them could calm down a bit. Henry and Luna, who were also in the crowd, followed behind the two teenagers, leaving everyone behind. Wow, a knight in shining pajamas, Lily said with a smile. I wish someone would also stand up for me like Ethan did. You need to fix your attitude first, Nicole commented. How long are you planning to keep up this helpless damsel in distress act? Don't be like that, Nicole, Lily smirked. Just let me do what I want. After all, I'm not getting in the way of your true agenda here in the academy. I'm sure that the Astaff family had other plans when they sent you here. The pretty blonde with pigtails winked at Nicole before walking away from the training ground. Since the duel would resume in an hour, she decided to just wander around for a while, until the headmaster gave his approval for the duel. Several minutes later, Ethan and Chloe arrived at the Dud Manor. Wait for a bit, Ethan said as he left Chloe in the common area. I'll change clothes first. Okay, Chloe replied and watched her cousin go up the stairs in a hurry. She then stared at her hand, which Ethan had held all the way from the training grounds. His grip was firm, but it didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, Chloe could feel the warmth and security emanating from his hand, as if telling her that everything would be okay. He's much cooler now compared to how he was in the past, Chloe thought. She didn't expect that Ethan would really challenge Langston for her sake, and although she was worried, she admitted that it made her feel happy inside when he stood up for her. Chloe had spent years growing up with Ethan and understood his character. He might be a happy-go-lucky person, but when people need him the most, he would come regardless of the situation. Meanwhile, after Ethan arrived in his room, he changed his clothes and put on his academy uniform. When he was fully dressed, he once again found himself in that blue world, where the mermaid princess was waiting for him. The only reason why I am able to talk to you right now is because you have temporarily awakened a portion of your magic power, the mermaid princess said. However, since we have very limited time, I'll cut to the chase and tell you how to raise your chances of winning. To be perfectly honest, even if you can use magic now, you only have a small chance of winning. What you need to do is squeeze out all the magic you can muster in one blow. However, after you do this, you will lose all the magic that you have temporarily stored inside your body. Storing magic inside my body? Ethan asked. How did I do it? The mermaid princess smiled. It's very simple. All you need to do is kiss a witch's lips and you can absorb a bit of their power. Huh, Ethan blinked in confusion. Kiss a witch's lips, what do you mean? The mermaid princess floated toward Ethan and pressed her hand over her chest. Everyone has their own unique magic, the mermaid princess replied. Even those who are not wizards and witches have a magic of their own. They may not be able to cast spells or do magical things, but they can make impossible things possible. The mermaid then cupped Ethan's face and looked him straight in the eye. Your magic can copy a portion of another's power. No, it's not copying, but absorption. But this is only a temporary thing. The mermaid princess didn't mention that Ethan's magic circuits had been destroyed when he was a baby, so his ability to wield magic had almost become impossible. Fortunately, Luna's moon magic ceremony allowed Ethan to heal a little bit of his damaged magical circuits, giving him enough power to copy the power of others for a short period of time. When you kiss witches, you will absorb some of their magic power, the mermaid princess explained. However, this power will only last for an entire day. Kissing them again will not have any effect because you can only absorb an individual's magic power once every week. The good news is that you can copy multiple powers at any given time, as long as you kiss other girls. But I don't advise that you use this method. No one likes a womanizer, you know? Also, it only works on witches. Even if you were to kiss all the boys in the academy, nothing would change. Half a minute later, Ethan's body shuddered, as if remembering something important. Seeing that he had come to a realization, a mischievous smile appeared on the Princess Mermaid's face. "That's right," the mermaid princess said as she pressed a finger over Ethan's lips. "The reason why you are able to use magic now is because you have already kissed a witch, but she's not just any ordinary witch, but a powerful one." "Why, you mean it wasn't a dream?" Ethan stuttered. "Did I really kiss Luna?" "You did," the mermaid princess answered. "However, you were overwhelmed by the power of your bloodline, so it was not entirely your fault. Even so, you still kissed an innocent lady, so make sure to properly apologize to her later." The mermaid princess giggled before lightly pinching Ethan, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face after confirming that he had indeed kissed the angelic beauty, who had helped him awaken his magic power. "Now let's go back to business." The mermaid's face became serious. "If you want to win, you need to finish the battle in one move. If you miss this opportunity, it will be over before you can even blink. I will teach you a spell that will allow you to win. However, don't forget, we only have one chance to do this." The mermaid then pulled back, and the scenery slowly faded until Ethan once again found himself inside his room. "Believe in yourself and the magic within you. I will support you with everything I've got," the mermaid princess voice echoed inside the room. "Do your best, Mr. Knight. After this day is over, your life will never be the same again. I'm sure of it." After having a chat with the mermaid princess, Ethan looked at his reflection in front of the mirror and sighed deeply. If great power requires great responsibilities, then why do people use it to hurt others? Ethan thought as he helplessly shook his head. He had a feeling that wizards and witches, who were born with magic, took things for granted. Since they were born with this powerful and wonderful gift that not everyone could use, some of them thought that they were superior to others. For the first time in his life, Ethan was able to use magic. It was an amazing feeling, and the only word that the young man could describe this feeling of casting his first spell was surreal. However, before he could even fully enjoy his newfound power, he would be using it to fight against one of the most powerful wizards among the first years in a duel. Even so, Ethan knew that this was a battle that he had to fight, not only for his sake, but for Chloe's, as well as the other duds in the academy. "Can I really win?" Ethan mused as he looked at the wand in his hand. This was a wand whose magical core was made up of the rainbow scale of a mermaid princess. The same mermaid that told him that there were times when people needed to make their stand in order to protect those they held sacred. The mermaid didn't reply to him, and all that answered him was silence. Fortunately, this silence didn't last because he heard a loud knock on the door, and a voice of one of the important people in his life called out to him from the other side of the door. "Ethan, are you okay?" Chloe asked. "You don't have to force yourself to fight Langston. I will fight him for you." Ethan smiled before walking towards the door in order to open it. When he saw Chloe's anxious expression, the teenage boy lightly patted her head. "This is a battle between men," Ethan replied. "Don't worry, I will not be defeated so easily." As the handsome teenager tried to reassure his cousin, Professor Violet, who was still inside the headmaster's office, gazed at Professor Reinhardt with a solemn gaze. The headmaster of the academy was looking outside of the window with his arms behind his back. Ever since Professor Violet had told him about the duel between Ethan and Langston, Professor Reinhardt had been deep in thought. There were also other professors inside his office, including Professor Enjal and Sir Lionel, who all had a good relationship with Ethan. After several minutes of silence, Professor Reinhardt turned around to inform them of his decision. "I agree to this magical duel," Professor Reinhardt declared. "Tell everyone to gather at the Plaza of Beginnings. We will hold the duel there, and I will be the referee." "Yes, headmaster." After receiving his reply, all the professors left the room in order to carry out the headmaster's order. When he was the only person remaining inside the room, the headmaster of Brynhildr Academy let out a long sigh of helplessness. "Ethan, it seems that I have underestimated your conviction," Professor Reinhardt muttered. "I guess you really didn't care about your position as one of the pillars of the Academy. Are you perhaps feeling guilty that the position you currently possess was something that didn't belong to you in the first place?" After Ethan cleared the initiation ceremony, Professor Ophelia went to talk to Professor Reinhardt in private and discussed Ethan's true situation. Professor Reinhardt wasn't shocked about Professor Ophelia's confession. In fact, it only confirmed his suspicion from the very beginning that Ethan was someone who wasn't supposed to be in the academy. But the headmaster had decided to let him stay because he believed that fate had played a part in making this event a reality. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Professor Reinhardt thought that a mysterious magic was at play, allowing Ethan to release a faint spark of magic when he was being tested by the appraisal stone. "Since you have already made your decision, so be it," Professor Reinhardt said softly as he walked towards the door. "I'll do my best to protect you if the worst comes to worst." Just like the other professors of the academy, Professor Reinhardt didn't believe that Ethan had a chance of winning against Langston in a magical duel. Nearly an hour later, all the students and professors of the academy had gathered in the Plaza of Beginnings. The place where everything begins, and to a certain extent, a place where everything ends as well. Everyone looked at the handsome young man, who was holding a pitchfork in his left hand and a wand in his right. This may look funny in the eyes of others, but for Chloe, this was a scene that she wanted to etch in her memory. Those who treated Ethan as a friend also felt the same. While the majority laughed at Ethan's stupidity, others prayed for his safety. Langston stood several meters away from the hateful dud with a confident smile on his face. He was even thinking of whether he should finish the battle early or toy around with his opponent, making him understand the folly of fighting against him. "We are gathered here today to witness the magical duel between Ethan Gremory and Langston Care," Professor Reinhardt declared. "Although magical duels are allowed in the academy, let it be known that you shouldn't make fighting against each other a priority whenever you have a disagreement." Professor Reinhardt then waved his hand and created a magical barrier in the surroundings, protecting the professors, as well as the students from the battle that was about to start. "I will serve as this match's referee," Professor Reinhardt declared. "If I see that there is no point in continuing the match, I will end it if I see fit. My decision will be final, and I will not take no for an answer. Do both of you understand?" "Yes, headmaster," Ethan replied. "Of course," Langston stated while his gaze was locked on the annoying young man in front of him. "Just start this duel already." Professor Reinhardt gave Ethan a glance, and the latter nodded his head to confirm that he also wanted to start the match. "Whoever loses this duel will have their title as one of the pillars of the first years stripped from them," Professor Reinhardt said. "The benefits that they enjoyed will be given to the victor, doubling the stipend they will receive each month. Since both of you are ready, I will now start the duel." Professor Reinhardt raised his hand with a determined expression on his face. "Duel start." As soon as these words escaped the headmaster's lips, Langston immediately unleashed a giant black fireball that flew towards Ethan without mercy. Since this opportunity was rare, he decided to play around with his prey at the beginning. Defeating his opponent was simply too easy, so he decided to have a bit of fun. More than anything else, he wanted to see the despair in Ethan's face after discovering that the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Langston also wanted to use this opportunity to make a statement to everyone. He wanted everyone to know that those who dared to defy or antagonize him in the academy would suffer the same fate as the handsome young man, whose expression became grim as soon as he saw the blazing black fireball fly in his direction. Ethan, who was at the trajectory of the black fireball, was planning to move to the side in order to avoid the incoming spell. However, when the black fireball was a few meters away from him, it exploded midair, pushing him back due to the aftermath of the explosion. "What's wrong?" Langston asked with a sneer. "That is just the opener. Did that wake you up from your delusion of beating me?" Ethan, who had skidded a few meters from where he stood, narrowed his eyes and held his wand tightly. He then tapped it on its chest and said a spell softly. A spell that he had said repeatedly when he was training with the straw dolls in the training grounds. Amplifico. At that moment, he felt a sudden change in his body, making him feel a bit stronger than before. The majority of the professors who were watching the duel didn't notice the changes in Ethan's body with the exception of the headmaster, as well as Sir Lionel, who was responsible for teaching this spell to the first years. The two didn't make any comments and simply watched the battle more closely to see what was going to happen next. Ethan, who had strengthened his body using a spell, charged at Langston with pitchfork and wand in hand. The handsome blonde boy only smirked at Ethan's futile attempt and unleashed a bigger and more powerful fireball that he also detonated midair, pushing Ethan back each time. Clearly, he was playing around with his opponent, thinking of him as not a threat to him. He was doing his best to hold back his attacks in order to punish the dud who dared to accept his challenge in a magic duel. The students, especially those that belonged to the Schwartz Manor, cheered for Langston and laughed at Ethan's pitiful attempts to close the distance between the two of them. Some of them even glanced in the direction of the other duds and made funny faces in order to infuriate them. However, the members of the Dud Manor stood firm and simply looked at the battle with their serious gazes. One of their members was fighting. Even if the chances of winning were 0, all of them supported Ethan with their hearts and spirits. The young man's uniform was already torn in several places. Even though Langston was making his attacks explode midair, the impact was enough to wear out the defensive spells that had been placed on the academy's uniforms in order to protect their students from offensive spells. Looking at this is so awful. One of the professors from the Terra Manor, who specialized in healing, said softly, "I hope the headmaster can stop the duel before Ethan truly gets hurt. If Langston didn't detonate his spells before they reached his opponent, Ethan would be seriously injured by now." Professor Violet nodded her head in agreement. If this was an ordinary duel, she would have already stopped it using her authority. Unfortunately, this was a battle between the two pillars of the academy with their title on the line. Only the headmaster had the qualifications to stop the battle, and right now, Professor Reinhardt was still not making a move to stop the duel. A few more minutes passed, and Ethan's uniforms were nearly in tatters. Clearly, Langston's goal was to humiliate him in front of the entire academy and ensure that the teenage boy wouldn't be able to raise his head ever again. However, even if his clothes were nearly destroyed, Ethan's eyes never wavered. Even if bruises were starting to appear and faint lines of blood could be seen on his skin, the young man's gaze was firm and determined. This earned him a bit of admiration from the professors of the academy, especially those from the Equus Manor, where combat wizards and witches lived. For these students, losing a duel wasn't important. It was the spirit with which one faced their enemy that mattered. Originally, they didn't think much of this duel, but the longer it continued, the more invested they became of Ethan. Before they knew it, they were silently cheering for the handsome young man to win. He may not have strong magical powers, but his courage when facing great adversities touched them in ways they never thought possible. Perhaps getting bored of the game, Langston decided to end it all. Infernus ignis territorium. Black flames rose up from the ground, covering the area where the two of them were fighting. This spectacle made the professors that belonged to the dark arts nod their head in appreciation. The only places that were untouched by the flames were the places where Ethan and Langston were standing. "Such strong magical power," one of the dark arts professors said. "As expected of someone from the Care family, his future is limitless." His colleagues also agreed with his words, but didn't say anything else. They simply waited for the duel to end, which would be the most one-sided duel among the pillars of the first years. Sensing that the battle was nearing its end, the students of Schwartz Manor all chanted in unison. Finish him. Finish him. Finish him. Langston glanced at his supporters and gave them all a winning smile before shifting his gaze back at the teenage boy, who no longer had a path of escape. There's no place for you to run, Langston said evilly. This match is getting boring, so I'll send you off with my strongest spell. Rejoice, for you will be the first one that will experience the spell that I have mastered recently. Langston then pointed his wand at Ethan, and black flames started to swirl from its tip. Draconis nigri descensus. The roar of a dragon reverberated in the surroundings, making everyone look at the ferocious beast that had formed above Langston's head that was made up of black flames. Goodbye, you filthy dud, Langston declared. End him. After hearing its master's order, the black dragon then flew towards Ethan with the intention of ending the match. Chloe subconsciously covered her eyes with both of her hands because she couldn't bear to see her cousin get hit by the flaming dragon, who could turn anything it touches to ashes. All the professors of the academy looked at their headmaster, who had already taken his wand out. Clearly, he intended to finally stop the battle and ensure that Ethan wouldn't suffer any lasting injuries from the duel. However, before he could even do anything, Ethan leapt towards the black flames that prevented him from going anywhere. However, he didn't leapt back, or leapt to the side in order to evade the dragon. He leapt forward with the intention of charging towards Langston, who was looking back at him with a sneer. Within the black flames that covered the dueling area, Ethan's roar that was filled with determination echoed in the surroundings, catching everyone by surprise. Illumina. A flash of blue light appeared, and the hellish flames, as well as the deadly black dragon that was meant to deal the final blow to the blue-haired teenager, were cut cleanly in half. In front of everyone's eyes, Ethan swung the pitchfork in his hands, which was now coated with a torrent of water, upwards, as if he was about to sweep away some trash and send it to oblivion. Rising dragon swipe. This time, it was not a dragon's roar that reached everyone's ears. The only thing that they heard was Langston's pained scream, as the torrent of water sent him flying to Kingdom Come. The spectators looked at the handsome young man in a daze as he stood leaning on his pitchfork and panting for breath. Above him, a nearly transparent image of a beautiful mermaid could be seen. The third years, fourth years, as well as the professors of the academy, all thought of a single word as they gazed at the apparition above Ethan's head. Resonance, Professor Reinhardt muttered as he looked at the image of the mermaid that hovered in the air. There's no doubt about it, this is resonance. Resonance was something that only very powerful wizards and witches could use. In order to do this, they must master their own unique magic and resonate with the core of their magic power. The cores of wizards and witches were the wands that they used to cast magic. Drawing out the unique magic within their body, as well as the magic from outside, this created a phenomenon that later gained the name resonance due to its nature of resonating with the root of a person's magic. The first years and second years were still not aware of this term, because only a handful of people could use it in Eastshire. One of them was Professor Reinhardt, the Witch of the Covenant, and the head of the Magistratus. There were two more people who had done this in the past. One of them was the Demon Lord, who terrorized the continent more than a century ago. Last but not the least was the founder of Brynhildr Academy, Fortis Dud, whose resonance summoned an ancient dragon, who was immune to any and all kinds of magic. Of course, there were other wizards and witches that could also use resonance. However, these masters preferred to keep a low profile and don't use it unless it was a matter of life and death. I feel like dying. Ethan felt so exhausted and dizzy that he felt like puking. As if to answer Ethan's complaint, the mermaid giggled before turning into a wand that flew back in his hand. Ethan could feel that he was losing his strength in his legs. If not for the fact that he was leaning on his pitchfork, he might have already collapsed on the ground, unable to stand up. "Ethan, are you all right?" Chloe supported Ethan's body and prevented him from falling down. "I'm not all right," Ethan replied. "I feel like puking." "Don't puke on me or I'll punch you." Blarg. Ethan wasn't able to hold back the fluids that rose up from his throat and threw up on the ground. Fortunately, he turned around and puked to the side, preventing his cousin from getting soiled. He didn't have the time to eat anything for breakfast, so he only puked water. Perhaps the reason why he puked was because he didn't have any energy left, which could have been prevented if he had eaten a bit before his duel started. Chloe patted her cousin's back and helped him feel slightly better. Earlier, she heard Ethan's loud shout, which prompted her to open her eyes. The first thing she saw was his cousin striking upwards with his pitchfork and sending a torrent of water in Langston's direction, which resulted with the arrogant blonde boy flying outside of the dueling area. Of course, for a moment, she thought that she was just hallucinating, but after several seconds had passed and the scenery remained the same. Because of this, she no longer hesitated and went to support the handsome teenager who had fought on her behalf. "It's fine, let it all out," Chloe said as she continued to pat Ethan's back. "You'll feel better afterwards." Ethan, who had calmed down a bit after emptying his stomach, wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Perhaps due to how unexpected the end of the duel was, the students simply watched as Chloe supported Ethan's body, helping him to stand up. "A fine duel," Sir Lionel said before clapping his hands. "I was expecting a painful defeat, but in the end, a miracle happened. Resonance, although it was just partial resonance, it is still resonance. Looks like I still underestimated this student of mine." "He's also my student, you know," Professor Violet said, as if making sure that the knightly professor understood that Ethan was also one of her students. "And mine," Professor Enjal commented. "I believed in Ethan from the very beginning. It is good to know that my trust wasn't broken." "Shut up, Enjal," a skinny professor said. "Pay up the bet. You bet that Langston would win, and I bet that Ethan would win. Before you say anything else, it would be best if we settled our bet first, right?" Sir Lionel and Professor Violet chuckled as they watched Professor Enjal's face become beet red due to embarrassment. His earlier comments about trusting Ethan evaporated into thin air as he paid the skinny professor the amount that they had agreed upon. After seeing Sir Lionel clapping, the other students, who didn't belong to Schwartz Manor, also clapped their hands. Suddenly, a cheer broke out from the members of Dud Manor, making them run towards their member and lift him high up in the air like a champion. Luna, who watched this from the side, pressed her right hand over her chest and smiled. She had been feeling very anxious since the start of the battle, but now, all of her worries disappeared completely. While the members of the Dud Manor were celebrating, Professor Reinhardt's voice reverberated in the surroundings. "The duel has ended," Professor declared. "The winner of the match is..." Whoa. The remainder of the students were finally brought out from their daze as the headmaster announced the result of the duel. However, he was still not finished with his declaration. "I'm sure that all of you have witnessed how both fighters showed their talent in magic," Professor said. "However, there is one special magic that could only be used by those who truly believed in it. This power is called resonance, and you will come to know more about it as you study here in the academy. I pray that one day, more of you will be able to use it to achieve this feat. So be diligent in your studies and always, always believe in the power of magic that lies inside your heart. As long as you are able to achieve this, you can make the impossible things possible." The students once again cheered, giving a round of applause. The outcome was something they didn't expect, and the duel completely blew their mind. While this was happening, slowly propped himself up from the ground. He then gave the blue-haired teenager a hateful glare, before leaving the Plaza of Beginnings without looking back. He was so confident that he would win the duel that after managed to defeat him, he felt as if his cheeks were burning in shame. In order to not see everyone's pitying gazes, he decided to return to the manor and stay in his room, far away from the cheers that resounded in the surroundings. cheers that were not meant for him, but the dud, whom he'd hated since the first day he stepped inside the Academy of Magic. Inside the Dud Manor. "Make way," Henry said with a big smile on his face. "The food is here." Several floating trays filled with freshly cooked food flew towards the dining area of the Dud Manor. Henry went to the kitchen and told the cooks that their manor was going to have a party, and he would be bringing the food all the way back to their residence. This was a very common thing in Academy, so the kitchen catered to Henry's request and prepared food for the entirety of the Dud Manor. After duel, the members of the Dud Manor paraded him back to their manor to celebrate his victory. He was now the holder of 2 pillar privileges, which doubled all the rewards he would receive from the Academy on a monthly basis. Not only that, his victory over made all the members of the Dud Manor proud, making them raise their heads up high. Who was the star of the party was currently seated at the seat of honor, where the head prefect of the manor usually sat. Since this was a special occasion, Henry allowed the blue-haired boy to sit in his chair, which gained the approval of all the manor's members. "That was amazing," Noah, the handsome teenager with silver hair who was one of close friends in the manor, said with a smile. "After today, you have become a legend." "A legend?" asked back with a smile. "What are you talking about?" "What you did today is not something that every wizard and witch can do," Luna commented. "Although you only achieved partial resonance, it was still resonance, the strongest origin magic that a wizard or witch can cast." "Resonance," blinked in confusion. "Origin magic." "Guys, don't spoon-feed him with information right now," Henry stated as he raised his goblet that was filled with fruit juice. "First we party. Cheers, everyone." A cheers. Everyone drank deeply, including, and who also came to the Dud Manor to join their celebration. The 2 had been given permission to enter the manor, so no one batted an eye when the 2 decided to join them, especially who everyone knew was relative. After an hour of partying, everyone finally settled down. This was also when Henry decided to explain what resonance was. "Every wizard and witch has their own origin magic," Henry stated. "You already know this, so I'll just jump to the good stuff. Those who are able to fully understand what their origin magic is are able to unlock the core of their magic. This also happens the other way. However, on extremely rare occasions, people can unlock both origin and core magic at the same time. The core of a wizard's and witch's magic is in the wands that they use. As you may have already noticed, not all wands are made the same. Although some of them have similarities, and even made from the same source, they are still very different from each other. It is like having siblings. Even though they came from the same mother and father, they don't usually look the same as each other. So, when origin magic and core magic combine as one, that is what we call resonance." Henry paused for a bit to allow to fully digest what he had just said. "And what you did earlier is called partial resonance," George stated. "Something that even the most esteemed magicians are unable to do, despite spending many years perfecting their magic." Who had just realized that what he had accomplished was something that not any wizard and witch could do, was dumbfounded. Unlike what everyone thought, he had no idea what his origin magic was, nor how he tapped into the mysteries of his core magic. The mermaid princess was the one that made everything possible, helping during his time of need. But after the mermaid imparted the spell too, she reminded him that his encounters with her should be kept a secret from everyone. Because of this, could only smile stiffly as everyone tried to ask him how he managed to do such a feat. In the end, he decided to say that during his duel, his body subconsciously moved on his own and shouted the word. This then allowed him to use a partial resonance, dispersing spells, and giving the opportunity to mount his counterattack. "Having 2 pillar titles, how nice," said. "How about you duel me next? Who knows? You might just get 3 pillar titles under your name if you defeat me." Rolled his eyes at the pink-haired beauty, who was looking at him like a wolf about to bite its prey. "No, thank you," replied. "I won by pure luck. I doubt I'll be able to do it again." Only giggled after hearing reply. She was only half joking when she made her proposal. Even so, she was really surprised by how the duel turned out in the end, which made become more interesting in her eyes. While everyone in the Dud Manor was still in high spirits, the current head of the family and father opened the letter that had just arrived on his desk. He was in his middle 40s, and yet he still looked like he was only in his early 30s. Similar to his son, was a very handsome man. However, his handsome features became distorted after reading the message that was sent to him. "Incompetent fool," shouted before slamming his hand on top of his desk in anger. "Out of all the people you have to lose against, you lost to a dud." The handsome man clenched his fist tightly as he pounded the top of his desk a second time. Clearly, defeat didn't sit well with him. "Partial resonance," spat the words as if it was a very disgusting thing to say. "I'm sure that we'll use this event as a way to completely thwart my proposal to close down the Dud Manor." Narrowed his eyes before lifting the letter in his hand, making it ignite in flames. Muttered, "Let's see how long your luck will last." Then left his office in order to meet with some important people in the magic world. Although it was only a matter of time before the news of his son, defeat against a dud, traveled across the entirety of, he believed that this wouldn't affect his future plans. The high-ranking nobles of had long wanted to take control of Academy, and the closure of the Dud Manor was only one of the things that they had in their agenda. As one of the oldest and most popular magic academies in the continent, Academy held a lot of secrets that were only known to its headmaster. Ultimate goal was to become the headmaster of Academy and unlock an ancient magic that was said to be sealed somewhere inside it. According to the information he gathered over the years, only the current headmasters were allowed to study this ancient magic. Even believed that because of this, Professor managed to create a perfect resonance, making him the strongest wizard in. This was a power that he wanted to possess in order to further his other goals. Although the magic world looked peaceful on the surface, many wizards and witches were doing things in the shadows. They were doing these underhanded things to gain fame, influence, as well as stronger magic that would allow them to step into positions of power, which would make them the true rulers of the magic world and its magical communities. The next day, Ethan found himself the center of everyone's attention. The wizards and witches, who didn't take him seriously in the past, now looked at him in a different light. To Chloe's frustration, the pretty and beautiful witches of the Academy were now openly flirting with her cousin, even winking at him as he walked past them in the hallways. "It sure is nice being Mr. Popular," Chloe said with a pout. "Well, this is just the outcome of my win against Langston," Ethan replied helplessly. "It's not my fault I was born handsome." His last comment earned him a pinch on his waist, which forced him to shut his trap and continue walking. Since it was the weekend, they had no classes. Because of this, Ethan and Chloe decided to head to the library in order to study a bit about the territories surrounding Eastshire, in preparation for their upcoming missions. "The exhibition matches between the manors has been moved 2 weeks from now," Chloe commented. "It seems that something happened at the last minute, so the headmaster and the professors decided to change the date." "I almost forgot about that," Ethan replied. "I guess I better make preparations as well." Now that he had understood a bit about his origin magic, Ethan knew that he had a difficult decision to make in 2 weeks' time. In order to use magic that would last for a day, he would need to kiss a witch to absorb some of her magical powers. Unfortunately, Luna's moon magic would have long expired by then, so the handsome young man had to look for someone who might help him out with his dilemma. The dreamlike scene of him kissing Luna popped up inside his head, making Ethan's face turn red. After the celebration party, he took the opportunity to talk to Luna in private and apologized for what happened on the island. He also confessed how he was able to use magic, which made the angelic beauty blush until the tips of her ears turn red. When Luna said that it was her first kiss, Ethan felt as if the killing intent of Luna's fans was all directed at him. If they discovered that their precious angel had been kissed by the hateful teenage boy, Not even death could save him from their wrath. Due to the nature of what transpired that night, Ethan and Luna both agreed that they would keep whatever happened a secret between the two of them. I don't mind helping you again on the night of the full moon. That was what Luna had said back then, which made Ethan wonder if he had used up all the luck in his lifetime to have such a kind and angelic lady offer her lips to him on the nights of the full moon. "Why are you blushing, and what's with that silly grin on your face?" Chloe asked with a frown. "You're creeping me out." Ethan, who didn't notice that he was blushing and smiling from ear to ear, lightly clapped his face with both hands in order to regain his composure. "I was just remembering how I beat Langston," Ethan lied with a smile. "Remembering his face after his defeat puts a smile on my face." This time, it was Chloe's turn to smile. For her, Ethan's win was her win, which also put her in a great mood after the duel ended. However, that great mood didn't last for long because she felt that her cousin had become a hot commodity among the witches. This was something that she didn't want to happen, which made her a bit anxious. "Ethan, what will you do if a beautiful witch confesses her love to you?" Chloe asked as calmly as possible. "Will you accept her confession?" "Well, it's hard to say," Ethan replied while rubbing his chin. "If they were as beautiful as Luna and you and Nicole, I might consider it." Just as Chloe was about to retort, they heard a teasing voice from behind them. "Oh, so it's fine if I confess to you." The two teenagers turned around and saw the pink-haired beauty, Nicole, standing right behind them. "Well," Ethan looked at Nicole from head to foot, then up again before giving a thumbs up. "Why not?" Chloe, who was standing beside him, didn't react and simply crossed her arms over her chest. She had been with Ethan long enough to know that his cousin was just joking. Ethan also felt that Nicole was somewhat dangerous, despite the friendly attitude that she presented whenever they were together. She was like a snake that was waiting patiently for her prey to come within range before she delivered a poisonous bite that would end their pitiful lives. "Are the two of you headed to the library?" Nicole asked. "Yes," Chloe replied. "What a coincidence, I'm also headed there right now," Nicole stated. "Let's all go together." Ethan and Chloe glanced at each other. Both knew that Nicole's coincidence was just a bunch of hogwash, but there was nothing they could do about it. "Sure," Ethan smiled. "Let's go." The young man hadn't even taken a single step when he felt a gaze on his back. Looking behind him, he saw one of the pillars of the first years, looking at him with a smile. "Ethan Gremory, I challenge you to a pillar duel," Lily declared. "Winner takes all." Ethan blinked once, then twice, as he looked at the cutest among the first years that were currently in Brynhildr Academy. The word cute seemed to be made just for Lily, that even Ethan couldn't find another word that best described her. "You wish," Ethan replied before walking away in a hurry. His reaction made Lily giggle. Clearly, she was only joking when she challenged Ethan to a duel. Although she was confident that she could beat Ethan in the past, now was different. There was just something about him that gave him an air of mystery. A half-resonance was enough of a threat for her to openly challenge the blue-haired boy, who was currently the hot topic of discussion within the entire academy. Nearly a week had passed since Ethan's and Langston's battle. Although the hype of the duel had decreased significantly, many people still talk about it from time to time. Some of them were even comparing Ethan to the legendary Fortis Dud, who built Brynhildr Academy in order to educate the next generation of wizards and witches. Ethan found these talks quite amusing. He didn't think of himself as someone special because it was the mermaid princess, Illumina, that helped him during his great time of need. What he only did was channel all of his magical powers to his wand in order to allow the mermaid princess to materialize. Since her element was water, she had easily dealt with Langston's flames, allowing Ethan to close the distance. She also imbued the young man's pitchfork with a torrent of water, giving it the power to end the match with a single strike. However, aside from the news and rumors circulating Ethan's identity, he found a pleasant surprise that was shared to him by the angelic beauty, Luna. I can still use moon magic even though it has been a week, Luna said, after asking Ethan to talk to her in private. This has never happened before. Since the two of them had already shared an important secret, she decided to tell Ethan about her condition as well, which made Ethan incredibly happy for her. Maybe the moon this month is different from the rest, Ethan asked. You know those once-in-a-blue moon things? Luna firmly shook her head. No, I can only think of one thing. Perhaps this is the side effect of performing the ceremony with you last time. The angelic beauty's face slowly turned crimson after saying her assumption. Ethan didn't get it right away, but after a few seconds had passed, his face also turned beet red after realizing what Luna was trying to say. The angelic beauty lightly cleared her throat in order to change the atmosphere between them and resume their discussion. Although I said that I can still use moon magic, its power is waning now like the many phases of the moon, Luna explained. If my guess is right, this power will only last until tomorrow afternoon. After that, I will have to wait until the next full moon again. Luna then looked at Ethan with a serious expression on her face. In order to better understand if this is a one-time thing or not, I will need your help when that time comes, Luna said. Although she only said, when that time comes, that was more than enough to tell Ethan what Luna was trying to tell him. Understood, Ethan replied. I will help you on the night of the next full moon. Luna nodded and thanked the handsome teenager for his time. A moment later, the teenage boy returned to his room with a flushed face. However, along the way, he bumped into Henry, who reminded him that the Clash of Manners would be held in a week's time. They wanted to do this first before the mission hall opened in order to gauge the strength of the elites of each manor, Henry stated. I know that we are duds, and our magic is faulty at best, but you mustn't use that as an excuse to not do your best in the upcoming matches. Of course, Sir Henry, Ethan replied. I will do my very best. That is all I ask. Win or lose, you have already made us proud, Ethan. Henry patted Ethan's shoulder before going to his own room to rest. After Ethan returned to his own room, he lay down on the bed and looked up at the ceiling. A week from now, Ethan muttered. Since Luna is about to lose her magic power, kissing her again is not an option. The young man then came to a realization before rubbing his face with both hands. Just what are you thinking, Ethan? Ethan thought. You think you can kiss girls just because you want some magic power? Are you scum? If Grandma knew what I was thinking right now, she'd probably spank me with her flip-flips until my bum turned red. He didn't want to just go randomly kissing girls, because he was afraid that it would become a habit. The last thing he wanted to become was someone who treated the ladies around him as mere tools in order for him to use magic. I guess I will just have to train my martial arts a bit more. Ethan sighed internally before taking out his wand and looking at it while lying down on the bed. Illumina, can you hear me? Ethan asked the wand in his hands. After several minutes of silence, the young man sighed for the second time. He understood that the mermaid princess would only be able to talk to him again if he was able to gain sufficient magic power in order to make her appear. Until then, no matter how much he called out to her, the wand would remain unresponsive. Just as Ethan was about to return his wand to his storage ring, the Cheshire cat appeared on top of his chest. The black chubby cat was looking down on him with a devilish smile on its face, which caught Ethan completely by surprise. Ugh! Ethan screamed because he had not expected Chessie to make an appearance in front of him when he least expected it. Calm down, brat, Chessie slapped Ethan's face with its paw. The Cheshire cat made sure that its claws weren't extended, so that his slap wouldn't leave scratch marks on the handsome boy's face. Why you? Ethan glared at the chubby cat who had just given him a slap. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? A heart attack? Chessie blinked in confusion. Are you low in potassium? Why don't you eat more bananas? They are the perfect fix for those who have low potassium levels. Ethan was so tempted to grab the chubby black cat and throw it outside the window. However, knowing the bad rumors surrounding Chessie, he just gritted his teeth and ask the chubby cat the question that was on his mind right now. "Why are you here?" Ethan asked. "I was there when you fought with that Langston boy," Chessie replied. "I didn't expect the ceremony to be successful, but since you were able to beat that prick, I guess you're not that hopeless." Chessie then lightly poked Ethan's forehead with its paw, making the boy stop moving and be still like a statue. "Relax, this will only last for a second," Chessie said before closing its eyes. "I am only trying to confirm my suspicions." A minute later, the cat removed its paw from Ethan's forehead, allowing the teenager to move once more. "Just as I expected, you're out of magic power," Chessie stated. "Still, why don't I sense any magic circuit in your body? This is very strange." The chubby black cat pondered for a bit before shifting his gaze back to the teenage boy, who couldn't move since he was seated on top of him. "I can tell that you have reservations about kissing girls in order to gain some magic power," Chessie said. "Although this way of absorbing the energy of witches is unique, it is also very restrictive. If you could absorb their powers by simply touching them, you wouldn't have to worry about morals and social norms." Although he was feeling very irritated by the Cheshire cat right now, Ethan wholeheartedly agreed with its words. If he could only gain the magic power of others by simply touching them, he wouldn't have to worry about finding girls to kiss. Of course, as a guy, kissing a beautiful girl was something that he had fantasized about many times. However, what he wanted was a romantic relationship, and not a relationship where he just used them as magic batteries. While Ethan was thinking along these lines, an idea popped inside his head. "Magic batteries," Ethan exclaimed. "Why didn't I think of that?" Ethan then lifted Chessie off his chest, before gently putting it on top of his bed. He then left his room to look for Luna, in order to ask her about the magic batteries that they were storing inside their club room. If those magic batteries could be used to give him a temporary supply of magic power, then he might be able to cast some spells during the Clash of the Manors, which would be happening a week from now. As long as he was able to use magic, he believed that he had a higher chance of winning against his opponents, who were all hailed as the pillars of Brynhildr Academy. "I'm sorry, Ethan," Luna said with an apologetic tone. "Magic batteries are banned from the exhibition matches between the manors." "They're banned," Ethan frowned. "Why?" Some of the professors said that using this method is equivalent to cheating," Luna replied. "For example, if someone as powerful as Nicole or Alice had these magic batteries with them, they could cast very powerful spells without worrying about their magic consumption." The professors, as well as Professor Reinhardt, all unanimously agreed that they should be banned from any kind of duel, as well as matches between the manors. However, they can be used during missions, which is something that the professors all agreed on. Hearing Luna's explanation, the young man understood the logic behind it. "They should have at least allowed duds to use them to make the playing field a bit more fair," Ethan whined. "Is that too much to ask?" Luna giggled, because Ethan was like a spoiled child that wasn't able to get the toy he wanted. "Ethan, the magic batteries are very limited," Luna said in a serious tone. "Since I am the only one charging them, I can only charge a little over a dozen every month. The good news is that 80% of those mana batteries are reserved for the members of Dud Manor. This is the agreement I made with the president, and she gave it her approval. Sir Henry and the other seniors will take these magic batteries during their missions in order to increase their chances of success. Also, I already asked the president to reserve at least 2 magic batteries for you when you take your first mission outside the academy." "Thank you for thinking about my well-being, Luna," Ethan said with a smile after realizing that Luna had taken the initiative to reserve 2 magic batteries for him. "I will gladly accept them." Luna smiled back, because this was the only thing she could do for the members of the Dud Manor, who always took good care of her. "Although the upcoming Clash of Manors is going to be difficult for our side, there is nothing we can do about it," Luna stated. "We just have to show everyone what we can do, just like you did in your battle against Langston." The teenage boy scratched his cheek in embarrassment, because his fame had shot up to its peak after his victory with Langston. However, he wasn't sure if he could do that again, especially since his hands were tied when it came to finding a source of magical power that he could absorb for the upcoming competition. Luna, who had no idea what Ethan was thinking, encouraged him to continue refining his martial arts, which had proven to be effective in his fight against the former pillar of Schwartz Manor. A few minutes later, Ethan returned to his room and was surprised to see that Chessie was still there. The black, chubby cat was laying on the bed, as if it owned the place. "Oh, you're back." Chessie narrowed its gaze at the blue-haired boy who had a disappointed look on his face. "Did you manage to obtain what you needed?" Ethan shook his head before sitting at the side of the bed, feeling slightly disappointed. "I was about to tell you another method of absorbing magic powers, but you left before I could even explain it to you," Chessie stated before licking its paw. "Now, I'm no longer in the mood to help you." Ethan only heard the part about another method of absorbing magic powers and ignored the rest. "Do you have another way I can absorb magic powers?" Ethan asked. Chessie ignored him and continued to lick his paw, as if the handsome teenager was just a room decoration. "Chessie, come on, aren't we friends?" Ethan coaxed the black chubby cat, who was ignoring him. "If you tell me the method for how to absorb magic powers, I will buy you a souvenir when I get back from my mission." The Cheshire cat stopped licking its paw and looked at the blue-haired teenager in a weird manner. "Friends?" Chessie asked. "We're friends." "Of course we are. We've been friends since you told Luna about the ceremony that would help awaken my magic power." "So, friends with benefits." The Cheshire cat chuckled before looking at the handsome teenager with a devilish smile on its feline face. "A souvenir is not enough," Chessie said. "I want 3 souvenirs." "Deal." "Ha, what a simple-minded human." The Cheshire cat shook its head helplessly before looking at the teenage boy in front of it. Truth be told, it was already planning to tell Ethan how to find an alternative to absorbing magic power. The reason. He finds this very interesting. The Cheshire cat was a trickster by nature, and it wanted to know if Ethan was capable of doing what it wanted. Since the boy was desperate for magic, it decided to help for the sake of the future favor that Ethan would do for him. "I understand that you are feeling anxious about kissing other girls in order to gain their magic power," Chessie stated. "But you don't have to force yourself to kiss humans, you know? There are other girls out there that might help you if you know how to make them happy." Ethan blinked once then twice before tilting his head to the side. He didn't understand what Chessie was trying to tell him, which made the Cheshire cat sigh and call him a dumb human. "Listen, dumb human," Chessie said. "You're good friends with Ruby, right?" It took a while for Ethan to realize what Chessie was hinting at, which made his eyes widen in shock. Are you talking about kissing fairies?" Ethan asked. "Can I absorb magic power that way?" "I don't know," Chessie answered. "But you won't know until you try. Fortunately, fairies are easy to please. Just bring them lots of candies and ask for a kiss." Ethan felt a bit conflicted about using this method. Although Ruby and the other fairies were indeed not humans, but magical creatures, in his eyes, they were still girls. "Ha, you are annoying." Chessie, who saw Ethan's hesitation, sighed. "Well, I already told you another way to possibly replenish your magical powers. Whether you do it or not is up to you. However, I will still get those 3 souvenirs when you do your mission, yes?" "Yes," Ethan replied. "I will buy you your souvenirs." Chessie nodded. "Good, now see you around." After bidding Ethan goodbye, the Cheshire cat became invisible and left Ethan's room. It still had many things to do and places to go. The mischievous cat gave Ethan one last glance before leaving the blue-haired teenager behind, who was currently deep in his thoughts. After a night of tossing and turning, Ethan wasn't able to get a wink of sleep, making him feel tired and miserable. The Cheshire cat's words would repeat inside his head over and over again. After having a taste of using magic, the young man was like someone who had tasted the forbidden fruit. He couldn't stop thinking about it. "This sucks," Ethan muttered as he propped himself up from the bed in order to get up to have breakfast. "Can I really use magic by kissing fairies?" At the start, Ethan thought that this was just some bogus idea coming from Chessie. But the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Fairies were magical creatures that could also use magic. In fact, Fey magic was one of the most powerful forms of magic, especially if more than one fairy was working together. Surprisingly, Ethan didn't find the thought of kissing fairies to gain some magic power appalling. Maybe because they weren't human, Ethan wasn't too opposed to the idea of testing out whether he could use Fey magic or not. "I guess I'll visit the garden after breakfast," Ethan muttered before washing his face. When he was ready, he left his room and went to the dining hall of the academy in order to have breakfast with everyone. 15 minutes later. "What happened to you?" Chloe asked as she looked at her cousin with an amused look after seeing the dark circles under Ethan's eyes. "Did you dream of Coco chasing after you?" "Ha ha ha, very funny," Ethaner replied with sarcasm. "I wasn't the one that fainted after seeing Coco up close." Chloe's face instantly turned beet red after Ethan spoke of her embarrassing experience during their camping trip. "Don't bully her, Ethan," Luna, who was seated across from the blue-haired boy, said in a stern voice. "Anyone would faint in that situation. I almost did as well." "Sorry, Chloe," Ethan apologized. "I won't bring it up again." "Okay," Chloe nodded. "Let's just eat for now." Nicole, who was seated beside Ethan, arched an eyebrow and lightly patted Ethan's shoulder. "Who is Coco?" Nicole asked. "Is he someone scary?" "Very scary," Ethan answered. "He is one of the overlords of Great Eagle Forest. If you happen to see a white gorilla headed in your direction, don't think of anything else and just run. That is a creature that no ordinary wizard or witch can fight. Perhaps only the professors stand a chance against that thing." "Oh, quite an interesting creature," Nicole smiled. "If there is an opportunity, I'd like to see this Coco up close." "You sure are something." Ethan shook his head helplessly because, instead of being afraid, it seemed that Nicole had become more excited at the prospect of meeting such a magical creature. Nicole giggled before asking Ethan another question. "So, do you have plans for today? If you don't, why don't you and I have a sparring match in preparation for the Clash of Manners?" The handsome young man blinked after hearing Nicole's proposal. "Aren't you no longer the representative for the Equus Manor?" Ethan asked. "Why do you need to practice for it?" "It's not for me, silly," Nicole replied. "It's for you. I want to train you so that you can wipe the floor with the other first years who will represent their manors." "And why would you do that?" Cho asked. "I can tell that there's a hidden motive in you wanting to train Ethan." Nicole shifted her gaze at Ethan's beautiful cousin before resting her chin over the palm of her hand. "You're too suspicious of me, Chloe. But in regard to this matter, you are right. I want Ethan to do me a favor as an exchange for helping with his training." "I knew it." Chloe narrowed her eyes. "What are you planning this time? Spill the beans." Luna, who was listening quietly at the side, also looked at Nicole with a solemn expression on her face. After everything that happened between her and Ethan, she didn't want other people to harm the teenage boy who had stolen her first kiss without either of their consent. "You see, I want Ethan to help me when I take my mission from the mission hall a week from now," Nicole replied. "Huh," Chloe looked at the pink-haired beauty in disbelief. "That won't do. Ethan and I are already a duo. He's coming with me to do our mission." "Wait, don't misunderstand." Nicole raised her hand in surrender. "I don't plan to take your partner away during your mission. I was thinking that I'd like to borrow him after you've finished your quest." Chloe frowned because she still felt that Nicole was up to something. To this day, she didn't understand why the pink-haired beauty was trying to get close to Ethan. Her gut instinct was telling her that Nicole was up to no good. "Aren't you already strong enough to go solo?" Ethan inquired. "You don't need extra baggage like me following you around." Nicole only smiled after hearing Ethan's reply. "Someone who is able to use partial resonance isn't baggage," Nicole replied in a reprimanding tone. "Even the professors of the academy can't do it, with the exception of the headmaster. Don't look down on yourself too much." "But that was just a fluke," Ethan shrugged. Besides, even if I can use partial resonance, it can only be used once. After that, I will be too exhausted to move or do anything else. Nicole couldn't refute Ethan's words because she saw how pale his face was after his duel with Langston. He looked like someone who was suffering from magic exhaustion, which was very common for wizards and witches who had overtaxed the magic reserves inside their body. "Don't worry too much. At most, you can help me carry my luggage," Nicole explained. "Also, you can pick up the loot that we will get from the dungeon." "Excuse me," Chloe, who heard the term dungeon, became alarmed. "Why are you bringing Ethan inside a dungeon?" "Because his storage ring has a lot of storage space." Nicole blinked innocently. "You and I know that the things we can carry with our storage rings are very limited. If Ethan is with me, I can practically bring back a wagon of magic cores and monster parts that I can sell for a high price." Ethan smiled bitterly after realizing Nicole's true goal. In short, she only needed him to become a porter who would carry all of her luggage for her, allowing her to move freely without being burdened by anything. Although he didn't mind doing it, it still left a bitter taste in his mouth knowing that he was only there to become a baggage carrier. "Still, a dungeon is very dangerous," Chloe insisted. "Just the initiation ceremony was challenging enough. A real dungeon's danger will be higher compared to that controlled environment." "That's true, but unlike us who can use offensive spells, Ethan cannot always rely on his magic," Nicole countered. "What he needs right now is combat experience. Also—" Nicole made a gesture for Ethan, Chloe, and Luna to come closer to her. When all four of them were huddled together, the pink-haired beauty spoke in a very low tone. "It seems that Langston is planning something against Ethan," Nicole said in a very low tone. "It will be best if he learned how to defend himself properly through real combat experience, so that he will be prepared for any situations in the future." After hearing Nicole's words, the teenage boy gave the handsome blonde, who was seated at the Schwartz Manor dining table, a sidelong glance. When his duel with Langston ended, the latter avoided him like a plague. If they happened to meet in the hallway, the blonde boy would just walk past him, treating him as air. "I don't know what he is planning to do in the Clash of Manners," Nicole added. "But, if my sources are right, he is making preparations to regain his influence in his next match against Ethan. My informant even stated that Langston is practicing a deadly spell that can only be used by those who use dark magic. It seems that he is now taking these official matches seriously." Nicole's words were surprisingly convincing, so Ethan decided to spar with her as preparation for the upcoming clash between the manors of Brynhildr Academy. But before that, he would visit the garden and try his chances of getting a kiss from the fairies there. If he could use magic during the tournament, he would not be as helpless in his next duel with Langston. Ethan also believed that Langston was dead set in beating him, so that he could erase the tarnish on his reputation as one of the expellers of Brynhildr Academy. After breakfast, Ethan decided to go to the Academy's garden in order to find Ruby. He made random excuses so that Chloe and Nicole wouldn't accompany him. The handsome young man did this so that his secret would remain hidden for the time being. Aside from Luna, there was no one else who knew about his unique ability to absorb the magic power from others. The reason why he was looking for Ruby was actually very simple. Among all the fairies in Brynhildr Academy, the playful and mischievous red-headed fairy was the one he was most familiar with. Also, he didn't know how the other fairies would react to his proposal, so it would be best to start with someone he knew first in order to test the waters. Ethan noticed that Chloe and Nicole were secretly tailing him, so he decided to take a detour and head to the Magical Trinket Club in order to shake them off. Fortunately, the two ladies decided to leave him after they realized where he was going. Once he was sure that the two curious girls were no longer tailing him, Ethan immediately headed to the garden in order to continue his plan. Luckily, it didn't take long for him to find the fairy he was looking for. She was currently sleeping in her favorite place in the garden. "Ruby, please wake up. Ethan said softly to the sleeping fairy, who lay at the center of a large rose. I need your help. Ma, Ruby slowly opened her eyes after she sensed that someone, who wasn't a fairy, was standing right next to her. Oh, it's you, Ethan. Good morning. Ruby yawned before stretching her arms and legs. After a minute of stretching, she opened her wings and hovered in front of the handsome teenager, who usually gave her candies from time to time. Did you come here to give me candy again? Ruby asked in an excited tone. I'll go call my friends, just wait here for a bit. Wait, Ruby, Ethan said. Don't call your friends for the time being. There is something that I want to talk to you about in private. In private? Ruby tilted her head. Wait, don't tell me you got me a super delicious candy that I'm not supposed to share with the others. Oh, Ethan, you really are a good person. The little fairy circled Ethan, as if she was looking for the candy that he was planning to give her. So where is it? Ruby asked. I did bring some candies, but before that I need to ask you for a favor, Ethan replied. You see, I'm experimenting with a new kind of magic. In order to make it work, I need to. Ruby listened to Ethan's explanation without saying a word. When the teenage boy was finished, the little fairy crossed her arms over her chest and eyed the young man in a mischievous manner. This was the first time that a human had asked her something like this in the academy, and she found it amusing. A kiss, I guess you are of that age, Ethan, Ruby said with a smile. I don't mind giving you a kiss, but it's going to cost you. I want 5 bags of candies. My kiss is not cheap, you know. Ethan didn't know if he should laugh or cry at Ruby's bargaining strategy. A bag of candies was only 1 silver coin, or 10 copper coins. So 5 of them only amounted to 5 silver coins, which was only a small price to pay for the experiment he was about to try out. Although the fairy said that her kiss wasn't cheap, for Ethan, it was very cheap. Very well, I'll give you 5 bags of candies, Ethan nodded. This is what I like about you, Ethan, Ruby said as she patted Ethan's cheeks. You don't haggle. However, I want to have the candies first before we do the deal. Although I trust you, I don't want to experience a kiss and run. If you do that, I will let everyone in the academy know that you took advantage of me and destroy your reputation. Ethan almost choked on his saliva, because his reputation and social life would indeed get destroyed if the red-headed fairy made her threat a reality. Don't worry, Ruby, I will pay you properly, Ethan stated. However, I want you to promise me one thing. You will not tell any of the students what we are going to do. This is a special experiment, and I don't want others to find out about this. Relax, my lips are sealed, Ruby smiled. Now where are my candies? Ethan took out 5 bags of candies from his storage ring and placed them on the ground. Ruby's eyes sparkled in delight as she flew towards the bags to check if they were all loaded with candies. Good, I have checked and you didn't cheat on me, Ethan, Ruby commented. Since you did your part of the deal, I will also do mine. Okay, but can you kiss me on the lips for 3 seconds? Ethan asked. Only 3 seconds. Yes. Ruby thought for a bit before nodding her head. Sure, no problem. This will be over before you know it. Without even waiting for Ethan to make any preparations, the little fairy flew close to him and kissed his lips. At that moment, a tingling sensation ran through his spine, making Ethan fall into a daze. 3 seconds later, Ruby backed away and looked at the human, who had a weird expression on his face. Is my kiss so good that you lost your sense of reason? Ruby asked. Don't worry, there's more where that came from. Just remember, I don't kiss random people. In fact, you are the first human I've kissed. You should be honored. Thank you, Ruby, Ethan replied after he regained his composure. I'll go back to the Dud Manor for now. Okay, Ruby smiled. If you need more kisses, just look for me. Just make sure you bring the sweets with you. Ethan nodded before walking briskly towards the Dud Manor. His entire body was tingling right now, as fey magic flowed through his damaged magic circuits. Although it wasn't as powerful as Luna's moon magic, the blue-haired boy could tell that he had once again gained the ability to use magic. For the time being, his goal was to return to his room as fast as he could, and test the limits of what his newly acquired Fey magic could do. As soon as Ethan returned inside his room, he made sure to lock the door first. This is done so that no one would accidentally barge in, while he was testing the magic he acquired from the fairy, Ruby. As soon as the blue-haired boy took out his wand, he felt a familiar presence, and his environment once again changed to that blue world, where the mermaid princess, Illumina, was waiting for him. "Congratulations on absorbing some magical energy," Illumina said with a smile. "Because of this, I am able to communicate with you again. Let's see, Fey magic this time, huh? Although not as strong as moon magic, it is still a potent magic." Ethan was surprised when Illumina appeared in front of him once again. The only thing he wanted to do was test his magic, but seeing her again put a smile on his face. "Illumina, do you know about Fey magic?" Ethan inquired. "Of course I know Fey magic," Illumina replied. "There are also sea fairies who live in the sea. Although very different from the fairies who live on land, their source of magic is one and the same. Now, let's talk about more important matters before your magic power disappears." The mermaid princess then made a gesture for Ethan to come close to her. Knowing that Illumina wouldn't do anything bad to him, the young man obediently stepped closer and allowed the mermaid princess to press her fingertip to his forehead. A moment later, Ethan felt as if he was being force-fed information regarding Fey magic. This included spells that were exclusive to fairies, which Ethan didn't know about. "What you need to learn right now is how to maximize the magic that you've absorbed," Illumina explained. "Just like how moon magic specializes in creation, Fey magic is the magic used to play tricks, fly, and cast illusions. If you use any other branch of magic aside from the origin magic you absorb, your magic power will decrease at a rapid rate. However, if you use magic that is compatible with the power you absorb, not only will their efficiency increase, their magic consumption will also decrease. This means that if you cast water magic or fire magic, your mana will run dry after throwing 10 water balls or 10 fireballs. With Fey magic, you can cast fairy fire 20 times, maximizing the powers that you have temporarily gained. Do you understand what I am trying to say?" Ethan nodded. "I understand. So this means that whenever I absorb magic powers, I should only focus on spells that are in that branch of magic, correct?" "Yes and no," Illumina replied. "Although maximizing the effects of your spells is good, there are some spells that can be very useful as well. It really depends on the situation. For example, the spell Amplifico is a very useful spell that boosts your body's overall performance. But this spell is not Fey magic. I'm just telling you that, if you plan to use other spells, to make sure that these spells will be helpful to you, because the amount of magic you have is very limited." Ethan realized what Illumina was trying to tell him, so he nodded his head to inform her that he understood. "Now, let's practice magic," Illumina said with a smile. "In this world, the drain on your magic is very little, so you can use this place to train spell casting." Ethan closed his eyes for a brief moment, as he recalled the spells that Illumina had imparted to him. After checking them all, he decided to try the spell that interested him the most. Ethan lightly tapped the wand on his chest before chanting a spell. "Fairy Fuga." A moment later, a pair of butterfly wings sprouted on his back, which made him feel as if he could fly in the sky. Without wasting another second, the handsome young man jumped high in the air and flapped his wings. "I'm flying," Ethan exclaimed as the wings on his back carried him over the sea, circling around Illumina with a big smile on his face. Illumina giggled after seeing Ethan's childlike behavior, but she found this side of him very endearing as well. After a few minutes of flight, Ethan once again tapped his chest and chanted the spell called Duplicity, allowing him to create a clone of himself. When the spell worked, Ethan looked at this double who was doing the same things he was doing. "Can I make more than one clone?" Ethan thought before lightly tapping his chest to cast the cloning spell for the second time. To this surprise, the spell worked again, creating a second clone that mimicked whatever he was doing. Testing the limits of the spell, he chanted the spell for the third time. However, this time the spell didn't work. Some spells have limitations on them, Illumina commented after seeing the disappointment in Ethan's face. However, this limitation can be overcome if you have stronger magical powers. But know this, the drain on your magic will be greater the more clones of yourself you make. How about you try casting fairy fire next? Ethan nodded and pointed his wand to the sky. Fairy ignis. A purple fireball shot from the tip of his wand and flew towards the heavens. His two clones also mimicked this move, sending their own illusionary fireballs into the sky. Fairies use illusion magic to fight, Illumina stated. So, when you are fighting against them, it is highly possible that they will cast many spells at once, but the majority of them are only an illusion. But this doesn't mean that it makes their attack any less dangerous. Even though they can fire a dozen illusionary fireballs, one of those fireballs is real, which will deal serious damage if it manages to hit its target. After she gave Ethan a few pointers on how to effectively maximize Fey magic, he resumed his training. With each spell that he casted, he started to formulate the strategy that he was going to use against his opponent. He knew that it wasn't going to be easy, but since he had no choice on the matter, the only thing he could do was do his best. There was only a week before the clash of manners would take place, and he intended to do his best to make his manor mates proud of him. 2 days after Ethan went to the garden to look for Ruby. "Oh my, you're here again, Ethan." Ruby looked at the blue-haired boy with sparkling eyes as she flew towards him. "Did you like my kiss that much? Have you come here for more? Phew. It seems that you finally understood how irresistible I am. But as much as I'd like to kiss you, it's not going to be free. This time, I want 10 bags of candies." Ethan looked at the little fairy who was looking at him, with eyes filled with expectations. "I don't mind giving you 10 bags of candies, but why did the price increase?" Ethan asked in an amused tone. For him, 10 bags of candies wasn't that much of a big deal, but he was genuinely curious why Lily increased the price for her kiss. I learned this from Professor Enjal, something about supply and demand," Ruby explained. "I don't understand much about it, but since my kiss is in demand, the price is also higher." Ethan chuckled after hearing Ruby's explanation. "Very well, but I'm not here to ask for a kiss today, Ruby," Ethan replied. "I came here to ask another favor from you." "Another favor?" Ruby arched an eyebrow. "Do I still get candies for this favor?" "Of course," Ethan replied. "Let me explain the details first." The handsome young man then explained why he came to the garden, which made the red-haired fairy look at him in a weird manner. "You want to ask if any of my friends are interested in exchanging kisses for candies?" Ruby asked in a dumbfounded tone. "Ethan, I didn't know you're like this. Do you think fairies give kisses so easily? Also, am I not enough? If you want to kiss someone, you can just kiss me, okay? I'll give you 5 bags of candies for each referral that you give me," Ethan said with a flushed face. Truth be told, he also felt like what he was doing was scummy. However, he was really desperate to gain some magic during the tournament, and for that to happen, he would need all the help and magic that he could get. 5 bags of candies for each referral. Ruby's eyes went as wide as saucers after hearing Ethan's offer. "I understand. Since you're this persistent, I guess I have no choice but to help." "One more thing, Ruby. I want you and your friends to keep this as a secret from the other students," Ethan stated. "I know that what I'm doing isn't a good thing, so if possible, I don't want others to know about it." "You will have to add more bags of candies to keep our lips shut tight," Ruby replied. "If the price is right, then we can keep this a secret for you. 10 bags of candies for each fairy that will keep it as a secret," Ethan replied with a serious expression on his face. "Why, you really know how to strike a deal," Ruby stuttered. "Very well, I will see what I can do." Without another word, the red-haired fairy flew towards her friends and started to whisper something in their ears. Ethan noticed that the fairies whom Ruby talked to would glance in his direction, making him feel as if his cheeks were burning. A few minutes later, over a dozen fairies flew towards Ethan's direction and looked at him from head to foot. They even circled around him, as if checking for something before they all stopped and hovered in front of him. "Well, at least you're not ugly," a green-haired fairy said. "Ruby said that you will give us 10 bags of candies for a kiss, but I don't think this is a fair price." "That's right," another fairy who had purple hair commented. "Do you think we are country bumpkins that know nothing of the world? 20 bags of candies for a kiss, or the deal is off. We will also tell everyone on campus what you asked us to kiss you. If you don't want your little secret to be exposed, you need to add 10 additional bags of candies for each of us." All the fairies voiced out their agreement, including Ruby, who momentarily forgot that she was supposed to be on Ethan's side. Knowing that his social life in the academy might suffer if the fairies started to spread word that he was asking them to kiss him, Ethan decided to bite the bullet and agree to their conditions. He wouldn't be able to face the other girls in the academy if all of them looked at him as if he was scum, which would certainly cause him to experience trauma for the rest of his life. "Understood, I will agree to those conditions," Ethan said. "But I will not ask to be kissed today. We will do it this coming Friday. I will also bring you all the candies in advance so you will know how serious I am." None of the fairies said anything at first, as they looked at Ethan with a serious expression on their faces. Half a minute later, all of them cheered as if they won the lottery, making them circle around Ethan, showering him with fairy dust. "I didn't expect such a kind human to exist," the purple-haired fairy said. "Imagine getting 30 bags of candies for a kiss. What a bargain." "I know, right?" the green-haired fairy commented. "I will no longer have to sneak into the kitchen to steal those freshly baked cookies. The last time I went there, the chef made a ruckus and even told the headmaster of what I did. Because of this, a special enchantment was placed on the kitchen, preventing all fairies from entering." "What? Such a disaster happened?" the purple-haired fairy gasped in shock. "Where can we get our cookies now?" "Relax, everyone," Ruby said, and patted her chest as if she got everything under control. "Our favorite friend, Ethan, can give us cookies as well. You will do it right, Ethan." The teenage boy wasn't able to resist the pleading gazes of the sweet-loving fairies and reluctantly nodded his head. As long as he was able to use magic, he was willing to become the sugar daddy of the fairies. Due to his doubled monthly stipend, he didn't mind splurging a bit to let the fairies eat all the sweets they wanted. After all, they would help him charge up his magic during the Clash of the Manners, which would be happening very soon. "What are you doing here alone, Chloe?" Nicole asked when she saw the young lady with light brown hair reading in the library alone. "Where's Ethan?" Chloe gave the pink-haired beauty a sidelong glance before returning her attention to the book she was reading. "Ethan's been busy with his training," Chloe replied. "But I don't know what kind of training it is. He spends most of his time locked up inside his room. Even his manor mates don't see him often aside from breakfast, lunch, and dinner." "I see," Nicole smiled after hearing the dissatisfaction in Chloe's voice. "The Clash of Manners will happen in 2 days' time. He really is doing his best in order to not fail his manor's expectations. It's quite unfortunate that their chances of winning are low to begin with." Chloe didn't agree or disagree with Nicole's claims. Although it was really hard for the Dud Manor to win, she secretly supported them in her heart. Everyone in there were good people, and they treated Chloe like one of their own whenever she was with them. "It must be nice not needing to make any preparations for the upcoming event," Chloe said, without even looking at Nicole, who decided to sit across from her. "I know, right?" Nicole replied with a smile. "Since Alice will be the one participating in the event, I don't need to do anything except simply enjoy the show. Hey, how about the two of us make a bet on which manor is going to win in this tournament?" "A bet?" Chloe raised her head to look at the young lady in front of her. "And what are we betting on?" "Why, Ethan's time, of course," Nicole grinned. "If I win, I'm going on a date with him and you won't get in the way. If you win, you can have a date with him and I'm not going to get in the way." Chloe shook her head after listening to Nicole's nonsense. Although she wasn't that smart, she knew that Nicole was just teasing her, just to see her reaction. As Ethan's cousin and childhood friend, She could tell that Nicole was interested in the handsome young man. But this interest wasn't that of someone who liked a man in a romantic way. Truth be told, Chloe's protective instincts had always told her to become vigilant of Nicole. She always felt that the pink-haired beauty was planning on doing something bad to Ethan. However, since she had no evidence to back up this assumption, she just raised her guard whenever Nicole was around her and Ethan. Seeing that her plan had been seen through, Nicole simply smiled and opened the book that she decided to read for the day. Running into Chloe was completely unexpected, so she thought that she should at least say hi and see if she could tease her about the blue-haired boy, who everyone was looking forward to seeing in the tournament. 2 days later, the Academy was in a festive mood as the clash between the 5 manors of Brynhildr Academy was about to begin. Schwartz Manor, the place where dark magicians resided in order to train and refine their dark magic. Terra Manor, the place where those who specialized in healing, life, growth, and nature magic were nurtured. Jaeger Manor, the place where those who had the ability to transform, tame, and command magical beasts expanded their knowledge. Equus Manor, the place where combat wizards and witches gathered in order to train their fighting abilities to the fullest. This was also the gathering point of those who aspired to become magic knights and serve the high-ranking nobles, as well as the royal family of the magic world. And lastly, the Dud Manor, the place where magically crippled people gathered in the hope that they could find their place in the magical world despite the difficulties that they were facing. 5 manors. 5 factions. Only one of these 5 would become the champion for the first annual tournament of the year. High-ranking magicians and magistratus often visited the academy during this time in order to find good candidates to recruit, poach, nurture, and sponsor, allowing them to pick the future elites that would allow their own factions to grow and prosper. Professor Reinhardt stood at the podium of the Grand Colosseum that was located at the northern edge of the academy. This was where special magical tournaments were held, and this was where the Clash of the Manors was held every year. Welcome one and all to this year's Clash of Manors. Professor Reinhardt's voice boomed across the Colosseum, making the students, professors, as well as their special guests, clap their hands in unison. Just like every year, we are going to witness the clash between the top students of each year grade, Professor Reinhardt. Although this tournament is done to create strong ties and rivalries between each manor, I wish that all the participants will do their best and show everyone magic duels that will inspire and amaze them. Also, I wish that everyone will exhibit the spirit of sportsmanship and respect their fellow students in this battle. Sometimes, winning isn't everything. It is the lessons that we learn along the way that would push us to pursue the pinnacle of our magic and become someone who will make their mark in the magical world. Professor Reinhardt then raised his wand high up in the air and summoned a small fireball. As the headmaster of Brynhildr Academy, I officially declare the start of the clash between the manors of the academy, Professor Reinhardt declared. Let the magic duels begin. With a simple flick of his hand, the fireball flew towards the giant torch in the distance and lit it up, making everyone cheer and applaud. That's our cue, Henry said, as he looked at his team members who would participate in the tournament with him. Let's show them what the Dud Manor can do. Yes. The head prefect of the Dud Manor walked with pride as they left the contestants' waiting room and headed towards the center of the Colosseum, under the countless gazes of everyone. All of them were wearing black, and the insignia of a silver dragon could be seen at the back of their capes as they fluttered in the breeze. Ethan, Henry, and the other members of the Dud Manor walked wearing their manor's coat of arms. Fortis Dud was the founder of Brynhildr Academy, and his origin magic was the ability to summon an ancient dragon. This dragon had helped him and the other heads of the different manors beat the Demon King and restore peace upon the world. The other participants of the different manors were also wearing their own insignias, showcasing the tradition that had survived for hundreds of years. It was not only a clash of manners, but a clash of pride and wills as well. and only those who had the strength to back it up would emerge as the champions in a battle that would pit the best of each school grade against each other, in a battle for supremacy. Luna, who was watching from the stands, gazed at the handsome young man in the distance who looked quite anxious. Seeing how nervous Ethan was put a smile on her angelic face. Right beside her, an unusual group had come to join her in cheering for the members of Dud Manor. Ruby, as well as the other fairies in the garden, were all hovering beside her, cheering and shouting Ethan's name. This was the first time that the fairies had openly supported a human in the clash of manners, and everyone was surprised by their actions. Luna didn't know how the teenage boy was able to win the mischievous fairies over, so they would come cheer for him. But seeing how enthusiastic they were, she understood that this was probably due to Ethan's charm, which had also wormed its way inside her heart, making her pray for his success in a battle that meant a lot to him. "Everyone, please welcome the elites of each manor," Professor Reinhardt shouted, and everyone gave the candidates a round of applause. "So, how are you feeling?" Noah asked Ethan with a smile. "Feeling nervous?" The handsome teenager with short, silver hair was the candidate chosen to represent the Dud Manor in the second-year battle. If today was a full moon, the one who would be fighting would certainly be Luna. Unfortunately, this was not one of those days, so Noah was the one chosen by Henry to fight in her stead. "Very," Ethan replied. "How can I possibly not be nervous at a time like this?" Noah grinned, because he could totally understand Ethan's feeling. This was also his first time fighting for the Dud Manor, because last year, it was Luna who fought for the first-year division. "There's no pressure, guys," Henry said, as he rested his hands over Ethan's and Noah's shoulders. "No one expects us to win anyway, so just do your best, and I will handle the rest." "You're so cool, head prefect," Noah said in a teasing tone. "If I was a girl, I'd definitely fall for you." "Ha ha ha," Henry laughed before glancing at his best friend, George, who would be representing the third-year division of Dud Manor. "Ready to fight, old friend." "I was born ready," George said with a confident smile on his face. "Who knows, maybe we can surprise everyone this year, eh?" George gave Ethan a wink, which made the blue-haired boy nod his head in understanding. "I will do my best, George," Ethan replied with a solemn tone. "I will not let you down." Everyone in the Dud Manor knew how serious Ethan was with this event, because he had trained almost every day for it. Because of this, they also felt that they should do their best in the tournament in order to not let their junior down. "The lineup sure is pretty sweet this year." Noah glanced at the representatives of the other four factions, who were also wearing the coat of arms of their respective manors. "Aye," Henry nodded. "This year is going to be bloody." All the pillars, with the exception of Nicole, were going to represent the first years in the tournament. Langston Kerr represented Schwartz Manor. Lily Langley would be fighting for the Jaeger Manor. Kurt Hale, who exuded a silent confidence that made the members of Terra Manor feel that he could make them proud. Alice Quinn, who took over Nicole's spot to fight for the Equus Manor. And last, but not the least, was the one that everyone considered to be the dark horse in the tournament, Ethan Gremory of the Dud Manor. Ethan glanced at his rivals and noticed that they were also looking at him. Truth be told, the other pillars felt that Ethan was the greatest threat in the tournament. Just because he had used partial resonance was enough for them to take him seriously. The only question that was on everyone's mind was, could he do it again? Or was the first time just a fluke? No one knew the answer to this question. Even the special guests that had come all the way to Brynhilder Academy to witness this annual clash between the manors were looking forward to his performance. Among them was Langston's father, Zach Kerr, a duke of the magical world, and one of the highest-ranking nobles in attendance. The audience noticed that the participants were already sizing up their opponents for the duel, which made them quite excited about how the matches would start. At that exact moment, Professor Reinhardt's voice once again caught everyone's attention, making everyone look in his direction. "Just like what we did with the previous tournaments, All head prefects need to get a ball from this wooden box, Professor Reinhardt explained. Since there are 5 manners, one of them will get a free pass to the next round. The 4 other manners will have an elimination match, and the 2 winners will advance in the semi-final round. In the semi-final round, a round-robin battle will take place between the 3 manners. The one who wins twice will become this year's champions. Not only that, they will also get priority picks for the Continental Inter-Academy battles that will happen at the end of the year, and they will represent Brynhildr Academy. Another round of applause erupted in the surroundings, making Ethan subconsciously clench his fist. He didn't know that the clash of manners was just a prelude to something bigger. However, before he could participate in that tournament, he would have to defeat the other pillars, whose magical powers surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. "Head prefects, please step forward," Professor Reinhardt shouted. "Head prefect, please pick the golden ball," Noah shouted as Henry walked towards the podium. "We need that free pass no matter what." Henry nodded and gave Noah a thumbs up. "Leave it to me. Lady Luck kissed me before this match, so I'm feeling very lucky." With a face filled with confidence, Henry walked towards the podium with a smile on his face. The other head prefects had also gotten up on the stage and gave each other a nod of greeting. All of them were in the same circle, so aside from being rivals, all of them were also very good friends. The first one that took the initiative to pick a ball from the wooden box was a blonde beauty with blue eyes. She was the head prefect of the Terra Manor, and she specialized in nature magic. To everyone's surprise, she got the golden ball right off the bat, making the other head prefects shake their heads helplessly. On the other hand, the members of the Terra Manor all cheered because their beautiful head prefect had allowed them to get a free pass to the semifinals without a fight. The next one to pick was the head prefect of Schwartz Manor. The one he got was a red ball with the number 1 on it. The third one to pick was the head prefect of Equus Manor, Arthur, and he got a blue ball with the number 2 in it. Henry was the 4th one to pick, and the one he got was an orange ball with the number 1 in it. Since there was only one more ball to pick, the head prefect of the Jaeger Manor pulled it out of the box and showed everyone a blue ball with a number 2 in it. "The first match will be between the Schwartz Manor and the Dud Manor," Professor Reinhardt announced. "The second match will be between the Equus Manor and Jaeger Manor." As if waiting for that cue, Langston and Ethan stared at each other. The two of them had dueled once, and both thought of each other as an annoyance. Langston looked down on Ethan because he was a dud, and Ethan was annoyed at Langston for involving Chloe and his hate for him. One could even say that among the battles that everyone was looking forward to the most, it was a battle between these two people. One had lost his title as a pillar, and the other became a double pillar holder. Now that they were going to have a rematch, everyone wanted to see if Langston would be able to win against the dud, who had taken his pillar title from him. "Langston Kerr and Ethan Gremory, please go up to the arena," the former head of the Magistratus, Professor Barrett, said in a resounding voice. "I will be the referee of this match, and I expect a good fight from both contenders." Langston and Ethan gave each other a sidelong glance before walking up to the stage that had been prepared for the two of them. All the first years cheered, but no one knew which of the two they were cheering for. The two teenagers were both handsome in their own rights. One specialized in dark magic and was the son of a high-ranking noble. The other was a dud and miraculously executed a partial resonance. For the ladies, both boys were eye candies. And watching two handsome guys duel was something that most of them were eager to see. "I hope you came prepared, you filthy dud," Langston said as he faced the person that defeated him in the past. "This time, I will no longer play around with you." Ethan didn't reply to Langston's words and simply held his wand and pitchfork at the ready. Illumina had told him that she would not help him defeat Langston this time. What she wanted was for Ethan to use his own powers and ability to win the duel. Relying on her for everything would only impact his growth in the long run. Ethan understood this as well, so he trained very hard in Illumina's illusionary world, practicing magic to the fullest until he ran dry. Fortunately, the fairies were there to help him, allowing him to absorb their magical powers. Among the dozen fairies that agreed to help Ethan, he had already kissed 4 of them for his magical training. Today, he kissed 4 more, so that he would gain sufficient magical power to fight one duel. That left only 4 fairies to kiss for the entirety of the Clash of Manners, and Ethan didn't know if he would have enough magical energy to spare until the tournament was over. Professor Barrett looked at the 2 contestants and told them the rules of the tournament. The fight will continue unless one of you surrenders, loses consciousness, or I deem it fit that there is no need to continue the battle, Professor Barrett. Are both of you ready? Ready, Langston replied as his eyes locked on his opponent. Ethan, on the other hand, simply nodded his head, confirming that he was also ready to fight. Professor Barrett then raised his hand, making the audience who had been cheering a while ago stop completely. For a brief moment, a pin-drop silence spread in the Grand Colosseum, as everyone waited with bated breath for the match to finally begin. Duel start, Professor Barrett declared. As soon as the order for the start of the duel was announced, the 2 teenagers chanted their first spells to gain an edge over their opponent. Tenebris fama anguis. Amplifico. A fiery snake made up of dark flames erupted from the tip of Langston's wand, which immediately darted towards Ethan's direction with its fangs ready to bite. This was the spell that he used when he fought against the Scarlet Witch in his first ever duel in the academy in order to test her abilities. Ethan, on the other hand, boosted his body's performance, making him feel stronger than ever. Professor Barrett, whom the headmaster of Brynhildr Academy personally chose to become the referee for the match for the first years, narrowed his eyes as he observed the handsome young man, who was the talk of the academy. Just like everyone else, he also thought of Ethan as the dark horse of the first years, and seeing him cast the spell Amplifico as his first spell intrigued him. Facing the fire snake, Ethan took a deep breath before charging towards it. This action made Chloe and Luna feel as if their hearts were about to jump out of their chest due to how reckless Ethan's move was. When he was only a few meters away from the dark flame snake, the young man chanted another spell under his breath. Duplicii. Suddenly 2 Ethans appeared in the arena, which darted at the left and right side of the dark flame snake, catching Langston, who was controlling it by surprise. He had expected that the dud had a few tricks in his sleeves, but this still caught him off guard. Wow, Ruby, who was hovering beside Chloe, gasped in surprise. I didn't know Ethan could use that spell. The other fairies, who had also received candies from Ethan, were surprised because the magic that Ethan used was very familiar to them. It was a magic that fairies used whenever they wanted to confuse their opponents, making them unable to tell which was real and which was not. Interesting, Nicole, who was seated at the stands of the Equus Manor, muttered under her breath. Just like everyone else, she wanted to see what kind of performance Ethan would be showing them today. Her family had told her to pay extra attention to the handsome young man, whom she said held great potential among the first years. Petty tricks, Langston snorted before flicking his wand to conjure another dark flame snake, which then attacked the second Ethan. Since he couldn't tell which was real and which was not, he decided to just attack them both and get it over with. Ethan, who now understood what Langston's strategy was, once again chanted the spell, Duplicii, creating 2 additional clones. These 2 clones didn't bat an eye and directly charged at Langston with their pitchforks ready to strike. As if I'd let you, Langston shouted. Magna ignis muris. A second later, dark flames rose up from the ground, creating a fiery wall that surrounded Langston, preventing Ethan from directly attacking him. Because he had temporarily lost vision of his opponent, the 2 fiery snakes randomly targeted Ethan's clones, which turned into particles of light after getting hit. Ethan understood that he wouldn't be able to reach Langston due to the wall of flames that was blocking his way. Because of this, he decided to chant another spell that would help him overcome the walls that stood before him. Fairy Fuga. At that moment, the fairies who were watching Ethan's magical duel dropped the candies that they were eating. "Oh, Oberon," Ruby muttered as her eyes locked on the teenage boy, who had grown fairy wings on his back, which allowed him to fly over the flames that Langston had conjured to protect himself. "Oberon," one of the fairies repeated Ruby's words in a voice filled with veneration. "Oberon, Oberon, Oberon." The other fairies also chanted this name as if they were in a daze. The current Ethan was simply too regal and dazzling in their eyes as he flew high up in the air with his cape fluttering in the breeze. Oberon, the fairy king, who ruled over fairykind, was a person that none of the fairies in Brynhildr Academy had seen in the past. However, all of them knew that he existed, for all fairies shared this belief. Right now, that belief manifested in front of them, making all of their little hearts skip a beat. The king that they had never seen in their lifetime was now right in front of their eyes. This made Ruby and the other fairies subconsciously emit a kind of magical resonance, which flew toward Ethan, coating his body with their fairy magic. "Now this is a surprise," Professor Violet commented as she looked at the arena. "He's like a completely different person every time he fights. First, partial resonance, now fairy magic. Just what kind of juice is this dud drinking? I want some of that too." Although I taught him a bit about the tactics that fairies use when those little critters fight, I never thought he would apply them in this duel as well. Professor Enjal, who was Ethan's professor in the study of magical beasts, narrowed his eyes. Seriously, is he really a dud? The other professors of the academy were also watching this duel with great surprise and interest. However, the most surprised of them all was none other than Professor Reinhardt. For he knew that Ethan's arrival at the Magic Academy was completely by accident. The black bracelet on Ethan's wrist was something that the headmaster was familiar with. It was a marker that his agents on the Brynhildr Express would give to the Ordinarius, who, for some reason, managed to get past the tight security measures that were put in place. All the headmasters of Brynhildr Academy had read the note that Fortis Dud had left behind for those who would hold the highest authority in Brynhildr Academy. Many years from now, there will come a time when an Ordinarius will stumble upon this place by accident. When this happens, make sure to conceal their identity and allow them to stay here in Brynhildr Academy. There is magic in everyone's hearts, so until that student leaves of their own accord, let them see the world through our eyes, and perhaps they too will also believe in magic. Professor Reinhardt and the other previous headmasters of the academy had planted their own people on the Brynhildr Express to prepare for such a day. He just didn't expect that it would be during his era when someone like Ethan would truly appear at his doorstep. The Gremory family is known for exceptional wizards and witches, Professor Reinhardt thought. After the clash of manners is over, I will pay a visit to Ethan's family. Perhaps I will know more about him once I talk to them. The headmaster's gaze was focused on the young man, who was flying all over the arena as he evaded the black fireballs that Langston was firing in his direction. After making it past the firewall, Ethan was met with a barrage of spells that forced him to distance himself from the blonde-haired boy, who now had a serious expression on his face. I can't keep this up, Ethan thought as he evaded 2 more fireballs that were fired in his direction. Although I can still fly for a few more minutes, my magic is still being drained by the spell. At most, I can only last for 5 more minutes before all my magic reserves are gone. I need to think of a way to close the distance. Ethan gripped his wand and his pitchfork firmly in his hands as he once again charged at Langston with the intention of fighting him in close combat. However, after regaining his composure, the blonde boy no longer took any chances and kept the pressure up. What Ethan didn't know was that Langston was secretly preparing an ultimate spell as he fired fireballs at him. He had already learned from his past mistakes, so he made sure to learn the ability of multicasting. Very few first years could do this, and Langston was one of those few. Due to his high magical power, he was able to achieve this feat without too much effort. The fairies, who were watching the battle, were getting rowdy as they cheered Ethan with all their might. Since the teenage boy had grown fairy wings on his back, all of them began shouting things like, "For the pride of fairies, beat him. If you beat him, I'll kiss you for free. You can't lose now. Our dignity is at stake. Do whatever you have to, just don't lose." For some reason, Ethan could hear their words of encouragement, and to a certain extent, he could also feel that his magic power was being replenished a little. However, it was not enough. His magical circuits had been damaged since birth, so even if he was getting some magic from the outside, the fact remained that all of it was leaking because he couldn't store it properly inside his body. Suddenly, Langston did the unexpected, as if predicting where Ethan would fire next, and fired 2 fireballs at once. *T. Ethan, who was caught completely by surprise, watched as the 2 fireballs, which almost gave him no time to react, approached him at great speeds. Just as Ethan was desperately trying to think of a way on how to overcome his situation, a faint chuckle reached his ears. Suddenly, time seemed to have stopped completely, allowing Ethan to see the fireballs that were only several meters away from his body, frozen in place. For a brief moment, I felt the power of faith that was being given to me by some of my kind suddenly shift to another place. A voice filled with amusement reached Ethan's ears. "Although I don't know who you are, these fairies started to call you Oberon, which greatly amuses me." Suddenly, a male fairy clad in royal clothing, who was at least a meter tall, stood in front of Ethan with a smile. "Young man, right now, you are using the magic of my kind," the male fairy commented. "So, if you lose, I will punish you for sullying my name and my race." The young man could tell that even though the male fairy was smiling, there was a deadly glint in his eyes, which made him shudder in his heart. "I will now return time to its natural state," the male fairy stated. "Be warned, I will be closely watching you. Don't you dare lose." The male fairy then held up his hand and was about to snap his finger. Ethan took that as a sign that time would return to normal, so he made preparations in advance to dodge the 2 fireballs, which would have hit him if the male fairy didn't stop time at that exact moment. Just as soon as time returned to normal, Ethan shouted and forced himself to fly sideways to avoid the 2 fireballs that Langston had fired to burn his wings. The 2 fireballs went past him, but they still burned a part of his clothes, making him wince in pain. Langston, who thought that he had already managed to corner Ethan, clicked his tongue in annoyance as he prepared to unleash the ultimate spell that he was preparing. The male fairy, who was in the arena, looked at this battle with his arms crossed over his chest. Currently, no one could see him because only those who wielded the power of his kin and those whom he gave permission to view his figure could gaze at him. Seeing that the human was in a pinch, the male fairy smirked before saying something in a volume that reached Ethan's ears. "Your opponent is about to end this battle," the male fairy said. "And even if you pour every bit of your magical power to resist his attack, it will be futile. Fortunately, you are not fighting alone. Right now, those girls are cheering for you. Listen well, human. Fey magic is a magic of nature. So, if you can't win using your own power, you must use the power of others in order to win." As if something clicked inside Ethan's head, the blue-haired boy pulled back his arm that was holding the pitchfork, in preparation of throwing it. At that exact moment, all the fairies within Brynhildr Academy looked in the direction of the arena. They then subconsciously released their magical powers in that direction, because they felt that their kind was in dire need of it. The fairies, who were already in the arena, who were subconsciously releasing their magic power earlier, released more of it until half of their magical reserves were drained. "That's it," the male fairy nodded his head approvingly as he looked at Ethan, who had coated his pitchfork with fairy fire. There were many ways to utilize fey magic, and weapon enchantment was only one of them. "Draconis Halidus Tenebris," Langston roared. At the same time, he casted his ultimate spell. A black dragon made up of dark flames that was several meters long materialized in front of him. It then gave a resounding draconic roar before flying towards the handsome young man, whom its caster designated as its target. In the past, he had used a black dragon made up of flames to beat Ethan in their first duel. However, he failed to do so. Because of this, he decided to refine this spell, increasing its destructive power threefold. He had spent countless hours in strengthening and refining this trump card of his, so he was confident about its strong destructive power. Langston believed that with this ultimate spell, he would repay the annoying dud for the humiliation he suffered in the past and reclaim the glory he once lost. Facing such a threat in front of him, Ethan didn't back away because he knew that it was futile. Gathering all the magic in his body and his surroundings, he planned to make an all-out attack with everything he got. Instead of chanting a spell, 2 words appeared inside his head. He didn't know if these words came from the male fairy who was watching him from a distance or the shouts of Ruby and the other fairies in the arena. But one thing was clear. These were the words that he needed to shout before throwing the burning spear in his hand that was clad in fairy fire. "Oberons," Ethan roared before throwing the pitchfork in his hand. "Descent!" As if by magic, the pitchfork that he had thrown transformed into the image of the male fairy who had talked to him earlier. However, unlike the one that had his arms crossed over his chest, the fairy clad in fairy fire held a spear in his hand, thrusting forward. The black dragon and the king of fairies then collided midair, causing sparks to fly in every direction. Langston intensified his magic output, while holding his wand with both hands, forcing the black dragon to overpower the flaming fairy king, who dared to challenge his ultimate spell. Ethan, on the other hand, also held his wand and pointed forward. Although he knew that he might fall off from the sky at any second, he still decided to give everything he got in order to win. The black dragon and the fairy king pushed each other as they fought for supremacy. It was at that moment when the audience noticed that the flames of the fairy that Ethan had summoned became stronger and more intense. "Get him, Oberon. That's our fairy king. No one can beat him. Our king will not lose to a dragon. Even if the dragon king is here, we will still not lose. Fairies are the strongest. We are the strongest. Damn it, sisters, don't stop me. I'll fight that dragon too. Everyone, all together. We will not lose to that dragon. Zaya." All the fairies pressed their hands together and prayed to their king to win the battle. The real Oberon, who was watching this from the side, smirked, but he didn't do anything. Because he didn't have to. The power of faith that the fairies were pouring towards his avatar was more than enough to empower it, allowing it to slowly, but surely, push the dragon back as the fairy flames on its body intensified. Oberon's descent. Ethan and all the fairies shouted once more at the same time, making the spear of the fairy king pierce through the black dragon like a hot knife cutting through butter. A second later, a powerful explosion rocked the magical arena where the first duel of the Clash of the Manners was being held, which made even Professor Reinhardt wonder if Ethan was really a dud or not. Oberon's descent. As Ethan and the fairies all shouted in unison, Professor Barrett immediately flicked his wand and forcefully teleported Langston out of the arena. A second later, a loud cracking sound that was similar to a peal of thunder boomed in the grand stadium, making some of the students cry out in shock due to how loud it was. For a brief moment, the arena was covered with a white dust cloud. However, it didn't linger for long because Professor Barrett waved his wand a second time and blew it away. When everyone saw the aftermath of Ethan's and Langston's magical duel, most of them were unable to believe the scene in front of them. Half of the arena was obliterated, and a crater that was several meters wide could be seen on the place where Langston was standing earlier. A pin-drop silence that lasted for nearly 10 seconds descended upon the arena before Professor Barrett's voice spread in the surroundings. "The winner of the first match is Ethan Gremory," Professor Barrett declared. His declaration broke everyone from their daze. A moment later, a round of cheering erupted in the stands where the Dud Manor, as well as the fairies, who had come to watch the magical duel, began to make a ruckus. Wow, we won, one of the fairies shouted. Of course we won, Ruby commented. How can we possibly lose when everyone is giving their all to support Ethan? Fairies are the best. Fairies are the best. Fairies are the best. Fairies are the best. Give us candies. Yeah, give us candies. Candies. The fairies, who had started to demand candies, made the members of Dud Manor look at them with smiles on their faces. Although they didn't understand why they were demanding candies from Ethan, they wouldn't mind chipping in because all of them were in a good mood. Finally, it's over, Ethan muttered before the fairy wings on his back disappeared. The blue-haired teenager then fell from the sky, which alarmed those who cared for him. Leviticus. Professor Reinhardt waved his wand, and Ethan, who was falling just a few seconds ago, slowly descended on the arena as if he was being carried by a gentle breeze. Medics come, Professor Barrett shouted. The members of Terra Manor, who had been assigned as the medical personnel in the arena, all moved as one to check Ethan's condition. You're suffering from mana deficiency, one of the pretty girls from Terra Manor said. Here, please drink this. Can't you see that he can't even move his body? Another pretty girl commented. How about I drink that potion and feed it to him mouth to mouth? What? You're just a first year and you intend to get first base before your seniors. You got some nerve, newbie, a third year who had above average looks stated. Step aside, I'll handle this. No, I'll do it. Hey, the patient is still injured. Stop pulling him. Professor Barrett lightly rubbed his forehead as he gazed at the handsome young man, who was currently being fought over by the young girls of Terra Manor. He didn't know if he should laugh and cry in this situation, so he decided to turn a blind eye on it. What are they doing? Chloe, who was paying close attention to her cousin, heard the nurses with her hearing spell, which made her very angry. I'm not going to let them steal a kiss from Ethan, not in my watch. Luna calmly stood up from the stands and placed a bracelet on her wrist. This was one of the magical batteries that she charged up whenever she was able to use moon magic. This artifact allowed her to temporarily use her magic until its magical reserves ran out. Similar to Chloe, she would not allow any other girls to kiss Ethan without her permission. After all, the handsome boy was the one that stole her first kiss. She wouldn't allow his lips to be taken away by others so easily. Just as things were getting out of hand, Professor Violet appeared in the arena and grabbed the potion from the hand of the third-year girl, who planned to use mouth-to-mouth treatment to pass the potion to Ethan's body. You silly girls, have you forgotten where you are? Professor Violet said before wagging the potion in her hand. You're in front of so many students, as well as guests in the academy. Can you all act like the medical personnel that you were meant to be? The professor's reminder made the faces of the girls turn beet red. They had completely forgotten where they were and acted on impulse. Most of the students in the academy didn't go there just to study magic. Some of them were ordered by their families to find talented wizards and witches, whom they thought would become suitable partners for marriage. In the past, Ethan wasn't someone popular due to him being a dud. However, after winning his duel against Langston, more people took interest in him. Now that he had won a second time against the ex-spiller of Schwartz Manor, there was no doubt in their minds that he was the most ideal partner to become a husband among the first years. Professor Violet also understood this part, so she no longer berated the girls. However, she reminded them to pay attention to their surroundings so that people wouldn't get the wrong idea. I'll take care of him, Professor Violet stated. You girls go back and remain on standby. Yes, Professor. The nurses of Terra Manor all left the arena. However, while doing so, they still gave Ethan glances while sighing in their hearts for their missed opportunity. Good grief, Professor Violet muttered before looking down at the unconscious boy beside her feet. Although that last spell wasn't a partial resonance, it was still a very powerful spell. Just where are you learning these things? Naturally, no answer came because the person she wanted to ask was currently out like a light. Professor Violet then waved her wand and made Ethan float in the air. The professor then walked out of the arena, while Ethan slowly floated behind her. Due to the damage done to the arena, it will be needing some repairs, Professor Reinhardt stated. We will take a 1-hour break before the next battle starts. After making his declaration, the headmaster of Brynhildr Academy glanced at two of the professors that specialized in earth magic. The two nodded their heads in understanding and stepped into the arena to start repairing it. This wasn't the first time that the arena had been damaged during a magical duel, so they already knew what to do. Due to everyone focusing their attention on Ethan, they didn't notice Langston leaving the arena with a contorted look on his face. The blonde boy was biting his lip so hard that blood had already started to ooze from it. Just like everyone else, he didn't understand how Ethan was able to overcome his strongest offensive spell. All he knew was that if Professor Barrett didn't act quickly, that attack might have made contact. The arena had a special spell that prevented people from dying, but it didn't prevent them from getting injured or suffering great pain. Because of this, Langston was saved from such hardships. Even so, he wasn't saved from the humiliation he suffered a second time against the person who had beaten him in the past. What was worse was that his father was watching the duel from the stands, which made the handsome blonde boy feel very anxious. His father didn't like losing, and seeing his own son lose in front of countless people would certainly make him mad. Because of this, Langston wanted to return to the Schwartz Manor as soon as possible and lock himself up inside his room. That way, he didn't have to see his father, who was currently seething in anger in the stands, wishing that he hadn't come to the academy to watch his own son lose face in front of the other high-ranking nobles that opposed his faction in the magical world. Ethan felt something soft and warm touching the side of his face, which made him slowly open his eyes. He felt so sleepy that he just wanted to sleep, but someone seemed to be calling out to him, refusing to allow him to continue sleeping. "Ethan, wake up," a kind and soothing voice said. "How long do you plan to keep sleeping? The next match will be happening soon." He was still groggy from sleep, and his vision was still a bit blurry. Because of this, he was unable to identify the person talking to him. Ethan simply thought that he was back at their farmhouse, where his grandpa and grandma lived with him. His grandma usually woke him up in the mornings, so he replied automatically without thinking. "Just 5 more minutes, Grandma," Ethan replied softly as he looked at the person that was caressing his face. Is it just me, or has the number of wrinkles on your face increased again?" Suddenly, the hand that was caressing his face paused. A second later, his grandma pinched his cheek hard, making him cry out in shock. All his drowsiness went away in an instant, and his gaze locked on his beautiful childhood friend, who was looking down on him as if she wanted to punch him silly. "Who are you calling Grandma, huh?" Chloe asked while showing Ethan her fist, which made the blue-haired boy suddenly realize what he had just done half a minute ago. "Good morning, Chloe," Ethan replied before wincing in pain. He didn't feel it a moment ago, but after being pinched, he seemed to have regained the senses in his body. I can't move." Ethan tried to prop himself up to a sitting position, but he couldn't muster any strength in his body. The most he could do was move his head, but aside from that, his body felt as heavy as lead. "Calm down, Ethan." A soothing voice reached Ethan's ears, making him look at the right side of the bed. Luna, who had been reading a book in the corner, stood up and approached Ethan with a smile on her face. "You're suffering from mana deficiency, so it will take a while for you to regain your strength," Luna explained. "For the time being, why don't you drink this potion first? It was made by Terra Manor and is the first aid method that we use for wizards and witches that have exhausted their magical energies." Without even waiting for Ethan's reply, Luna sat beside the bed and gently lifted his head from the pillow. She then slowly poured the potion on Ethan's lips, making the blue-haired boy look less pale than he was earlier. "Thank you, Luna," Ethan said. "You're a lifesaver." "Heh, Tilda, it seems that the two of you have become so close all of a sudden," Chloe commented as she narrowed her eyes. "Did something happen as of late?" Luna, who was using her shoulder to support Ethan's head, blinked once then twice before realizing what Chloe was talking about. However, instead of pushing Ethan away, she just gently laid his head back on the pillow before lightly brushing his head. "Ethan and I are both in the Dud Manor and are good friends," Luna replied. "Isn't it normal for friends to be close to each other?" "Are Noah and Sir Henry your friends as well?" Chloe arched an eyebrow. "Do you feel comfortable enough to do what you did to Ethan with them?" Luna's hand that was brushing Ethan's head suddenly stiffened. Even though she considered Noah and Sir Henry her friends, she wouldn't do the same thing she did with Ethan to them. Ethan knew that Luna was in a pinch, so he lightly coughed in order to catch the attention of the two girls. "What happened after I lost consciousness?" Ethan asked. "Is the battle between Schwartz Manor over?" Chloe and Luna glanced at each other. Clearly, the young lady with light brown hair still had questions to ask Luna, but decided to put it aside for now. "After you lost consciousness, Professor Reinhardt said that the next match will take place after an hour," Chloe explained. "The arena was destroyed, so they needed some time to fix it." Just as Chloe was about to say more, the door of the room opened and several fairies flew inside the room, catching the three teenagers by surprise. "Ethan, we have come to save you," Ruby shouted. "HMPH, those witches from the Terra Manor thought that they could stop us from coming into the infirmary. There's no place in the academy that fairies can't go." "That's right, we've come to save you," a pretty fairy with purple hair declared before grabbing Ethan's finger and attempting to pull him up. "We won't let those girls steal your candies. Those are things that rightfully belong to us." "Yes, candies," the other fairies all replied in unison. A moment later, the blue-haired boy was swarmed by dozens of fairies who pulled on his fingers, hair, and clothes in an attempt to lift him up. Chloe and Luna giggled as they watched the fairies attempt to help Ethan off the bed, but they were unable to do so. "This is not the way, sisters," Ruby stated. "Use fairy dust on him." "Okay." The fairies then sprinkled golden dust on Ethan's body and his face, making him sneeze. Half a minute later, the fairies tried to pull him up again, and this time the blue-haired boy's body rose up. "Good, let's take him away," Ruby declared. "Follow me, sisters. We will not allow anyone to steal his candies." "Yes." Chloe and Luna watched as the group of enthusiastic fairies carried Ethan out of the room. A moment later, shouts of surprise from the medics of Terra Manor spread in the hallways. "You fairies, just what do you think you're doing?" One of the pretty ladies of Terra Manor, who was in charge of taking care of the injured wizards and witches from the magical duels, asked with a furious look on her face. "Where are you taking the patient?" "Calm down, girly," the purple-haired fairy, who was pulling on Ethan's hair, replied. "We're just going to take him back to the arena as part of our agreement with him. You think we don't know that you plan to take our candy supplier away from us? You girls got some guts." "That's right," Ruby commented. "We saw how you girls looked at Ethan earlier. Clearly, you plan to take advantage of him while he is unable to defend himself. We will not allow that to happen." "Yes, don't touch our candy supplier. Find your own sugar daddy." "There are other wizards in the academy, so go to them instead. Ethan belongs to us fairies. We will not let any of you ugly witches have him." The fairies then started to cast sneezing spells at the medics who were blocking their way, catching the witches by surprise. "Let's go, sisters," Ruby shouted as the witches started to sneeze one by one. "I'll open a path for us." "Go." "Hurry." Chloe and Luna didn't know whether to laugh or cry after seeing this scene. In the end, the two of them ran after the renegade fairies who infiltrated the infirmary just to rescue their candy supplier, who had promised to give each of them 50 bags of candies. "Sisters, we're almost there," Ruby said excitedly. "Make sure to give it your best. Our candies are at stake." "Yes." The students of Brynhilder Academy watched with great amusement as the swarm of fairies carried Ethan like a war hero towards the grand stadium where the next battle was about to take place. The blue-haired boy, whose face couldn't get any redder, had no choice but to endure the embarrassment and shame as countless students watched him being carried away. Not far from him, two beautiful teenage girls were keeping a safe distance and were pretending that they didn't know him. Although they cared deeply about Ethan, it was simply too embarrassing to be associated with him right now. So, this is what secondhand embarrassment feels like, Chloe muttered as she looked at her pitiful cousin in the distance. Luna, who heard her, simply nodded her head and looked at Ethan with an apologetic face. Since all of them were headed in the same location, she decided to make it up to the young man later by giving him some of the cookies that she had baked earlier. Several minutes later, Ethan was once again sitting on the stands. However, he wasn't alone. Ruby's group of fairies sat on his head, shoulders, lap, and even ears, making the members of Dud Manor chuckle due to how funny he looked at the moment. Ethan was feeling a lot better after arriving at the grand stadium. Some of the fairies that weren't part of the group that had initially made a deal with him for candies decided to kiss him while he was being carried to the grand stadium. They were hopping that they still had a chance to get free candies from the teenage boy, who had made all of them very proud. Since Ethan managed to absorb their magical powers, the symptoms of his mana deficiency eased up a bit, allowing him to be able to sit on his own. However, his body still felt as heavy as lead, and the fairies using him as their personal couch made the already heavy feeling a little bit heavier. Chloe and Luna sat a meter away from him and would glance in his direction while trying their best not to giggle. "Ha ha ha, very funny," Ethan stated as he rolled his eyes at the two girls, whose bodies were shaking due to the laughter they were holding back. "It's good to see that you're doing well, Ethan," Henry said. "How are you feeling?" "Not that good, but slowly recovering," Ethan replied. "Sir Henry, I've been meaning to ask, does Noah have a chance of winning?" The possibility exists." Henry narrowed his eyes as he looked at the handsome, silver-haired boy who was currently standing in the arena, facing his opponent. "Similar to you, Noah doesn't only have good looks, he can fight as well." "I've never seen him train, so I don't know how he fights," Ethan commented while looking at Noah, who had become one of his good friends in the Dud Manor. "You haven't," Henry arched an eyebrow before explaining Noah's fighting style. "He uses the whip. Watch closely, Ethan. You might learn a thing of two by watching him." 2 minutes later, Professor Reinhardt's booming voice spread in the grand stadium, making all the students look at the podium where he was currently standing. "Thank you for waiting, everyone," Professor Reinhardt said. "We will now begin the second match between Schwartz Manor and Dud Manor." The students cheered because they were looking forward to another great match. The battle between Ethan and Langston fired them up, so they were hoping that a battle with the same intensity would happen for the next match. "Ralph Oren and Noah Casimir, are both of you ready to fight?" Professor Barrett, who was standing at the center of the arena, glanced at the two teenagers and waited for their answer. "I'm ready," Ralph replied. "Same," Noah stated. "Then let the battle begin," Professor Barrett declared. The professor then teleported outside the arena with his wand at the ready. Although he didn't expect something similar to what happened between Ethan and Langston would occur, he was still prepared to act at any second in order to save the students from getting seriously injured in the duel. Ralph, who had dark blonde hair and gray eyes, pointed his wand on the ground in front of him and cast his first spell. Maren Mortui. A second later, a mummy covered up in bandages rose up from the ground, which made the first years gasp in surprise. "He's probably a necromancer or a dark summoner," Noah thought. "Either way, this is going to be tough." Since the battle had already started, Noah also took out his whip and prepared to fight off the undead monster, whom he believed to be a greater undead. With a monstrous roar, the mummy charged at Noah, who still had a calm expression on his face. Suddenly, a loud cracking of the whip spread in the arena as the silver-haired boy lashed out at the approaching monster. Surprisingly, the monster flinched after getting hit by Noah's whip, which made Ralph arch an eyebrow. "You have an interesting whip with you," Ralph stated, "made from cold iron." "Who knows?" Noah replied before making his whip coil around the mummy's leg. He then pulled with all of his might, making the mummy fall on its back. Ethan, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes because he didn't expect Noah's whip to be able to extend itself, allowing him to hit targets a good distance away. Ralph smirked after seeing his monster get immobilized. Clearly, what was happening at the moment wasn't a big deal to him. Marin Mortui. Ralph summoned another monster, but this time, it was a wolf zombie that reminded Ethan of the dire wolves in the Great Eagle Forest. Suddenly, Ralph did the unexpected and cast the spell for the third time, summoning another wolf zombie. This made the members of the Dud Manor have solemn expressions on their faces. They didn't know if Noah would be able to fight against 3 greater undead at the same time. However, they still believed that the silver-haired boy would find a way out of his current predicament. Fortunately, he is a necromancer, Noah thought. If he was a summoner, I would have no chance of winning. Although he was outnumbered 4-1, the silver-haired boy still had a calm look on his face. Knowing that his opponent wouldn't give him any breather from this point onwards, Noah took a fighting stance and pressed his thumb over the small spike located on the handle of his whip. Blood dripped from his thumb, but this blood of his was immediately absorbed by the handle of his whip, as if it was a sponge. His opponent wasn't aware of what Noah did, and ordered his undead creatures to attack his opponent without showing any mercy. "Sorry, but I'll be ending this battle now, Dud," the necromancer said with confidence. Noah didn't reply, and simply lashed his whip at the undead wolf that had leapt towards him from his right side. The mummy and the other undead wolf also charged at Noah, but the silver-haired boy prioritized the wolf that was nearest to him. His whip then coiled on the body of the undead wolf, which created a sizzling sound that made it seem that it was being burned by the whip. As if to prove that point, white smoke rose up from its body, alongside its howls of pain. Suddenly, Noah lashed out his whip towards the mummy that was charging at him, while the undead wolf was still entangled by it. From the eyes of everyone, Noah's attack was so fluid, as if the undead wolf that was coiled in his whip weighed nothing. Since the silver-haired boy's whip could freely extend according to its master's will, it shortened itself at the right moment, smashing the undead wolf on the mummy's chest. The impact was so strong that the mummy was blown away by Noah's counterattack, making his opponent's eyes widen in shock. "He's using the whip like a flail," Ralph exclaimed internally. However, that wasn't the only reason why he was surprised. His undead monsters had superhuman strength, making it impossible for them to be lifted as if they were as light as a feather. Also, the undead wolf that had been entangled by Noah's whip started to ignite in a blue blaze, making Ralph unable to comprehend what was happening. Noah, who had no idea what Ralph was thinking, rolled to the side to evade the last undead wolf strike that was aimed at his chest. After evading the attack, the silver-haired boy once again used his whip, which still had the undead wolf in its restraints. The whip-like flail that was now coated with blue flames smashed at the last undead, sending it crashing towards the barrier of the arena. A second later, Noah did a backhand flick of his whip and sent the burning undead wolf flying back towards his master, who was too flustered to react to the surprise attack that Noah had initiated. "Ah!" Ralph cried out in shock and pain as the blazing wolf smashed on his body. Ethan winced after seeing this scene, because he knew for certain that Ralph was in serious pain at the moment. As if making sure that his victory wouldn't be snatched away from him, Noah's whip grabbed hold of Ralph's wand, which the latter had dropped after getting hit by his own summon. "Do you surrender?" Noah asked as his whip coiled around Ralph's body, preventing him from doing anything. "Why, yes, I surrender," Ralph shouted. "Let me go, you bastard." Noah ignored Ralph's cursed shouts and simply glanced in the direction of Professor Barrett, who served as the referee of the match. The professor smiled before nodding his head. "Winner, Noah Casimir," Professor Barrett declared. Whoa. All the members of Dud Manor cheered and applauded the handsome silver-haired boy for snatching their second wind. As Noah was about to leave the arena, he heard Ralph shout out to him from behind. "How?" Ralph asked. "How were you able to neutralize my undead so easily?" Noah eyed the necromancer from the Schwartz Manor and smiled. "Sorry, but it's a trade secret," Noah replied before walking away from the arena without giving his defeated opponent a second glance. The girls from the other manors looked at the handsome silver-haired boy in a different light. All witches were attracted to handsome and powerful wizards. Although Noah didn't use any spells and only relied on his weapon during the entire fight, it made him look like a gallant knight whose exceptional fighting skills had won the day. "With this, we are just one win away from beating Schwartz Manor," Ethan said excitedly. "Sir George, please win the next fight." "I can now feel the pressure weighing on my shoulders," George replied good-naturedly. However, the smile soon disappeared on his face and was replaced with a solemn expression. He then glanced at his best friend, Henry, who nodded his head at him. "Do your best," Henry patted George's shoulder. "I'll handle the rest." A sigh escaped George's lips before he left the stands in order to fight in the arena. Seeing his senior's expression, Ethan felt as if something was wrong. "Sir Henry, is Sir George's opponent strong?" Ethan asked. "Very," Henry replied. "In fact, George's opponent is the strongest third year in the academy. If nothing unexpected happens this year, he will become the Schwartz Manor's next head prefect after we fourth years graduate from the academy." Hearing his head prefect's reply, Ethan's hope of a landslide victory against the Schwartz Manor suddenly felt like wishful thinking. Even Luna, who always looked positive, looked at the arena with a serious gaze. A moment later, a third-year student, who had the same hair color as her, went up the stage. As if to prove that Henry's words were true, the battle between George and his opponent lasted only half a minute, ending the Dud Manor's winning streak in an instant. Ethan looked in a daze at the winner of the match, while George was being taken by the medics to the infirmary in a hurry. The nurses all had anxious looks on their faces due to how serious George's injury was. It was as if his opponent had vented all of his anger for the defeat of his two teammates on the dud who dared to face him. The third year with the same hair color, as Luna then glanced in the direction of the Dud Manor and smirked. "You guys got lucky this year," the third year said with a devilish smile on his face. "I'll see you all again next year." Without another word, the third year from the Schwartz Manor left the arena under a round of applause and cheers from the students of the academy, who idolized powerful wizards and witches. Ethan was very tempted to go to the infirmary to visit his senior, but in the end, he decided to stay. The last match between the Schwartz Manor and the Dud Manor was about to take place, and he wanted to see the battle until the end. Henry, who had seen how his best friend was brutally defeated by his opponent, walked up the stage with a calm expression on his face. He was the leader of the group, and he wanted to show everyone that everything was going to be fine. However, for some reason, Ethan could tell that with every step that his head prefect took, the air around him seemed to crackle and distort due to how angry he was. Am I just imagining things? Ethan thought as he observed his head prefect with a critical gaze. After staring at Henry for nearly a minute, the blue-haired boy concluded that he was just seeing things because the distortion that he had seen earlier disappeared without a trace. "Henry Weiss and Axel Daniels, are you ready?" Professor Barrett asked the two fourth years, who had stepped onto the arena. Instead of answering his question, the head prefect of Schwartz Manor smiled and talked to Henry, who was looking at him with a deadpan face. "Henry, I know you're angry, but don't vent it out to me, okay?" Axel said. "I don't like pain, you know." "Okay," Henry replied with the same deadpan face, which made Axel's face turn grim. "No, seriously, I didn't order him to hurt George that badly. I just told him to win." "Okay." Seeing that Henry was just replying with a word, Axel knew that he was in for a hell of a fight. "Professor Barrett, I would like to surrender now," Axel said, which made all the first years of the academy, especially the first years of Schwartz Manor, cry out in shock. They didn't know why the head prefect of Schwartz Manor had chosen to surrender instead of fighting the head prefect of the Dud Manor. For them, this was simply inexcusable, but to those who really knew who Henry was, all of them thought that Axel made the right decision when he chose to concede. "Are you sure, Axel?" Professor Barrett. "Yes," Axel replied. "I mean, just look at Henry. That is the look of someone who is very impatient to kill people. This is just a friendly match, you know. I don't want to get killed, okay?" "As a referee, I find your decision to be disappointing," Professor Barrett stated. "However, as your professor, all I can say is that you made the right call." "I know, right," Axel sighed. "This guy is a madman." Professor Barrett nodded before looking at Henry with a serious expression on his face. He was the professor that taught all the fourth years, and he knew that Henry was someone that carried grudges with him. "Henry, this is just a friendly competition, okay? Professor Barrett. Don't go attacking people outside of the arena later, especially Luna's elder brother. She's one of your members, so can you look the other way?" "Okay," Henry replied. "I'll just leave him half dead." "See, this is why I don't like fighting this guy," Axel complained to Professor Barrett. "Henry should be banned from magic duels. This is why Axel said see you next year. He already knew that I would surrender before the fight even started." Professor Barrett shook his head helplessly before raising his hand to catch everyone's attention. "Winner of the final match, Henry Weiss," Professor Barrett declared. "The Dud Manor will now go to the semifinals." Henry, who had just been declared as the winner, didn't look too happy at the results, which made the corner of Axel's lips twitch. Under everyone's gazes, the head prefect of Schwartz Manor left the arena without giving his opponent a second glance. Henry, the Mage Slayer. That was the nickname that the students of the academy had given the head prefect of Dud Manor. To his members, he was a very easygoing and good-natured person. However, those who knew him well understood that the moment Henry went on his missions, the chances of his target, accidentally, dying was very high, making him one of the students that the third and fourth years in the academy didn't want to provoke no matter what. There was only one person in the entirety of the academy that could beat Henry in a duel, and that was none other than the head prefect of Terra Manor. Anyone else who fought him would be in a world of pain, including Luna's brother, Rowan, who had just hurt Henry's best friend. Ethan, who was just as surprised like the other first years, couldn't comprehend the victory they snatched without even a fight. "I'm sure you are confused right now, and that is perfectly understandable," Luna said, with a conflicted look on her face. "Just know that Sir Henry is like a demon when he starts to fight. What you saw on our camping trip was just him being carefree." "Is he that strong?" Ethan asked with great interest. "Strong, well, yes, he is strong," Luna replied. "But his strength is due to his origin magic, which completely nullifies all magic in his surroundings. Even if he was facing a magical beast, as long as they use magic, it will have no effect against him. That is why he is called the Mage Slayer of Brynhildr Academy." Ethan, who was hearing all of this for the first time, looked at his easygoing head prefect, who was always very supportive of him. For some reason, deep inside his heart, he wanted to see how Henry fought. That way, he would gain some insight on how someone, who could effectively nullify all magical spells in his surroundings, handled a wizard or witch who had lost their ability to defend themselves. Mage Slayer, Ethan thought. I guess you can't really judge a book by its cover. For Ethan, Henry was still Henry. Although he might have a bad reputation among the students in the academy, for the blue-haired boy, his head prefect was a role model who wouldn't hesitate to help any member of the Dud Manor in their times of need. Due to an unexpected series of events, the Dud Manor advanced to the semi-finals of the Clash of Manors, beating the Schwartz Manor with the score 3 wins and 1 loss. Although the much-awaited battle between the two head prefects didn't go as planned, everyone was still fired up because it was now time for the showdown between the Jaeger Manor and the Equus Manor. "Please come up to the stage, Lily Langley and Alice Quinn," Professor Barrett announced, making the students, especially the boys, cheer loudly. Lily was a very cute and charming girl, whom the boys found endearing. Alice, on the other hand, was referred to as a cold beauty. She almost always had a serious expression on her face, but some of the boys actually liked these kinds of girls. Some of them were even making bets with each other on who would be able to break the ice that covered her personality, making her become a warm and caring girl who would become every man's ideal lover. "Who do you think will win this duel, Ethan?" Nicole, who, for some reason, appeared beside the blue-haired boy when the latter wasn't paying attention, asked. Ethan didn't answer right away, as he eyed the two young ladies who had just stepped into the arena. "I don't have enough information about Lily to answer your question," Ethan replied. "I have seen Alice fight in the past, but she was already in a weakened state by then. Also, your duel with her was covered in a white mist, so I wasn't able to see the battle between you girls. But there is one thing I do know. Lily isn't someone simple. Whenever she is around me, I always feel as if she was a wolf ready to pounce on me if an opportunity were to present itself. My instincts are telling me that I cannot judge her by her cute looks." Nicole smiled after hearing Ethan's honest opinion. Truth be told, between Alice and Lily, she already had an idea about who would win. However, she didn't voice her opinion out loud because Ethan didn't ask her who she thought would win the match. Actually, Chloe and Luna were paying close attention to Ethan's and Nicole's conversation. They were also very curious about who would emerge victorious between Alice and Lily. Lily was the pillar of Jaeger Manor, and Alice had beaten Nicole in their one-on-one duel, earning her the right to represent Equus Manor in the Clash of Manors. The battle between the two of them would certainly be something worth seeing. "Are both of you ready?" Professor Barrett asked. Lily and Alice both nodded their heads and took out their wands at the same time. Seeing that both of them were ready to fight, Professor Barrett raised his hand and announced the start of the battle. "Duel start," Professor Barrett shouted before teleporting outside of the arena. The first thing that Alice did when the battle was announced was wave her hand, summoning a white mist to cover the arena. Lily only giggled and didn't do anything to stop the silver-haired beauty from creating a smoke screen to prevent others from seeing their battle. "Oh, not this again." "Why? I want to see it. Why use a smokescreen?" "Damn, why go to this extent for a magical duel? What's the point in watching if there is nothing to watch?" The students of the academy voiced out their complaints out loud, while some of them even resorted to booing Alice for her distasteful strategy. Nicole, on the other hand, chuckled because she had experienced this scenario when she fought Alice a few weeks ago. The reason why the pink-haired beauty, as well as the cute young lady, Lily, didn't stop Alice from doing what she was doing was for their own benefit as well. They didn't want others to see how they fought. Among the countless spectators, there were only around a dozen people that could see through Alice's smoke screen as if it didn't exist. One was the headmaster of Brynhilder Academy, Professor Reinhardt, and the other was Professor Barrett, who served as the referee of the match. The others who could also see the two ladies smiled with amusement, because they were about to see something that was meant for their eyes only. "Too bad I can't see it," Ethan sighed, "and I wanted to see their battle as well." While he was lamenting his disappointment, a playful voice reached his ears. "Who said that you couldn't view it?" After hearing this voice many times in the past, Ethan instantly recognized it as the voice of the mermaid princess, Illumina. "Is there a way for me to see it, Illumina?" Ethan asked. "Of course," Illumina replied. "You are currently being used as a couch by a race that specializes in playing tricks and illusions. If there is anyone that can see through that smoke screen, it would be none other than the fairies." Ethan blinked once then twice before realizing what Illumina was hinting at. Immediately, the blue-haired boy spoke to Ruby, who was currently sitting on his right shoulder. He made sure that the volume of his voice was low, allowing only those that were near him to hear his words. "Ruby, can you see through that white mist?" Ethan asked. "Yes," Ruby replied in a heartbeat. "This petty trick is nothing compared to what fairies can do. What's wrong? You can't see them." Ethan shook her head, which made Ruby giggle. "Give me an additional 10 bags of candies, and I'll let you see it as well." Ruby smiled like a business girl who found a way to earn instant cash. "Deal," Ethan replied in a heartbeat. "Hey, how about me?" Nicole asked in a low tone. "I want to see it too. I'll give you 10 bags of candies as well." 50 bags of candies, and we have a deal," Ruby replied. "You only asked Ethan 10 bags of candies," Nicole commented. "Why are you suddenly increasing the price?" "That's because Ethan is one of us," Ruby stated as if this was a very normal thing. "He gets discounts." Then how about me?" Chloe asked. "I want to see it too." "Okay, 20 bags for you," Ruby replied after thinking for a few seconds. "And me?" Luna inquired. 20 bags as well," Ruby answered. Nicole, who heard Ruby's unfair pricing, couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Clearly, the red-haired fairy was making things difficult for her, but she currently had no choice but to accept her offer because she also wanted to see the battle of her peers. After everyone agreed on the price, Ruby and her friends all sprinkled fairy dust on Ethan, Chloe, Luna, and Nicole. They then chanted something in the ancient fairy language that Ethan and the others weren't able to understand. A second later, the white mist that was blocking their vision suddenly vanished without a trace, surprising the 4 teenagers. However, their surprise didn't last for long as their expressions changed immediately after seeing the battle that was taking place in the arena. A battle that was being waged between 2 prodigies, whose only goal was to win. "You fought with Nicole in order to stand here today," Lily said in a teasing tone. "But did you know that she didn't fight to her fullest?" "I didn't know, and I don't care," Alice replied coldly. "My goal is only to win, nothing else matters." "Ah, yes, always pursuing excellence," Lily smiled. "Is that because you are the daughter of the current department head of the Magical Bureau? Your father's position must weigh a lot on your shoulders." "Shut up and fight." "Sure, if that's what you want." Lily waited until the misty smoke screen had fully covered the arena before making her move. Currently, the visibility was nearly 0, and even she was quite impressed that Alice was able to accomplish such a thing. Suddenly, a faint whistle sounded from behind the cute lady from the Jaeger manor, making her smile. A moment later, Alice's icy sword embedded itself in the location where Lily was standing a second ago. However, her target disappeared just before her blade could pierce through her opponent's flesh. My Tilda, what a feisty lady," Lily's amused tone was heard within the mist. "Planning to end the battle in one strike. Don't you think you're looking down on me too much?" Alice, who could see through the white mist she had made, suddenly jumped back as a set of feral claws smashed the ground under her feet. Lily, who had transformed her arms and legs to that of a white wolf, grinned in a feral way as she pounced at her target, giving the silver-haired beauty no time to recover. Similar to Alice, Lily could see through the white mist due to the transformation she just undertook. Those at the Jaeger Manor specialized in controlling many magical beasts, and some of them could even transform into one if they wished. Currently, Lily had taken on the abilities of a blizzard wolf who lived at the northernmost part of Northshire. There, blizzards were a regular occurrence, and these wolves hunted through the terrible weather, ravaging their helpless prey, who had nowhere to run. Alice, who had no intention of getting pushed back, activated her trump card and covered her body in icy armor, making her look like an ice queen. Using her wand as a sword, the silver-haired beauty parried and counterattacked Lily's blows, as dozens of icicle shards danced around her, protecting her from the blonde girl's ferocious attacks. This exchange lasted for nearly 2 minutes before Alice jumped high, using her icicles as footholds. After gaining enough distance, she unleashed a barrage of ice shards at her opponent, who deftly avoided all of them due to her incredible speed and dexterity. "Ha ha ha," Lily giggled as she tried to close the gap in order to engage Alice in close combat. "This is fun." Alice, who had no intention of letting Lily get close, used her icicles to go higher, out of her opponent's reach. "Gee, Tilda, such a cheap shot," Lily commented, as she was forced to evade the icicle barrage that was raining down on her. Although her expression was currently pouting, deep inside, she was quite amused by the current situation. She's good, but not good enough, Lily thought. I didn't feel the same battle frenzy as I did when I watched Ethan fight. This girl is just a strong witch, but not someone who has the power to make my heart shudder in excitement. When Lily witnessed Ethan make a partial resonance, her bestial instincts almost made her run away in fright. That was how powerful the blue-haired boy's magical attack was, and it took all of her willpower to remain where she was standing and watch the battle until it ended. When Ethan fought Langston today, she felt that same feeling of excitement when Ethan unleashed his magical attack, which he called Oberon's Descent. Lily may not be the smartest when it came to spell casting, but she had a very good memory when it came to things that interested her. One of those things were the many magical beasts in the world, as well as the rulers who stood above them all. The Fairy King, Oberon, was one of those figures. Seeing Ethan unleash his visage made the bestial blood inside her body boil in excitement. She was someone who longed to fight the strong, and among the candidates in the first years that she wanted to fight the most was Nicole. For her, Nicole was like an unsheathed blade. Lily knew for certain that the moment that blade was released from its scabbard, a deadly dance of death would commence. As for Ethan, she never thought of him as a potential candidate that she could consider as a rival. Only after the blue-haired boy unleashed his partial resonance did Lily take notice of him. Time to make this duel a bit more thrilling. Lily crouched on all fours and looked at the floating ice princess above her head. In one swift motion, she leapt up and shot towards Alice like a cannonball. Alice didn't think much of this act and simply evaded to the side. Lily harmlessly passed by her, but in that moment, the blonde girl said something that made Alice frown. "I'll end this battle in 5 minutes." Those were the words that reached Alice's ears the moment Lily flew past her. The silver-haired beauty thought that the cute girl was just playing mind games with her, but a few seconds later, a sound that was similar to the tolling of a bell reached everyone's ears. Lily didn't just jump toward Alice without a plan in mind. No, this was part of her plan in order to close the distance with her opponent. Coelum Gradibus. Lily cast a spell, allowing her to gain a foothold in the air, which she kicked off from in order to ricochet back to Alice's location, forcing her to summon an ice shield. Sorry, but that's not enough. Lily sneered as she punched the ice shield in front of her, shattering it instantly. Coelum Gradibus. Lily cast her spell a second time, allowing her to have a foothold, which she used to accelerate forward. A moment later, a cracking sound spread in the arena as the blonde girl's clawed fist smashed against Alice's ice armor that protected her body, which sent the silver-haired beauty's body flying towards the other side of the arena. Strong. That was the one word that appeared in Alice's head the moment Lily sent her flying backwards after receiving a direct attack on her body. The ice armor that she had cast on herself earlier was shattered due to how powerful the blow was. Even so, Alice still managed to regain her balance midair before she crashed on the barrier that was erected on the edge of the arena. However, just as she was about to cast her magic for the second time, Lily instantly appeared in front of her. "Sorry, but I am not Langston who likes to play with my prey," Lily said with a devilish smile plastered on her face. "When I fight to win." Her arm had been pulled back, ready to deliver a punch on Alice's face, not caring if it would leave a mark on the beautiful lady's face. However, before Lily's punch connected, Alice found herself outside of the arena and standing beside Professor Barrett. I could have turned a blind eye and allowed Lily to land a hit, but it didn't sit well with me, so I teleported you out, Professor Barrett said. Learn from this experience. She is not someone that can be defeated with strong magic power alone. Her battle experience exceeds yours by several folds. Alice gritted her teeth as she lowered her head in frustration. She still had a trump card that she hadn't used during the battle, but she also understood that in that moment, she didn't have the time nor composure to cast the spell that she was saving for the final match. Suddenly, she remembered the words that Lily had said before she went for the killing blow. "Sorry, but I am not Langston who likes to play with my prey. When I fight to win." These words rang painfully inside Alice's head because she realized that Lily was right. If she had only fought with all she had from the get-go, the one who might have won the match would have been her. "You're such a gentleman, Professor Barrett. Witches who were born with a silver spoon should learn hardships once in a while." Lily's words reached Alice's ears as the white mist she had cast faded away. There, standing with a smug smile on her face, was Lily without her bestial transformation. Clearly, she didn't want anyone to see her true power, which only a handful people in the academy were aware of. Professor Barrett didn't affirm or reject Lily's words, and simply smiled. "Winner, Lily Langley," Professor Barrett announced, and a round of applause befell the cute witch, who waved at the crowd like one of those popular idols in TV shows. "Did you already know how strong Lily was?" Ethan asked Nicole, who was seated beside her. "I knew she was strong, but I didn't know how strong she was," Nicole replied with a sweet smile on her face. "But know this, she still hadn't used her full power in this match. If you are to meet her in battle, it would be best if you use your partial resonance at once to end the match. As you can see, she doesn't like to prolong her battles." Ethan sighed in his heart. After regaining a bit of magical power due to the fairy's kisses, Illumina talked to Ethan and told him that he wouldn't be able to use partial resonance during the clash of manners. The reason was due to him overexhausting his magical reserves when he used Oberon's descent. The mermaid princess was worried that Ethan's magic circuits, which had started to show signs of recovery, might get permanently damaged if he forced himself to use partial resonance. Because of this, she didn't dare to lend her power to the blue-haired boy for the time being. Even if Ethan managed to win the duel, it wouldn't be worth it if he couldn't use magic ever again after his match. "I'll just fight to the best of my ability," Ethan thought. "If I win, I win. If I lose, that just means that I haven't trained enough." While he was thinking about these things, the second match started. Equus Manor prided themselves for raising magical knights and battle mages. They were also the favorite manor to win due to their specialties. However, to everyone's surprise, the second match ended with another victory to Jaeger Manor. The battle lasted for 10 minutes, as both combatants fought to their fullest. However, the second year that represented Jaeger Manor had the ability to summon 2 dire bears, who managed to overwhelm their opponent using brute force. When the third match started, everyone thought that Equus Manor would be able to reverse the situation. Unfortunately, the third round was also won by Jaeger Manor, which caught everyone by surprise. "Sorry, Arthur," the head prefect of Jaeger Manor, Irene, said with a smile. "Looks like the two of us won't be fighting this year." "You guys, how did you become so strong all of a sudden?" Arthur asked with a frown. "I may not know Lily's strength, but I know your candidates for the second and third year. They were not that strong in the past. So how?" Irene smirked and placed his finger over his lip. "Sorry, but that's a secret," Irene replied before moving close to Arthur to whisper something in his ear. "However, let me just tell you this since we're old friends. This year, it is not just me and the candidates of Jaeger Manor who received a boost in strength." "Wait, you mean?" Arthur's expression became serious after hearing Irene's words. Irene only winked at the prefect of the Equus Manor before walking away, leaving Arthur in deep thought. Although Irene didn't say anything explicitly, it was safe to say that what he meant was that the entirety of the Jaeger Manor received a boost. If this was true, it meant that an entire faction's strength had suddenly increased out of the blue. Since Jaeger Manor secured 3 victories in a row, there was no need for the fourth years to fight. This allowed them to proceed to the semifinals, where a round-robin match between the 3 semifinalists would be conducted. "Now that the preliminary matches are over, we will end the tourney for today," Professor Barrett declared. "But before that, may I ask the head prefects of Terra, Jaeger, and Dud Manor to come up to the arena so that we can schedule the order of the upcoming matches. The Clash of Manners would be held for a week. Every 2 days, a battle between the 3 factions would commence, allowing the participants to get plenty of rest before their next match. Although some injuries could be healed by magic potions, there were some cases that an additional day of rest would be needed in order to get a full recovery. In order to let the participants fight to their fullest, the Clash of Manners was spread throughout the week to accommodate a day of rest. "I'll let you decide the order, Irene," Irene said in a confident tone. "Since all of us will be fighting, it doesn't matter who fights who first." Irene nodded and looked at Professor Barrett with a smile. "Terra Manor will first fight Jaeger Manor." Professor Barrett nodded in acknowledgement of Irene's decision. "How about you, Henry?" "We'll fight Jaeger Manor first too, and save Terra Manor for last." After consulting the head prefects of the 3 manors, the schedule for the round-robin matches were finalized. First match, Terra Manor versus Jaeger Manor. Second match, Dud Manor versus Jaeger Manor. Third match, Dud Manor versus Terra Manor. The manor that won twice would automatically be declared as the champion of the Clash of Manners. If all 3 of them got 1 win and 1 loss each, they would draw ballots to determine who would get a free pass. The 2 remaining manors would then have an elimination match, and the winner would be fighting the one that got lucky due to the ballot draw. Whoever won that final match would become the champion. After the schedule had been posted, the students and the guests left the Colosseum. Some of them were quite happy, while some of them had disappointed looks on their faces. This was especially true for the students belonging to the Equus and Schwartz manors, who didn't manage to reach the semifinals. The rest of the students were ecstatic and hailed their candidates as heroes who made them all proud. Although the number of their members were the smallest of the bunch, that didn't stop Dud Manor from celebrating their victory inside their manor's dining room. "Ha ha ha, you were both amazing, Ethan and Noah," Oliver said as he refilled the mugs of the 2 handsome boys with fruit juice. "You made us all proud. Am I right, George?" George, who had somewhat recovered from the injuries he received during the match, but still considerably weakened, raised his mug in agreement. "Cheers to the heroes of the new generation," George stated. "Now I can retire with some peace of mind." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Henry snorted. "After I graduate, you will become the head prefect. It's too early for you to retire. You can retire after 2 years." "Bummer," George lamented. Ethan and Noah chuckled after seeing their seniors' disappointed faces. However, they knew that George was just joking, and everyone in the manor continued to enjoy the victory they gained after fighting with everything they had. "Truth be told, I don't want to dampen everyone's mood," Henry said after placing his mug on top of the table. "But there is something important that I must tell all of you, especially you, Ethan and Noah." Ethan and Noah looked at their head prefect with serious expressions, because they could feel that whatever Henry was going to tell them was truly important. "This is about Jaeger Manor," Henry stated. "With the exception of Lily Langley, I have a rough idea on how strong those guys were in the past, but after seeing today's battle, I can tell that they had grown considerably stronger. Of course, it is only natural to become stronger the longer you stay in the academy. But this sudden boost of strength is uncanny. Arthur also mentioned in passing that the current Jaeger Manor isn't the same Jaeger Manor that we knew in the past. It is safe to say that they might be the greatest adversary we will be facing in the tournament. I'm not saying this to make you guys feel anxious. I am only doing this so that all of you will understand how strong the competition is right now." Ethan and Noah, who had seen Lily and the rest of the candidates of Jaeger Manor, understood what their head prefect was saying. However, the only thing they could do was do their best in the upcoming matches. The only silver lining was that the first match for the semifinals was between Terra Manor and the Jaeger Manor. They were hoping that they would be able to see more of what their competitors could do during the battle that would be held in 2 days' time. "What are your chances of beating Lily without using partial resonance?" Noah whispered in Ethan's ears. None, Ethan replied in a flat tone. How about you? Can you deal with that summoner? Ethan asked. I have a small chance of winning if the right conditions are met, Noah answered. The two then clinked their mugs together before drinking it down in one swig. For now, they would not think about their upcoming battles and just focus on enjoying their victory party. Somewhere in Brynhildr Academy. You think hiding in your room will save you from me, Langston? Zack asked in a contemptuous voice. No, father, Langston replied with his head lowered. You have disappointed me terribly, Zack said. I asked you to make a name for yourself here, so that the sons and daughters that belong to the faction opposite ours would see your greatness and convince their parents to not get in our way. However, not only did you lose to that Scarlet Witch, you even lost to a dud twice. Can you still raise your head in the academy? Can you still uphold our family's name and honor? Mark my words, Langston. I will only give you one last chance. Zack placed his finger on his son's chin and raised his head up until the teenage boy's gaze met his. One last chance, Zack stated coldly. Disappoint me one more time and you can kiss Brynhildr Academy goodbye. I have no need for useless tools. Do I make myself clear? Why, yes, father, Langston replied as he tried to keep his voice from trembling. I will not let you down. You already did, Zack sneered. Lie low for a while and make sure to not cause any trouble again. If I hear another report that you are shamming our family's name, I'll make you regret it. Zack said the last words very slowly, sending a shiver down Langston's spine. Only when his father's figure disappeared from his sight did the handsome young man use the wall beside him as support. His legs had almost given up on him, but fortunately they held until his father was gone. It's all your fault, you filthy dud. Langston clenched his fists in anger as Ethan's image appeared inside his head. If only you didn't exist. Langston never felt so helpless in his life, because he had everything he needed due to his family's wealth and influence. Only after arriving in the academy did he suffer hardships, and because of this, he cursed Ethan's name under his breath. Wishing that the blue-haired boy hadn't enrolled in the academy, and foiled the delusions of grandeur that Langston had imagined for himself. The sound of weapons clashing reverberated inside the training area of the Dud Manor. Ethan unleashed a flurry of spear strikes at Nicole, and the latter either deflected, blocked, or parried it with relative ease. This showed the difference in battle experience, and clearly, the one who had the upper hand was the pink-haired beauty whose breathing was still relatively stable. Ethan, on the other hand, panted for breath as he used the back of his hand to wipe away the sweat that was blocking his vision. Let's take a 15-minute break, Nicole said before lowering down her rapier. The way you are now, nothing much will change even if we continue. Ethan reluctantly nodded his head after hearing Nicole's proposal. Although he really wanted to continue, he needed to regain his calm in order to fight properly. Here, wipe your face first, Chloe said as she handed a towel to Ethan. Drink this after, Luna stated as she offered him a mug of water. Seeing this scene, Nicole could only roll her eyes because the blue-haired boy was getting the VIP treatment from 3 beautiful girls. It was only 8 in the morning, and yet she had been sparring with Ethan for over an hour. He had asked Nicole to help him train in preparation for his fight against Lily Langley of Jaeger Manor and Kurt Hale of Terra Manor. These 2 teenagers were both the pillars of the first years, and that alone spoke volumes. This was especially true after Lily's one-sided victory against Alice, who didn't even have the chance to mount a counterattack before she was defeated. That battle had made Ethan realize how truly lacking he was, so he decided to use the time he still had left to train as hard as he could. For her part, Nicole had given Ethan plenty of advice about how to react to certain situations during combat. The pink-haired beauty was truly invested in training Ethan in order to get the upper hand against the two-faced Lily, whom she considered as the strongest first year of Brynhildr Academy. Ethan, although I don't want to raise your hopes up, there is a possibility that Lily won't use all of her abilities in her fight against you, Nicole said, after Ethan finished drinking the mug of water that Luna had given him. Is it because she wants to hide her true strength? Ethan asked. Nicole nodded. Yes, that girl will definitely not go all out in her fight against you. But that doesn't mean that she won't seriously try to win. She has a reputation to uphold, even if she has to act like a cutie pie in front of so many people. Nicole's words were filled with sarcasm, and it made Ethan chuckle a bit. He understood that the current him was no match for Lily if she really transformed into her demi-wolf form. Although he had improved by leaps and bounds after practicing his martial skills, it was nowhere enough to match the unbelievable display of fighting ability that Lily had shown in her fight against Alice. How's Alice? Ethan asked. She must be very disappointed after losing to Lily. Oh, you best she is, Nicole giggled. Seeing her face become colder than ever before made my day today. I'm glad I wasn't the candidate that represented Equus Manor in this tournament. The mirth in Nicole's voice was the real deal, and it seemed that she was really happy that the one that actually fought against Lily was Alice. Because of this, she was able to see the Equus Manor's Ice Queen's unresigned face, which mirrored the overall mood of the members of Equus Manor after losing in the tournament. A few minutes later, the two once again returned to their sparring match, and this time, Ethan's attacks had become more quick and aggressive, making the pink-haired beauty smile. He's pushing himself too hard again, Chloe muttered. He's still the same. What do you mean by pushing himself too hard again? Luna asked Ethan's cousin, who had grown up with him. When he feels that people have expectations of him, he tries his best to meet them, Chloe replied. If possible, I don't want him to be this way. Luna nodded her head in understanding. She knew that feeling very well because her family also had high expectations of her. However, after discovering her limitations, these expectations were shattered. Now, their family was rooting for her older brother, who was currently a third year in the Schwartz Manor to bring glory to their family's name. Luna was fine with this, not only because her brother was truly gifted in magic, but because the two of them were very close. Although he acted arrogant and aloof, and was even thought to be standoffish by the students of the academy, her brother was actually kind and caring. Not many people knew that Luna's brother, Rowan, was the overly protective, older brother type, who would not hesitate to cast black magic to those who bullied his sisters. He doesn't show this behavior in the academy, but whenever it was only Luna and him in private, Rowan would often give his sister protective charms that would instantly activate if someone dared to harm her. The angelic beauty usually equipped these charms whenever she went out on missions, ensuring her safety. While Ethan and Nicole were in the midst of their sparring match, George arrived in the training area with a mischievous smile on his face. Ethan, you have a guest, George said in a teasing tone. A top-class beauty, I might add. It seems that our boy here is truly getting popular with the ladies. I'm not gonna lie, I feel really envious of you right now. Chloe and Luna, who both heard that a top-class beauty was looking for Ethan, glanced in George's direction with a frown. Who is it? Ethan asked. He could tell that his senior was just teasing him. However, he was still curious about who this girl was and wondered why she was looking for him. Alice Quinn, George replied with a smile. It seems that she has come to talk to you about something really important. When Chloe, Luna, and Nicole heard that the one looking for Ethan was Alice, all of them became really curious. She was the last girl that they expected to come looking for Ethan, especially after losing to Lily. Understood, Ethan nodded. I'll go see her right now. Naturally, it was not only Ethan who left the training area to meet Alice. Chloe, Luna, and Nicole went as well, leaving George behind with an amused look on his face. What are you doing here? Alice asked when she saw Nicole walking behind Ethan. I'm allowed to be here, of course, Nicole replied with a smile. How about you? What are you doing here? I have business with Mr. Gremory. Tilda Mr. Gremory. So you don't call Ethan on a first-name basis. The pink-haired beauty smiled as she eyed the cold beauty of the Equus Manor. although both of them lived in the same dormitory. It was enough to tell with a glance that the two of them didn't get along. "I understand that you came here because you want to talk to me." Ethan cleared his throat in order to get Alice's attention. "What can I do for you?" Alice frowned before glancing at the three other girls, namely Chloe, Luna, and Nicole, who were also in the room with them. "Can we speak in private?" Alice asked. "I don't want others to hear what I am going to tell you." Chloe and Luna narrowed their eyes at the silver-haired beauty, like mother hens, protecting their chick. Clearly, they didn't want Ethan to be alone with Alice, but they couldn't bring themselves to speak it out loud. This was a matter between her and Ethan, and they didn't have the right to get in her way. Ethan glanced at the three girls behind his back before nodding his head. "Let's go to my room," Ethan replied. Alice nodded and followed Ethan towards his dormitory room. Chloe and Luna both clicked their tongue, while Nicole simply smiled as her eyes followed Alice's back until it disappeared from her view. A few minutes later, the blue-haired boy opened the door to his room and invited his guest inside it. Alice entered and looked around the room with a calm expression on her face. This was the first time she had entered the room of a boy aside from her family, and she was quite curious about what it was like. Ethan's room was a bit plain. Aside from a pile of books on the table, there was nothing noteworthy about it. Alice soon lost interest and sat on a chair, without waiting to be invited to do so. Ethan didn't mind Alice's action and sat across from her. The two then stared at each other for nearly half a minute before Alice broke the silence and spoke out her mind. "The reason I came here today is to tell you something about Lily," Alice said. "She is not as docile as she looks, and her fighting ability is quite high. One mistake and it can end very badly for you." Ethan smiled bitterly, because he was well aware of this fact. "Actually, I saw the two of you fight in the arena with the help of the fairies," Ethan stated. "I saw how Lily transformed into a demi-wolf and how she ended her battle with you." Alice's expression turned to surprise after Ethan told her that he was able to see through the smoke screen that she created during her fight with Lily. "You saw everything?" Alice asked. "Yes," Ethan replied, "everything." Alice didn't say anything else and simply gazed at Ethan's face. It was as if she was trying to see the telltale signs of a lie in order to confirm whether the boy in front of her was lying or not. However, deep inside, she knew that Ethan wasn't lying. There was simply no way that he would say that Lily had transformed into a demi-wolf right off the bat, which was simply impossible for those who didn't witness her fight with the cute blonde girl of Jaeger Manor. "What is that girl doing here?" Alice, who had remained silent for a few minutes, asked. "Girl," Ethan blinked. "Are you talking about Nicole?" Alice nodded. "What is she doing here?" "I asked her to help me train." "Training, is it?" Alice closed her eyes and pondered for a bit. Seeing her like this, Ethan couldn't help but think that Alice was truly a beautiful girl. The title of Ice Princess suited her well, and he had to agree that she lived up to her reputation. "I wonder how many guys fantasize about breaking her icy attitude and make her a warm and caring girl to become their lover," Ethan mused. "Is there someone in the academy that can handle this cold beauty?" Ethan pondered for a bit before shaking his head. He hadn't been in Brynhildr Academy long enough to know more about the students that studied inside it. In fact, the school year had just started, and he was just starting to learn the faces and names of his classmates who studied with him every day. "I'd like to observe your training with Nicole," Alice said after a few minutes. "I want to know if you have a chance of beating Lily in your magical duel." Ethan didn't really mind if Alice watched him spar with Nicole. However, he still needed to ask the pink-haired beauty's permission first, to know if she would like to be watched by Alice as well. "I'll ask Nicole after our talk if she wants you to watch our sparring match," Ethan replied after careful consideration. "If she refuses, then I am sorry, but letting you watch is impossible." "That's fine with me," Alice stated. "But if she doesn't agree to let me see your sparring much, I want you to spar with me as well." Spar with you?" "Yes." The silver-haired beauty narrowed her gaze and eyed Ethan like a food aficionado, who had very high standards when it came to culinary dishes. "Why you're going to help me train?" Ethan asked to confirm if he heard Alice correctly. Alice nodded. "I'm sure that Nicole is only doing martial training with you. She is fighting you as a knight and not as a witch. That's fine, but I want to train you in dealing with offensive spells. Although you managed to win against Langston, that boy only boasts high magical power. His spell casting is not refined enough and simply uses brute force in order to make his opponents submit. I, on the other hand, am confident with my spell control. I'm sure that you will learn a lot by sparring with me as well." Ethan needed all the help he could get, so Alice's proposal was tempting to him. However, there was something that was bothering him, so he decided to ask this question to the silver-haired beauty in front of him. "Why?" Ethan asked. "Why do you want to help me?" "Because I hate losing," Alice replied in a heartbeat. "If Lily lost to you, then her win against me doesn't count." "Huh." Ethan blinked once then twice because he clearly missed the logic in Alice's words. How could winning against Lily make the silver-haired beauty's loss to the cute girl from Jaeger Manor invalid? But before he could even say anything, Alice stood up from the chair and headed to the door of Ethan's room. "Let's go," Alice stated. "Time waits for no one, and you only have a few days before your match with that vixen." As soon as Alice finished speaking, she opened the door, and immediately 2 girls fell on the floor in front of her with a huff. Ethan gritted his teeth as he forcefully rolled to the side to evade the ice balls that were the size of tennis balls that were headed in his direction. The sound of something shattering reached his ears, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he hastily propped himself up from the ground and started running. Several more ice balls rained down on him like hail, forcing the teenage boy to run in a zigzag manner in the hopes of evading them. However, it was futile. The ground under his feet suddenly turned to ice, making him slip and fall on the ground. Fortunately, Nicole had taught him the proper ways to fall, but it still made Ethan grimace in pain as he fell on his butt. Chloe and Luna, who were watching from a distance, covered their lips in an attempt to hold back the giggle that was bubbling in their chests. Although they wholeheartedly supported Ethan, they just found his embarrassing moments very endearing. Nicole, on the other hand, didn't hold back and chuckled, making the blue-haired boy's cheeks redden. If you have enough time to feel embarrassed, then you have enough time to dodge. A cold voice that was laced with sarcasm reached Ethan's ears, and before he knew it, a snowball smacked his face, making him shudder. "Your decision-making and reflexes are both average," Alice commented. "The way I see it, there is simply no way for you to defeat Lily, as well as Kurt in the upcoming battle. Also, are you looking down on me? Why aren't you using any magic to avoid or deflect my attacks?" "Did you forget that I'm a dud?" Ethan replied with sarcasm as he dusted the dirt off of himself. "If I could freely use magic then, I would have already used spells even if you didn't tell me." "Then how come you were able to use spells when you fought Langston?" "That is that, this is this, it's not the same." Alice's expression became colder after hearing the Ethan's reply. She then raised her wand and summoned countless icicle shards that hovered around her. "Then, what must I do in order for you to use magic and take this sparring session seriously?" Alice asked in a tone that made Ethan feel that the silver-haired beauty would toss the icicle shards at him if she didn't like his answer. The teenage boy was very tempted to say, "If you want me to use magic, you need to kiss me first." But he didn't do that because if he really did, he knew that Alice would definitely turn him into a pincushion, with countless ice shards piercing his body. Only when I am in mortal danger does my origin magic manifest," Ethan lied with a straight face. "Unless that requirement is met, I won't be able to use magic." "I see," Alice nodded. "You just need to be in mortal danger, right? That can be arranged." Alice then pointed her wand at the handsome boy before chanting her spell. Clavum glacis zoner oxysio. A moment later, countless ice spikes jutted out of the ground and headed in Ethan's direction. These ice spikes were coming from every direction, giving Ethan no room to dodge or defend himself. "W8, I was just joking," Ethan cried out in alarm as the ice spikes neared his location. "I can't use magic because I've used up all of my magic power in the duel." The teenage boy then crossed his arms over his face and closed his eyes. There was simply no way for him to block this attack, and if Alice didn't stop it, he would really die or get himself fatally injured. Ignis Muris. Chloe and Nicole both pointed their wands towards Ethan and created walls of fire that blocked the path of the icicle spikes, protecting the teenage boy behind them. Alice clicked her tongue before tapping her wand on the palm of her hand. Right now, she looked very annoyed, which was something that she rarely let other people see in public. A few seconds later, the walls of fire disappeared, revealing Ethan, whose face was now flushed due to the heat and fear he felt a moment ago. "Again, how are you able to use magic when you are a dud?" Alice asked coldly. "What are the requirements that you need to meet in order for you to use magic?" Ethan took a few deep breaths before answering Alice's question. "I can't tell you that," Ethan replied. "This is the secret of my origin magic, and I don't want others, especially those that I don't trust, to know about it." Chloe flinched after hearing Ethan's words. She had no idea how her childhood friend and cousin was able to use magic, which made her realize that he hadn't told her anything about his origin magic. "Does that mean that he doesn't trust me enough? Is that why he hadn't told me how he has been able to use magic?" Chloe thought as she felt a stinging pain in her chest. "No, there must be something more to this. He told me why he arrived at the academy, and I know that he really didn't possess any gifts of magic prior to coming here." Chloe, who had known Ethan the longest, understood how he thought. If he really didn't say anything to her, that meant that it was something that was hard for him to talk about. A sigh escaped Alice's lips before she walked away from the training ground. "Fine, it seems that we can't meet eye to eye right now," Alice said. "Good luck in the tournament." The silver-haired beauty didn't even take a backward glance as she truly left the training ground behind, leaving Ethan with a disappointed look on his face. "Oh, does that mean that you don't trust me either?" Nicole asked with a pout as she walked towards Ethan. "Haven't we been through good and bad times? Why must you keep this a secret from me?" When the pink-haired beauty was only a foot away from Ethan, she moved closer and whispered something in his ear. "Does Chloe know?" Nicole asked. "Not yet," Ethan replied. "I see." The pink-haired beauty then backed away with a smile. "It's that kind of secret, huh?" She then glanced at Ethan's cousin with a mischievous smile on her face, making Chloe glare at her in return. "Let's stop the training for now," Nicole stated before lightly stretching her arms. "I'm sure that you are also not in the mood to continue." Ethan reluctantly nodded his head because Nicole was right. Currently, he was out of magic power and couldn't use the spells that he knew. Fairy magic was so precious that he didn't want to waste it in their sparring training. He would only use it inside Illumina's illusionary world, where the magic drain was decreased to its limit. "Ethan, a piece of advice," Nicole said in a volume that only he could hear. "Talk to Chloe about your origin magic. She's one of your most steadfast allies in this academy. If you can't even trust her, there is simply no one you can trust here." "I know," Ethan nodded. "Thank you for the advice." Nicole smiled before leaving the training ground. However, before doing so, she made sure to give Chloe a wink, which made the latter wonder what the pink-haired beauty was up to. After Nicole left, Ethan approached Chloe with a serious expression on his face. "Chloe, we need to talk," Ethan stated. "There is something very important that I've been keeping a secret from you." Just like Nicole stated, Chloe was indeed one of Ethan's most trusted supporters in the academy. If he couldn't even tell her the secret of his origin magic, then there was simply no one, aside from Luna and the fairies, that he could trust. Inside Ethan's room, Chloe sat on Ethan's bed, while the teenage boy sat on the chair across from her. "I'm sure you're wondering how I was able to suddenly use magic a few weeks ago," Ethan said. Chloe nodded. "Yes, but I know that you must have had a reason for not telling me, so I didn't ask." She didn't want to admit it, but she was really surprised when Ethan fought a magical duel with Langston for her sake. Back then, Ethan looked so amazing that she even thought that she was dreaming. However, it didn't take long before she realized that it wasn't a dream, but reality. Since then, she had wondered how the teenage boy was able to do it, but she stayed silent and simply waited for him to tell her everything. "I'll start from the very beginning." Ethan took a deep breath in order to calm himself before he started his tale. "After returning from our camping trip in the Great Eagle Forest, I met the Cheshire cat, Chessie. He just appeared in my room one day and decided to tell me a way to awaken my magic." Ethan paused for a bit to make sure that Chloe was taking him seriously. But after seeing how serious her expression was, he understood that she was giving him her full attention. "According to Chessie, there are a few ways someone can awaken their magic power, and one of those methods is to use moon magic," Ethan explained. "So, on the night of the full moon, Luna and I performed the ceremony to awaken my magic power." Chloe's eyes widened in shock after knowing that the angelic beauty, Luna, had played a role in awakening her cousin's magic power. "The ceremony was a success, and I was able to use magic. However, my magic is a bit special," Ethan sighed. "I have the power to absorb the magic of others, but in order to do that, I need to kiss them." Chloe blinked once then twice because she thought that she had misheard the teenage boy in front of her. "You need to kiss them." "Yes," Ethan nodded his head in affirmation. "But this magic only works if I kiss girls." The young lady looked at Ethan in a daze. But, after thinking about it carefully, the events that followed afterwards could now be explained. Even so, there was one thing that bothered Chloe, so she asked the teenage boy in front of her a question. "Wait a minute," Chloe stuttered. "Understanding your origin magic doesn't happen in a day. How did you come to know that kissing girls allows you to absorb magic?" The moment Chloe asked this question, Ethan felt several beads of sweat instantly form on his forehead. He was hoping that his cousin would overlook this topic, but since he was already telling her everything, he decided to answer honestly. "Actually, I don't have much recollection about what happened after the ceremony succeeded," Ethan answered. "But I had this very vague dream about kissing Luna. In that dream, I took the initiative to kiss her without permission." "You kissed her without permission. You forcefully kissed her." "Yes." Ethan didn't want to sugarcoat the events that happened, because it was really the truth. He really had no control over his body at that time, so he thought that he was just dreaming. "The night of the full moon was the night before you fought Langston in a duel, right?" "Yes." "So, the magic you used back then was the magic you absorbed from Luna?" Chloe inquired. "The magic where you used partial resonance?" Ethan nodded. "Yes. After the duel with Langston, I used up all the magic power I absorbed from her." Chloe frowned as she digested the confession that Ethan made. Now that she knew how her cousin was able to wield magic, all the questions that she had before had been answered. "So, the fey magic you used a few days ago came from Ruby and the other fairies, right?" "That's right. I made a deal with them. They will kiss me in return for bags of candies." Chloe closed her eyes, and an awkward silence descended inside the room. Ethan looked at his cousin with an anxious expression, because he was worried that Chloe would send a letter to his grandma and tell her about all of the shenanigans that he had been up to in the academy. Finally, after a few minutes, Chloe opened her eyes and looked at Ethan with a complicated expression on her face. "Thank you for telling me this," Chloe said. "I truly appreciate it, but I just want to tell you one thing." Ethan kept his silence and waited for the young lady to speak her mind. "I wish you would have told me this sooner," Chloe said with a face filled with injustice. "If I knew about it, I would have helped you to the best of my ability." "I'm sorry," Ethan smiled bitterly. "Many things were happening at the same time, and it slipped my mind. I have always wanted to tell you this secret because you are one of the people I trust in the academy, Chloe. Believe me." "I believe you," Chloe nodded. "But can you tell me more about how your origin magic works? So you just kiss girls and you can use magic?" Yes, but there are some limitations, Ethan explained. Depending on the source of magic and how powerful it is, it may only remain inside my body for a day. Moon magic is powerful, and I believe if I hadn't fought against Langston, I might have been able to use magic for an entire day. Fey magic, on the other hand, only lasts for a few hours. This is why I need to use it sparingly. Also, I can only kiss a girl once a week. Even if I kiss them again, I will not be able to absorb magic from them until a week has passed. That is the limitation of my magic. Of course, I can kiss multiple girls to increase my magic reserves, but, oi, don't point your wand at me. Chloe seemed to have fallen in a daze after hearing the part about kissing multiple girls. Before she knew it, she already had her wand in hand and was pointing it at the teenage boy, whose face had now turned beet red. The young lady reluctantly lowered the wand in her hand before glaring at her cousin. "How many people know about your secret?" Chloe asked. "Also, how many girls have you kissed?" "Oh, only Luna and the fairies know," Lux replied. "As to how many girls, only Luna and the fairies as well." "So, only Luna kissed you. Wait, it is you who forcefully kissed her, so it doesn't count," Chloe said. I kissed fairies as well. Fairies don't count." Similar to Ethan, Chloe didn't consider the fairies to be humans, so she didn't mind Ethan kissing them. "Now I understand the current situation," Chloe said, after a minute had passed. "Since I am now aware of your secret, I will also help you as well." The young lady with light brown hair's face suddenly became flushed as she looked at Ethan with a determined gaze. "On the day of your duel, I will also let you absorb my magical powers," Chloe stated. Although she tried to look calm, her face had turned as red as a tomato, showing how embarrassed she was. "Are you sure?" Ethan asked. "It means that I'm going to kiss you, you know." "It's just a kiss," Chloe stuttered. "It's not a big deal, so are you going to do it or not?" Ethan wanted to say no, but seeing how determined Chloe was, he knew that saying no to her would definitely cause consequences that he couldn't foresee. "Understood," Ethan replied. "Thank you, Chloe. I know that you always have my back." "Remember this, we should always look out for each other," Chloe stated. "We are a team here in the academy, so if something like this happens again, do not hesitate to tell me, okay?" Ethan nodded. "Okay." After telling his cousin his secret, Ethan felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Even though he felt conflicted about Chloe's offer to help him replenish his magic power before the match, he had already agreed, so he had to man up and do it. What he didn't know was that the young lady, who was still looking at him with a betrayed face, was thinking of having a private talk with Luna after leaving Ethan's room. There were some things that girls needed to sort out for themselves. Chloe believed that it was also time for her and Luna to have a serious talk regarding the handsome teenage boy, whose popularity was steadily rising within the circle of witches in Brynhildr Academy. "I'm excited to see the matches today," Noah said with a smile. "How about you, Ethan?" "I feel the same way," Ethan replied as he scanned the Grand Colosseum where all the students of Brynhildr Academy, as well as their guests, had gathered in order to watch the battle between Terra Manor and Jaeger Manor. This was a very highly anticipated matchup, especially to those who knew that the Jaeger Manor had received some kind of a boost for unknown reasons, making their summoned beasts and their transformations stronger. After the incident with Alice a few days ago, Ethan just focused on his training. He had also told Chloe his secret, and his cousin even said that she would help him before his match started. He was still conflicted about this development, but since it was already done, there was no longer a need to overthink things. What would come, and Ethan simply wished that nothing bad would come out of it. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the wait," Professor Reinhardt's voice boomed across the entire Colosseum, making everyone quiet down. "Today, the match between the Terra Manor and the Jaeger Manor will start. I'm sure you all have your favorite candidates, but only one team will be victorious today, so please, support them regardless of the results." The students all cheered, as if agreeing with their headmaster's words. Seeing that everyone was already pumped up to watch the magical duels, Professor Reinhardt no longer extended his speech and passed the baton to Professor Barrett, who served as the referee for the matches. "Kurt Hale, Lily Langley, please step into the arena," Professor Barrett shouted, making the students cheer a second time. Lily was the first one who appeared from the side of the Terra Manor, and she walked while waving her hands towards the crowd, making the boys from all years cheer for her. "She's so cute," one of the students commented. "I wish she was my girlfriend." "Bro, just look at your face." A chubby boy who was seated beside him sneered. "You look like a sardine. How can you possibly have someone as cute as her as your girlfriend?" Similar conversations were happening all around the Colosseum as everyone's gazes remained fixed on the adorable girl, who had caught the hearts of many. "Is she an angel? Wow. She looks more adorable today compared to last time. I think I'm in love. Can you stop? You always say that whenever you see beautiful ladies." The wizards in the Brynhildr Academy were always in the lookout for strong witches, who could potentially become part of their wizard family. The same could be said for the witches. They were always paying close attention to powerful wizards, who had the potential to help them give birth to powerful wizards and witches, who would elevate their families' ranks in the magical world. Not long after Lily's appearance, Kurt also appeared in the arena. However, instead of cheers, resounding boos descended upon him. "If you hurt Lily, we will make you pay. We are the Lily Fans Club. We will not allow our goddess to be hurt by the likes of you. Boys, make sure to remember Kurt's face. If he does something funny to our idol, we will beat him in the hallways." The boys, who were part of Lily's fans club, started to get rowdy, making the girls look at them in contempt. Noah, who was seated beside Ethan, chuckled after seeing Kurt's warm reception. "It looks like someone is hated," Noah smirked.